The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 634 to Chapter 679. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Little Jing Kong's little body froze. He opened his eyes wide and turned around, looking at her in a daze. Jiao Jiao? Little Jing Kong, who had been looking for her all the way, suddenly felt extremely wronged. He cried out loudly, Jiao Jiao. It's really you. Gu Jiao walked over, squatted down, and held the little guy in her arms. Gu Jiao didn't dare to recognize him just now, because this child's steps and figure were similar, but his face was too dark. Her Jing Kong was a fair and tender little boy. How did he suddenly become a little black boy? Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged when he was alone, but he felt wronged when someone loved him. Little Jing Kong cried loudly, and successfully cried himself into a little rain fairy. Gu Jiao didn't expect to meet little Jing Kong here, or to be exact, she didn't expect little Jing Kong to come to the Yin Kingdom. Little Jing Kong looked very disheveled, and there was a strong smell of sulfur all over his body. At the same time, Gu Jiao also noticed that little Jing Kong was holding a person. Now she was sure that it was a person. She thought it was a big gunny sack just now. Gu Jiao had too many questions in her heart, but this wasn't the place to talk. She decided to bring little Jing Kong back, but before that, she needed to make sure whether it was necessary to bring this person back as well. Who is he? Gu Jiao asked. Old Master Meng's face had already been blown up, and he couldn't even recognize his own mother. Little Jing Kong didn't stop crying, and said while sobbing, he's a kind-hearted grandfather. He brought me to find Jiao Jiao. Then he was accidentally blown up and fainted. Okay, I got it. Gu Jiao brought both of them back. This place was not far from where they lived. It was just across the alley. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan had already rested. Master Lu was practicing martial arts in the courtyard while Master Nan was refining poison at the side. Creak, the courtyard door was pushed open. Mistress Nan hurriedly put down the medicinal herbs in her hands. Jiao Jiao is back. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a small, swarthy head poke in. Madame Nan was startled. Then, she saw a little black baby holding Gu Jiao's hand and walking in. Gu Jiao was carrying a person on her shoulder. Madame Nan stood rooted to the ground in a daze. What was going on? Jiao Jiao went out on a trip, how could he bring two people back home? Madame Nan opened her mouth. Jiao Jiao, call them, Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong called obediently, Madame Nan. Then, he turned around and called, Master Lu. Ouch. Master Lu punched his own face, causing his nose to bleed. Where did this little black baby come from? Why did he speak like little Jing Kong? Was it little Jing Kong in Jiao state? He must have seen a ghost in the middle of the night. Madame Nan was as shocked as her husband. Fortunately, she put down the poison in her hands, otherwise, she would have put it into her mouth. She looked at the little black baby in front of her who wished he could blend into the night. This is Jing Kong? Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head. Madame Nan. This familiar posture, this familiar tone, it was clear that it was the clear sky. Why are you so dark? Madame Nan finally couldn't help but ask with her soul. Gu Jiao was also curious. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. It's all because of the sun. It was because of the bad brother-in-law. It was so hard to follow the bad brother-in-law all the way. Madame Nan asked again, who brought you to the Yin state? A 5-year-old child couldn't have come here by himself. Little Joe fluttered his wings and landed on the wall of the courtyard. Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and pointed. Little Joe brought me here. Everyone was speechless. Gu Jiao had asked this question on the way. Little Jing Kong even told her about the robbery, but he didn't tell her who he came to the Yin state with. Madame Nan could only give up for now and ask again later. She looked at the person who was carried in by Gu Jiao and asked, this person is? Gu Jiao said, a kind old man. He brought Jing Kong out of the inner city. I'll take him for treatment first. Master Lu came over after dealing with the nosebleed. Let me. Master Lu carried him into the central room and put him on a chair. Gu Jiao went to get a small medicine box. Little Jing Kong was like a little tail behind her. He followed wherever Gu Jiao went. Are you hungry? Madame Nan smiled and entered the room. I'll cook a bowl of noodles. Little Jing Kong played with his fingers and said, I want to eat Jiao Jiao's egg soup. Gu Jiao looked back at the little tail behind her and smiled. I'll make it for you later. Madame Nan smiled and said, I'll go and burn the firewood first. She went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao continued to treat the old man. He was fine except for some scratches on the way back when little Jing Kong dragged him back. The other thing was that he inhaled the knockout drug in the black fire pearl. He would wake up after the knockout drug wore off. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of a question. Little Jing Kong was also blown up by the black fire pearl. He should have been knocked out by the knockout drug. Why was little Jing Kong fine? Besides, where did he get the strength to drag the old man all the way back? Did he become so powerful after learning from Gu Chongqing for a few days? Did he awaken some hidden talent? Gu Jiao asked the question in her heart. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and felt that he could answer the question honestly. Little Chick Monkey also taught me Kung Fu. Little Chick Monkey? Gu Jiao was confused. Gu Jiao treated old Master Meng's injuries and put him in the small study. Then, she went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of steamed egg with foie gras for little Jing Kong. She also cooked a bowl of vegetable noodles for him. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Jiao Jiao's cooking is so delicious. Unlike his bad brother-in-law, the food was so bad, it was not easy for him to survive with his bad brother-in-law. Boo-hoo. I'm so pitiful. After little Jing Kong had eaten his fill, Master Lu took him to take a fragrant hot bath. During the bath, Master Lu asked him how he came to the Yen Kingdom. Little Jing Kong was very smart and did not say a word. After the bath, he hugged a small pillow and lay on Gu Jiao's bed contentedly. He rolled here and there. After the third round, he fell asleep. He was exhausted from the night and was snoring non-stop. It was not the hottest time of the day in Xingdu. The night was still a little cold. Gu Jiao went into the room and put a thin quilt on little Jing Kong's stomach. Who brought you here? Gu Jiao murmured. Jiao Jiao. Madame Nan called Gu Jiao in a low voice at the door. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and walked over gently. She asked, Madame Nan, what's wrong? Madame Nan handed a wet brocade pouch to Gu Jiao. I found this when I was washing little Jing Kong's clothes. It was sewn in the interlayer. At first glance, you couldn't see it. But when you put it in the water, the dye in the brocade pouch spread. Gu Jiao took the colorful brocade pouch and squeezed it. She said, there's something. She opened the brocade pouch and a fold of craft paper fell out. When the craft paper was opened, there was a note. It was written clearly in the language of the Yen Kingdom. My book boy was lost when he was young. If you find him, please send him to the Linglong Pavilion of the Kanglan Women's Academy. We will reward you handsomely. Digression, as the saying goes, the devil goes. 23333 Your brother-in-law is still your brother-in-law. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www. zhbqg.com/8964289642826/1079487111. HTML Genius remembers this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Errand Boy, Kanglan Women's Academy. The one who brought little Jing Kong to the Yen Kingdom was a woman, like Gu Jiao. Madame Nan also caught the two important pieces of information. She frowned and said, was Jing Kong abducted? Those who could live in Kanglan College were either female students or female teachers. and Linglong Pavilion sounded like a dormitory for female students, so it was more likely to be a female student. None of the girls that Gu Jiao and Madame Nan knew met this condition. Could it be Mo Xianxia? Madame Nan asked. She had been to Pushui Alley too many times, so she naturally heard of Hua Xiao and Mo Xianxia. Mo Xianxia had been to the Yan Kingdom. But this guess was quickly denied by Gu Jiao. She went to the Yan Kingdom with Prince Consort Huang Fujing and sneaked into the Yan Kingdom from the Chen Kingdom. It was not a formal way. She shouldn't be able to enter the academy in Xingdu if she can't, then Hua Xiao can't. Madame Nan frowned. It can't be Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang is a mother. How can she go to the academy to study? Whether she studied or not was secondary. Princess Xinyang was the princess of the Zhao Kingdom. The nature of her visit to the Yan Kingdom had changed. It was a political visit, so there must be rumors in Xingdu. If she visited secretly, she needed to hide her identity. Did she think that she would not be exposed quickly enough if she went to the academy in the inner city? The last and most important point was, Gu Jiao said, if it was Princess Xinyang, Jing Kong wouldn't run away. The little guy even took his luggage and the black fire pearl. It was obvious that he sneaked out in the middle of the night. Black fire pearl, Gu Jiao murmured. The black fire pearl was a hidden weapon that she made for Xiaoheng. How could little Jing Kong have it? Did Xiaoheng also come? No, he couldn't come. She had taken away his admission papers. Therefore, little Jing Kong had secretly taken away Xiaoheng's black fire pearl in Zhao country. Little Jing Kong was extremely daring. It was not something that he would not do. Gu Jiao looked at the note with the words "My book boy" written on it again. The fact that little Jing Kong could escape from her meant that he was not a good person. Otherwise, would little Jing Kong run away if he was a good person? Little Jing Kong was a good child who knew how to repay kindness. Even his grandfather, who had left the city, was injured. He knew that he had to bring his grandfather over for treatment. If that person was the one who saved Jing Kong would not abandon her. Gu Jiao's mind was already filled with a series of detestable acts of human traffickers selling children from thousands of miles away, hiring child labor, not giving them food or water, oppressing them to death, and beating and scolding them at every turn. Songlan Women's Academy, right? Very good. Gu Jiao clenched her fist and the paper ball turned into ashes. Woman, you will pay the price. Early the next morning, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan knew that little Jing Kong was abducted to the Yan Kingdom. It was Madame Nan who told them. Madame Nan asked them not to ask about it. He didn't mention it at all. I think he was scared and didn't want to recall it. Madame Nan even found a reasonable explanation for little Jing Kong's evasiveness. It was undeniable that Madame Nan had a certain talent in the field of imagination. Oh. Gu Shaoshan agreed obediently. Only Gu Yan had a look of suspicion. That little monk? Was he scared? However, Gu Yan was still very weak. He muttered a few words in his heart and fell asleep again. Little Jing Kong also woke up. He was practicing martial arts in the backyard. After practicing, he sat down and practiced for a while. Gu Jiao already knew that the little chick monkey he mentioned was Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao was puzzled. When Marquis Xianping was recuperating in the Pushui Alley, he was in a cast. How did he manage to abduct little Jing Kong to practice martial arts? Gu Jiao looked at the vigorous little Jing Kong and then looked at the old grandpa who still hadn't woken up from the knockout drug. But, he taught him well. After breakfast, little Jing Kong stayed at home. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan went to the academy to attend classes. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who sent little Jing Kong to school. Now it was little Jing Kong who watched Gu Jiao go to school. He found it quite refreshing. However, he felt lonely after Gu Jiao left. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the big black horse in the backyard. The horse king who was eating grass was shocked. An ominous premonition came to its mind. Another wicked person wants to harm me. Gu Jiao went to Mingxin Hall. As usual, she walked to the last row near the back door. There were basically no people sitting in the last row. If there were, it would be her and Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen didn't come today, but the back row was full. Oh, no, there was a seat left. Everyone in the back row looked at Gu Jiao in unison, waved at Gu Jiao in unison, and smiled warmly at her in unison. They even showed their teeth in unison. Gu Jiao, who had recognized Zhou Tong, was unable to recognize him for the whole afternoon. Gu Jiao looked around and found that except for the back row, only the first row was empty. She took a deep breath and resisted the urge to throw out the group of people who came from the first row to compete with her for the last row. She walked over and sat down with a poker face. Gu Jiao raised her hand and was about to ask who could lend her homework when Zhou Tong turned around and put a pile of homework on her desk with a smile. "It's all done for you." Gu Jiao was speechless. At noon, Gu Jiao went to have lunch. "Brother Xiao, I've got it for you." In the afternoon, Gu Jiao went to shoot arrows. "Brother Xiao, I've got the arrows for you." "Brother Xiao, I've made the annotations." "Brother Xiao, I've got the toilet paper for you." Toilet paper? Why was there toilet paper? Gu Jiao, who wanted to go back to the dormitory and put the cloak back in Mu Qingchen's closet, came out with a gloomy face. Gu Jiao spent an indescribable day in the academy. Dealing with these clingy people was more tiring than attending classes. Finally, when school was over, Gu Jiao's head was smoking. Gu Jiao grabbed her bag and walked out. Gu Xiaoshan didn't wait for her. As soon as she walked out of the academy, a carriage stopped in front of her. Gu Jiao didn't pay it any attention. Unexpectedly, a girl in a pink dress jumped out of the carriage and called out to her. "Xiao Lulang." It was Mu Qingchen's sister, Su Shui. Gu Jiao glanced at her and continued walking. "Your brother isn't here." Su Shui caught up with Gu Jiao. "I know he's not here. He's out of Xingdu. I'm not looking for him." "I'm looking for you." "What's up?" Gu Jiao asked. "Can't I look for you if there's nothing?" Su Shui pouted. Why did this line sound so familiar? Gu Jiao looked at her strangely and said seriously, "You can't." Su Shui choked and her steps slowed down. Did this person know how to talk? Could it be? Gu Jiao walked in front of her. Gu Jiao was tall for a girl and her steps were fast. Su Shui struggled to keep up. Su Shui gasped for breath. "Can't you walk a little slower? I came all the way here to find you. Can't you wait for me? Why are you as unreasonable as my roommate?" Gu Jiao stopped. "Your roommate?" Gu Jiao finally remembered. She looked at Su Shui. "Last time, you said that your new roommate was a mute and brought along a little black baby?" Su Shui nodded. "That's right." Gu Jiao paused. "What's the child's name?" "Little Black?" Su Shui blinked and sighed helplessly. "How would I know his name?" Gu Jiao glanced at her. "Don't you share a room with them?" Su Shui muttered, "But I don't live in the academy's dormitory." This was the truth. Her home was in the inner city. Why would she leave the luxurious mansion to live in a dormitory? Was she crazy? As expected of siblings, their habits of not living in the dormitory were exactly the same. Gu Jiao continued, "You should know that woman's name, right?" Su Shui immediately exploded. "Xiao Lulang. You're too much. How dare you ask me about another woman's name? Are you interested in her as well? What are you thinking? I don't even know her." Gu Jiao was baffled. How could Su Shui's thoughts jump around like this? Why would she think of this? Why would she be interested in a stranger? And a woman at that? Su Shui snorted. "Then why are you asking about her?" "Oh, I know. Did you also hear about her beauty, so you want to curry favor with her like those lechers? Let me tell you, there's no hope. How many young masters of the country can't even catch her eye? You, forget it." "What kind of nonsense is she talking about?" Gu Jiao said indifferently. "I have a grudge with her." "Really?" Su Shui's eyes lit up and her expression changed. "What kind of grudge?" Thinking about the oppressed little Jing Kong, Gu Jiao's eyes emitted killing intent. He coldly said, "An absolutely irreconcilable grudge. Songlan Women's Academy's Ling Long Pavilion." A certain person fiercely sneezed 3 times. Su Shui happily said, "Then I'll take you to find her." Digression, recently, I want to adjust my work schedule. The update time is not fixed, so everyone comes to refresh every afternoon. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1079445558. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Pen Fun Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao sat in Su Shue's carriage. Su Shue's coachman saw his young miss bring an unfamiliar man into the carriage and couldn't help but remind her in a low voice, "Young miss, this isn't appropriate, right? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If master and madam find out, they'll punish you." Su Shue coldly snorted, "If you don't say anything, how will my parents know? Or are you planning to betray me and secretly tell on me to my parents? I'm warning you. If you plot against me behind my back, I'll make sure you can't stay in the Su family anymore." The coachman hurriedly replied, "This little one wouldn't dare, this little one wouldn't dare. Young miss, don't worry, this little one will keep my mouth shut." "That's more like it." Su Shue raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Looking at the tightly closed curtains, she smiled knowingly and lifted her skirt to get into the carriage. She sat down on the bench next to Gu Jiao. She wore a pink and white tunic dress that accentuated her lithe figure and slender waist. Although she wore a veil, her limpid eyes were dazzling and beautiful. Actually, from Mu Qingchen's appearance, one could guess that Su Shue wasn't bad either. However, Gu Jiao wasn't a real man, so he wouldn't drool over Su Shue's beauty. Her eyes were clear without the slightest hint of profanity, causing Su Shue's face to turn even redder. He was a rare gentleman. Being in the same room as her, he didn't have the slightest intention of offending her. The carriage traveled on the wide street with an endless stream of pedestrians. The sounds of hawking could be heard, creating a bustling scene in Xingdu. "Young Miss Su, can you walk a bit faster?" Gu Jiao asked. If she walked too slowly, it would be dark soon and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave the city in time. Su Shue wished that she could walk a bit slower, but since Xiao Lulang requested, she could only comply. "Oh, Ah Fu, walk a bit faster." "Yes, young miss." The coachman called Ah Fu whipped the horse, causing it to gallop. Su Shue's face darkened. "I told you to go faster, not this much. I'll deduct your monthly allowance when I get back." The Kanglin Women's Academy was located in the southeast of the inner city of Xingdu. It was one of the 4 prime locations in the inner city and the only women's academy in Xingdu. It wasn't that there weren't any girls' schools in other places, but most of them were small private schools that had a separate class for girls. The last few times she came here, she was either hiding under the car or in the car, or she was being watched. She didn't have the chance to properly appreciate the local customs and customs of the inner city. Today, thanks to Su Shue, she lifted the curtain and looked to her heart's content. The outer city was already bustling, and the inner city was even more so. Su Shue saw that she kept looking outside and thought that she was in a hurry, so she said, "We'll be there soon. We'll take a shortcut and go around the back door of the House of Duke. We'll be there in less than 10 minutes. Speaking of which, what kind of grudge do you have with my roommate?" Of course, Gu Jiao could not say that her roommate had abused her Jing Kong. She only said, "Anyway, that's what happened." "Alright, I won't say it." Su Shue didn't get to the bottom of the matter. After all, she could tell that Gu Jiao really wanted to teach that new beauty a lesson. She wasn't like those playboys outside who said all kinds of things, but in fact, they were all there to see the beauty. "I believe you," she said with a smile. Gu Jiao was baffled by this sudden belief. Why would Su Shue believe her? The carriage went on for a while before it suddenly stopped. Su Shue frowned and said unhappily through the curtain, "What's wrong? Who told you to stop?" Young miss." The coachman's voice was not right. Su Shui lifted the curtain and said in surprise, "Father." It was a carriage from the Su house that stopped at almost the same time as Su Shui's carriage. The person inside the carriage lifted the curtain, revealing a stern middle-aged face. It was Su Shui and Mu Qingchen's father, Su Yuan, courtesy name Rong Chuan. His sharp gaze swept over the guilty coachman and Su Shui. Su Shui's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly walked out of the carriage and closed the curtains tightly. She stood outside the carriage and said to Su Yuan, "Father, what a coincidence. Didn't you bring fourth brother out of the city? Why are you back so soon? Where's fourth brother? Is he in your carriage?" Su Yuan did not answer Su Shui's question. In fact, there was no need for him to answer. If Mu Qingchen was in the carriage, he would have come out to help Su Shui resolve the awkwardness. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed on the curtain behind Su Shui. Su Shui inconspicuously moved and tried to use her body to block the curtain. This was really a case of giving herself away. "Who is it?" Su Yuan asked in a deep voice. "No, no one." Su Shui hurriedly waved her hand. Su Yuan was a martial artist, so how could he not sense the presence in the carriage? Moreover, Su Shui and the coachman's reactions had already betrayed everything. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and openly walked out. When Su Yuan saw that it was a green-clothed youth, his gaze instantly turned cold. He did not judge people by their appearance, but the arrogance in the youth's eyes made him frown slightly. "Who are you?" Su Yuan coldly asked. "Xiao Lulang." Gu Jiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, "You're Xiao Lulang?" Su Shui hurriedly explained, "That's right. Father. He's the Xiao Lulang that I told you about. He saved me from the horse's hooves." "Father, you weren't there at the time, so you don't know how dangerous the situation was. Even fourth brother couldn't save me. If it wasn't for him, I would have." Before she could finish, Su Yuan's cold gaze landed on her and she immediately shut her mouth. Su Yuan was very angry that a man and a woman were in the same room. However, no matter how unruly Su Shui was, he still had to teach her a lesson behind closed doors. Su Yuan would not embarrass her in public. However, Su Yuan did not hide his arrogance in front of a commoner. "You're Qingchen's classmate. It was Qingchen who told you to come visit more often, right? Unfortunately, Qingchen isn't home today, so you've made a wasted trip." He did not mention that Gu Jiao had saved Su Shui's life, only acknowledging that Gu Jiao was Mu Qingchen's classmate. Even Gu Jiao sitting in the same carriage as Su Shui was said to be looking for Mu Qingchen. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Shui who was beside Gu Jiao and sternly said, "Why aren't you coming over?" Su Shui bit her lip and slowly jumped off the carriage. She walked over to her father's carriage, looking back every few steps. The servants laid out the wooden steps for Su Shui. Su Shui walked up the steps. "Go in," Su Yuan said to her. Su Shui entered the carriage, feeling wronged. Su Yuan continued to look at Gu Jiao and said, "Qingchen isn't home, so I'm sorry for making young Master Xiao come here for nothing. Fu, send young Master Xiao back to the academy. When Qingchen comes back, I'll ask him to invite young Master Xiao to the manor." Su Shui's expression changed. "Father." Su Yuan said sternly, "Fu." "Yes." Fu did not dare to disobey Su Yuan's order. He turned the carriage around and drove towards the southern city gate. Su Shui looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away and stomped her feet. "Father. Why did you do that?" Su Yuan put down the curtain and sat down opposite Su Shui. "I should ask you why you did that. You're a girl, yet you're sitting in the same carriage as a commoner. What if someone saw you? Don't you want your reputation?" Su Shui snorted. "Father, there's no what if. Those who were more powerful than her wouldn't bother to block her carriage, and those who were weaker wouldn't dare to block her carriage. How could they be discovered?" Su Yuan said sternly, "You're still quibbling. Also, don't mention that he saved your life. He didn't save you, he was just training the horse. Don't you feel ashamed to be associated with a commoner?" Originally, Su Yuan didn't even want to admit that the kid was Mu Qingchen's classmate. However, in order to make it sound reasonable, he had to change the fact that his daughter brought him to the capital and Mu Qingchen invited him to the capital. Su Shui argued, "But he did save me. Father, you don't want to admit it. Do you think my life is worthless? Su Yuan said seriously, I'm worried that he'll rely on the Su family. If he uses saving your life as an excuse to stay with the Su family, you won't be able to marry for the rest of your life. Su Shui said angrily, I didn't want to marry in the first place. Su Yuan's face darkened. I know that he saved your life. I'll have someone prepare a gift for him and send it to the academy. He should be satisfied with the reward from the Su family. You'd better not make this mistake again. He doesn't have a talisman in the inner city. If the government finds out that you brought him into the city without permission, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Shui felt wronged. Isn't the government run by our family? You. Su Yuan was furious. What did she mean by the government run by the Su family? Was this girl not afraid of her whole family being executed? Su Shui said angrily, Grandfather is the governor of the capital. Isn't the matter of Xianxia the government's official business? Who would dare to investigate me in the capital? Do they want to die? This was the truth. But you can't say it. If His Majesty heard it, wouldn't the Su family follow in the footsteps of the Xianyuan family? Su Yuan gritted his teeth. How dare you say such things? I'm only talking to Father. I'm not talking nonsense outside. Who didn't know that? Su Yuan was choked by her words. After a while, he remembered what he wanted to say. Why did you bring him to the inner city? Su Shui wasn't stupid. Naturally, she wouldn't say that Xiao Lulang had a feud with someone. She said, he's never been to the inner city, so I brought him around. Who knew he'd run into Father? Humph. Su Shui said. In order to avoid exposing herself, she quickly changed the topic. She turned around. Father, you're unreasonable. I don't want to talk to Father anymore. I want to go back and tell Grandfather that Father bullied me and fourth brother's friend. Su Yuan said coldly, what do you mean you and fourth brother's friend? Is he worthy? Su Shui, remember this. You're the Su family's daughter. You can't lower your status for a commoner. Su Shui was angered to tears by Su Yuan. Seeing his daughter cry, Su Yuan frowned and sighed helplessly. All right, let's not talk about him. Wipe your tears. Father will take you somewhere. I'm not going. Su Shui refused without hesitation. Su Yuan said, you don't even know where we're going and you're saying you're not going? Su Shui choked with sobs. I'm angry. I don't want to go anywhere. Su Yuan said, it's Elder Meng's chessboard. Su Shui's crying stopped. Su Yuan knew that her interest was piqued. He continued, yesterday, Elder Meng encountered a group of robbers in the outer city. His whereabouts are unknown. His coachman reported it, but unfortunately, the yamen only caught the unconscious robbers and didn't find Elder Meng. Some people speculate that Elder Meng might have met with misfortune. Su Shui was stunned. Then, are we going to burn incense for him? Su Yuan was speechless. Su Yuan said, we're going to meet Elder Meng's eldest disciple. That disciple has received Elder Meng's teachings and is second only to him in chess. In the past, we wouldn't have been able to meet him. Now that Elder Meng is in trouble and we're helping the chessboard, it's a good opportunity to rope him in. Perform well in a while and try to gain his favor so that he can accept you and your sister as his disciples. Your sister is already there. I'm not worried about her. I'm only worried about you. In the entire family, Su Shui was the one who caused him the most worry. On the other side, Fu was driving the carriage slowly towards the city gates. He wasn't worried that the guards would stop his carriage to check if there were any inner-city food Jia inside. After all, this was the Su family's carriage. Even if they did check it, they would just hand it over to the capital office and have the Su family's old master release it. He just felt a little sorry for the people in the carriage. Today's incident was quite embarrassing. He said sincerely, Sigh, young Master Xiao, don't take it to heart. The old master's mouth is unforgiving, but he definitely won't mistreat you behind your back. When you return to the academy, you might even receive a gift from the old master. However, let me give young Master Xiao a piece of advice. The Su family's young miss isn't someone you can make friends with. You should give up. Be a sensible person and the Su family will protect you. What do you think? Young Master Xiao ignored him. The coachman continued, Young Master Xiao, am I right? Young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao? Fu felt that something was strange. He turned around and lifted the curtain, only to see that the carriage was empty. The person who should have been sitting inside had disappeared without a trace. Digression, Happy May Day. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1079281142. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. After Gu Jiao got off the carriage, she went back the way she came and arrived at the Tsanglan Women's Academy. Although the Tsanglan Women's Academy was located in the inner city, it covered a large area, at least larger than Gu Jiao had imagined. This brought trouble to Gu Jiao's search. Where is Ling Long Pavilion? She looked around. I can't just ask anyone. The Tsanglan Women's Academy didn't allow outsiders to enter. She was dressed in men's clothing, so her sudden appearance here could easily cause misunderstandings. Fortunately, it was still early, so she just had to search the courtyard one by one. She didn't know if it was because the beauty was too famous, but all the gossip Gu Jiao heard while secretly strolling around was about her. From the information from these people's mouths, the beauty had just arrived in Xingdu. Unlike Gu Jiao, who had become the most popular person in Clear Heart Hall in just a few days, this new beauty had become the public enemy of all the young ladies of the Tsanglan Women's Academy. She never invites people to dinner and calculates every copper coin clearly. I've never seen such a stingy person. She doesn't help when we ask her for help. She doesn't lend us anything when we ask her. Stingy. She doesn't allow people to enter her dormitory or touch her things. She has a bad temper. She's so arrogant and always has a cold face. Isn't she just relying on those men to like her? She only knows how to seduce men all day long. Little vixen. But, her homework seems to have been praised by the teacher again. Yes, yes, yes. She got first place in yesterday's exam again. I really want to tear her apart when I see her proud look. She has no status and no backing. Can't she use this to raise her value so that she can find a good husband in Xingdu in the future? The entrance requirements of the Tsanglan Women's Academy were very high. Most of the students were young ladies of aristocratic families or extremely talented women. Most of them were married to men of the Yan Kingdom. Therefore, the Tsanglan Women's Academy was also known as the Academy for Brides of the Six Kingdoms. Many young masters from aristocratic families had come here to find beauties from the academy. After hearing so much, Gu Jiao couldn't help but admire the beauty in his heart. How did she manage to pull the hatred of all the students in the academy to the max? Look, someone is sending something to Ling Long Pavilion again. It must be for her. One of the female students pointed to a small courtyard in the southeast and said sourly. Gu Jiao looked over. Oh, is that Ling Long Pavilion? The few of them left while cursing. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of Ling Long Pavilion and walked over. It was neither early nor late. The sun was setting in the west, and the warm yellow light fell on the cornices of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Gu Jiao climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. There was more than one bedroom in Ling Long Pavilion. Gu Jiao followed the maidservants who came to deliver things to a room at the end of the corridor. After the maidservants left, Gu Jiao flashed in. The women's room was more exquisite than the men's room. The room was separated by yellow pear wood cabinets. One of the bed curtains was down and there was a faintly discernible figure inside. There was nothing in the room on the other side. It matched what Su Shui said about her not staying. Very good, it seems to be her. Gu Jiao took out her mask and put it on. She took off the whip at her waist and slapped it on the ground. Gu Jiao coldly said, "Are you coming out yourself or do I have to drag you out? You don't want to come out? Okay." Gu Jiao directly whipped the person out of the curtains. But how was this a student of the academy? It was clearly a fake person. Gu Jiao frowned. Does he know I'm coming to find him? The number one beauty of Tsanglan Academy naturally knew that Gu Jiao was coming to find her. Or more accurately, she was coming to find him. The number one beauty was none other than Xiaoheng, who brought little Jing Kong to the Yan Kingdom. Little Zhou came back with Gu Jiao's headband in his mouth last night. Xiaoheng knew that the little fellow had found Gu Jiao. With the little fellow's nature, he might not tell him. But in order to prevent the little fellow from getting lost, he put the address of Ling Long Pavilion in the little fellow's clothes. Therefore, whether the little fellow told him or not, Gu Jiao could find him. Gu Jiao looked like she was going to punish him. The little fellow must have slandered him in front of Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng's teeth hurt. Of course, he was not avoiding Gu Jiao because he was afraid that Gu Jiao would punish him. It was because he did not want her to know that he was the new beauty of the academy. Fortunately, he was prepared. Gu Jiao was in the empty room. While she was thinking about the other party's intentions, someone came from the corridor. Gu Jiao hid behind the rosewood screen cabinet. The door was pushed open and a girl wearing a pink and white uniform walked in. After she entered the room, she closed the door and bolted it. Then she walked to the bed where the fake person was. Gu Jiao sneered and walked out from behind the screen cabinet. "You are the student of this dormitory?" The young girl seemed to be shocked. She turned around with a pale face and looked at Gu Jiao with eyes full of fear. Gu Jiao looked at her lovely face. She was indeed a beauty, but wasn't it a bit exaggerated? But then she thought about it. She did not see anyone more beautiful than her on the way here. The girl gestured with her hands. She was probably asking who she was. Seeing that Gu Jiao did not answer, she looked at Gu Jiao with pleading eyes. Then she pointed at a table not far away. There was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Gu Jiao understood and walked over to sit down. The young girl came to the table. Only then did Gu Jiao notice that her right hand seemed to be injured and was bandaged with white gauze. The girl frowned slightly. She spread out the white paper and used her left hand to write with great difficulty. "I am a student of this dormitory. May I ask who you are? Why did you come to my room?" Gu Jiao remembered Su Shui saying that she was a little mute. She was not surprised that she answered with writing. "Can you hear me?" Gu Jiao asked. The girl nodded and wrote, "I'm not deaf." Gu Jiao looked at the handwriting on the paper. It was different from the handwriting on Jing Kong's body. But it was not difficult to understand. After all, the handwriting of ordinary people was different. Gu Jiao took out a dyed note from her purse and handed it to her. "Did you leave this?" The girl took it and looked at it. Her eyes lit up and she wrote, "Young master, did you find Jing Kong?" Gu Jiao looked at her excited expression. She did not look like a cruel girl who would abuse children. Gu Jiao was a little confused. "You know his name is Jing Kong?" The girl hurriedly wrote, "He told me. I met him at a dock in the Yan Kingdom. At that time, he was alone and pitiful, so I took him with me." "Which dock?" Gu Jiao asked. "Tongqing dock." The girl wrote. There was such a dock in the Yan Kingdom, but it was not on the road to Xingdu. Why did Jing Kong go there? Who brought him to the Yan Kingdom? I asked him about his past, but he didn't tell me. The girl continued to write. He only said that he was going to Xingdu to find Jiao Jiao. I asked him who Jiao Jiao was, but he didn't tell me. Could it be that Jing Kong was abducted to the Yan Kingdom and escaped by himself? Did he meet this kind-hearted girl after he escaped? She misunderstood him. She did not mistreat Jing Kong. She was good to Jing Kong. As for why Jing Kong ran away, it was because Jing Kong wanted to find her. This wasn't impossible. As for why Jing Kong did not let the girl bring him to find her, it was because she had Xiao Liulan's admission certificate. Her identity could not be exposed. Jing Kong was a smart boy. So, I misunderstood you. Gu Jiao looked at the girl and said. The girl smiled and wrote, "You think I bullied him, so you came to find trouble with me? You care about him so much. Who are you to him?" Gu Jiao did not answer her question. Instead, she said, "It's a misunderstanding. Sorry for offending you. Thank you for taking care of Jing Kong these days. I will repay you if I have the chance. I'm leaving now. Take care." There was a warehouse next door. Xiaoheng put his ear to the wall next door. He did not heave a sigh of relief until Gu Jiao left after finishing her sentence. He found the girl and told her the lines in advance. He even took into account the difference between his handwriting and hers. Finally, he managed to deceive everyone. But he was not as happy as he imagined. Or to be exact, he was a little disappointed. He wanted to see her. He missed her very much. He wanted to settle the score with her face to face. He also wanted to ask her how she was doing these days. He had never missed someone so much. He missed her so much that his heart ached. He was so angry with her, but he was still worried that she was not taking good care of herself. Xiaoheng rubbed his chest, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the warehouse. He came to the door of the dormitory. He suddenly regretted it when he remembered that she was here just now. If he had known, he would not have let her go. He lowered his eyes and opened the door. When he saw the figure on the ground, he looked up. Gu Jiao, who had already left, was standing in front of him. She looked at him and smiled. "Lord Xiao, long time no see. Digression, Beauty Xiao. Jiao Jiao is still young. She can't have a baby. Let's have a baby first. Please double the monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10792373. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online will be available here. It was as if Xiaoheng had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze in place, and it took him a long time to realize the situation in front of him. He lowered his head to look at his flamboyant academy uniform and ran away. Gu Jiao reached out with her small hand and grabbed his collar, dragging him into the room. She slammed the door shut and pressed him against the wall. Then, she reached out with her other hand and pushed his back, locking the door. Her movements were smooth and fluid, all done in one go. Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng, and Xiaoheng even stopped breathing. Should he say that her movements were too handsome, or that her gaze was too murderous? Xiaoheng's mind went blank. Everything happened too suddenly. Xiaoheng simply didn't understand how she had stayed. She had clearly said goodbye, and he had clearly heard her leave. But the truth was that the person who had left was the famous actress that he had invited from the theater. Gu Jiao coldly looked at Xiaoheng, her fingertips brushing past his handsome face. She narrowed her eyes dangerously. Husband's appearance is really pitiful. From now on, should I call husband Lord Xiao, or husband Beauty Xiao? Xiaoheng choked and his face flushed red. He looked at her with a resentful expression. You're still angry? Who was the one who drugged me and left me behind? I still haven't settled this debt with you. Gu Jiao's eyes moved. Oh. She had forgotten about this matter. Gu Jiao let go of his collar and began to tidy up his messy clothes. Her eyes immediately became obedient. See, here it comes again. This girl would always pretend to be obedient whenever she was in the wrong. He couldn't forgive her so quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't learn her lesson. If they encountered this kind of situation again in the future, she would still leave him behind. Xiaoheng pushed her hand away and sat down at the table coldly. Gu Jiao blinked and sat down beside him. Gu Jiao went to get the teapot and poured him some tea. It's hot. He quickly blocked Gu Jiao's hand, grabbed the thick cloth on the table, and removed the teapot from the stove. After taking it, he realized that he shouldn't have done that. It was as if he had already forgiven her. He quickly put on a cold face. In addition to getting even with Gu Jiao, the other reason was to divert her attention so that Gu Jiao would not notice that he was dressed as a woman. Gu Jiao rested her chin on her hands and looked at him. Husband, so the first beauty from the academy is you. No wonder even Su Shuai was jealous. Her husband was the most beautiful, and she couldn't accept any rebuttal. Xiaoheng choked. Fortunately, the sky was dark and there was no light in the room, so she couldn't see his red face. Isn't that because of you? He said in a serious tone. Oh. Gu Jiao's lips curved as she stared at him without blinking. Xiaoheng, I'm talking business with you. Gu Jiao, she continued to stare at him. Xiaoheng wished that he could cover her eyes with his hand. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. Husband, you're quite charming like this. Could this girl stop talking? If she hadn't taken his admission document, he wouldn't have taken hers. How did you see through it just now? Xiaoheng tried his best to change the topic. Oh, that. Gu Jiao said, she said it herself. Xiaoheng was slightly startled. He saw Gu Jiao glance at the note on the table. There were two kinds of handwriting notes on the table. One was obviously written with a crooked hand, while the other was written with smooth and elegant handwriting. Gu Jiao continued, when I was about to leave, a dagger fell in front of her. She caught it with her right hand. She had deliberately dropped the dagger in order to see if her right hand was injured. Xiaoheng frowned. You suspected that she was lying from the beginning? Of course not. Xiaoheng's plan was flawless. Although the girl's personality was slightly different from the rumors couldn't be used as evidence to define a person. Gu Jiao had her own standards and logic, so she wasn't affected by objective facts. Gu Jiao pointed at the dummy on the bed. But why did you put a dummy made of a pillow? Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, just for a bit. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao finally understood the whole story from Xiaoheng. It turned out that she also had an admission certificate. She was more and more curious about the white-bearded old monk. He was really a kind and considerate monk. In addition, little Jing Kong didn't mention Xiaoheng because he didn't want to go to school. Little Jing Kong studied in the gifted class. The best gifted class in the Yan Kingdom was in the inner city, just a wall away from the Kanglin Women's Academy. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. How could he play truant at such a young age? Xiaoheng saw that Gu Jiao was shocked by the truth. He sneered. Oh, he's only obedient in front of you. Who knew what kind of little devil he was in private? How's Gu Yan? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao said, he's awake now. He's relying on medicine. I applied for leave for him from the academy. The academy approved it. Madame Nan found a house nearby. Xiaoshan and I don't live in the academy. We go back every night. Hearing this, Xiaoheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if he was glad that Gu Yan was fine for the time being or that she didn't live in the men's dormitory. Xiaoheng said, well, since you're here, we should change our identities. Gu Jiao asked curiously, why do you want to change it back? Xiaoheng said lightly, why? Do you still want to pretend to be a man? It's improper to hang out with a group of men all day long. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, but your identity is safer. Those who want to kill you won't be able to guess that you'll enter the Yan Kingdom with such an identity. Xiaoheng couldn't refute for a moment because the truth was as Gu Jiao said. He had been in the Yan Kingdom for a long time and hadn't encountered anyone who wanted to kill him. There was even one time when he stayed in the same inn with the Nangong family. But the Nangong family didn't recognize him when they walked past him. His current identity was indeed his most powerful protection. But, Gu Jiao understood what he was worried about. You don't have to worry about me. Nangongli has seen you and knows that you don't look like me. At most, he'll think that I'm someone with the same name or someone who's here to impersonate you. As long as we don't contact each other on the surface and don't have any interactions, people won't think that we've exchanged identities. This era wasn't the information era. News didn't spread as fast as imagined. We'll be careful. We won't be exposed. Gu Jiao said and patted her small chest. This is the best arrangement right now. Trust me. Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and said with a complicated expression, you just want to fight, right? The people of Tianqiong Academy were more resistant to beatings. Gu Jiao looked at him with a pained expression. How could that be? His guess was so accurate. Under Gu Jiao's persuasion, as well as holding hands, mainly holding hands, Xiaoheng finally accepted the suggestion of not exchanging identities for the time being. The curtain of night had completely fallen. The two talked and forgot to light the lamps in the room. The room was dusky. Only fragments of moonlight penetrated through the gaps in the window lattice. Unknowingly, the sky was so dark. It turned out that time could pass so quickly when two people were together. It's getting late. I should go. Gu Jiao said. I'll send you. Xiaoheng said. There's no need. I can go out by myself. Gu Jiao remembered the way. Xiaoheng paused and said, I want to send you. Gu Jiao didn't refuse again. The two walked out of Xiaoheng's room. Gu Jiao thought that Ling Long Pavilion was as quiet as his room. When she walked out, she found that Ling Long Pavilion was bustling with noise and excitement. Only his little world was so quiet that it seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Gu Jiao said, I'll send Jing Kong back tomorrow. Xiaoheng snorted. Humph, you'd better let him stay in the outer city. He'll be so annoying when he comes back. His words were full of disdain, but his tone wasn't harsh. Gu Jiao smiled and said, I got it. The two avoided the people of the academy and came to a place where it was easiest to climb over. Let's stop here. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, it's not safe for you to go out like this. Xiaoheng's face darkened. Did she have to rub salt into his wound? Okay, I'm leaving. Gu Jiao stepped forward and jumped over the wall. Her movements were clean and efficient. Xiaoheng was stunned. You're leaving just like that? Wasn't it too fast? Didn't she have anything to say? Eat well, drink more water, and don't flirt with those rich young ladies. Oh. Gu Jiao retracted her leg that had already stepped over. She jumped down and came to Xiaoheng. She tiptoed and kissed his face. Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. I didn't mean that, Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Then, you mean this? She stood on her tiptoes again, grabbed his collar, and kissed his lips. Xiaoheng's brain exploded with a bang. Gu Jiao gently pressed down on him and then let go of him. Unexpectedly, before her heels touched the ground, Xiaoheng suddenly hugged her waist and pulled her into his arms. Xiaoheng pressed her against the cold wall. He held her waist with one hand and protected her back with the other to prevent the wall from touching her. His longing was intensified by the night. His breathing gradually became heavier. He stared at her with his deep eyes, lowered his head, and pressed his lips against hers in a domineering and gentle manner. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/1079096666. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. This kiss lasted for a long time, and the night seemed to linger. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of kissing could be heard. It was so shy that the full moon hid behind the clouds. Xiaoheng's arms tightened little by little, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. The night wind in Chengdu was slightly cold, and his heart was boiling. He used a lot of restraint to let go of her. His right hand gently stroked her head, and her lips were tender and beautiful. Their foreheads touched, and their breaths intertwined. His heart, which had been empty for many days, finally felt a little comforted at this moment. He couldn't help but find her lips and kiss her again. Then Gu Jiao kissed him back. She knew that she had to respond. Xiaoheng chuckled softly, and his strong arms hugged her tightly. He said hoarsely above her head, "Jiao Jiao, if you continue like this, you won't be able to leave tonight." Gu Jiao didn't move. But after a while, she asked him especially bravely, "When will the city gate close?" Xiaoheng said, "Today is Haijing." Gu Jiao calculated and said, "There's still a quarter of an hour." She meant that she could stay for another quarter of an hour. Xiaoheng stared at her and laughed. "A quarter of an hour won't do." "Huh?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Xiaoheng coughed violently. I mean a quarter of an hour. You can't make it." She meant that they could stay together for another quarter of an hour. What was he thinking? Fortunately, she was quick to change her mind. "Oh." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Just when Xiao Lulang thought that she didn't understand anything, she suddenly questioned him with a scholarly spirit, "Is that right?" Novices always took seconds. Xiaoheng. When Gu Jiao returned to the residence, the three little boys were already asleep. As usual, Master Nan and Master Lu were waiting for her while doing their own things in the courtyard. Master Nan brewed the poison. Master Lu vigorously performed 2 sets of martial arts before he went to fix the broken tables and stools in the house. Gu Jiao told them about her encounter with Xiaoheng, and both of them were stunned. Was that person Lu Lang? Was he the one who brought little Jing Kong to Xingdu? When they thought of little Jing Kong's pitiful and aggrieved expression as if he had been abducted by a prostitute, the corners of their mouths twitched. How much did the little fellow dislike his brother-in-law? "You can't smear my name like this." But when they thought of how Lu Lang had actually replaced Gu Jiao's identity and entered Kanglin Women's Academy, they couldn't help but feel a little amused. Gu Jiao took Xiao Liulang's admission certificate, and Xiao Lulang took Gu Jiao's admission certificate. What kind of huge blunder was this? "I think it's a good thing," Master Lu said. "Aren't there people in the Yan Kingdom who want to kill Lu Lang? They probably wouldn't have thought that Lu Lang was right under their noses." "That's true." Master Nan nodded in agreement. Looking at it this way, it was a blunder. It was a good thing for Lu Lang, and it was also good for Gu Yan. If the one who entered the inner city was Gu Jiao, then Gu Yan would be separated from Gu Jiao. Now, the person who couldn't leave Gu Jiao was Gu Yan. He was in danger and needed Gu Jiao's treatment at any time. Master Nan thought of something and asked, "Eh? Then why didn't you recognize Liulang's handwriting?" Gu Jiao said, "He changed his handwriting." The Zhao nation's handwriting was different from the Yan kingdom's. Gu Jiao had only seen Xiaoheng's Zhao nation's handwriting, but she had never seen his Yan kingdom's handwriting. Even if it was the Yan kingdom's handwriting, the handwriting he used to write in Zhao nation was very different from the handwriting he used to write in Yan kingdom. Xiaoheng was a very cautious person. He wouldn't leave any evidence for others to use against him in this kind of matter. "What about little Jing Kong?" Master Nan asked. Gu Jiao said, "Go back to school in the inner city." Master Nan sighed, "Then he will be sad." It wasn't easy for him to escape from the evil hands of his bad brother-in-law, but he was sent back in the blink of an eye. The little guy was going to cry. Gu Jiao could tolerate little Jing Kong's other matters, but there was no room for discussion about going to school. Early the next morning, little Jing Kong received the bad news that he was going to be sent back to the inner city. He held the bowl and felt that the rice in the bowl was no longer fragrant. He asked tearfully, "Jiao Jiao, am I still the little boy you love the most?" Gu Jiao rubbed his little head, "But you still have to go to school." Little Jing Kong cried, "Boo-hoo, little Shi will miss me." Who is little Shi? Before Gu Jiao could ask clearly, the horse king with a small braid and little flowers came directly from the backyard. He picked up little Jing Kong's small bag and put it outside the door. "I approve." Tianqiong Academy was on holiday today, so there was no need to ask for leave. After breakfast, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong into the carriage to enter the city. Gu Xiaoshun sent the two to the inner city gate as usual. Gu Jiao took the inner city seal that Xiaoheng gave her last night and held little Jing Kong's hand as they went to the city gate. The seal was issued by the Kanglan Women's Academy according to the personal documents. Gu Jiao and Jing Kong's names were written on it. Gu Jiao entered the city dressed as a woman and wore a veil, so the city guards didn't see any flaws. After entering the city, Gu Jiao hired a carriage. Get in. Little Jing Kong felt wronged. Gu Jiao said, I will visit you often. Little Jing Kong held the small bag and pouted, I need 2 kisses before I can get in. Gu Jiao kissed him twice. Little Jing Kong then carried the small bag and got into the carriage. Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the agreed place, a tea house near the Kanglan Women's Academy. It was inconvenient for the two to meet in public, so little Jing Kong went in by himself. Xiaoheng was already waiting in the side room on the 2nd floor facing the street. Little Jing Kong went to the side room, opened the window, and leaned on the windowsill to report to Gu Jiao that he was safe. Xiaoheng hugged him with one arm, and his gaze had already landed on the carriage. Gu Jiao also looked at him. The two looked at each other from a distance. The last time they looked at each other like this was when he was paraded on the street as the top scholar. They wouldn't wait too long. After she cured Gu Yan and got rid of the Nangong family, they could walk on the street openly. Miss, where are we going next? The driver asked. To the South City Gate, Gu Jiao said. Is Miss in a hurry? The driver asked. Yes, Gu Jiao said. Then I'll take the shortcut. The driver waved his whip and drove the carriage away. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, the carriage suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Gu Jiao opened her eyes and asked. The driver hesitated and said, Miss, I'm afraid we'll have to change the route. Gu Jiao sensed that something was wrong. She lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw that something was happening on the street in front of them. The people gathered around and there seemed to be sounds of beating and cursing in the middle of the crowd. Let's change, Gu Jiao said. This wasn't the Zhao country. Her identity couldn't be exposed. It was better not to get involved in this kind of thing. Aya, someone is going to be beaten to death. Just as Gu Jiao was about to put down the curtain, an auntie's voice came from the side of the road. An old man not far from her said, Who is beating people? The auntie said, Who else? The young master of the Nangong family. Nangong? Gu Jiao's hand paused. She lifted the curtain slightly and looked at the auntie on the side of the road and asked, Excuse me, what happened in front? When the driver heard this, he put down the whip. The auntie sighed and said, A few horse slaves drank too much wine and said a few disrespectful words to General Nangong. Young Master Nangong heard them. Young Master Nangong ordered people to beat them up. He said, to beat them to death. Gu Jiao asked, Aren't you afraid of being held accountable for beating them to death? The auntie sighed and said, It's just a few horse slaves. If they die, no one will care. Gu Jiao said again, Auntie, who is the General Nangong you mentioned? The auntie said, Nangong Li Daran. A while ago, he returned to his hometown to worship his ancestors. On the way, he was ambushed and seriously injured. When he returned to Chengdu, he was on the verge of death. Those horse slaves said that he couldn't cure them, which provoked young Master Nangong to make a big fuss. It was Nangong Li who injured Gu Yan. He actually didn't die. A middle-aged man said, It's not the first time young Master Nangong beat people to death. Last time, the servant of Assistant Minister Luo's family was tragically killed by him. That servant was a good citizen. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and asked the driver, Where is the Nangong family? The driver said, Miss, do you want to go to the Nangong family? The Nangong family moved to a new mansion near the Imperial Palace. If we go with a carriage like this, we will be arrested. Gu Jiao paused and asked, Is the Nangong family very powerful? Very powerful. The driver said, These years, they have obtained military power and are becoming more and more powerful. If the coachman stopped in time. If Marshal Xianyuan was still alive, would it be the Nangong family's turn to be domineering? In the past, the Xianyuan family had millions of soldiers. How powerful were they? The Nangong family was just a dog that kneeled and licked the Xianyuan family's boots. After the Xianyuan family's rebellion was defeated, their military power was divided into 4 parts. They were divided between the Nangong family, the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. Among them, the Nangong family contributed the most to the war against the Xianyuan family and obtained the most military power. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1079088151. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Did no one report it to the authorities? Gu Jiao asked. The coachman was stunned. Miss, they are from the Nangong family. It's useless to report it. Is that so? Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the long street and murmured faintly. The coachman couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and her face was covered. Only a pair of calm eyes could be seen. It was a bit offensive to say this, but the coachman had never seen such a beautiful and cold pair of eyes. She looked at the Nangong family without a trace of fear in her eyes. The coachman faintly had an illusion that the girl he was carrying would raise her sword and slash at the Nangong family if he wasn't careful. The coachman was shocked by his own conjecture. Impossible, impossible. Although the Nangong family wasn't one of the top 10 families in Chengdu, that was only because they didn't have a deep foundation. It didn't mean that they didn't have the strength now. How could an ordinary person have the ability to compete with them? The people from the Duke's public house are here. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The incident of the Nangong family beating up the horse slaves ended with the arrival of the second master of the Duke's public house. The Duke's public house was nearby. The second master of the Duke's public house must have returned from a trip and coincidentally encountered this incident. After the two sides negotiated for a while, the Nangong family left. The coachman said, the second master of the Duke's public house is famous for being a playboy. Only he can stop the Nangong family. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have the guts. Since the incident had ended so early, this Nangong family's young master, Gu Jiao, decided to meet him first. Gu Jiao left the money in the carriage and quietly got off. Then she found a ready-made clothing store and changed into a set of men's clothes that were convenient for traveling. She followed the Nangong family's young master. Her plan could not keep up with the changes. Just as she was about to find a suitable place to ambush, she was suddenly stopped by a carriage. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao planned to go around it. Unexpectedly, the person in the carriage lifted the curtain and called out to Gu Jiao in surprise, "It's you?" Gu Jiao glanced at her indifferently and recognized her as Muru Xian, whom she had met once at the High Duke's public house. Gu Jiao didn't intend to pay attention to Muru Xian. She turned around to go around the carriage from the back. However, a maid jumped down from the carriage and blocked Gu Jiao's path. "Stop. My young miss is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Gu Jiao shot a cold glare at the maidservant. The maidservant was so scared that she trembled and took a few steps back to support herself on the carriage. At this moment, another carriage slowly drove over and stopped beside Muru Xian's carriage. The person in the carriage opened the window and asked softly, "Divine Dr. Mu, what happened?" Muru Xian looked at Gu Jiao and said, "We met the doctor that young Master Mu invited from Zhao country." "The doctor that my fourth brother invited?" The young girl was shocked as she leaned half of her body out of the window and looked at Gu Jiao. Beside her, another head also popped out. "What doctor?" "Let me see." "Huh? Xiao Lulang." Gu Jiao held her forehead. "Why did Su Shui also come?" The young girl looked at Su Shui. "You know him?" Su Shui said excitedly, "Second sister. He's the classmate of fourth brother that I mentioned to you. He's fourth brother's friend." Muru Xian looked at Gu Jiao. So he's young Master Qin Chen's friend. I'm sorry for offending you last time. Gu Jiao had slapped her. Although she said those polite words, she might not really think that way. However, Gu Jiao didn't care. The Su family's second miss asked Muru Xian, have you met Divine Dr. Mu? Muru Xian smiled and said, we met once in the Duke's residence. Young Master Qin Chen brought young Master Xiao to treat the Duke's illness. Young Master Qin Chen had good intentions. I didn't expect that he would be used by someone. Used by someone? Is she saying that this young man is using fourth brother to curry favor or bring disaster to the Duke's residence? The Su family's second miss expression instantly turned ugly. Su Shui angrily rebuked, clean your mouth. Who's using my fourth brother? Is my fourth brother the kind of person who would be used by others? Muru Xian choked. The Su family's second miss said, third sister, don't be rude. Muru Xian was the disciple of Qin country's divine Dr. Luo. Now, she was treated as a guest by the Duke's residence. Her status wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Moreover, they wanted her to treat old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple's cough. Humph. What's so great about him? Su Shui ignored her second sister and lifted her skirt as she ran down from the carriage. She stopped in front of Gu Jiao and asked with a smile, you also know about medicine? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Muru Xian saw that Su Shui was neither cold nor warm to her, but polite to a half-baked quack with a disfigured face. A cold light flashed through her eyes. The Qin country and Zhao country had accumulated resentment for a long time. Muru Xian hated all the people of Zhao country, not to mention that this person had slapped her face. Muru Xian narrowed her eyes and asked, young Master Xiao, since you're young Master Qin Chen's classmate, you must be studying at Tianqiong Academy. May I know why you've come to the inner city? Do you have a talisman to enter the city? Su Shui's eyes flashed. She then remembered that Xiao Lulang didn't have a talisman to enter the inner city. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Muru Xian. What does it have to do with you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Don't be a doctor. You might as well go catch mice. As the saying goes, if a dog catches a mouse, meddles in other people's business. Was Muru Xian calling her a dog? Muru Xian was furious. The Su family's third young miss had previously been indifferent to her, but she hadn't been this rude. It was all because of this Xiao Lulang that she had been going against her in every way, embarrassing her in front of everyone. Muru Xian looked coldly at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't care about Muru Xian at all. She also didn't care about Muru Xian's hostility. She said to Su Shui, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. You should also hurry back. Su Shui wanted to say something but hesitated. She turned her head and looked at her elder sister on one side and Muru Xian on the other. It wasn't a good place to talk. Su Shui coughed lightly and said, when fourth brother returns, I'll go to the academy to see him. I'll also go find you. Get in the carriage, Gu Jiao said. Su Shui smiled and waved at Gu Jiao, intending to turn around and leave. Muru Xian, on the other hand, calmly moved her fingertips and pinched a broad bean on the table. With a flick of her finger, the broad bean shot towards Su Shui's knee. If it hit, Su Shui would definitely fall into Gu Jiao's crotch. If Gu Jiao saved her, it would be considered as taking advantage of Su Shui. If she didn't save her, it would be considered as not saving her. Su Shui would be bitterly disappointed and the Su family's second young miss would be angry. Whether Gu Jiao saved her or not, it would be a dead end. Muru Xian waited to see Gu Jiao's end, but she didn't expect that even though she was fast, Gu Jiao was faster than her. The moment the broad bean shot out, the silver needle at Gu Jiao's fingertips also moved. The silver needle hit the broad bean and suddenly shot toward Muru Xian. Muru Xian felt a sharp pain in her right shoulder and she fell heavily on the floor of the carriage. The Su family's second young miss wasn't a martial artist, so she naturally didn't see the undercurrent. She only saw Muru Xian suddenly holding her shoulder and falling down. She hurriedly asked worriedly, Divine Dr. Mu. What happened to you? Young miss. Muru Xian's maid walked up the carriage and helped Muru Xian up from the floor. Muru Xian held her aching shoulder and looked at Gu Jiao with cold sweat. Young Master Xiao, you plotted against me without saying a word. Is this the etiquette of the Zhao people? You plotted against Divine Dr. Mu? No. Second elder sister. Xiao Lulang wouldn't plot against her. Gu Jiao picked up the broad bean that had fallen to the ground after hitting Muru Xian. There was a silver needle in the center of the broad bean. Gu Jiao pinched the silver needle. Muru Xian, remember to wash your hands before plotting against others next time. Su Shui used a handkerchief to wrap the silver needle and the broad bean. There were several kinds of pastries in Muru Xian's carriage. Gu Jiao hadn't touched the pastries in Muru Xian's carriage, but this broad bean was obviously stained with the powder of pineapple cake and chestnut cake. At that time even the maid got out of the carriage. The only one who could touch this broad bean was Muru Xian herself. Su Shui suddenly understood. She looked at Muru Xian and said, I understand now. You plotted against Xiao Lulang first. Of course, Su Shui didn't know that Muru Xian was aiming at her. However, her words weren't wrong. Muru Xian was plotting against Xiao Lulang. Su Shui was just a tool for her to use. Gu Jiao came to Muru Xian's carriage and looked at her indifferently. Just now, I was just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Muru Xian instinctively had an ominous premonition. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a crack, her arm was dislocated by Gu Jiao. This is a plot. Gu Jiao indifferently withdrew her hand and turned to leave. Muru Xian was originally invited by the Su family's second young miss to treat old Mr. Ming's eldest disciple's cough. However, after such a thing happened, she didn't want to treat anyone else. I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. Lu Yao, let's go. Yes. Young miss. Muru Xian's carriage left. Su Shui returned to her elder sister's side and snorted. Serves you right. The Su family's second young miss frowned slightly. Ever since the Duke's condition improved, Muru Xian's treatment in the Duke's residence increased by more than one level. Not only did she wear the most fashionable and expensive satin, she ate the most sumptuous delicacies and lived in the most spacious and bright courtyard. Even the daughters of the Duke's residence didn't receive such treatment. Thinking about what had happened during the day, she simply couldn't control her anger. She had long regarded herself as a person of high status. How could she tolerate being humiliated by a person of low status? Lu Yao entered the room and said softly, Young miss, second madam sent someone to ask when the Duke's medicine will be ready. Muru Xian coldly sat on the chair and looked at her painfully reattached arm. She gritted her teeth and said, Tell second madam that I'm injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to treat the Duke for the next few days. Lu Yao reported the truth to second madam. Second madam immediately put down what she was doing and brought 1,000-year-old ginseng to visit Muru Xian. Muru Xian sat on the bed with gauze wrapped around her arm. She said in a haughty tone, Second madam is considerate. But a second madam can see, I'm afraid my arm will need to recuperate for a while. I won't be able to perform acupuncture or brew medicine. You injured your left arm, not your right arm. Why won't you be able to perform acupuncture or brew medicine? Second madam patiently said in a gentle voice, How about this? Give me the prescription and I'll have someone brew it. Muru Xian said, That's my master's secret prescription. How can I easily pass it on to an outsider? Second madam wasn't stupid. Muru Xian was obviously able to treat the Duke. She was deliberately putting on airs to discuss some conditions with them. Second madam smiled. Divine Dr. Mu, we're famous people. What will it take for you to continue treating the Duke? What did she say? Move to Tingyin Pavilion? That's right. She said Tingyin Pavilion is suitable for recuperation. In the study room, Second Master Jing slammed the pen in his hand on the table. Tingyin Pavilion is Yin's courtyard. Even though Yin is no longer here, the things Yin used are still here. She can't even go in to take a look, let alone move in. Second madam sighed. I knew you wouldn't agree, so I rejected her. Yin was eldest brother's only flesh and blood. Her belongings were eldest brother's life. Second Master Jing frowned. What did she say? Second Madam said, she said it's fine if she doesn't move to Tingyin Pavilion but she can't be bullied by others. She wants us to capture the brat who injured her and let her deal with him. Second Master Jing asked, which brat? Second Madam said, Mu Qingchen's classmate. He's from Zhao Kingdom. Last time, he came to the Duke's residence to treat eldest brother's illness. But it seems, he's just a quack and doesn't have any real skills. Second Master Jing hesitated for a while before saying, alright, I'll go capture him. As long as she could treat eldest brother, not to mention a person from a lower country, even if it was a person from a higher country, he would still capture him for her. In order to express the importance he attached to Muru Xian, he decided to go personally. Second Master Jing was swift and decisive. After 2 hours, he appeared at Tianqiong Academy. With the power of the Duke's residence, it wasn't difficult to find out the address of a student. Soon, Second Master Jing arrived at the residence where Gu Jiao was temporarily staying. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/107890614. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhbqg.com Tingyin Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are read for free. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. It's here, right? Second Master Jing looked at the wooden door which had some paint peeling off and thought that he was indeed a poor kid from a lower country. Even the place where he lived was so shabby. Second Master, I disdain to bully people from the lower country, but who asked you to overestimate yourself and be the enemy of divine Dr. Mu? For Big Brother to be safe soon, I have to wrong you. Second Master Jing said coldly and raised his hand to knock on the door. This was the self-restraint that was engraved in his bones. But halfway through, he realized that he was here to catch someone and not to invite someone. To catch someone, I have to have the aura of catching someone. Second Master Jing retracted his hand and raised his chin as he majestically pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard. The scene in the courtyard was like this: Gu Yan was lying on a rattan chair to bask in the sun. Old Mr. Meng, who had just woken up from the knockout drug, was also lying on a rattan chair to bask in the sun. One was terminally ill and didn't have long to live, while the other was in a daze as he was still digesting the drug. Madame Nan was refining poison again. But as the saying goes, if one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not be wet? She sneezed and the poison powder sprayed all over her face. She was successfully poisoned and now she was leaning against the wall and spitting out black blood. Master Lu had just fought with the Horse King and his right leg was cramping. He limped to the front courtyard. Second Master Jing looked at the courtyard full of old, weak and sick people and was dumbfounded. This is too miserable. It made him a little embarrassed to make a move, but then again, where is that kid? Although Second Master Jing had never seen Gu Jiao before, he had heard Second Madam's description. A teenager with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. This courtyard full of old, weak and sick people obviously wasn't him. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Second Master Jing heard a burst of shocking sound. Someone was practicing martial arts and it was a spear. The sound came from the backyard. Second Master Jing couldn't help but look towards the direction of the rear courtyard. He was standing outside the front courtyard and was separated by the entire central room. He couldn't see the entire rear courtyard clearly. Only when Gu Jiao's figure appeared at the back door of the central room could he see her. However, this did not affect the shock that the young man brought to him. He could also tell that the youth's spear techniques were not flashy. Every thrust of the spear was like a swimming dragon, bringing with it the power to pierce through mountains and rivers. All of a sudden, Second Master Jing couldn't move. The youngster's figure only flashed past the door occasionally, but Second Master Jing felt an inexplicable excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. He completely couldn't explain why, he even forgot that he was here to capture someone, and just silently admired the young man's marksmanship. Gu Jiao practiced the spear skills that the old marquis had taught her. As she practiced, she suddenly had an idea and used a move that she had never used before. This move was extremely powerful. It actually broke through the target in the backyard and flew towards the front yard. Second Master Jing's pupils shrank. Gu Jiao then realized that there was someone at the door. It was too late for her to draw her bow. She lifted her leg and kicked the quiver, causing an arrow to shoot out. Following that, she kicked her leg and the arrow hit the red-tasseled spear, changing the direction of the red-tasseled spear. The red-tasseled spear whooshed and shot at the door beside Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing touched his cold neck. Just an inch and he would be nailed to the door. The old, weak and sick people in the courtyard couldn't even take care of themselves. After glancing at him, they went to sunbathe, suffer from Alzheimer's, get poisoned and go to fix their legs. Second Master Jing, Gu Jiao walked over. After practicing for so long, she was sweating profusely and her cheeks were flushed. She exuded the heroic spirit and vitality of a young man. Looking at the young man walking towards him, Second Master Jing couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. For no reason, the image of his brother-in-law walking towards him many years ago flashed through his mind. At that time, he was just a dandy young man in Chengdu who needed to be beaten. One time, he was caught red-handed by the eldest son of the Xianyuan family for causing trouble on the street. At that time, he didn't know that that fellow would become his brother-in-law. He bragged that he would fight with him for 100 moves. In the end, his brother-in-law really beat him up for 100 moves and he didn't have the strength to fight back. That day, when his brother-in-law walked towards him, he had the same look in his eyes, which reminded him of a wild wolf. The fear of being dominated by his brother-in-law surged into his heart. When Gu Jiao came in front of him, his whole body stiffened. "Who are you looking for?" Gu Jiao looked at him fixedly and asked. "I'm looking for you. I'm going to catch you so that Divine Dr. Mu can vent his anger." "I'm passing by." Second Master Jing cleared his throat and said. Seeing Gu Jiao looking at him indifferently, his heart thumped, looking for some water. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear from the door and the door cracked. He didn't know how many times this had happened this month. There were 2 carpenters at home so he wasn't afraid. Gu Jiao took the red-tasseled spear and went into the house to pour water for him. Second Master Jing weakly looked at the wooden door beside him. With another crack, the wooden door completely cracked into 2 halves and fell down. Second Master Jing patted his small chest. Oh my god, that gaze was too small. It was like his brother-in-law's. It scared him to death. Second Master Jing's fear towards his brother-in-law was bone deep. God knows how many times he had been beaten up by his brother-in-law. After his brother-in-law died in battle, his hands were trembling when he went to collect his brother-in-law's corpse. He always felt that his brother-in-law was going to come back to life and beat him up before he died. Gu Jiao poured a bowl of cold water and passed it to him. Second Master Jing looked at the broken bowl and curled his lips in disdain. He didn't want to drink at all. But when Second Master Jing met that gaze that was exactly the same as his brother-in-law's, he snatched it with both hands and gulped it down. Gu Jiao saw that he drank it so quickly and asked, "Do you want more?" "Of course not. I'm not here to drink water." "Thank you," Second Master Jing said. After saying that, he hated that he couldn't slap himself. "Jingsheng, oh Jingsheng, you have to be a little more mature. Your brother-in-law has been dead for so many years. You're so timid just because you met someone who has the same gaze as him. Are you still the #1 debauchee in Xing City? Catch him, tell him that if he dares to offend our duke's family's godly doctor, he's dead meat." Gu Jiao poured a second bowl of water. "I'm from Duken's family," he said with a serious expression on his handsome face. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at him indifferently. "So?" Second Master Jing felt guilty. "I heard that you've treated my eldest brother's illness." "Eldest brother, so, this person was the one who stopped Nangong Gongzi's violent act on the street this morning?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "Are you here to pay the consultation fee?" Second Master Jing choked. 500 taels. Gu Jiao said, "Fixed price." Second Master Jing walked out of the alley and sat on the horse carriage. He was a little confused. Hiss, is there a mistake? I'm here to catch someone. How come I didn't catch him and even lost 500 taels? The coachman ran over and looked behind Second Master Jing, asking, Second Master, where's the person you went to catch personally? Second Master Jing kicked him on the butt. Of all times, he touched a sore spot. Speaking of which, why do I think of my brother-in-law when I see him? Are you going to burn some paper money for your brother-in-law? Gu Jiao didn't know that Second Master Jing's heart was complicated and confused. She took the 500 taels and entered the courtyard. Gu Shaoshun came back from grocery shopping. Master Nan and Master Lu were either poisoned or crippled, so she was in charge of making dinner. She planned to stew a pot of pork ribs and was chopping the bones when Master Meng entered the house. Gu Jiao glanced at him, you're awake? She spoke in Jiao Nation's language. Master Meng looked at her strangely. After a while, he opened his mouth and spoke in Jiao Nation's language, girl? It's really you. When he first opened his eyes, he wasn't fully awake. He looked at Gu Jiao and saw that she looked like the girl he used to play chess with in Jiao Nation, but he wasn't very sure. After basking in the sun for a whole afternoon and sweating all over, the effect of the medicine had dissipated. Now, he was really sure. Anne, it's me. Gu Jiao nodded. The next day, after washing his face, Gu Jiao also recognized him. He was the old beggar who set up the chess game near the chess club. Gu Jiao went to find him after returning from the frontier fortress, thinking that he had passed away. Gu Jiao spoke to him in her own voice. Master Meng looked at Gu Jiao with a puzzled face. Why are you in Yan Kingdom? Studying? Gu Jiao asked. Why are you in Yan Kingdom? Begging? Master Meng said. Gu Jiao, Master Meng, they were all speechless. Master Nan and the others didn't know that Master Meng and Gu Jiao were old friends in Jiao Nation. They only thought that Master Meng was an ordinary old man in Xingdu. After dinner, Master Meng asked Gu Jiao to come to the front yard to play chess. 10 taels per game, Gu Jiao said. Master Meng was stunned. No, why is it still 10 taels per game? Gu Jiao hesitated, then, 20 taels per game? Maybe the beggars in Yan Kingdom earned more money? Old Mr. Meng choked. Was that what he meant? With their current friendship, did they still need to talk about money? Master Meng gritted his teeth. I owe you first. He lost his money bag that night and had no money on him. Gu Jiao said, I'm running a small business. I don't accept credit. Master Meng, are you running a small business? Are you running a business without any capital? Also, girl, do you know who I am? Do you know how many people want to play chess with me and I don't agree? Gu Jiao said again, if you don't have money, you can pay with other things. Do you have anything valuable on you? Why do you sound like you're robbing me? Master Meng had already changed his clothes. He was wearing Gu Shaoxuan's old clothes, but Master Lu didn't throw his things away. He rummaged through a pile of washed clothes and found a brocade pouch. He took out a token from the brocade pouch. Gu Jiao said, here. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. How much is an iron token worth? Master Meng said, this is not an ordinary iron token. It can be used as a talisman in the inner city. Don't you always sneak into the inner city? He had been unconscious at Gu Jiao's place for 2 days and heard some things. He knew that her brother was seriously ill and she had been looking for a doctor for him. Oh. Gu Jiao reluctantly accepted it. Then I'll play a game with you. Master Meng almost vomited blood. The token of the chess master of the 6 countries was only worth 1 game. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1078888259. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. After Second Master Jing returned from Gu Jiao's residence, the first thing he did was to ask Second Madam to prepare some paper money for him. He wanted to burn some paper money. Second Madam was confused. Who are you burning paper money for? Second Master Jing said, my brother-in-law. Second Madam choked, who are you cursing? After a pause, she thought of something and said, no, you only have a younger brother-in-law. When did you have a brother-in-law? She was the eldest daughter in the family. She didn't have an older brother, only a younger brother. Second Master Jing straightened his back and said, my older brother's brother-in-law is my brother-in-law. Second Madam, yes, Second Madam remembered. When Second Master was young, he was a hooligan. Who knows how many times he was chased and beaten by the eldest son of the Xianxia family. Later on, when he found out that Xianxia was his older brother's brother-in-law, in order to avoid being beaten, he followed suit and called him brother-in-law. In fact, there were so many sons of the Xianxia family. Although Xianxia beat Second Master the most, he also protected Second Master the most. Therefore, Second Master was both afraid and respectful of Xianxia. Why did you suddenly think of burning paper money for him? Second Madam asked. Second Master Jing frowned and asked, don't you think that boy from Zhao country, his eyes look like your brother-in-law's? Second Madam said strangely, you mean Mu Qingchen's classmate? That swindling quack? Second Master Jing nodded. Wasn't he a swindler? Today, he cheated him of 500 taels. I don't think so. Second Madam shook her head, how can a person from a lower country look like a son of the Xianxia family? It's not his looks, it's his eyes. That kind of murderous look. Second Master Jing tried his best to explain, but Second Madam was still confused. Obviously, she didn't understand what he meant. Second Master Jing waved his hand, forget it. You haven't been beaten by your brother-in-law. You don't understand. Of course, Second Madam didn't understand. She was a woman and only saw Xianxia a few times. How could she pay attention to his eyes? Second Madam glared at her husband, I think you're bewitched? Did that brat have some kind of sorcery? Or did you let that brat put the goo in it? She actually said that the brat's eyes looked like Xianxuan's. How was this possible? Xianxuan was Xianxuan Li's most outstanding son. He was brought along by Xianxuan Li at the age of 7. He entered and exited the barracks and was familiar with the art of war. He followed his father into battle at the age of 12 and never lost a battle. That didn't seem right either. He had lost the last battle of his life and died after being pierced by 10,000 arrows. Second Madam's thoughts ran far away without her noticing. She was the one who said that she was possessed, but now she thought of Xianxuan Li's death. Second Master Jing seriously considered Second Old Madam's words and felt that this possibility was not high. At that time, he was at the door and that brat was in the backyard. They were so far away, how could that brat put the goo in him? It doesn't matter. Go and get some paper money first. Second Madam gave him a sidelong glance. Okay, I'll go prepare in a while, but if you don't catch her back, how will you explain it to Divine Dr. Mu? Thinking about Mu Ru Xian, Second Master Jing had a headache. On the other side, Gu Jiao and old Mr. Meng sat at the stone table in the front yard and finished a game of chess. Old Mr. Meng began to explain the chess game. You see, if you didn't make this move, you might have won. Gu Jiao listened to the old man's recount of the chess game carefully. The old man had a good memory and his chess skills were really good. In the past, he hid his skills in Zhao country. Old Mr. Meng pinched the black chess piece and put it down. Here, or here, you can't live, so you made the right move. Gu Jiao said, you don't have to say it's right, just say it's wrong. Old Mr. Meng looked at Gu Jiao with appreciation. Her mentality was good. Thinking that this game of chess was exchanged with the token of the chess sage of the 6 countries, old Mr. Meng explained in detail, but it seemed that something was reversed. Do you remember what I said just now? Okay, then let's play another game, let's see if you can really master it. No, Gu Jiao said. I said I'd only play 1 round. Old Mr. Meng. I, the chess sage of the 6 countries, teach you how to play chess, and you dislike it. I don't even have so much patience with my own apprentice. Don't you know how to cherish it? When I leave, you'll regret it. Gu Jiao thought of something and asked him, when are you leaving? Old Mr. Meng's old blood was stuck in his throat. He took a deep breath and said angrily, your little brother Xiao He blew me up like this, and he didn't even let me recover before driving me away. Gu Jiao, oh. Old Mr. Meng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was knowledgeable and stabilized himself in time. If he really left, how could he find this girl to play chess? Gu Jiao said, walk the horse every day, food and accommodation are provided. Old Mr. Meng. Gu Jiao took the token that old Mr. Meng won by playing chess and returned to her room. The old man said that it could be used as a talisman. She had the talisman that Xiao Heng gave her, and the two things were completely different. A special talisman? Gu Jiao murmured. If the token that the old man gave her could really be used as a talisman in the inner city, then it would be much safer than using Gu Jiao talisman. Gu Jiao decided to test it at the inner city gate after school tomorrow. The next day, Gu Jiao got up before dawn and went to the backyard to practice the red tasseled spear for a while. Gu Xiaoshan only woke up after she finished practicing. After breakfast, the siblings set off for Tianqiong Academy. Their clothes were made. Gu Xiaoshan went to the academy to get them back yesterday, so they changed into Tianqiong Academy's uniform today. Sister, you look so good in our uniform. Gu Xiaoshan walked in front and looked at Gu Jiao as he walked backward. Gu Jiao agreed, I also think I look good. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes darkened. Xiaoshan. It was too late, Gu Xiaoshan had already bumped into them. He was walking backward. In the past, there were not many people on this road. Who would have thought that there would be more than 10 people blocking the alley? Brother Qin. It's this guy. A young man with a bruised nose and swollen face pointed at Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao recognized him. He was the 5 Mountains Academy student that she had beaten into shrimp last time. She had heard Zhou Tong mention him later. This person was called Wu Feng, and he was from Xingdu. He was considered a moderate troublemaker in 5 Mountains Academy and had a group of brothers under him. Gu Jiao had never heard Zhou Tong mention this brother Qin. However, it seemed that he was not a kind person. Brother Qin grabbed Gu Xiaoshuan's collar and coldly curled his lips. He looked at Gu Jiao and said, you're the one who bullied my brother? Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently without a trace of fear in her eyes. If you still want your hands, let go of him. Brother Qin laughed mockingly. He raised his hand and threw a punch at Gu Xiaoshuan's stomach. He was a martial artist and used almost 70% of his strength. This punch was enough to rupture Gu Xiaoshuan's spleen. It was just a fight. Even Gu Jiao had not been so ruthless when teaching Wu Feng and the others a lesson. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. Her fingertips moved and a silver needle flew out and pierced his wrist. His arm went numb and Gu Xiaoshan struggled free. Catch him. Brother Qin gritted his teeth and shouted. More than a dozen people in the alley rushed forward. Gu Jiao stepped forward and pulled Gu Xiaoshan behind her. She raised her leg and kicked the person who rushed at the front. He was sent flying and fell on 4 or 5 people. Gu Jiao directly stepped on them. Everyone felt like their ribs were broken. After stepping on them, Gu Jiao kicked brother Qin, who had recovered, and sent him flying to the wall. He fell heavily on the ground. Gu Jiao walked over and stepped on his chest. He was about to get up, but she directly pressed him to the ground. Brother Qin did not expect this kid to be so fierce. He had brought more than a dozen people, but it was over before it even started. There were still 7 or 8 students from Wuyue Academy left. Seeing this, they did not dare to go forward. They were not new students. They were old students who had studied in the academy for many years. They had always been the ones bullying others. They had never been taught a lesson by a new student, not to mention a new student from Tianqiong Academy. Tianqiong Academy was a literary academy. It was full of bookworms. Gu Jiao looked at him condescendingly. Do you want your hand or your life? Brother Qin's face was red from being stepped on. He looked at Gu Jiao fiercely. Do you know who I am? My father is from the Nangong family. Ah. Crack, Gu Gu Jiao broke his ribs. Say it again. Who is your father? My father is from the Nangong family. Ah. Gu Jiao broke another one of his ribs. Gu Jiao's eyes suddenly emitted a biting cold murderous aura. She smiled evilly. Say it again. Who is your father? Brother Qin did not dare to say anything. He was scared silly by Gu Jiao. How could a young man who looked less than 17 years old be so terrifying? Gu Jiao looked at the silent crowd and said coldly, don't you people from Wuyue Academy appear around Tianqiong Academy in the future? If I'm unhappy, I will beat you up, like this. After she finished speaking, she stepped on Brother Qin again. Crack. 2 more of his ribs were broken. He fainted on the spot. Digression, the third night watch is here. Is there a monthly ticket for me to sneak in? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1078855017. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. These people were stunned by Gu Jiao's actions. Who said that the students of Tianqiong Academy were all nerds and easy to bully? Open your eyes wide and take a look. Is this still a nerd? What kind of nerd would be so ruthless? Wuyue Academy was a martial arts academy and everyone there was a martial arts practitioner. Yet, they couldn't even defeat a freshman from Tianqiong Academy. Where could they go to find reason? After Gu Jiao dealt with these students, she left with Gu Xiaoshun. Sister, will they complain? Gu Xiaoshun asked. Logically speaking, they wouldn't. The main reason was that these people were shameless. If word got out that they were beaten up by a scholar, they wouldn't care about their reputation anymore. Gu Jiao's guess was right. None of these people were shameless enough to spread the news. However, it just so happened that the person they beat up was seen by the parent of a Wuyue Academy student who was passing by. The parent immediately informed Wuyue Academy. Before noon, the dean of Wuyue Academy and 2 teachers brought a few injured students into Tianqiong Academy. Dean Sun of the Tianqiong Academy was on duty and watering his beloved potted peony. When he heard his servant report that the people from the Wuyue Academy were here, his first reaction was, our academy students are being bullied by them again? These people from Wuyue Academy were shameless and tyrannical. There weren't many academies nearby that hadn't been tortured by them. It wasn't that they could bully anyone. No one dared to provoke a noble young master like Mu Qingchen. However, there were thousands of students in the academy. Who could guarantee that every one of them was Mu Qingchen? The servant said embarrassedly, it seems like, our students, beat up their students. Dean Sun was speechless. This was the first time Dean Wu of Wuyue Academy encountered such a situation. Usually, it was others who complained to their academy. Today, the tables had turned. They actually went to complain to others. In Dean Sun's duty room, Dean Wu let Dean Sun and the other teachers of the Tianqiong Academy who didn't have classes in the morning take a look at the 8 students he had brought. These 8 students were all involved in the fight in the morning. Without exception, their faces were all bruised and swollen. One of them was seriously injured and sent to the clinic. He couldn't get out of bed at all, so he didn't come to the scene. Look. This is what your Tianqiong Academy has done. Dean Wu said coldly. Dean Sun's eyes lit up. Was it really done by a student of our academy? Wu Fuzi cleared his throat. Cough. Principal Sun's expression turned cold as he sternly said, you said it was done by a student of our academy? What evidence do you have? Dean Wu pointed at the group of bruised and swollen students and said angrily, they are the evidence. Who did it? President Sun whispered to Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi's lips didn't move. He squeezed out a voice that only the two of them could hear. They said it was a freshman with a birthmark on his face. He should be Xiao Lulang from Clear Heart Hall. Anyone who came to the academy was a student of the academy. When Wu Fuzi differentiated them, he didn't say which country they were from. He just said they were from a certain hall. This name sounded familiar. Deanson frowned and thought for a moment. Is he the freshman who went to the brothel on his first day here and got a demerit point? Wu Fuzi said. Yes, that's him. He paused and then added, he was also the one who tamed the Horse King. When the Horse King was mentioned, Deanson remembered how he was almost trampled to death by the Horse King. His face darkened. Dean Wu said coldly, Xianxia Academy must give us an explanation today. Deanson laughed. What explanation do you want? Dean Wu said, you can't afford to be a teacher. Your academy has an unshirkable responsibility for producing such a student. You must compensate us for all the medical expenses and losses. Also, you must apologize to our academy. That student must also apologize to the student who was injured by him. Finally, this kind of lawless person doesn't deserve to be a student of Xingdu. It's better to expel him. A teacher from Tianqiong Academy whose surname was Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't Wuyue Academy's hand a bit too far? How we deal with our students is our academy's business. It's not up to you to interfere. What's more, haven't the students of the academy caused any trouble outside? What did you say at that time? It was just a student who was impulsive and let his emotions affect his decisions. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? If you make a big fuss, this kid's future will be ruined. Now you're not afraid of ruining his future? Wu Fuzi secretly gave his colleague a thumbs up. As expected of a teacher who taught policy. His debating skills were very good. The teachers from Wuyue Academy were choked. Their academy had always been domineering. If they bullied others, they would turn the matter into a small one. It was normal for them to act shamelessly and play Tai Chi. Dean Wu suddenly thought of the crux of the matter. But no one is as ruthless as you. Do you know that there's a student in our academy who's almost dead? Teacher Yang from Tianqiong Academy said, just because you say it's our students who did it, does it mean it's our students? Do you think your dozen or so martial arts students can't beat a new student from our academy? No one will believe it if this gets out, right? The faces of the people from Wuyue Academy all turned red. Dean Wu was so angry that he became muddle-headed. Only now did he realize that more than 10 martial arts students had been defeated by a new student. It was so embarrassing. Deanson said, all right, go and call that Xiao Lulang over. Let's hear what he has to say. Gu Jiao came over with Gu Xiaoshun. After all, according to the people from Wuyue Academy, Xiao Lulang had a little accomplice who didn't really fight. Deanson looked at Gu Jiao and asked, they said that you beat them up. Do you have anything to say? Gu Jiao glanced at them coldly. The group of Wuyue Academy students trembled like mice that had seen a cat. Dean Wu glared at the students of his academy. What are you afraid of, he thought. Could it be more embarrassing? Gu Xiaoshun was about to say, Deanson, they started it first. There's someone called Brother Qin among them. He caught me and wanted to beat me up. Xiao Lulang attacked. However, Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, I don't know them. I've never seen them before. I've never beaten them up. The students from Wuyue Academy were stunned. Was she that shameless? She had already beaten them up and she still didn't admit it? Where was the courage you had when you pinched us to death? Did you have the courage to step on Brother Qin's chest and ask for his life or his hand? If you have the ability, continue to fight. Gu Jiao, I'm not stupid. You can fight all you want. It's not worth it to fight the dean. You'll get a demerit. She was Xiao Lulang, the model student. Dean Wu was used to this kind of trick. The only difference was that they used to fool others. This was the first time someone used this kind of trick to fool them. Dean Wu said angrily, you're lying. Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently, how do you know I'm lying? You know so well. Have you done it before? Are you an old hand? Dean Wu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Whatever his sister said was right. Gu Xiaoshun immediately changed the topic and said seriously, that's right. We didn't even see you today. Who knows who beat you up? You just have to blame it on us. Dean Wu was so angry that he rose to heaven. Are you that great? Why do you have to blame it on you? You have to weigh your own weight. You're just two inferior people. What's there for us to spend so much effort to slander and scheme against you? What he said made sense. Who knew that Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids and said without a guilty conscience, then you have to ask yourselves. Who knows what kind of evil ideas you have in your stomach? Dean Wu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. You two are simply reversing right and wrong. Twisting words and forcing logic, full of nonsense. A teacher from Wuyue Academy walked forward and looked at Gu Jiao. You said that you didn't beat them up. Do you have evidence to prove your innocence? Yes. Suddenly, a young man's resolute voice came from outside the door. It was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong saluted Dean Sin and the teachers of Tianqiong Academy in the room on duty and said, Dean Sin, teachers, Xiao Lulang was resting in his room last night. He didn't leave the academy at all. I can testify. As soon as he finished speaking, another student of Clear Heart Hall walked over and said, I can also testify. Me too. The third student of Clear Heart Hall. Then, the fourth, the fifth, almost all the students of Clear Heart Hall came over. Yesterday, the academy had a break. We had an appointment with Xiao Lulang to play polo in the pasture. We played a bit late and drank a few cups at night. Then we went fishing. On the way back, we bought some dried vegetable pancakes from a shop on the east side of 3 Flowers Street. In the middle of the night, I couldn't sleep. When I went to the washroom, I saw that the lights in Xiao Lilong's room were still on. I went in to say hello. He wasn't feeling well in the morning. I bought him a bowl of porridge and sent it to his room. He spilled the porridge. The group of people spoke very vividly, as if Xiao Lulang had really been with everyone last night. Flaws were impossible. If so many people couldn't even make up a story, how could these literary students write policy essays and 8-legged essays? They couldn't beat you in a fight, but they couldn't make up a story. The students of 5 Mountains Academy were all dumbfounded. Dean Wu said angrily, you colluded with each other. Of course, people from your own academy will cover up for your own students. Zhou Tong put one hand behind his back and said calmly, if our testimonies are the same, then we're covering up for each other. What about you slandering our academy together? Your testimonies are testimonies, but our testimonies aren't? How about this? Let's directly report this to the authorities and let them decide. We can also let the world see how a freshman from our Tianqiong Academy defeated so many students from your Wuyue Academy with his own strength. Dean Sin, let's open a martial arts class. This is a great opportunity for Tianqiong Academy to make a name for itself. After all, the students of Tianqiong Academy who have been teaching for several years can't even compare to the freshmen who have been teaching for 3 days. These literary students were really good at talking. Every sentence hit the nail on the head. Dean Wu's face turned green and red. To put it bluntly, he couldn't make a big deal out of it. He couldn't afford to lose face. At this moment, he already regretted asking for an explanation. Wasn't this asking for humiliation? In the end, the people of 5 Mountains Academy didn't get any explanation. They were still angry. They gritted their teeth and walked away with a dark face. However, before they left, Dean Wu of 5 Mountains Academy stopped and looked back at Gu Jiao coldly. No one knew if he was talking to Gu Jiao or everyone in Tianqiong Academy. Do you really think this matter is over? You probably don't know that Luo Qin's father is the deputy general of the Nangong family. Our academy can let it go, but the Nangong family. Dean Wu, you don't have to worry about the Nangong family. A deep and clear voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Qingchen, who was wearing a blue and white academy uniform, walking over calmly. Mu Qingchen? Dean Wu frowned. Mu Qingchen cupped his hands at Dean Sin and walked into the duty room. He stood beside Gu Jiao and said, Xiao Lulang is a student of Tianqiong Academy. Please tell Luo Qin that I, Mu Qingchen, don't care about a mere deputy general of the Nangong family. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. Mu Qingchen was the leader of the 4 great young masters of Xingdu. His father was from the Su family, which was ranked 9th. His mother was from the Mu family, which was ranked 5th. His great-aunt was the Wang family, which was ranked third. The military power of the Xianyuan family was divided into 4 families: the Nangong family, the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. This showed how noble Mu Qingqian's identity was. Dean Wu didn't say anything else and left with a gloomy face. "Dean, we will also leave first." Mu Qingqian said to Dean Si and wait. Dean Sin stopped all the students except Mu Qingqian. "Go back and copy the Analects of Confucius. Don't miss a single word." These little bastards were lying to the heavens. Did they think he couldn't see through them? Dean Sin looked at Gu Jiao and said, "And you, Xiao Lulang, you will be recorded as a demerit." If he didn't record a demerit, he would hit him again next time. When they came out of the duty room, the morning class was over. "Do you want to eat?" Mu Qingqian asked. Gu Jiao was a little depressed when she thought about being recorded again. However, she still had to eat. "Yes," she replied indifferently. "Didn't you go out to do something? Why are you back so soon?" "It's done." Gu Jiao noticed that he was holding a bag in his hand. "Your stuff is going to fall out." Gu Jiao pointed at his bag. As soon as she said that, the little doll in Mu Qingqian's bag couldn't withstand the force and fell out. Mu Qingqian quickly caught it and stuffed it back into the bag without showing it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. He hesitated for a moment before explaining, "A childhood playmate gave it to me." Gu Jiao, "Oh. It was a little doll." She had seen it, and it was quite ugly. "By the way, do you recognize this?" Gu Jiao took out a token and handed it to him. She had planned to try it out herself, but since Mu Qingqian was here, it wouldn't hurt to ask him. Mu Qingqian's expression changed when he saw the bronze token. "Why do you have this?" Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "I do have it. Can I enter the inner city with it?" Mu Qingqian said indifferently, "You could have. Let alone the inner city, you could have even entered the State Preceptor Hall. But now the owner of this token is missing, so you'd better not use it." Gu Jiao said, "Can I enter the State Preceptor Hall?" Mu Qingqian. "Is that my point?" Mu Qingqian said earnestly, "No matter how you got it, you'd better not take it out. Otherwise, you'll be arrested as an assassin." Gu Jiao asked, "Then, who is the owner of this token?" Mu Qingqian paused and said seriously, "The chess master of the 6 kingdoms, Mr. Meng." "An old man." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "Has he been to the state of Zhao? Has he been a beggar? Has he spent money to play chess with others?" Mu Qingqian looked at Gu Jiao as if she was an idiot. "Are you talking about Mr. Meng? He hasn't been to the state of Zhao. Also, do you know how honorable Mr. Meng is? I want to play chess with him, but I can't even use money. Being a beggar? What do you think?" Gu Jiao nodded seriously. "I don't think it's possible. By the way, do many people know Mr. Meng?" Mu Qingqian shook his head. "Mr. Meng doesn't like to deal with people. Not many people have seen him. When he came to the academy to play chess last time, I just watched him through a curtain. I didn't see his face." Gu Jiao asked again, "Haven't the people of the State Preceptor Hall seen him?" Mu Qingqian thought carefully and said, "The State Preceptor probably saw him. As for the other disciples, they only know his carriage and token." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "I see. I understand. I understand everything." Mu Qingqian looked at her in confusion. "What do you understand?" Gu Jiao patted him on the shoulder. "Help me ask for leave this afternoon." Mu Qingqian frowned and looked at her hand. "Where are you going?" "The State Preceptor Hall." "You will be caught if you take this token to the State Preceptor Hall." Gu Jiao rushed back to the house as fast as she could. She led the horse out, put on the reins and shafts, and dragged the little old man who was lying in the yard and enjoying the sun side by side with Gu Yan into the carriage. Mr. Meng was confused. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao said. "Seriously, pretend to be someone for me and take me to the State Preceptor Hall." "Pretend to be who?" "The chess sage of the 6 kingdoms." Mr. Meng, the real chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, was speechless. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/107871300. HTML genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here, Gu Jiao said with great ambition. I've asked around. Not many people know the chess saint of the Six Nations. Among the places I'm going and the people I might meet along the way, only the state preceptor has seen him. After I enter the state preceptor hall, you come out immediately. You don't have to meet the state preceptor face to face. Old Master Meng said expressionlessly, you're quite thoughtful. Of course. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and changed her voice into a teenager's. I have a few lines for you. Old Master Meng's mouth twitched. He didn't know if he was speechless at her voice or that she actually came with her own plot. What if I don't agree? I'll play a game of chess with you. Old Master Meng, my real body is only worth a game of chess? Wait. Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. She jumped out of the carriage and went into the room to change into a teenager's outfit that was convenient for traveling. Tianqiong Academy's uniform was too conspicuous. It wouldn't be good if people blocked the entrance of the inner city. The Horse King didn't need anyone to drive it. Gu Jiao pulled the reins and told it to turn left or right. It avoided when it should and overtook when it should. It simply achieved a semi-automatic driving of the carriage. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook in the carriage and wrote 2 large pages, listing all the unexpected situations they might encounter along the way. Then, she showed it to Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng looked at the embarrassing lines and almost couldn't help but tell her that she didn't need to act. He was her. Gu Jiao suddenly said, I came out in a hurry and forgot about the coachman. The main reason was that the Horse King was too powerful. It could walk on its own, making people feel that the coachman was dispensable. It was unlike the horses at home in the past. They wouldn't walk without a whip. Gu Jiao said seriously, you're the chess saint of the Six Nations. You must have a coachman to match your status. I think you can be the coachman. Old Master Meng said. Gu Jiao sighed, it's not that I can't be a coachman, but I have to enter the royal preceptor hall later. If I go in, I won't come out. Won't it be suspicious if the outside of the carriage is empty? The corner of Old Master Meng's mouth twitched again. You've really understood this logic. Haven't you thought about the fact that the chess sage of the Six Nations can't be impersonated? Mu Qingchen had no idea that Gu Jiao was trying to impersonate him. Otherwise, he would have stopped her with all his might. There was once someone who pretended to be the chess sage of the Six Nations. After being discovered, that person was executed in public. Since then, no one dared to do such a thing. Moreover, Mu Qingchen's understanding of Old Master Meng was not entirely correct. Old Master Meng did not like to be watched while playing chess. He always drew a screen or curtain to concentrate on playing chess, not to maintain any strange sense of mystery. He often left and entered the city, so there were quite a few guards who recognized him. As for the fact that the royal preceptor was the only one who had seen him, it was just Mu Qingchen's personal guess. It did not represent the reality. Mu Qingchen did not know that he had been to the Zhao kingdom, been a beggar, and spent money to find people to play chess. It was obvious that Mu Qingchen's understanding of Old Master Meng was not reliable. Speaking of which, how did you pick up this token? Gu Jiao asked. Old Master Meng glanced at her, I just found it. Gu Jiao said, oh, you're quite good at finding it. When they passed through the checkpoint of the inner city, Gu Jiao sat outside and acted as the coachman. She asked Old Master Meng to hand the token of the chess sage of the Six Nations to the guards. Then she turned her head and winked at Old Master Meng in the carriage. It was time to say her lines. Old Master Meng pinched his thigh and endured the great shame in his heart. He said to the guards, I'm the great chess sage of the Six Nations, Old Master Meng. The city guards were all stunned. What kind of nonsense is this girl writing? How could she call herself that? Old Master Meng took a deep breath and said in an arrogant tone emphasized by Gu Jiao, why don't you let me in? The guards were dumbfounded. They were supposed to let him in. When had they ever stopped him? Weren't you the one who showed us the medallion? Old Master Meng put down the curtain with a bang. Gu Jiao gave Old Master Meng a thumbs up. His impromptu performance of slamming the curtain was good. It highlighted his character. Old Mr. Meng gritted his teeth. I was angry, ashamed. After entering the inner city, Gu Jiao found a nearby carriage shop and hired a coachman. The coachman knew the terrain of the inner city very well. Soon the carriage arrived at the royal preceptor palace. He did not know who was in the carriage, but he heard that ordinary people could only enter through the corner gate. So he stopped the carriage outside the corner gate. Old Master Meng said calmly, go forward through the gate. Gu Jiao had already sat back in the carriage. She nodded. Yes, with your status, you should go through the gate. She looked at the old man with appreciation. He had a thorough understanding of the role and had learned to add scenes for himself. Old Master Meng's face darkened. I don't want to talk to you. Both the gate and the corner gate were guarded. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and held up a small notebook for Old Master Meng. Old Master Meng clenched his fists. Could he not say anything? Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. Old Master Meng lifted the curtain. Stop. The carriage stopped. Old Master Meng handed the token to the guard of the royal preceptor palace. He glanced at the notebook held up by Gu Jiao and said shamefully, I'm the honorable guest of the royal preceptor palace, the most sincere friend of the royal preceptor, the great chess sage of the Six Nations, Old Master Meng. The guard of the royal preceptor palace was speechless. The carriage drove straight in. Well, you can go now. I'll go in and have a look myself, Gu Jiao said to Old Master Meng. She had a bottom line when it came to cheating people. She usually did things that were too dangerous. Old Master Meng suddenly didn't know what to say. She didn't cheat people when she should, but she cheated people when she didn't need to. He stopped her. What do you want to do in the royal preceptor palace? Gu Jiao didn't hide it from him. Gu Yan needs an operation. I want to see if there is a suitable place for him in the royal preceptor palace. Old Master Meng knew that the royal preceptor palace had excellent medical skills. However, he had never been treated in the royal preceptor palace. He paused and said, wait a minute. I'll find someone to take you there. Then, Old Master Meng lifted the curtain and waved to a disciple of the royal preceptor palace not far away. Come here. The disciple walked over quickly. Old Master Meng said, I'm Old Master Meng. The disciple thought, I know. Old Master Meng coughed softly and said, is the royal preceptor here? The disciple said, the royal preceptor is traveling. Old Master Meng asked again, is your eldest senior brother here? The disciple hurriedly said, yes. Do you want to see our eldest senior brother? I'll call him here now. Old Master Meng looked at Gu Jiao and said, no need. My young friend here has something to ask him. You can take him to your eldest senior brother. Old Master Meng said calmly and said to Gu Jiao, I'll wait for you outside. Gu Jiao was just short of clapping for him. His acting skills were too perfect. Old Master Meng waited for Gu Jiao outside the royal preceptor palace. Without any worries, Gu Jiao followed the disciple to find the eldest senior brother. Because someone led the way, Gu Jiao couldn't wander around the royal preceptor palace. She couldn't appreciate the whole view of the royal preceptor palace, but the scenery along the way was very good. There were jade buildings and water pavilions, simple and elegant without losing the elegance. The deeper they went, the darker the color of the buildings. Gu Jiao faintly felt a simple and mysterious aura. And she felt a little familiar with it. Are they men of sacrifice? Gu Jiao asked. The disciple looked around and looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Young master, can you sense the men of sacrifice nearby? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. She seemed to be naturally sensitive to the aura of the men of sacrifice. Maybe it was because they had something in common in fighting. The men of sacrifice in the royal preceptor palace were very powerful. In less than a quarter of an hour, she had already sensed at least 10 auras that were not weaker than serious. Gu Jiao suddenly felt a little lucky that the old man had such a trick. If she really searched secretly, it would be difficult for her to come and go freely under the eyes of so many masters. "We're here." The disciple pointed to a library and said, "Eldest senior brother is inside. Please allow me to report to him." "Thank you," Gu Jiao said. The disciple went to report. Not long after, he came out of the library and said to Gu Jiao, "Young master, my eldest senior brother wants to see you." Gu Jiao nodded and walked up the stairs. She looked at the shoes that she left at the door and took off her own shoes. Only her white footwear stepped on the spotless floor. In the library, rows and rows of bookshelves were filled to the brim with the rich fragrance of books. The library was quiet, and there were about a dozen disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall arranging the books on the bookshelves. However, no one made the slightest sound. After passing through the bookshelves, there was a wooden platform about a foot high. The platform was like a small open study. A man wearing a dark blue robe was sitting behind a low table on the wooden platform. Facing the bookshelves, he was writing something. Probably seeing Gu Jiao's shadow on the ground, he raised his head and revealed a handsome young face. He slightly smiled. "Are you Mr. Meng's little friend?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, my surname is Xiao. Please sit." He pointed to the cushion that was just placed in front of him. "Young Master Xiao can call me Yi Qing." Gu Jiao sat down in front of the eldest disciple, Yi Qing. Yi Qing's robe was not the same as the robes of the Royal Preceptor Palace disciples. It could be seen that he had a high status in the Royal Preceptor Palace. He had an otherworldly temperament. When he smiled, it made people feel close to him, but they also didn't want to get too close to him. It was a sense of distance that was appropriate. Yi Qing put down the pen and paper in his hands. A disciple brought him a basin of water to wash his hands. His hands were actually very clean, but washing them before pouring tea for guests was etiquette. The disciple left. He personally poured tea for Gu Jiao and poured a cup of tea for himself. He asked with a smile, "May I know why young Master Xiao came to the Royal Preceptor Palace?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "My brother has a heart disease and needs surgery." "Heart disease surgery?" Yi Qing pondered for a moment. "Our Royal Preceptor Palace is indeed proficient in medical skills, but I'm afraid that ordinary doctors can't do such a big operation." Gu Jiao's eyes moved slightly. She felt that she saw the hope of Gu Yan's recovery. "So your Royal Preceptor Palace can perform such a complicated operation?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "My master can. My master's medical skills are excellent. He once performed a heart disease operation for a patient." Gu Jiao asked, "Was the operation successful?" Yi Qing said, "It was successful. But unfortunately, although the patient's heart disease was cured, he didn't survive the accident." "The world is really unpredictable." Gu Jiao said, "An accident is an accident, and an operation is an operation." "What you said is very true." Yi Qing nodded with a smile. "But how did you know that your brother needed an operation? Ordinary people couldn't think of this." Gu Jiao said, "I know a little about medical skills." "I see." Yi Qing said regretfully, "Unfortunately, young Master Xiao came at the wrong time. My master went out. If young Master Xiao came a few days earlier, you might have met my master." "It didn't matter. She could perform the operation herself." Gu Jiao said bluntly, "I can perform the operation myself. Can I borrow your operating room?" Perhaps because of Mr. Meng, Yi Qing was very generous and polite to Gu Jiao. He said pleasantly, "You can borrow the ordinary operating room. I don't have the key to my master's operating room. I have to wait for him to come back." Even the operating room could be understood. The Royal Preceptor Palace really had a culture of time travel. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is it strange or not?" Yi Qing was stunned. "Forget it, it's nothing. This wasn't time travel." Gu Jiao waved her hand and changed the topic. "When will the Royal Preceptor come back?" "Ah." Yi Qing came back to his senses and said, "Master said before he left that he would be back in 20 days at the fastest and a month at the slowest." A month wasn't too long. With Gu Yan's current situation, he could afford to wait. This trip was much smoother than Gu Jiao imagined. Not only did she enter the royal preceptor palace, she also confirmed the existence of the operating room and obtained permission to use it. Gu Jiao thanked Yi Qing and left the royal preceptor palace under the escort of the disciples. She sat in the carriage, weighed the token in her hand, and sighed, "I didn't expect the identity of the chess saint of the 6 countries to be so useful." Old Master Meng straightened his back without batting an eyelid. "Humph. Digression, Mr. Meng, why aren't you sucking up to me? Jiao Jiao, you should go walk the horse." "Mr. Meng, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1078685222. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Gu Jiao sent the coachman back to the carriage shop, and then went out of the inner city with Master Meng. "I still don't know your surname," Gu Jiao said. A best actor who could play the role of the chess sage of the 6 countries deserved a surname. "Meng," Master Meng said lightly. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Your surname is Meng too." Master Meng, "Oh, does it sound familiar?" "Yes, I'm the chess sage of the 6 countries, Master Meng," Gu Jiao said. "Oh, that's quite a coincidence." Then, there was no more. Master Meng, as the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. After leaving the city, Gu Jiao didn't even need to pull the reins to turn. The Horse King made the carriage fully automatic and drove the carriage back to the small alley where they lived without stopping. The house was very lively today. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong were here. Gu Jiao heard little Jing Kong's small voice from afar. The quiet yard seemed to be alive all of a sudden. Master Meng's face stiffened. Obviously, the shadow of being blown into ashes by little Jing Kong still lingered in his heart. Master Meng couldn't help but shiver when he heard little Jing Kong's voice. Master Meng hesitated and didn't step into the yard. The Horse King also didn't enter the yard. The man and the horse turned around tacitly. The Horse King took the reins and handed them to Master Meng. Master Meng grabbed the reins and walked the horse quickly. "Jiao Jiao." "Eh? Grandpa." "Eh? Little Shi." Little Jing Kong's excited voice suddenly sounded behind Master Meng. Master Meng's body stiffened again. The Horse King took back the reins without hesitation and ran away alone, leaving Master Meng behind. Little Jing Kong ran over, raised his little head, and looked at Master Meng. "Grandpa. You've recovered." "I didn't. I'm so dizzy." Mr. Meng covered his head and staggered into the study. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. "Jiao Jiao." He was playing marbles with Gu Shaoshan in the courtyard just now and was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao held his hand and walked into the courtyard. Xiaoheng was working in the backyard. He had changed back into men's clothing and left the city. He was dressed in white and tall like jade. He was clearly chopping firewood and carrying water, but his every movement was pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao went into the house and changed little Jing Kong into a set of dry clothes. Little Jing Kong went to play happily, and Gu Jiao went to the backyard. "You're here?" She stepped forward to greet him. "Okay." Xiaoheng calmly responded and split the last piece of firewood in his hand. In fact, he had already seen her coming back. But as a man, sometimes he was a little prideful and had to wait for her to coax him. This made him very proud. After chopping the firewood, he went to carry water. "Let me do it," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng said, "No, you can sit down." Gu Jiao looked at him steadily and curved her lips. She did not refuse and moved a small stool to sit beside him. He put the wooden bucket into the well, turned the joystick, and pulled the bucket up bit by bit. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands and asked, "Why did you come here today?" "The academy is on break." Xiaoheng said, "Jing Kong wants to see you, so I came here." "What about you?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng's ears turned red. He did not dare to look at her and only stared at the bucket of water he pulled up. The water rippled. "Me." His eyelashes fluttered and he whispered, "I want to see you too." Gu Jiao curled her lips. She thought of something and asked, "But isn't your talisman festival in the inner city with me? How can you get out of the city?" Xiaoheng said, "I have my own way." The most beautiful woman in the academy had many suitors. A talisman festival in the inner city was nothing to her. Xiaoheng looked in the direction of the study and asked, "The man called Grandpa by Jing Kong is?" Gu Jiao said, "He met a kind-hearted man from Jing Kong on the way. Jing Kong injured him with the black fire pearl. He is now recuperating here. His surname is Meng." There were many people with the surname Meng in the world. It was difficult to connect him with the chess master of the Six Kingdoms. Xiaoheng looked at the closed door and said, "Does he live in the study?" Gu Jiao said, "Yes, there are no extra rooms in the house." There were only 3 main rooms in the house. Master Lu and Madame Nan shared one, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan shared one, and the last room was hers. Old Master Meng could only rest in the study. The study was not big, but only Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong needed to use the study. The rest of the family could use their own rooms. There was only one desk in the study. After moving it out, a bamboo bed made by Master Lu was placed on it. Xiaoheng whispered, "If I had known, I would have told the headmaster that I would go back tomorrow morning." "What?" Gu Jiao didn't hear him clearly. "Nothing." Xiaoheng said seriously, "Where did you go just now?" They rarely interfered with each other's private affairs, but she didn't know if it was because their relationship had deepened, but it was difficult for him to leave her alone like before. Gu Jiao didn't hide it from him and said, "I went to the Nation Master's Hall just now." "The Nation Master's Hall?" Xiaoheng was slightly stunned. He put the water on the well and turned to look at Gu Jiao. "Did you go to the gate of the Nation Master's Hall or enter the Nation Master's Hall?" "I went in," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng was even more surprised. He had been in Xingdu for so long, so he had naturally heard of the Nation Master's Hall. It was the most heavily guarded place in Xingdu except for the Imperial Palace. Ordinary people couldn't get in at all. Not to mention ordinary people, even the dignitaries could rarely enter the Nation Master's Hall. But Gu Jiao not only went in, but also came out intact. "How did you get in?" Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao told Xiaoheng that she had asked old Master Meng to pretend to be the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms and sneak into the Nation Master's Hall. Xiaoheng didn't say anything for a long time after hearing it. "Are you sure he's a fake?" he asked. "Well, how can the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms be a beggar in Zhao Kingdom? I've seen him in Zhao Kingdom." As Gu Jiao spoke, she took out her small notebook and showed off the plot and lines that she had written exclusively to her husband. Xiaoheng looked at the lines and suddenly couldn't look directly at old Master Meng in the study. After dinner, Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong returned to the inner city. Before leaving, Gu Jiao returned the inner city talisman of Gu Jiao to Xiaoheng. Now that she had the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, she didn't need this talisman anymore. Xiaoheng could take other people's tokens, but it was more convenient for him to have his own. After the two of them left, Gu Jiao also planned to go back to her room to rest. As soon as she turned around, she saw old Master Meng looking outside the gate with a complicated expression. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked back, asking him, "What are you looking at?" "Who is that person?" old Master Meng asked. Only 2 people went out of the house, Jing Kong and Xiaoheng. Naturally, old Master Meng wasn't asking about Jing Kong. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "My husband, Lu Lang. Didn't you hear his name?" Gu Jiao initially hid her identity from old Master Meng, but after Xiao Lulang came to the house, and Master Nan and Master Lu kept calling him Lu Lang, it was difficult not to reveal her identity. Old Master Meng already knew who was Gu Jiao and who was Xiao Lulang. Old Master Meng frowned. "How can you have a husband at such a young age?" Gu Jiao said fiercely, "I do." Old Master Meng, Old Master Meng asked. He's from Zhao Kingdom? Yes, Gu Jiao said. Zhao Kingdom. Old Master Meng frowned and murmured. Gu Jiao was careless in some things, but most of the time, she was very careful. She caught the strange look in Old Master Meng's eyes and asked, You don't think he's from Zhao Kingdom? That's not what I meant. He. Old Master Meng considered his words and said, Forget it, maybe I was wrong. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and suddenly said, No, you may not be wrong. Have you seen him somewhere else? Old Master Meng recalled and said, I did see someone who looked like him, but I didn't know him. I just saw him from afar. Why would he remember? It was probably because some people were born with a photographic memory. Gu Jiao thought of the person Mo Qianxia had seen and asked, Where did you see him? Old Master Meng said, At the gate of the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao asked, Is he a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall? Old Master Meng shook his head and said, No, he wasn't wearing the robe of the State Preceptor Hall, and he didn't act like a disciple of the State Preceptor Hall. At that time, he looked more like, he was going to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment. Treatment? Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. What Old Master Meng didn't say was that the people who could go to the State Preceptor Hall for treatment were not ordinary people. And that young man went in from the front gate. The eldest disciple of the State Preceptor Hall, Yi Qing, personally went to the gate to greet him. This was not a treatment that a young master of an aristocratic family could enjoy. That young man was most likely a member of the great Yan royal family. Digression, it's the last day of the double event. If you have a monthly ticket, please vote now. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1078528888. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Gu Jiao went back to the room to check Gu Yan's body and told him the good news of finding the operating room. Gu Yan rested his head on Gu Jiao's lap and fell asleep peacefully. It was late at night. In a courtyard of the Su mansion, Mu Qingchen took a bath and changed his clothes. He sat down by the bed with his long black hair hanging loosely. He opened the door of the bedside table and took out a brocade box. There was a shabby little doll in the brocade box. It had a big bloody mouth, sharp teeth, blind eyes, and bald hair. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao went to check Gu Yan's pulse as usual after washing up. There was an old man and a horse at home. Occasionally, Xiaojiu would fly over from the inner city. The house was lively and Gu Yan was not so bored. Gu Jiao went to school with Gu Shaoshan without worry. Today, Mu Qingchen sat in the last row. Gu Jiao didn't want to sit with him at first, but Gu Jiao sadly found that except for Mu Qingchen's unapproachable aura, there was no other quiet place in the class. Gu Jiao looked to the left and saw Zhong Ding waving at her. Gu Jiao looked to the right and saw Zhou Tong waving at her. Gu Jiao thought for a while and sat down next to Mu Qingchen with her schoolbag in her arms. Zhou Tong sat in front of Gu Jiao and took out his homework weekly. Pa. Mu Qingchen threw his homework on the table in front of Gu Jiao. Zhou Tong cowardly turned his half-turned body back to his original position. Gu Jiao finished copying the homework. Teacher Gao came. Teacher Gao and Teacher Jiang had classes in the morning. Gao Fuzi mainly taught arithmetic and was rather fierce and strict. Jiang Fuzi mainly taught the 4 books and 5 classics, political theory, and so on. He was gentle and somewhat old-fashioned, but not pedantic. Both of them were very respectable teachers. Even so, the students in the class still loved Master Wu's class the most. It seemed that since ancient times, PE classes had always been students' favorite. In the afternoon, there were 2 hours of self-study, followed by Wu Fuzi's equestrian and archery lessons. Originally, the equestrian and archery class was in the beginning, but the weather was gradually getting hotter. The first hour of the afternoon was when the sun was the hottest, so Wu Fuzi changed the class. After the equestrian archery class began, everyone found that there was no target on the field. Instead, Wu Fuzi had a club and a fist-sized wooden ball in his hand. "Today, we will be bowing," Wu Fuzi said. Everyone was surprised. Obviously, there was not often a bowing lesson. Zhou Tong asked, "Master Wu, why are you suddenly bowing?" Monarchs liked bowing, and bowing was very popular in Xingdu. However, bowing was dangerous, so this kind of literary academy did not include it in the formal curriculum. Wu Fuzi smiled and said, "I discussed with Principal Tsin this morning and decided to participate in this year's bowing competition." Zhou Tong was shocked. "What? Bowing competition? Our academy?" Their academy was a bookworm who only knew how to dance. Why would they participate in a bowing competition? Wasn't this just asking to be humiliated? The rest of the people had the same idea as Zhou Tong. Their academy had produced many top scholars in the imperial examinations, but they could forget about bowing. About a few years ago, Principal Tsin and Wu Fuzi had signed up for the bowing competition like today. In the end, they did not score a single ball and were beaten miserably. Had Principal Tsin and Wu Fuzi forgotten the pain after the scar healed? Ahem. Wu Fuzi cleared his throat and said seriously, "Today is different from the past. Our academy has the strength to compete with other academies. The principal and I have confidence in you." When he said this, he kept looking at Gu Jiao. He almost directly asked Gu Jiao to participate. "Okay, let's go and choose a horse," Wu Fuzi said. All the students went to the racecourse. "Xiao Lulang, come here," Wu Fuzi called Gu Jiao. Zhong Ding winked at Gu Jiao. "Of course you're going to participate." Zhou Tong made a gesture. "Good luck." Gu Jiao came to Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi said pleasantly, "Have you played bowing in the Zhao Kingdom before?" "No." Gu Jiao said bluntly. "Ah." Wu Fuzi was stunned and smiled. "It's okay. I can teach you. Every day after school, you can come to the pasture to find me. We'll train for 2 hours." It was not enough to go to school. Extra classes? Gu Jiao did not want to do it. She was determined to resist the after-school tutoring. "This is not only an honor for you, but also for the academy. I think highly of you. I hope you can win glory for the academy." Gu Jiao still did not want to do it. "It's also good for you. If you become famous, you may have a chance to stay in Xingdu in the future." Gu Jiao was stubborn. Wu Fuzi had a headache. "Aren't you very aggressive? What's wrong?" "It's not worthy of bowing," Gu Jiao said seriously. "Wu Fuzi, I'm not good at studying. I need to focus more on my studies. I won't think about the competition for the time being. I'll focus on my studies." "Wait, why don't you say that when you copy homework every day? You doze off in class. Do you think I can't see it when I pass by?" Wu Fuzi was confused. Gu Jiao cupped her hands and turned to walk to the stable. The students in the stable were talking about the bowing competition. "Hey, have you heard? The bowing competition is held at Lingbo Academy again. This is the 3rd time it's held at their academy." "Lingbo Academy? Is that the academy with the prodigy class?" "Yes. That's it." "Hey. Is Kanglin Women's Academy right next to Lingbo Academy? Do you think the students of Kanglin Women's Academy will go to watch the competition? They went last year. They will go this year too, right?" Gu Jiao turned back. "Wu Fuzi, what are the rules of the competition?" Wu Fuzi was speechless. "Didn't you say you wouldn't participate?" On the other side, Dean Sun was having a friendly talk with Mu Qingchen in the dean's office. Dean Sun said, "Here's the thing. I know you don't usually participate in the affairs of the academy, but I still hope you can participate in the bowing competition." Mu Qingchen was a rare student who excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was very good at bowing and could be ranked among the top in Xingdu. Dean Sun smiled. "Your classmate Xiao Lulang will also participate. He is a newbie and has no experience in bowing. I hope you can guide him. Mu Qingchen walked out of the dean's office and headed to the field. Fourth brother. He was halfway there when a young student suddenly rushed out from the side and called out to him. This person was none other than Mu Chuan, a student from Bright Maple Hall who ate with him on the second floor. Mu Chuan's father and Mu Qingchen's mother were biological siblings. In terms of blood, they were cousins. However, Mu Qingchen took after his mother, so Mu Chuan had always regarded him as a member of the Mu family. Coincidentally, Mu Qingchen was also ranked fourth among the Mu family's men in this generation. Don't you need to go to class? Mu Qingchen looked at Mu Chuan and asked. I snuck out. Mu Chuan said. What's up? Mu Qingchen asked indifferently. Mu Chuan asked curiously, my classmate passed by the dean's office and heard that you agreed to participate in the bowing competition. Is that true? Mu Qingchen glanced at him. You skipped class just to tell me this? Mu Chuan chuckled. I want to know. Mu Qingchen walked forward. Go back to your class. Mu Chuan caught up with him. I'll participate too. Mu Qingchen left. The bowing competition was a confrontation between two teams. Each team had 4 players. 2 of them were bowlers, 1 main and 1 assistant, 1 bowler, and 1 defender. The bowler was mainly responsible for interfering with the other team's movements and feeding the 2 bowlers the ball. The defender was mainly responsible for guarding the goal of his team and preventing the other team from scoring. When Mu Qingchen arrived at the grassland, Gu Jiao had just learned the rules of the bowing competition from Wu Fuzi and was choosing a cue stick. This one is good. Zhou Tong picked up a cue stick and said to Gu Jiao. Your cue stick is a little broken. Let's use this one. Zhong Ding picked another one and handed it to Gu Jiao. A group of people surrounded the grassland to choose a cue stick for Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen was about to walk over when suddenly, a group of people came from the other side of the grassland. It was a bit exaggerated to say that they were mighty. There were no more than 20 people in total, but their aura was so strong that it made people think of thousands of soldiers and horses. Among those people, a young man with a feminine temperament came over. He made an obeisance to Mu Qingchen and said something. Mu Qingchen nodded slightly and walked over with him. Zhong Ding couldn't help but look over. Among those powerful men, there seemed to be a noble young man in brocade clothes. He murmured, Who are those people? Zhou Tong craned his neck and looked over. He said in surprise, Oh my God, they're from the Crown Prince's mansion. How do you know? Zhong Ding asked. Zhou Tong didn't dare to point with his finger, so he hinted with his eyes. They're the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's mansion. I've seen them in the inner city. Zhong Ding said in disbelief, The Crown Prince's mansion came to our academy? Oh my God, was he dreaming? He couldn't believe that he could see the Crown Prince's mansion from afar. Zhou Tong continued, That young man should be Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince's son? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Zhou Tong nodded. He's the Crown Prince's legitimate son. Gu Jiao looked over. Although they were far away, Gu Jiao's eyesight was very good. She could see the side of the young man's face clearly. It was a face brimming with confidence and dignity. He was talking to Mu Qingchen in a gentle manner. From time to time, he would smile as if he was a friend. Zhou Tong said enviously, Only young Master Qingchen can be so respected that Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion would lower himself to visit him. Unlike us, we don't even have the right to greet Prince Ming. Prince Ming from the Crown Prince's mansion came out in plain clothes. He didn't let anyone receive him. After greeting Mu Qingchen, he went with Mu Qingchen to Dean Sin's office. Prince Ming used to be a student of Tianqiong Academy, Zhong Ding said to Gu Jiao after Zhou Tong and the others were called away. Gu Jiao was still choosing a cue stick. She didn't say anything. What did the people from the Crown Prince's mansion have to do with her? Zhong Ding looked around and couldn't hold back the fire of gossip in his heart. He whispered to Gu Jiao, The people of Yan Kingdom were here just now, so I didn't dare to say. Do you know about the Crown Prince's residence? No. Gu Jiao said calmly and changed to another cue stick. Zhong Ding was easy to talk to. He didn't care whether Gu Jiao liked to hear it or not. He only cared about whether he wanted to say it or not. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable holding it in. He lowered his voice and said, the crown prince wasn't the crown prince and Prince Ming wasn't conferred the title yet. This club was not good either. It was too light. Gu Jiao frowned and changed another one. Zhong Ding walked in front of her. The crown prince is the second son of the emperor of Yan Kingdom. His mother is imperial concubine Han. Do you know the Han family? No. Gu Jiao said. Zhong Ding said, I don't know much either. Anyway, it's a very powerful family. The original crown prince is the third princess of Empress Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Jiao finally reacted. Her hand holding the cue stick paused and she looked at Zhong Ding. Princess? A princess can also be the crown prince? This surprised Gu Jiao. Zhong Ding hurriedly said, there was no such precedent. The crown princess of Yan Kingdom was the first. Do you know who the Empress Yuan's brother is? He didn't ask this question to wait for Gu Jiao's answer. After asking, he said to himself, it's the Yan Kingdom's war god, Shan Yuanli. Shan Yuanli's sister entered the palace and gave birth to a daughter for the emperor of Yan Kingdom. At the banquet, the emperor conferred her the title of crown princess of Yan Kingdom. That was truly a collection of all the doting on him. Her father was the emperor, her mother was the Empress Yuan and her uncle was the head of the Shan Yuan family who had millions of soldiers. TSK, there was no one more honorable than her in the world. What happened after that? Gu Jiao asked. She was rarely interested in irrelevant things. Perhaps it was because she was using Shan Yuanli's divine weapon, so she was a little more curious about things related to the Shan Yuan family. Zhong Ding spread his hands and sighed. After that, there was no after. The Shan Yuan family rebelled. The crown princess was deposed and the Empress Yuan was banished to the cold palace. The war god of Yan Kingdom fell. Gu Jiao paused and asked, how old is the crown princess? Zhong Ding thought for a while. About the same age as the crown prince? Her son is only 1 year older than Prince Ming. Prince Ming is 18 this year. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826/107850502. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. When Mu Qingchen came over, Zhong Ding immediately shut up. He led the horse and took the cue to find Zhou Tong and the others. Mu Qingchen looked at Zhong Ding's back and asked, what were you talking about just now? Why did he leave as soon as he saw me? Nothing, Gu Jiao said. She didn't like to gossip, let alone spread it. She paused. Perhaps she felt that she had to answer Mu Qingchen's question, so she added, I wasn't talking about you. Mu Qingchen stopped asking. He could almost guess that the arrival of Commandery Prince Ming had caused a stir. Although Commandery Prince Ming didn't show his identity, most of the students here were from Xingdu, and many of them were young masters of aristocratic families. Some of them might have seen Commandery Prince Ming before. Are you picking the cue? Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao, who kept changing the cue, and asked. Yes, Gu Jiao replied faintly. None of the cue sticks were suitable for her. Mu Qingchen left without saying a word. Gu Jiao didn't care and continued to pick the cue sticks. But after a while, Mu Qingchen came back with a horse and a cue stick in his hand. Here you are. Gu Jiao glanced at him and took the cue from him. She weighed it in her hand and compared it. It was heavier than the other cue sticks, but for someone who was used to using the red tasseled spear, the weight was just right. Thank you, Gu Jiao said. Then she looked at him and asked, "What are you going to use?" "This." Mu Qingchen grabbed a cue stick from the basket and got on the horse. "I'll show you around." Gu Jiao also got on her horse. "Okay." Mu Qingchen first introduced the requirements and rules of bowing to Gu Jiao. Bowing was first passed down from the royal family of the Jin state. As soon as it entered the Yan state, it was liked by the royal family. Later, it gradually became popular in the circle of nobles. Today, bowing was included in the curriculum of many aristocratic academies. There were no bow-striking classes in the Tianqiong Academy, but Wu Fuzi would often lead the students to bow-striking classes. Archery had very high requirements for horses. All archery racehorses had to go through very strict training. The training difficulty of archery racehorses was far higher than that of war horses. The requirements for the bowler were not low. Horsemanship, skills, stamina, willpower, and adaptability were all indispensable. You win if you hit the ball into the opponent's hole. Mu Qingchen continued, but remember, you can't collide head-on with the ball, hit your opponent with a club, or interfere with your opponent's horse. You can't touch the ball with your body. These are the main taboos. It's inevitable that there will be some unexpected conflicts during the competition, so you have to protect yourself. As he spoke, he pointed at the protective gear carried over by the academy's manservant and said, "The protective gear is here. Put it on and let's officially play a round." Gu Jiao put on the elbow and knee pads, and put on the palm pads, and went up the stage with Mu Qingchen. She tried the 4 seats one by one, and all of them were good. But the most amazing thing was the stroke she played when she bow striking. The ball was passed to her by Mu Qingchen. Due to Wu Fuzi's interference, the ball was actually a little off course. Who would have thought that she would accurately hook the ball over the top of her head? Then, with a swing of her club, she hit the ball into the hole from a distance that was impossible to see clearly. Everyone was amazed by this stroke. This momentum and this accuracy, she was simply a born archer. Mu Qingchen rode his horse to Gu Jiao's side and looked at her deeply. "Is this really your first time bow striking?" Gu Jiao nodded. Mu Qingchen wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end, he just said, "That stroke just now was very skillful." Gu Jiao thought about it seriously and said, "Well, this is probably the legendary talent?" Mu Qingchen was speechless. The afternoon's training soon ended. Gu Jiao played for the first time. Compared with Mu Qingchen, who had bow striking since childhood, her skills were naturally a little green, but basically met Wu Fuzi's expectations. There was one thing that Gu Jiao was too fierce, and she would commit a foul if she was not careful. She would easily be sent off the stage. Wu Fuzi said, "The game will be held in 7 days. In these days, everyone should practice hard." Wu Fuzi selected a total of 20 people. Only 4 of them really played, and there were several substitutes. In the next few days, Gu Jiao would stay in the academy after school to practice with Mu Qingchen and the others. Gu Xiaoshan sat on the edge of the grassland and waited for her. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the game. Wu Fuzi called everyone to the grassland and announced the players selected according to the training performance of these days. As expected, the first one was Mu Qingchen. The other 3 were Gu Jiao, Yuan Xiao from Bright Maple Hall, and Zhao Wei from Bright Moon Hall. Mu Chuan was a substitute. Gu Xiaoshan was often waiting for Gu Jiao on the grassland, so he was a logistics team leader and also participated in the game with them. Wu Fuzi smiled. "Let's not practice today. Everyone go back and rest early. We will go to Lingbo Academy tomorrow morning." After returning to the house, Gu Jiao told her family about the game in the inner city tomorrow morning. Gu Yan suddenly said, "I want to watch your game too." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan and nodded. "Okay." Before going to bed, Gu Jiao checked Gu Yan's body again. It had become a habit for Gu Jiao to do it in the morning and in the evening. Gu Yan lay on the bed and obediently opened his shirt to let Gu Jiao put the stethoscope on. His condition hadn't deteriorated too much for the time being, so it wasn't a big problem for him to watch a game. After returning to the house, Gu Jiao put the stethoscope back into the small medicine box. She lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Gu Jiao didn't expect that she would dream again at night. Why did she say again? It wasn't the first time she dreamed after coming to Chengdu, but every time she woke up, she couldn't remember what she dreamed of. The sky in her dream was gray, and she couldn't tell the time. She was outside a quiet courtyard, and in front of her was a vermilion gate. She didn't know which mischievous brat had scratched a few marks on the gate with the tip of a knife. It was strange. Why did she subconsciously think that it was caused by a mischievous brat? What if it was a servant who bumped into it while moving things? She pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. A cluster of green bamboos was planted in the left corner, and rows of bellflowers were planted on both sides of the wall. When the breeze blew, the bellflowers rustled. This was a strange yet familiar courtyard. It was strange because Gu Jiao had never been here before. It was familiar because even though she had been here before, she vaguely knew what each room was used for. The corridor started from the east. The first room was a wing room, the second room was the upper room, the third room was the study, and after turning the corner, there was a storeroom. Gu Jiao looked at the row of rooms in front of her with a strange expression. A voice came from behind the unlocked study door. "Yining, it's time to practice writing. Come here quickly. Don't be lazy." "Oh, you're hiding again, aren't you? How many times have I told you, you have to practice 100 words every day?" The owner of this voice was, just when Gu Jiao was confused, the study door opened, and a man in a blue gown stepped out. Gu Jiao recognized him at a glance. It was the Duke. At this time, the Duke was still very young and handsome, completely different from the haggard middle-aged man lying on the bed. Therefore, even she herself did not know how she was able to recognize him at first glance. In short, as soon as this man came out, she knew his identity in her mind. "Yining." The man began to look for her in every room. "Yining, don't hide anymore. It's time to practice writing." "Okay, I won't force you to practice writing. Let's go out and play. Come out." "Yining. Yining. Yining, where have you been?" The young Duke's voice became nervous. "Yining, don't scare me. Come out quickly. Where have you been, Yining? Father misses you very much. Yining, come out quickly." His eyes were red, and tears were rolling in his eyes. His voice was trembling and choking. "Yining. Yining. Father misses you, Yining." He staggered and fell on the steps. Gu Jiao subconsciously reached out her hand as if she wanted to help him. Gu Jiao was at the door, and he was on the steps. There was an entire courtyard between them. She put her hand down. Again. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the door. "Yining." Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and woke up from her dream. The dream in her mind receded like the tide. She quickly forgot what had happened in the dream. She only remembered a panicked handsome face. "He looks a bit like the Duke." Gu Jiao raised her brows. Was it because she had seen the High Duke too many times that she even dreamed of him? After dawn, Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshun, and Gu Yan were ready to set off. Gu Yan's body was weak and couldn't move. Fortunately, Master Lu made a wheelchair for him. Master Lu drove the carriage to Tianqiong Academy. Wu Fuzi led the group out of the academy. Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan returned to the inner city last night. They were going to Lingbo Academy by themselves. Gu Jiao wanted to bring Gu Yan along. President Sun and Wu Fuzi didn't have any objections. The group entered the inner city in a carriage. On the other side, Second Master Jing also used a wheelchair to push his eldest brother out of the courtyard. "Hey! What are you doing?" Second Madam stopped him and asked. Second Master Jing looked at his eldest brother in the wheelchair and said to Second Madam, "There's a boxing competition today. I'm bringing eldest brother to watch." Second Madam hurriedly said, "Eldest brother is already like this. You still want to bring him out?" Second Master Jing said seriously, "Eldest brother is much better. I even saw him open his eyes last night." Second Madam glared at him. Is that considered opening his eyes? After opening his eyes, he was in a daze and didn't know how to close them. He also didn't respond when she spoke to him. Was his eyelid twitching? Second Madam chuckled. "I think you want to watch the boxing competition yourself. Why are you using eldest brother as an excuse?" Second Master Jing cleared his throat, cough cough. I'm just worried about leaving eldest brother alone in the residence. Assassins always come to assassinate eldest brother. I have to personally watch eldest brother to be at ease. Moreover, the imperial physician also told us to bring eldest brother out to get some sunlight. Second Madam said coldly, are you going to watch the boxing competition or those beauties from Songlan Academy? Second Master Jing said domineeringly, of course I'm going to watch the boxing competition. And also to watch the beauties. Second Madam frowned and muttered, but there's something going on in the residence today. I can't leave. It's good that you can't leave. If you go, how can I watch the beauties? Second Master Jing smiled, you do what you need to do. Come back when you're done. I'll save a seat for you. Second Madam coldly glared at Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing swaggered away with his eldest brother in his wheelchair. Second Madam called a manservant, you go and serve Second Master. Remember to keep an eye on him. Don't let him mess around outside. The manservant replied, yes, madam. As the competition venue, Lingbo Academy gave the students a day off. Although Songlan Academy didn't give them a day off, they basically arranged for self-study. Most of the students went to Lingbo Academy to watch the competition. Lingbo Academy had the largest boxing competition venue in the inner city. The seats with the widest view were set up on both sides. I want to watch the boxing competition. In Ling Long Pavilion's dormitory, little Jing Kong protested to his bad brother-in-law who forced him to study. I'm not going. Xiaoheng said. Little Jing Kong exploded on the spot, you're really a bad brother-in-law. You won't even bring me to watch the boxing competition. Xiaoheng said indifferently, there are many people. You're so small. You won't even know if someone steps on you. I've grown taller. I'm not small anymore. I'm so tall. Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and tried to gesture at the top of his head. Xiaoheng glanced at him and continued to read the book in his hand. Little Jing Kong was really angry. He was going to run away from home for the second time. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Little Jing Kong asked. Bad brother-in-law didn't know how to speak in a female voice, so he pretended to be a mute. The girl outside the room smiled and said, it's Jing Kong. Is your sister here? We're here to invite her to watch the boxing competition next door. Little Jing Kong looked at Xiaoheng as if he had seen a ghost. Someone actually invited you to watch the competition? Bad brother-in-law was so bad that he didn't have any friends. Xiaoheng didn't move. Little Jing Kong was going crazy. It's good enough that someone wants to be your friend, but you still don't like it. Little Jing Kong snorted, if you don't want to go, I'll go. Xiaoheng didn't even lift his eyelids, ha. Little Jing Kong decisively abandoned his bad brother-in-law and walked to the door. He looked at the three girls outside the room and said cutely, my sister won't go with you. I'll go with you. The three girls were stunned. The girl who spoke just now said, it's better not. We don't dare to take you without your sister's permission. They didn't invite her because they really treated her as a friend. They could only get a good seat if they invited her. Those young masters had already booked the best seats for the most beautiful girl in the academy. The three girls didn't give up and thought of something. One of them looked at the scholarly beauty in the room and said, I heard that Xianxia Academy is also participating. Young Master Qingchen will play. Are you sure you don't want to go and watch? Xiaoheng paused in his reading. A quarter of an hour later, the most beautiful girl in Kanglin Women's Academy appeared in the Lingbo Academy's arena with a veil and a little black child. A large group of guards swarmed over. Miss Gu. Our young master has already arranged the grandstand. Miss Gu, please come with us. Miss Gu. Our young master has also arranged the grandstand. Miss Gu, please come with me. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Xiaoheng took out a piece of paper. Where's the grandstand of Xianxia Academy? A well-dressed guard raised his hand and said, over here. Here. Our young master has arranged the grandstand next to Xianxia Academy. Digression, Duke, who is this guy next to me? I don't like looking at him. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/10783426. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. The Lingbo Academy's boxing field was built very carefully. The stands on both sides were slightly higher and had a relatively wide field of vision. The front and back were ordinary stands with only benches and no sheds. The closer to the middle, the better, and the more luxurious the stands were. It was no exaggeration to say that the stand was the best in the whole field. It was big and bright, and there were jade bead curtains on all sides. It looked like an elegant and luxurious pavilion. Wow! The 3 female students who came with Xiaoheng were stunned. This is too extravagant. There were already maids waiting in the pavilion. Seeing Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong coming over, 2 maids quickly opened the curtains in front. "Miss Gu, please." Xiaoheng and the others entered. It looked luxurious from the outside, but when they went in, they realized that there was nothing that they couldn't think of. A few short tables had already been set up, and there was a light incense burning in the corner. They were afraid that the smell of sweat in the boxing field would be too strong due to the hot weather, so even the incense was lit. The 3 female students were once again impressed by the other party's attention and thoughtfulness. "Who is your young master?" a female student asked the maid. The maid came forward with fresh fruits and answered with a smile, "My young master said that as long as you are happy, you don't have to care about who he is." Ladies, they were also included, and the 3 female students were overjoyed. The original words only mentioned Miss Gu, but they couldn't resist the maid's good manners. The melons and fruits had been chilled, so with one bite, the heat from the heat dissipated. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong sat together, and the other 3 female students sat together. There was still an empty short table, so little Jing Kong ran over and took it for himself. This way, he had 1.5 tables. The bead curtains in front of the pavilion were hung up, and the other 3 curtains were used to block the wind. "It's so cool," a female student said. The other 2 nodded with a smile. It seemed that they had found the right person to look for Gu Jiao. Otherwise, how could they have gotten such good seats? Xiaoheng did not pay attention to the seats in the stands. From the moment he entered the arena, he began to look for Gu Jiao. He wasn't sure if Gu Jiao would participate. After all, he had never heard of her knowing how to use the bow. But he was worried about her, so he came over to try his luck. He didn't see Gu Jiao, but he saw Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan diagonally opposite him. They sat beside Headmaster Tsun, which meant that they had received Headmaster Tsun's special attention. The rest of the students sat on the bleachers. When Xiaoheng saw Gu Yan, he more or less knew that Gu Jiao was here. Otherwise, with Gu Yan's health and personality, he would never come to watch the fun for someone else. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan sat on Headmaster Tsun's bleachers. There was a shed on top of the bleachers, but it couldn't be compared to Xiaoheng's pavilion. There were also no iced fruits to eat. Soon, little Jing Kong also saw the 2 of them. "Yaya! Brother Yan! Brother Xiaoshan!" Little Jing Kong was so excited that he jumped on the spot. I want to go, to play." "Little Gongzi, where do you want to go?" "I'll bring you there." A maid smiled gently and said, "I'll go by myself." Little Jing Kong ran out. Halfway through, he turned back and picked up the iced fruits on the table. He said to his bad brother-in-law, "I'm leaving." He wanted to bring them to Brother Yan and Brother Xiaoshan. Xiaoheng didn't stop him. He couldn't have any interactions with Gu Jiao on the surface, but little Jing Kong was very familiar with people wherever he went. He wouldn't arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was really hot. Xiaoheng looked at the fruits on the table. His hands were too small, so he couldn't carry more. He kept looking until little Jing Kong made Headmaster Tsun laugh and successfully entered the inner circle. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued to pay attention to the situation on the golf course. The golf course was about to start. He didn't know when Tianqiong Academy would come out. In the attic outside the golf course, Wu Fuzi had just finished drawing lots and returned to Tianqiong Academy's wing room. Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen, and the others had already put on protective gear and were wiping the golf clubs in their hands. "It's the third round," Wu Fuzi said. "Who are we going up against this time? Is it Wu Yue Academy?" Yuan Shao asked. Yuan Shao was a student of Bright Maple Hall and was from Xingdu of Yan Kingdom. He and Zhao Wei from Bright Moon Hall were defenders, and Zhao Wei was from Chidu of Yan Kingdom. Wu Fuzi said, "Wu Yue Academy is in the 7th round. We're going up against Qingyue Academy this time." Other than Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen, the others couldn't stay calm at the mention of Qingyue Academy. Yuan Shao was at his wit's end. "Why is it Qingyue Academy? It's better to go up against Wu Yue Academy." Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen in confusion. Mu Qingchen paused and explained, "Some of the students from Qingyue Academy are from the Royal Golf Course team." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." Mu Qingchen looked at her deeply. "Aren't you afraid?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "I'm afraid they won't let me win." Mu Qingchen was speechless. He couldn't refute her words. "Zhao Wei, what's wrong with you?" Wu Fuzi sensed something was wrong with Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei clutched his stomach and said with a pale face, I think I ate something bad." Gu Jiao walked over and pinched Zhao Wei's wrist to check his pulse. "What did you eat this morning?" Zhao Wei endured the pain in his stomach and said, "I ate 2 buns." Gu Jiao pressed his stomach. "Does it hurt here?" "No." "How about here?" "It doesn't hurt either." "You did eat something bad." Gu Jiao withdrew her hand and took out a bottle of powder from the first aid kit. "Swallow it with water." Zhao Wei took the medicine. On the other side, the first round of the competition began. Lingbo Academy vs Mongshan Academy. Lingbo Academy won. The second round was Maple Academy vs Wutong Academy. Wutong Academy won. "It's our turn," Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded slightly and mounted her horse. She went up the field with her classmates from Tianqiong Academy. There were a total of 2 entrances. Qingyue Academy went up first. When the royal bowler rode out in high spirits, the entire field was in an uproar. Immediately after were the 3 other team members. They were also dragons and phoenixes among men. Every time one of them appeared, Mu Qingchen introduced one to Gu Jiao. Royal bowler Su Ping, good at long-range attacks. His tactics are extremely good. No one can snatch the ball from under his stick. Tong Peng, bowler for 10 years. Nangong Lin, bowler for 8 years. Someone from the Nangong family? Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. The young master of the Nangong family, Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao's gaze landed on the confident and arrogant young man who waved at the audience from time to time. Nan, Gong, Lin. When the 4th person appeared, Mu Qingchen's lips moved slightly. Gu Jiao had been observing Nangong Lin and didn't notice Mu Qingchen's strange behavior. Su Hao, Mu Qingchen said. Gu Jiao acknowledged. Soon, it was their turn to go on stage. Mu Qingchen walked at the front. Young Master Qingchen was famous in Xingdu. The moment he appeared, the limelight instantly overshadowed everyone from Qingyue Academy. The young ladies present all screamed. Young Master Qingchen. It's really Young Master Qingchen. I can't believe I can see Young Master Qingchen in my lifetime. Young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen. Xiao Heng's eardrums were about to explode. His 3 classmates in the pavilion were about to flip the roof off. Yuan Shao and Mu Chuan followed behind Mu Qingchen. The 2 of them were also handsome men, but with Mu Qingchen in front, no matter how handsome and mighty they were, they could only serve as a foil to Mu Qingchen. Fortunately, they were used to it. Gu Jiao was the last to appear. She was new here and didn't have much fame. Only the birthmark on her left face made people take a second look. The players from both sides met in the center of the field. Royal Bowler Su Ping looked at Mu Qingchen and said, I can finally experience young Master Qingchen's skills. I'm really lucky. Mu Qingchen said calmly, you're welcome. Su Hao smiled and looked at them. His gaze fell on Mu Qingchen's face, and he said with a smile, fourth brother. So you're here to participate too? Why didn't you say so earlier? If father knew, he would definitely put aside his work and come to watch fourth brother's competition. When Gu Jiao heard this, she remembered that Mu Qingchen said that his name was Su Hao. He was also a member of the Su family. Mu Chuan, who was at the side, explained to Gu Jiao in a low voice, the third young master of the Su family, my fourth brother's illegitimate brother. My aunt was angry that my uncle actually gave birth to an illegitimate son, so in a fit of anger, she made my fourth brother take her surname. This Su Hao is so annoying. He's always jealous of my fourth brother. But no matter how jealous he is, it's useless. My fourth brother is the legitimate son. So what if he changed his surname? He's still the legitimate son. My uncle dotes on my fourth brother. One could tell. Su Hao's words couldn't hide his envy and jealousy towards Mu Qingchen. Nan Gonglin didn't have any personal grudges with Mu Qingchen. It was just that he was also a little jealous of Mu Qingchen. He sneered and said, I heard that Tianqiong Academy has been quite arrogant recently. They even bullied Five Mountains Academy. Ah, there was such a thing. The son of the deputy general of the Nangong family was seriously injured by Gu Jiao. From Nan Gonglin's tone, it seemed like he wanted to seek revenge for his own people. It's you, right, kid? Nan Gonglin looked at Gu Jiao disdainfully. The birthmark on Gu Jiao's face was too easy to recognize. Nan Gonglin smiled threateningly. Horses have no eyes, be careful not to fall. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are also updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www. zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1078312627. HTML Genius remembered the website address in a second, www.zhhbqg.com. Pen Fun Pavilion mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. On the other side, Second Master Jing finally arrived at Lingbo Academy. He didn't leave late, but he didn't expect so many people to come to watch the boxing competition. It caused the roads to Lingbo Academy to be blocked. By the time he entered the academy, the first two matches were already over. Why are there so many people? He muttered with sweat all over his forehead. At this moment, he had already arrived at the back of the viewing platform he had reserved. He was only a dozen steps away from reaching the viewing platform. He was a martial artist and was stronger than ordinary people. He grabbed his eldest brother along with his wheelchair and walked up the stairs step by step. Second Madam ordered a manservant to quickly follow. Second Master Jing was a person who knew how to enjoy life. He wasn't going to sit there and watch the competition in a daze and let the sun roast him. He ordered the servants to bring ice cubes, chilled fruits, and all kinds of sweet and refreshing refreshments. The viewing platform he chose naturally had an excellent view. It allowed him to see the entire boxing field. There was a roof on top, like a small pavilion, and it was ventilated on all sides. No, it was 3 sides. On his left side, there was a beaded curtain of broken jade hanging down from the place next door. He didn't ask anyone to prepare a curtain, so it must have been done by the people next door. Who was next door? Using such a high-quality curtain? Others might not know how to identify these broken jade, but how could he not recognize them? These weren't ordinary broken pieces of jade. They were whole pieces of jade that had been cut and polished into various shapes. Together with high-quality Eastern pearls, they were simply priceless. Okay, Second Master Jing curiously looked to the left. Although there was a gap in the beaded curtain, it still blocked some of the view. Second Master Jing could only vaguely recognize that the people sitting next door were Fort Sung Lan Women's Academy students. One of the students had a straight back. Her bearing and temperament were excellent. She was noble and extraordinary, exuding the aura of a flower on a high mountain. This little beauty is a bit, Second Master Jing couldn't say. At this moment, perhaps because she felt Second Master Jing's gaze, the little beauty actually turned her head to look at him. Their gazes met across the bead curtain. That was a glance that seemed to come from the peak of a snowy mountain. Second Master Jing only felt that his heart had been shaken by someone. It was too cold, this kind of beauty couldn't be touched. However, there were 3 other little beauties next door, and their figures were also extremely graceful. Especially when the 3 of them were chatting and laughing. The curtains could block the line of sight but not sound. The young girl's laughter could be heard and Second Master Jing felt comfortable all over. This is life. Second Master Jing sat down on the cushion in the middle of the pavilion and placed the Duke's wheelchair beside him. Xiaoheng didn't pay too much attention to which family's men had come next door. His attention once again returned to the boxing field. The bowers from the Tianqiong Academy entered the arena. Xiaoheng immediately saw Gu Jiao, who was ranked 4th. He also saw the young man who was whispering to Gu Jiao. Thanks to his 3 female classmates, he knew that the young man was called Mu Chuan, the legitimate son of the Mu clan and ranked 5th in the clan. Young Master Qingchen, who had caused a sensation, was his aunt's son and the legitimate son of the Su clan. Xiaoheng didn't know why he didn't take his father's surname but his mother's. After that, the 2 sides greeted each other. The people from the Qingyue Academy were very arrogant. Su Ping from the Imperial family's Bower team was arrogant, and the young man named Nangong Lin by his side was also not to be outdone. Nangong Lin said something to Gu Jiao and frowned slightly. Why did the people from the Nangong clan find Gu Jiao? Could it be that the identity of Xiao Luling had been exposed? With the beating of the gongs and drums, the match between the 2 sides began. Mu Qingchen and Su Ping drew lots. Su Ping got the chance to play the first ball and fiercely hit the ball. Each game was divided into 8 sections, each section lasting for half a quarter of an hour. If someone committed a foul or was injured in the middle, the game would be paused and continued after the match was settled. Both sides had 3 chances to change players. Su Ping was indeed an expert in long-range attacks. His shot was extremely far and crossed the center line in an instant. Everyone rushed toward the Tianqiong Academy's ball hole without stopping to rest. Su Hao hooked the ball on the ground and passed it to Tong Peng, who was not far away. The ball seemed impossible to catch, but not only did Tong Peng catch it, but he also passed the ball to Nangong Lin at lightning speed. Nangong Lin was the assistant attacker. He could pass the ball to Su Ping or score by himself. Judging from the current situation on the field, the probability of him scoring by himself was very high. But at this moment, Mu Qingchen caught up. Nangong Lin saw that the situation was not good. He quickly hit the ball and passed it to Su Ping. Su Ping didn't choose to use the club to dribble the ball. Instead, he directly threw the club and swung it out. The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and accurately entered the hole. Beautiful. Second Master Jing clapped his hands. He was indeed a member of the royal family's archer team. That move just now was too wonderful. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Su Ping. Well, he could play like that. Qingyue Academy won the first flag. The first section was not over yet, so the game continued. This time, Tianqiong Academy started the game. Yuan Xiao, you're up, Mu Qingchen said. I'm nervous. Yuan Xiao was suppressed by the opponent's tactics and aura. Mu Qingchen said, it's okay. Just hit the ball. Yuan Xiao swallowed his saliva and resisted the trembling of his hands. He swung the club first. Mu Chuan quickly followed. Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao. He didn't say anything, but all the trust in her was written in his eyes. Then, he didn't even look to see whether his team members had caught the ball or not. He rushed toward the opponent's hole. Second Master Jing was stunned. Are you kidding me? Isn't that too bold? What if the ball is intercepted and you run so far away? How can you save the game? Nangong Lin and Su Hao exchanged glances. The 2 of them rushed toward Mu Chuan in a pincer attack. They wanted to interfere with Mu Chuan and make sure he couldn't catch the ball without fouling. Mu Chuan was attacked from both sides. He cried out, "Ah! You two bastards! Why are you coming at me?" Nan Gonglin's lips curled up and he went to snatch Mu Chuan's ball. He was very fast. But someone was faster than him. He didn't even see what was going on before a club took Mu Chuan's ball away. Nan Gonglin was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw Gu Jiao's indifferent expression. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Without saying a word, she threw the club and hit the ball in her hand with a backhand. Everyone was stunned. Wait, wasn't this the same move that Su Ping used just now? Even the action of throwing the club and catching it with a backhand was exactly the same. Was Su Ping being secretly learned on the spot? Su Ping was shocked. This was a unique skill that he had practiced for many years. It was handsome and valiant. Not only could it be used to win, but it could also be used to show off. No one had ever learned it. How did this kid learn it? He was quite good at it. Xiaoheng stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Under the sunlight, his girl was very eye-catching. His blood was boiling. Gu Jiao's ball was also very far away. It was very similar to Su Ping's curve. Mu Qingchen successfully got the ball and held it in. Tianqiong Academy got a flag. At the end of the first section, both sides got a piece each. This result was somewhat unexpected. Although Mu Qingchen was the first young master of Xing City, no one had heard that he had any extraordinary talent in archery. No one expected him to play so well. However, the one who left the deepest impression was probably the kid with the birthmark on his face. How could he be so brazen as to steal their skills? How could he be so shameless? Just when everyone thought that Gu Jiao was already very shameless, she did something even more shameless. In the following game, as long as Nan Gonglin attacked, she would stop and not give a single ball to Nan Gonglin. However, as long as Su Ping attacked, she would watch obediently. Not only did she not snatch the ball, but she also did not allow her companions to snatch it. She was very fierce. Su Ping was like a child that she was quietly protecting. Every time he scored a goal, the light of excitement could be seen in her eyes. Then, with a turn of her head, she used Su Ping's moves one by one. Su Ping's face turned green. "Referee!" he shouted. "Can't I learn?" Gu Jiao asked innocently. The referee choked. There was no such rule. "You can learn from me." Gu Jiao looked at Su Ping and said shamelessly. Su Ping almost vomited blood. "Learn from you? What is there to learn, you little noob?" However, it was this thick-skinned noob who learned all of Su Ping's skills. The referee couldn't bear to watch. Deanson of Tianqiong Academy was strongly despised by the other deans. He raised his hand and weakly covered his head. Cough, I stole from you based on my ability. If you have the ability, you can steal from me too. Can we have King steal from you? Do you think we haven't stolen from you before? We don't know how to steal from you. What kind of pervert is this kid? When it was Su Ping's turn to kick off, he suddenly sneezed due to his nose allergy. Then, Gu Jiao also sneezed loudly with the cue stick before kicking off. Everyone, at the end of the sixth section, the score was 17-17. It was a tie. Gu Jiao did not score many goals. She usually passed the ball to Mu Qingchen, but she became the focus of the game with her ability. Why is he like this? In Xiaoheng's pavilion, a female student muttered. Another female student said, "But I'm so happy to see young Master Qingchen win." A third female student said with a smile, "That's right. They cooperate so well. They're so compatible." Xiaoheng's face darkened. Next door, second Master Jing was also shocked by Gu Jiao's actions. He had watched bulls for many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so brazenly steal from him. "Big brother, did you see that? This kid. Oh my God." Halfway through his sentence, second Master Jing turned his head and saw that his big brother's eyes were open. His eyes were bright and clear. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. He was just complaining to his big brother. He didn't think that his big brother could really open his eyes. It was very scary, okay? No. He calmed himself down and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He sat back on the cushion with lingering fear. Big brother, when did you open your eyes? You should at least make a sound. It seems like you don't know how to make a sound. Forget it. His big brother was like a zombie. He couldn't hear him. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, but it was just an unintentional movement. He couldn't see at all. He understood all of this. Big brother, are you hot? Do you want me to fan you? As he spoke, he picked up the folding fan on the table and stretched it in front of his big brother. The High Duke's vision was completely blocked by the fan. As Second Master Jing fanned himself, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Why does it feel like someone wants to kill me? The seventh round of the competition began. Su Ping didn't know if it was because he didn't have any special skills to let Gu Jiao learn, or because he didn't dare to use his special skills. In short, he played relatively conservatively in this round. He thought that Gu Jiao would be as conservative as him. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Gu Jiao only learned the good things. She didn't learn the bad things. Tianqiong Academy launched an attack and won 2 chess pieces in a row. Qingyue Academy stopped the competition. Change players. Nan Gonglin and the rest returned to the waiting area. Qingyue Academy's teacher said, "How did you guys play? Why didn't you attack?" Su Ping was speechless. The teacher said, "Su Ping, take a rest first. You can play in the last round." Su Ping sighed. Yes. Qingyue Academy's substitute was also a good archer. However, he was better at defense. Thus, Nan Gonglin took over Su Ping's position and became the main archer. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao on the field. He wouldn't let this kid have his way. He would definitely score and win this game. "I'm going to the toilet," he said to the teacher. "Go, hurry up. It's time to play," the teacher reminded. Yes. Nan Gonglin left the waiting area. Tianqiong Academy's people were waiting on the other side. He snapped his fingers. An accompanying secret guard came to him and cupped his hands. "Young master." Nan Gonglin looked at Gu Jiao and said coldly, "I want him to fall off the horse." The secret guard hesitated. "This," Nan Gonglin said coldly, "why? Can't you do it?" The secret guard cupped his hands. "I can do it." Nan Gonglin smiled proudly. "That's good. Remember, make it look like he accidentally fell off the horse. Don't let anyone see through it." The secret guard replied, "Yes, young master." After the break, they went on the field again. Nan Gonglin stood in the position of the main attacker. Mu Qingchen looked at him deeply and reminded Gu Jiao, "Be careful." Gu Jiao replied calmly, "Okay." The game started. Qingyue Academy kicked off. Nan Gonglin got the ball. Gu Jiao rode on the horse and chased after him. Nan Gonglin was not in a hurry to throw the ball. Instead, he dribbled the ball and led Gu Jiao to the secret guard's position. The spectators who could not get a seat stood at the edge of the field. The secret guard was hidden in this group of people. Everyone was so engrossed in the game that no one noticed that he was holding a small stone in his hand. At this moment, Second Master Jing had already stood up and leaned on the railing. He also pushed his eldest brother out. The secret guard was diagonally below them. If he glanced at him, he would definitely see him. However, the game on the field was so exciting. Who would pay attention to a group of spectators? The High Duke's hand began to twitch slightly. "Quick, quick, quick. Quickly chase after him. You're quite good at beating people up. Why are you so weak now?" Second Master Jing shouted at Gu Jiao. He did not notice his eldest brother's strange behavior. The High Duke's body also began to tremble violently. "Second Master." The High Duke, he. The servant noticed the High Duke's strange behavior. Second Master Jing hurriedly looked at his eldest brother. Seeing his eldest brother trembling like this, he was frightened. He squatted down and held his eldest brother's wheelchair. "Eldest brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The High Duke's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something. Second Master Jing scratched his head. "Is the game too intense? You don't like it? Let's watch a little longer, okay? Just a little longer." Nan Gonglin ran to the inner circle and squeezed Gu Jiao out. The secret guard was about to make a move. The High Duke trembled like a sieve. His gaze was as cold as ice. Was eldest brother angry? Second Master Jing was confused. He did not know if his guess was right. But on second thought, other than this, could there be anything else? Second Master Jing stood up and pushed his eldest brother's wheelchair. He sighed, fine, fine, fine. If you don't want to watch, I'll bring you back now. The High Duke trembled even more. Second Master Jing suddenly had an illusion. Why did it seem like his eldest brother wanted to kill him? Nan Gonglin slowed down slightly so that the secret guard could hit the ball smoothly. Gu Jiao appeared in the perfect attacking range. The secret guard suddenly shot the small stone in his hand. The small stone went straight for Gu Jiao's major acupuncture point on her waist. It would not leave a scar or be fatal. It would only numb half of Gu Jiao's body. In the next second, something unbelievable happened. Gu Jiao suddenly bent down to snatch the ball. The secret guard's expression changed. It was too late to stop her. The small stone flashed past Gu Jiao's back and hit Nan Gonglin, who was at the side. Nan Gonglin did not even have time to scream. His body went numb and he fell off the horse in a panic, and because he had slowed down, the bowmen behind him had caught up. They were Muchuan and the Qingyue Academy students. Muchuan's horse was not as fast as the Qingyue Academy students. But because the Qingyue Academy students were too fast, it was too late to tighten the reins. The Qingyue Academy students watched helplessly as their horses stepped over Nan Gonglin's body. They heard a shocking scream. Nan Gonglin's chest and leg bones were broken on the spot. Digression: Jiao Jiao has a serious competition today. Can I reward Jiao Jiao with a monthly ticket? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1078116553. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. After Nan Gonglin was trampled by the horse's hooves, Muchuan quickly tightened the reins in his hands. He didn't run at his maximum speed. With the tight reins, he managed to deviate his direction and galloped past Nan Gonglin. After galloping for more than 10 steps, his horse finally came to a stop. The situation between him and the Qingyue Academy student was like this. Gu Jiao went to snatch Nan Gonglin's ball, and he chased after her relentlessly. He wanted to attack Nan Gonglin from both sides with Gu Jiao. In order to prevent him from doing so, the Qingyue Academy student suddenly sped up and tried to use his horse to block his path. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? After Nan Gonglin's shrill scream, the entire venue fell silent. The referee hurried over. He squatted down and looked at Nan Gonglin, whose face was contorted in pain. He was shocked for a moment. Nan Gonglin, how are you? What else could Nan Gonglin do? He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Okay, he was a martial artist and had suffered a lot of physical pain since he was young. However, he had never been so ruthless. His entire chest seemed to have caved in, and the bones in his thighs were broken. Every breath he took felt like a knife was stabbing into his lungs. Nan Gonglin's secret guard was also stunned. He swore to the heavens that he was aiming at that guy from Tianqiong Academy. He had never thought of hurting his young master. Gu Jiao's horse also stopped. She rode over slowly and looked down at the seriously injured Nan Gonglin. Oh, you're injured. Can you still play in the competition? Listen, listen, listen. What kind of tone was this? Was she gloating? Nan Gonglin glared at Gu Jiao with bloodshot eyes as he suffered from the excruciating pain. He said to the referee, "It's him." He's the one who harmed me. The referee looked at Gu Jiao. When the audience heard this, they all looked at the new student from Xianxia Academy. Mu Chuan refuted, "Hey, Nan Gonglin. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. How did the people of the Xianxia Academy harm you? You were the one who fell down. Was it someone from your own academy who stepped on you? What does that have to do with us?" The student who stepped on Nan Gonglin was at a loss. I didn't do it on purpose." Of course, Nan Gonglin knew that he didn't do it on purpose, but this Xiao Lulang must have. Nan Gonglin gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you suddenly bend over to grab the ball? He didn't snatch it earlier or later. Instead, he followed him all the way. Whenever he schemed against him, he would snatch it." "Who would dare to say that there was nothing fishy going on?" Gu Jiao said confidently. "You slowed down, so of course I have to snatch the ball." Everyone paused. That's right, Nan Gonglin did suddenly slow down just now. If they didn't snatch it when he slowed down, were they supposed to snatch it when Nan Gonglin accelerated? Was there something wrong with his head? There was no problem with the Xianxia Academy's operation. You. Nan Gonglin vomited a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was due to injury or anger. Why did Nan Gonglin slow down? Wasn't it to make it easier for the secret guards to sneak an attack on Gu Jiao? He couldn't explain it even if he still couldn't figure it out now. He was wondering why this kid took the bait so easily. Wherever he led, he would follow. He didn't even snatch the ball all the way. This kid clearly snatched the ball quite quickly in front of him. He thought that it was because his skills were superb that this kid couldn't snatch it. Now, it seemed that this kid did it on purpose. He saw that Nan Gonglin was going to scheme against him, so he pretended to fall into the trap and revealed a flaw. At the crucial moment, he let Nan Gonglin fall into his trap. But Nan Gonglin couldn't say any of this. If he wanted to prove that this kid was scheming against him, he had to admit that he was scheming against this kid. Cheating would make him lose the right to participate in the competition forever. It would also make him the laughingstock of the whole city. He couldn't afford to lose this face. Therefore, he could only swallow his pride. After Nan Gonglin vomited another mouthful of blood, his consciousness started to blur, and his breathing became difficult and rapid. Could Gu Jiao cure him? The answer was yes, but why would she cure him? Was she going to wait for him to come over and kill her? If she hadn't dodged just now, she would be the one with broken bones and a pneumothorax. Mu Qingchen rode his horse to Gu Jiao's side and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen glanced at Nan Gonglin, who was being carried off, and said to Gu Jiao, "Focus on the competition. Don't think too much." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. After Nan Gonglin was carried off the field, his companion who stepped on him also had a mental breakdown. He couldn't continue the competition and was replaced by a teacher from Xianxia Academy. After such a big incident, it was reasonable to say that the mentality of the students from Xianxia Academy should be somewhat affected. However, it wasn't. It was just that, they were all quite thick-skinned. The 7th section ended with Xianxia Academy winning another flag. The score was 20-17. Xianxia Academy was 17. In the last section, Su Ping went on the field. He had to score 3 goals to equalize the score. If there was only one Xiao Lulang or only one Mu Qingchen, he could give it a try. However, it was a bit difficult to deal with the two of them together. That guy called Xiao Lulang was 2F** king annoying. If he used his unique skill, he was afraid that the guy would steal it. If he didn't use his unique skill, he was afraid that he would lose the competition. Su Ping had never played such a difficult game. In the end, Su Ping decided to go all out. Then, a strange scene happened. Not only did the 4 players from Xianxia Academy not fight for the ball, they even fed it to Su Ping. "Your shot wasn't good." Su Ping almost couldn't catch it, Mu Chuan said to the students from Xianxia Academy after feeding Su Ping a ball. The students from Xianxia Academy were confused. "Wait, what kind of move was that?" The students from Xianxia Academy looked at Gu Jiao with this expression. Anyway, she was leading by 3 flags. There was no hurry. She could learn slowly. It didn't matter if she lost points. Su Ping was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. What kind of experience was it when the opponents were collectively shameless? Indeed, only Su Ping could defeat Su Ping. Gu Jiao performed superbly. Using the Su style and Mu Qingchen's strong combination, they finally won the competition with a score of 23-20. This might not be the most perfect battle strategy, nor was it the most difficult battle, but it was definitely the most talked about battle. Young Master Qingchen's appearance was killer. A freshman from Tianqiong Academy stole from the opponent and crushed the opponent. Was this the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Young Master Nangong fell off the horse and was seriously injured. His life was uncertain, and his future was uncertain. Although there were many outstanding and famous scenes in the competition after that, the crowd didn't seem to be as excited as they had imagined. Was there something wrong with Tianqiong Academy? After seeing their shameless fighting style, looking at other people's fighting style, they felt a little too serious. Something was wrong with them. Fourth brother, congratulations on entering the next round of the competition. In the attic for the players to rest, Su Hao came to Tianqiong Academy's room and congratulated Mu Qingchen with a smile. Mu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "What's there to congratulate? Come and congratulate us after we get first place." So fourth brother's goal is to get first place. Su Hao smiled and said to Mu Qingchen, "Then I'll congratulate fourth brother in advance for getting first place. If father knows, he will definitely be happy for fourth brother." Fourth brother once said that he would never bow again. Father has been sad for a long time because of this. Why won't he bow again? Gu Jiao asked. Su Hao turned to look at Gu Jiao and said pleasantly, "My fourth brother once lost to someone, and then he swore never to bow again." "I didn't ask you," Gu Jiao said to Su Hao. Su Hao was stunned. Mu Chuan said impatiently, "Nangong Lin from your academy is already so injured, why do you still have the time to wander around here? Don't you have to show concern for your classmates?" Yuan Shao didn't rebuke Su Hao. He just opened the door very politely. Su Hao was speechless. After the end of the first day of the competition, it was time to announce the list of qualified students. Every qualified student of the academy had to ride around the field. When the name of Tianqiong Academy was announced, Mu Qingchen, Yuan Shao, Mu Chuan, and Gu Jiao rode on their horses and slowly entered the field from the passage. Everyone's eyes fell on them. Admittedly, Mu Qingchen still received the most attention, but Gu Jiao was ranked above Yuan Shao and the legitimate son of the Mu family. She received the most attention, second only to Mu Qingchen. Xiao Heng's gaze fell on Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao also looked at Xiao Heng. Their gazes met in midair, and in just an instant, they gently moved away. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Heng was looking at the people of Tianqiong Academy, while Gu Jiao was looking at the audience in the stands. Gu Jiao quickly looked elsewhere, while Xiao Heng lowered his eyes, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. That freshman from Tianqiong Academy seemed to be looking over here just now. Was he looking at us? A female student in the pavilion asked. Was he? Another female student looked at Gu Jiao. He didn't look. Yes, he took a look. He was just curious, right? So, he didn't take a fancy to the prettiest girl in our academy? Finally, a guy doesn't like her. The three of them laughed in a low voice. Xiao Heng drank his tea silently. How would you know how much restraint and longing she had when she looked at him? On the other side, little Jing Kong bid farewell to Deanson of Tianqiong Academy, as well as his new friends Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan. Little Jing Kong could wait for Gu Jiao to come over and get to know her, but even he knew that he couldn't have any interactions with Gu Jiao on the surface. Talking to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan was already the limit of what he could do on the surface. "Uncle Dean, I'm leaving. I'll come and play with you during the next competition." Deanson smiled and patted the kid's head. "Okay, I'll definitely come next time." Little Jing Kong held the big empty bowl that used to be filled with melons and fruits. He held back his strong longing for Gu Jiao and left resolutely. Deanson left the spectator stand with Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan and went to the entrance of Lingbo Academy to meet up with Gu Jiao and the others. "You won't always be so lucky." It was a fighter from Wuyue Academy. He was shouting at Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen, and the others. Mu Chuan crossed his arms and sneered. "I don't know if we're lucky or not, but Wuyue Academy doesn't seem to be lucky. You're eliminated in the first round." Yuan Shaoshan added, Wuyue Academy didn't rely on luck. They relied on their strength. They lost because of their strength. What kind of heart-wrenching truth was this? The guy from Wuyue Academy was so angry that he walked away with smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Take care. I won't send you off. Mu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. Sigh, I can finally hold my head high. I was bullied by those bastards in the past. It's a pity that I didn't meet them today. Otherwise, I would have beaten them to a pulp. Mu Qingchen looked at him speechlessly and said to Gu Jiao, shall we take the carriage or ride the horse? Ride the horse. It was very stuffy in the carriage. They got on the horses. After Gu Yan, Dinsen, and the others got on the carriage, they left Lingbo Academy together. Is it okay? Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan. Gu Yan leaned against the window and nodded at Gu Jiao, who was riding the horse beside him. Yes, it's good. I'll come again next time. Gu Jiao twirled the reins in her hand. Okay. On the other side, Second Master Jing also got on the carriage and came out. He had a feast for his eyes today. He enjoyed watching the competition. It was even more enjoyable to watch the competition with the little beauties next door. Listening to the 3 girls talking and laughing, he felt that he was more than 10 years younger. This is what life is like. It's so hot. Second Master Jing opened the window and hung up the front curtain. He and his eldest brother were both men. There was no need to avoid being seen by others. It was too hot. He moved a small stool and sat at the door of the carriage. He fanned himself with his folding fan. At this moment, Dinsen and the others came over. Dinsen and Mu Qingchen recognized the House of Duke's carriage. Dinsen stopped the carriage and bowed to the 2 people in the carriage. Duke, Second Master Jing. Mu Qingchen also greeted them. Second Master Jing was panicking from the heat. He waved his hand perfunctorily and exchanged a few words with the 2. Behind him, the Duke's hand shook again. Unfortunately, he did not see it. Then, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Dinsen said. Goodbye. Second Master Jing smiled. Dinsen looked at Gu Jiao. Let's go. The group of people brushed past the House of Duke's carriage. No one expected that the Duke in the wheelchair would suddenly have blue veins on his forehead. No one knew where he got the strength, but he suddenly threw the wheelchair at Second Master Jing. Ah! Second Master Jing was caught off guard. He fell out of the carriage and rolled on the ground. Coincidentally, he rolled in front of Gu Jiao's horse. Second Master Jing, who fell flat on his face, was speechless. Eldest brother, do you have to trick your younger brother like this? Gu Jiao looked at Second Master Jing strangely. Then, she looked at the Duke, who fell out of the wheelchair. She saw the Duke, who was unable to move in the carriage. Suddenly, his mouth twitched and his eyes slanted. It was as if he was saying, I fell, so miserable. Digression, regarding the rules of bowing in the novel, it is based on the rules of modern polo matches. However, it is not exactly the same. There are some changes. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/107806950. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Everyone was stunned by the Duke's miserable state. Whether he fell or was miserable, they didn't understand at the moment. Their minds were filled with one thought: wasn't the Duke unconscious? Did he get better? The news of the Duke falling and becoming a living dead wasn't a secret in the capital. All these years, in order to wake the Duke up, the Duke's residence had visited many famous doctors. It was said that not long ago, they even invited the disciple of divine Dr. Luo from Qin country to treat the Duke. Could it be that divine Dr. Luo's disciple was the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Gu Xiaoshan didn't know anything about the Duke's residence and only thought that the Duke was an ordinary person. He stuck his head out of the carriage window to take a look and was speechless. Lu Lang, he fell so miserably. Do you want me to take a look at him? Ever since he found out that Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao had exchanged identities, in order to minimize the interaction with his original identity, Gu Xiaoshan no longer called Gu Jiao brother-in-law and directly addressed him by his name. Gu Yan also stuck his head out of the window. Both of their heads were pressed together and it was quite crowded. Gu Yan looked at the way the Duke looked at Gu Jiao and frowned in confusion. Gu Jiao got down from the horse. The others didn't know that Gu Jiao knew about medicine and were very surprised when they saw her walking towards the Duke. What was she doing? Second Master Jing regained his senses from the fall. He stood up like a carp and rushed up the horse carriage in front of Gu Jiao. Big brother. Why did you fall? Let me help you up. Second Master Jing showed his powerful Qilin arm strength to his big brother and then he received a death stare from his big brother. He didn't know what was going on. The Duke was helped back to the wheelchair by Second Master Jing. Gu Jiao wanted to get on the carriage. Second Master Jing stretched out his hand to stop her and asked sternly, "What are you doing here?" This stinking brat who would attack people at the drop of a hat was obviously a dangerous person. He must not be allowed to get close to Big Brother. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I'll take a look at him." Second Master Jing said angrily, "You quack. I won't let you treat my big brother." Second Master Jing received the second wave of death stares from his eldest brother. Second Master Jing resentfully rubbed his nose and whispered to his eldest brother, "Don't be afraid. I won't let him get on the carriage." Second Master Jing received the third wave of death stares from his eldest brother. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to speak. She only glanced at Second Master Jing. It was this seemingly casual glance that caused Second Master Jing's heart to involuntarily rise with the fear of being dominated by his brother-in-law. He cowered in a second. "For young Master Qingchen's sake, I'll reluctantly let you take a look at my eldest brother." Gu Jiao got into the carriage. "Make way." Gu Jiao said to Second Master Jing, "You're blocking the light. This is my own carriage. Why should I? I'll make way. I won't bicker with you." Second Master Jing heroically jumped off the carriage. "You get off too." He pulled the coachman off the carriage. He made himself the scapegoat. "Xiaoshan, give me the first aid kit," Gu Jiao said. Gu Xiaoshan took out the first aid kit from her bag and agilely jumped off the carriage, handing it over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not bring her medicine box when she went out in case of emergencies. She brought a first aid kit with emergency medicine, a flashlight, and silver needles inside. Gu Jiao first took the Duke's pulse, then turned on the flashlight and shone it into the Duke's eyes. She used her body to block the light, so the others did not see what she was using to diagnose the Duke's illness. But looking at her posture, she really did look like a doctor. Mu Qingchen frowned slightly and turned to look at Gu Yan in the carriage beside him. "Xiao Lulang really knows medicine?" Gu Yan leaned against the window and snorted, "He's really good." Then last time Mu Qingchen thought of the situation when Gu Jiao went to the Duke's residence to treat the Duke's illness. She said that Muru Xian's silver needles were crooked. Could it be that she was right? If Muru Xian's silver needles were crooked, how good could her medical skills be? If her medical skills were not good, how could she make the Duke's illness better? In a flash, Mu Qingchen's mind had already thought of many things. Mu Chuan and the others were also very surprised. Mu Chuan's eyes widened. "I didn't know that Xiao Lu also knows medicine?" Xiao Lu, Gu Xiaoshuan's face was full of confusion. When did his sister have such a nickname? The Duke's pupils were equally big and reacted to the light source. His cornea's reflection was also normal. This showed that his face was not twitching unconsciously. Even if he was not completely awake, at least he was out of a deep coma. Last time when she bandaged him, he seemed to be able to react to the outside world a little through his fingers. But it was not as big as today's progress. Gu Jiao was sure that the Duke was getting better. Although she was not sure if the reason for his improvement was Muru Xian's treatment or something else. But his physical functions and nerve reflexes were still very poor. This was the after effect of his brain injury. Gu Jiao could not say for the time being whether he could speak or whether he could completely recover. Gu Jiao put the used cotton swabs and silver needles into a separate pouch. After packing up the first aid kit, she planned to get off the carriage. As soon as she moved, she felt a slight tug. She looked back and saw that the Duke's trembling fingers had unknowingly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Speaking of which, it was strange. She was someone who could push the door latch off, yet she was pulled by such a weak force. She frowned. Strangely. Then she looked at the Duke and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" The Duke could not speak, so he just held on and did not let go. Gu Jiao checked him again. He was almost out of strength. His fingers were trembling, but he still used the last of his strength to not let go. Gu Jiao did not understand this phenomenon. Was it just an irregular muscle reflex? Gu Jiao thought about it and took out a candy from the first aid kit. She opened the Duke's palm and let him hold the candy. After the archery competition ended, the contestants left one after another. The spectators also left one after another. Xiaoheng did not like to squeeze with others. When the 3 female classmates suggested that they go back to the academy, he let them go first. It's strange. You were so enthusiastic when you came. Why didn't you hurry to leave? Don't tell me, you're meeting someone behind our backs? A female student gossiped. Xiaoheng did not look at her. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea. The female student curled her lips, "Humph, still ignoring us. Forget it. Let's go. I thought we had a special relationship after sitting with her for a day. She doesn't like us at all." The 3 of them muttered and rolled their eyes as they walked down the stands. Little Jing Kong held the railing of the stands with his hands. His little head was in the gap of the railing, and he sighed. Jiao Jiao. He did not even talk to Jiao Jiao. He missed Jiao Jiao so much. But there were still 10 days before the holiday. Going to school was too cruel for children. When almost all the people left, Xiaoheng stood up. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked down. "Miss Gu, please wait." A maidservant caught up with him. This was the maidservant who had been accompanying Xiaoheng in the pavilion earlier. She didn't call out to Xiaoheng earlier, nor did she call out to Xiaoheng later. She only called out to Xiaoheng after everyone had left. Xiaoheng did not believe that she had no purpose. Xiaoheng looked at her and asked with his eyes, "What's the matter?" The maid smiled and respectfully said, "My young master is actually here today, but he didn't show up in the stands. It's dinner time now, so my young master wants to invite Miss Gu to the lake to enjoy the lake scenery of Xingdu." Xiaoheng signaled little Jing Kong with his eyes. Little Jing Kong bitterly took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoheng. They were the same as Gu Jiaojiao's. Xiaoheng wrote, "Who is your master?" The maid replied with a smile, "Miss Gu, you'll know when you get there." "Is it fun to go to the lake?" Little Jing Kong asked. The maid said with a smile, "It's fun. You can fish, enjoy the lanterns, and put lotus lanterns on the lake." Little Jing Kong's 2 little arms fluttered behind him. "I want to go. I want to go." Xiaoheng gave the little guy a look. "Oh, don't go. It's getting late. I should go back," he wrote. The maidservant was stunned. She didn't expect that even after her young master had revealed such extraordinary strength, this young Miss Gu would still be indifferent to him. She was a well-trained maid. She quickly came to her senses and said, "It's getting late. How about I arrange someone to send Miss Gu back to the academy?" It was only 2 steps to go back to the academy. Little Jing Kong hung on his thigh and said, "I can't walk anymore. Do you want to carry me?" Xiaoheng finally agreed to sit in the maid's carriage. He didn't know who that young master was to be able to reserve the best viewing platform and watch the entire competition without showing himself. He was even able to stealthily drive a seemingly inconspicuous but extremely luxurious carriage into the Lingbo Academy's field. Xiaoheng got down from the viewing platform. He was taken into the carriage before he could walk. The carriage was made of Phoebe, also known as dragon wood. It was said that Phoebe could last for thousands of years. Princess Xianxia liked to collect this kind of wood. The carriage was escorted by 4 guards. Xiaoheng could not tell the depth of their kung fu, but he felt that they were similar to the dragon shadow guards of the Zhao kingdom. So they were the men of sacrifice of the Yan kingdom, and they were very powerful. Little Jing Kong wasn't lying when he said that he couldn't walk. He had been playing all day and hadn't taken a nap. As soon as he got into the carriage, he fell asleep on Xiaoheng's body. The carriage went out of the academy. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the maid on the outside of the carriage call out exaggeratedly, "Young master?" Huh. This script was clumsy. Xiaoheng frowned and poked little Jing Kong's face. He was sleeping so soundly. "Master, why are you here?" The maid continued to act. Xiaoheng sat in the carriage and did not even lift his eyelids, let alone lift the curtain to greet the master. Ahem. The master cleared his throat. Maybe he gave the maid a look. The maid turned around and lifted the curtain slightly. She said to Xiaoheng, "Miss Gu, my master would like to see you." The gap between the curtain and the curtain was just enough for Xiaoheng to see the master in the brocade robe. It was also enough for the master to see the first beauty in the gauze dress. Xiaoheng was wearing a veil, which covered a little of his face. He could vaguely see the outline of his face. Coupled with his pair of unparalleled eyes, it was obvious that he was devastatingly beautiful. Xiaoheng glanced at the other party indifferently and slammed the curtain down. The maid was so frightened that she knelt on the outside of the carriage. The master in the brocade robe did not get angry. He cupped his hands and smiled. "I was rude. Please forgive me, Miss Gu." Saying this, he stepped aside and gave the coachman a look, allowing the carriage to pass in front of him. The wheels of the carriage started to turn. A guard in brocade robe said, "My Royal Highness. She doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. You've already done so much for her. How dare she give you such a cold shoulder? I heard that she's just a citizen of the lower country." Royal Prince Ming smiled and looked at the departing carriage. He said confidently, "She's a beauty. It's inevitable that she's arrogant and willful. It's okay. I have plenty of patience." Their voices were not loud. An ordinary woman would not be able to hear them. However, Xiaoheng had excellent hearing since she was young. Xiaoheng's brows furrowed. This person was a royal prince. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize him as the crown prince, Royal Prince Ming, who had appeared at Tianqiong Academy. "My royal prince." Another guard walked over. "You're back." Royal Prince Ming asked, "How's Nan Gonglin?" The guard reported in a low voice, "Nan Gonglin's condition is not good." After he returned, he kept saying that the boy from Tianqiong Academy was scheming against him. He asked for your help. Royal Prince Ming said thoughtfully, "Help me get rid of that boy? It's not a difficult task. However, he's Qingchen's classmate. Remember to keep your hands clean. Don't let Qingchen find out." The guard cupped his hands. "Yes, my royal prince." Xiaoheng suddenly knocked on the door. The maid asked, "Miss Gu, what can I do for you?" Xiaoheng took out a pen and paper and wrote, "I have something to say to your master." The maid's eyes lit up. She quickly asked the coachman to turn the carriage around. Royal Prince Ming was surprised to see the beauty's carriage return. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain of the carriage slightly and looked at Royal Prince Ming coldly. Being stared at by a beauty, even if it was just a cold gaze, was enough to make one's heart flutter. Royal Prince Ming smiled. "Miss Gu, are you looking for me?" Xiaoheng looked hesitant. Royal Prince Ming looked at the worry on the beauty's face and felt his heart clench. "Miss Gu, are you in trouble?" Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment and wrote, "It's indeed a little troublesome. However, I don't know if I should say it." Royal Prince Ming said, "Miss Gu, please say it." Xiaoheng looked conflicted and wrote, "The young master of the Nan Gonglin family is always bothering me." Royal Prince Ming's face darkened. Nan Gonglin, Xiaoheng sighed while the space between his brows seemed to be frowning, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and the hardships of his life. He wrote, "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The Nan Gonglin family is extremely powerful. I shouldn't have put the young master in a difficult position. However, it's just my hard life." Digression, Master of T23333. What is a good script? Jiao Jiao, you should learn from it. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1077922207. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online will be available here. Some words should not be said too much and should be left blank. This way, the other party's imagination would be given space to continue to wander. After Xiaoheng finished writing the last sentence, he left in the carriage, leaving Commandery Prince Ming standing in place with a cold expression. Commandery Prince. The guard beside him called out, "Are you all right? What can happen to me?" Commandery Prince Ming said coldly. When the guard heard this, he knew that he was angry. The guard hesitated for a moment and said what he thought. "Commandery Prince, what Miss Gu said may not be true. You can't believe everything." The guard did not dare to covet the #1 beauty of the Kanglin Women's Academy, so he could look at the problem from an objective point of view. Commandery Prince Ming did not think so. He glanced at the guard coldly and said, "Do you mean that she is lying to me?" The guard said, "I just think that it is better to be cautious." Commandery Prince Ming snorted and said, "She is just a weak woman from a lower country. She has no one to rely on in Chengdu. Would she dare to slander the Nangong family? Moreover, she is a girl. Would she speak without thinking to slander a man? Would she even disregard her reputation? A woman's reputation was greater than heaven." Commandery Prince Ming narrowed his eyes dangerously and said, "Nangong Lin knows that I am interested in her, but he still dares to steal my woman. Very good, very good." The guard opened his mouth and said, "Commandery Prince, why don't I go and check it out?" Commandery Prince Ming snorted and said, "Can you find out about Nangong Lin? He covets the woman this prince wants behind this prince's back. Does he have the guts to leave any traces behind? If Miss Gu had not told me today, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark." Commandery Prince Ming believed Xiaoheng's words for a reason. Apart from the 2 points he mentioned, the beauty had no enmity with Nangong Lin. Why would she frame him? This would not benefit her at all. In comparison, it was more likely that Nangong Lin would pester her. Even he, the dignified duke of the crown prince's residence, was smitten by a beauty. Was Nangong Lin's willpower better than him, or was his vision better than him? How could he not be moved by a beauty? Because of this, Commandery Prince Ming chose to believe in Xiaoheng. The guard had followed Commandery Prince Ming for a long time and naturally understood his personality. There were some things that Commandery Prince Ming was really clever, but there were also some things that he thought himself to be clever. He didn't waste his breath trying to persuade him any further. "Then, should I?" As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Commandery Prince Ming's eyes turned cold and he said with disgust, "What do you want?" He would take revenge for his own vengeance. "What does that have to do with me?" The guard cupped his hands. "Yes." The carriage stopped outside the gates of the Tsonglan Women's Academy. The maid gently lifted the curtain for Xiaoheng. "Miss Gu has arrived." Xiaoheng got out of the carriage with the sleeping little Jing Kong in his arms. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He took out a written note and handed it to her. "Please tell your young master that thank you." Gu Jiao and the others left the inner city. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Chuan and Mu Qingchen strangely and asked, "Why are you two going back to the academy?" Mu Chuan shrugged. "I don't know. I followed fourth brother here." Mu Qingchen paused and said, "I'm moving to the academy." "Oh." Mu Chuan rubbed his sore neck. When he came to his senses, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his fourth brother. "Fourth brother, what did you say? You're going to live in the academy?" Mu Qingchen said seriously, the competition is coming. We'll waste too much time on the road every day. It's better to use it for training. The people of the Wuyue Academy are right. We can't win every match so easily. The reason why we were able to win today was largely because our opponent's skills were uneven. Su Ping's skill level was greatly lowered. As long as there were 2 members of the royal family in a team, our chances of winning would be reduced by half. Yes, Mu Qingchen is right. Wu Fuzi also urged his horse to walk beside the group of people. He said with great approval, there are still many powerful academies. Even if they don't have the royal family's Jusho, their power should not be underestimated if they cooperate well with each other. We have to step up our training. Will the next match be held at the Lingbo Academy? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. Other than the Grand Preceptor Hall and the palace, only the Lingbo Academy's field is perfect. It could be seen from the arrangement of the stands. How many more days? Gu Jiao asked again. 7 days. Wu Fuzi said, there will be other competitions in the next 2 days. If you have time, you can go and watch. But you can't delay your training. Does that mean I can delay my studies? Wu Fuzi choked. You can't say that. You can just do it secretly. In the carriage, Dinsen pretended to be deaf. At dusk, the group arrived at the academy. Wu Fuzi wanted to analyze today's competition with everyone. Gu Jiao asked Gu Shaoshan to bring Gu Yan back first. The bowler team gathered at the field. School had already ended, but there were still many students gathered around the field. Everyone had heard that Tianqiong Academy had advanced to the next round and they were all surprised. Tianqiong Academy had never won any bowler competition. It would be a lie to say that they were extremely disappointed, but it wouldn't be right to say that they didn't care either. When Gu Jiao and the others rode their horses and slowly walked into the field, they were greeted by everyone's gazes. Everyone was mainly shocked and there wasn't any formal ceremony. But that moment of attention made the bowlers feel a long-lost glory. Mu Chuan straightened his back. Cough, cough. All right. You all go over there and wait for me. Wu Fuzi's old face was burning. The martial scholar had never had a chance to display his skills in the literary institute. This was also the first time he returned with glory. He was too excited, he only won the first match and he already felt this way. He didn't dare to think about the next few matches. Deep breaths. Calm down. Wu Fuzi rode his horse over valiantly. Did our academy really win? We won. We won against the royal family's bowler. If I knew we would win, I would have gone to watch the competition. Me too. Outside the field, the students were all talking at once. They all regretted missing today's competition. How could they have expected their academy to win? They thought that they would be defeated as soon as they went on the field like the previous few times. I heard that many people from Wuyue Academy went. Is our academy the most embarrassing? There isn't even a single person cheering for us? It seems like it. Everyone blushed with shame. Wu Fuzi finished analyzing everyone's performance today and asked them to go back and rest well. They would come back for training tomorrow morning. What's going on today? When Gu Jiao led the horse back to the stable, Mu Qingchen stopped her. Gu Jiao turned around and asked in astonishment, what happened? Nangong Lin, Mu Qingchen said bluntly. Gu Jiao didn't deliberately hide it. He was hit in the waist and abdomen. Half of his body was paralyzed and he fell off the horse. Mu Qingchen frowned. He took a deep look at Gu Jiao and asked, are they here for you? At that time, Gu Jiao was relatively close to the crowd. Nangong Lin was on the other side of Gu Jiao. Nangong Lin questioned Gu Jiao on the spot why she bent over to grab the ball. It was too chaotic at that time. No one understood the strangeness of this sentence. Now that they thought about it, was there any direct relationship between Gu Jiao bending over to grab the ball and Nangong Lin falling off the horse? He couldn't have been frightened by Gu Jiao's grab of the ball and fell off the horse, right? But if the other party wanted to make Gu Jiao fall off the horse, everything made sense. What happened to you? Gu Jiao asked. Huh? Mu Qingchen was stunned. Bowing, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen understood. It's not what Su Hao said. He didn't swear not to bow anymore because he had lost to anyone. Su Hao did see him lose to someone, but he was willing to admit defeat. Besides, he was happy to lose to that person. Seeing that he didn't intend to continue, Gu Jiao didn't force him. She led the horse back to the stable and handed it to the servant who took care of the stable. She turned and walked out. Mu Qingchen walked out with her. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Mu Qingchen suddenly spoke again. I once stayed in the manor for a period of time when I was young. That was when his mother left the Su family in a fit of anger after discovering Su Hao's existence. Su Hao was actually a mistress. His mother never knew that his father had a mistress outside. By the time she found out, Su Hao could already walk. It was a situation that even abortion medicine couldn't save. Su Hao was a day older than him. His mother had a difficult labor and only gave birth to him after 3 days. In the first 2 days of her life, his father was accompanying another woman to give birth. In order not to see his father, his mother kept moving. He went to Snow Cloud Villa when he was 9 years old. She was 6 years old when I first saw her, Mu Qingchen recalled. That childhood playmate? Gu Jiao thought of the ugly doll that fell out of Mu Qingchen's bag. She didn't see it clearly, but she could tell that it was quite ugly. Mu Qingchen nodded. I lived in the manor for 2 years. She lived in the villa next door. She liked to bow and always rode her date red pony to the foot of the mountain to look for people to bow. Later on, she left, and I never bowed again. This was the second time Gu Jiao heard him describe his childhood playmate as left. Is she no longer alive? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen paused, disappointment flashing across his eyes. Yes, she left when she was 8 years old. Before she left, she told me to take good care of her father. She also said that she would come back one day. Speaking of this, Mu Qingchen smiled bitterly. I really believed her at that time. I was so stupid. A dead person can't come back to life. I understood this later. But 9 years have passed, and I still can't help but wait. I just wait for the day when she can appear in front of me alive. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1077888978. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The weather changed quickly. Before Gu Jiao left the academy, heavy rain poured down. Mu Qingchen accompanied her to the gatehouse to hide from the rain for a while. No one spoke. Gu Jiao had always been a woman of few words. Mu Qingchen didn't say much either. But for some reason, he was willing to speak in front of Gu Jiao. But perhaps he recalled the sad past. After he finished talking about his childhood playmate, he didn't say a word until Gu Jiao left. When Gu Jiao returned home, night had completely fallen. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Madame Nan made scallion pancakes. The whole courtyard was filled with crispy fragrance. Gu Xiaoshan had already described the exciting process of the boxing competition to Madame Nan, Master Lu, and Old Master Meng. It was different from the usual practice. The atmosphere on the field was difficult to describe with words. In short, it's very good. My sister is very good. Everyone in the family was very happy. Madame Nan made a table full of delicious dishes. No one ate first. They were all waiting for Gu Jiao to come back. As soon as Gu Jiao entered the house, she saw her family sitting in the central room waiting for her. She looked at everyone and then at the dishes on the table. She didn't say anything like they didn't have to wait for her in the future. Instead, she said, I'll come back earlier next time. Madame Nan smiled, it's okay. It was raining heavily just now. You didn't get wet, right? Gu Jiao shook her head, no, I hid from the rain at the academy for a while. Madame Nan said gently, go wash your hands and eat. The water is here, the water is here. Gu Xiaoshan ran into the house with a basin of water. Gu Jiao washed her hands, I'll go and see Ah Yan first. Madame Nan smiled, okay. Gu Yan was exhausted after a whole day of watching the competition. He fell asleep as soon as he got home. Gu Jiao touched his forehead and checked his pulse. After confirming that there was no major deterioration, she got up and walked out. In the central room, Mistress Nan said to Gu Jiao, I've pickled some radishes. Next time you go to the inner city, bring them to Lulang and Jingkong. I put vegetable oil in them, so they can be eaten in Jingkong too. Gu Jiao said, many thanks to Nan Sherngyang. After dinner, Gu Jiao washed up and went back to her room to rest. Not only was Gu Yan exhausted, but she was also a little tired. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. That night, she fell asleep again. However, it was neither a large mansion nor a bustling street. Instead, it was at the back of a mountain range. She saw the young High Duke again. In fact, she could only see his back, but she recognized him. He wasn't alone. He was holding the hand of a little girl in plain clothes. The little girl was holding a red pony in her hand. In front of the two of them were more than 10 graves. On each grave stood a wordless monument. The sky was gray, and the cold wind whistled around them. The young duke said, Enin, come and kowtow to your grandfather and uncles. When you were born, they all held you. Your name was given by your first uncle. They all loved you very much. Why are there no names on the monument? The little girl pointed at the wordless monument on the grave. The young duke said, because they can't write their names. The little girl asked, why? Did you lose their names? The young duke said in a daze, yes, their names are lost. Enin, when you grow up, can you find the names of grandfather and uncles? The little girl said, okay, when I find them, I'll carve their names on the monument. The young duke looked into the distance, yes, carve their names on the monument. One day, the world will know that the people buried here are the sons of Shan Yuan, who protected the Yan dynasty. Gu Jiao woke up in the middle of the night. The dream faded again, but this time she remembered more things than last time. In addition to the duke, there were more than 10 graves with wordless monuments. Gu Jiao was puzzled. The appearance of the graves was strange, and so was the appearance of the duke. She just saw him in the day, and then dreamed of him at night. It couldn't be that she had set her sights on a good-looking man, could it? Gu Jiao scratched her eyebrows. Am I cuckolding my husband? In the duke's mansion, the lights were bright, and the servants were busy. Second Madam was sweating profusely from managing everything inside and outside. Is the medicine that Miss Mu asked you to boil ready? Is the porridge for the second master ready? Give me the paper money, I'll burn it myself. The duke was sick and had a high fever that didn't subside. The entire duke's residence was in a complete mess. Even though Muru Xian was treating the duke, the second madam still secretly burned some paper money for her ancestors to pray for her eldest brother's safety. The second master was like a frightened quail standing in front of his eldest brother's door. He did not know whether to enter or leave. Speaking of which, it was his eldest brother's fault that he fell sick. On the way back to the mansion, they met the courtesans parading the streets. He looked at them a few more times, which delayed the time to return to the mansion. As a result, there was a rainstorm. The carriage was drenched, and he and his eldest brother were drenched. His martial arts body could withstand it, but his eldest brother was in trouble. The second madam came back after burning the paper money. She glared at her husband, it's all your fault. The second master said embarrassedly, it's my fault, it's my fault. He really did not expect it to rain. If he knew earlier, he would not even look at the courtesans taking a bath, let alone the courtesans parading the streets. The second madam was angry at him, but she could not help but feel sorry for him. She said bitterly, the porridge is ready. Eat some before coming back. The second master sighed, I can't eat. I'll stay here and wait. I'll leave when eldest brother is fine. The second madam said, "It's useless for you to stay here. You won't be able to help Lady Mu." The second master thought for a while. Then, "I'll go kowtow to the ancestors." He turned around and left. The second madam looked at his back and helplessly shook her head. Inside the room, Muru Xian was treating the duke. Sure, Yi did not like outsiders watching her treat a patient. Other than her, there was only a personal maid she brought from Qin country in the room. The maid knew a little about medicine, so she was her assistant, acting as a medicine boy. Three-edged needle. Muru Xian sat by the bed and extended her hand to the maid. The maid handed over a brand new three-edged needle. The duke's high fever did not subside. Muru Xian used the three-edged needle to pierce the China duke's de jouet point and let out a few drops of blood. After that, she treated the duke's wound and turned him over to lie down. "Hurry up with the medicine." "I already urged them, but they said it would be done soon." Muru Xian did not say anything else. Waking her up in the middle of the night made her sleepy. Just as she planned to let the maid pour her a cup of strong tea to wake her up, she heard a weak voice. She frowned and looked at the duke, who seemed to be talking in his sleep. She bent down and carefully listened to what the duke was saying. "Young miss, is the duke talking?" Muru Xian made a shushing gesture. After listening for a while, she sat up and said to the maid, "He seems to be calling a name, Inin." Muru Xian hesitated for a while before she took the duke's pulse again and checked the temperature of his palm. Her finger was just about to touch his palm when the duke grabbed it out of reflex. "Young miss." The maid was startled. The duke called out that name, Inin. "Inin, the medicine is ready." The second madam personally walked over with the medicine. Just as she pushed the door open and entered the room, she saw her eldest brother grabbing Muru Xian. She paused in her steps. "Second madam." Muru Xian calmly greeted her and then pulled her hand out of his grasp. To be more precise, it was more like the duke had taken the initiative to let go of her hand. He seemed to know that he had grabbed the wrong person. But the second madam was unable to see through these subtle movements. The second madam was stunned for a while before she walked forward with the medicine bowl. "The duke's condition, how is it?" "I have already performed acupuncture on the duke." "Let's wait and see," Muru Xian said. "Ah." The second madam pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at the duke's hand. Muru Xian explained, "I was taking the duke's pulse just now." The maid hurriedly explained to Muru Xian, "It was the duke who grabbed my young miss. The duke kept pulling my young miss' hand and calling. 'Inin.' Who is Inin? Don't mistake my young miss for someone else." "Shut up," Muru Xian said coldly. The maid shut her mouth. The second madam looked at the duke before looking at Muru Xian. She said in disbelief, "Did the duke really call you Inin?" Muru Xian frowned and nodded. From her point of view, it was indeed so. There was only her and the maid in the room, and the duke only grabbed her to call Inin. "Put the medicine here first. I will go out for a while." After saying that, the second madam lifted her skirt and rushed to the small ancestral hall of the duke's estate. Second Master Jing was kneeling on the ground and sincerely kowtowing to the old ancestors. Don't kowtow. I have something to discuss with you." The second madam dragged Second Master Jing out. "What is it?" Second Master Jing looked at her in confusion. The second madam's eyes brightened as she said, "Eldest brother spoke." Second Master Jing was very calm. "Didn't I tell you earlier that eldest brother knows how to call Inin?" The second madam said, "It's not that. Eldest brother just grabbed Miss Mu's hand and called Inin. He mistook Miss Mu for Inin." Second Master Jing waved his hand. "How is that possible? How many years has Inin been gone? Of course I know Inin isn't here anymore. But didn't eldest brother break this place?" The second madam pointed at her own head. "Perhaps he doesn't even remember." Second Master Jing shook his head decisively. "No, eldest brother won't forget." The second madam said, all right. I will treat it as eldest brother remembering. Let me ask you. Did eldest brother's condition improve after Miss Mu came to our estate? Did eldest brother call Inin after Miss Mu saw him that day?" Second Master Jing kept recalling. It seems, that's right. Just now, eldest brother grabbed her and called her Yinyin. The second madam emphasized this matter again. What do you want to say? Second Master Jing asked. The second madam smiled mysteriously. I want to say that eldest brother wants a daughter. Miss Mu and Yinyin are about the same age. If eldest brother really likes her, he can take her as his daughter. This? Second Master Jing hesitated. The second madam said, let Miss Mu call you father. Perhaps that will wake eldest brother up. Second Master Jing frowned. Wait, didn't you say you didn't believe in talking to eldest brother? When Mu Qingchen's classmates suggested it, you treated him as a quack and chased him out. The second madam said angrily, can't I believe it now? Second Master Jing raised his brows. Oh. Then his 500 taels of medical fee wasn't in vain. The second madam respected the Duke's heart. Ever since she married into the Duke's estate, she hadn't been bullied or punished. If her maternal family encountered any problems, she didn't need to personally say anything. Eldest brother would take the initiative to ask second master to compensate her maternal family. She really hoped that eldest brother would wake up. But that girl might not be willing. Second Master Jing said. The second madam smiled. I will go and sound her out first. Soon, the second madam went to the Duke's room and called Mu Xian to the courtyard. She softly explained Yinin's identity to her. She is my eldest brother's daughter. Mu Xian nodded. I see. The second madam smiled. You're about the same age as my eldest brother's daughter. You've been by my eldest brother's side these past few days. It must have made him think of his daughter. The Duke's family's daughter has a high status. Ru Xian doesn't dare to compare herself to her. No matter how arrogant Mu Xian was, she wouldn't compare herself to the daughter of an aristocratic family. You haven't asked about Miss Mu's mother? The second madam asked. Mu Xian said gloomily, my parents passed away early. It was my master who raised me. She really has a hard life. The second madam held her hand and patted it lightly. If Yinin was still alive, she would be about your age. After the second madam left, a maid asked Mu Xian, young mistress, what does the second madam mean? Why did she suddenly say so many strange things to you? Mu Xian looked at the hand the Duke had grabbed and said calmly, who knows? The next day, a piece of news spread like wildfire in the Duke's estate. A few maids gathered in the garden to do some sweeping. The first maid said, have you heard? The Duke wants to adopt Miss Mu as his daughter. The second maid said, who did you hear it from? The first maid said, don't worry about what I heard. Just tell me if you believe it or not. The second maid said, I don't believe it. The third maid came over. It's true. I heard it. The Duke held Miss Mu's hand and called out his daughter's name. The fourth maid also came over. The Duke is awake? The first maid said, he only wakes up when Miss Mu is with him. The second maid said, it seems that Miss Mu is going to be our Duke's family's daughter? She's a bit arrogant. I don't really like her. The first maid said, do I need you to like her? It's enough that the Duke likes her. Gu Jiao didn't know anything about what happened in the Duke's estate. She had been training in the mornings and evenings and going to school during the day. She was extremely busy. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day. The next day was the second round of the archery competition. They didn't have any funds last time, so they could only stay at the academy. They had to get up early on the day of the competition. This time, the academy gave them a sum of money and Wu Fuzi booked an inn in the inner city for them to stay there for the night. This way, they wouldn't have to get up early the next morning and waste their energy on the road. The contestants had to enter the venue early, but the audience didn't. Thus, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun would go the next morning. Principal Tsun had a spacious and comfortable carriage to take care of them. The group entered the inner city in a grandiose manner. The inn at Wu Fuzi booked was called New Moon Inn. It was about 2 miles away from Lingbo Academy. After getting off the carriage, Mu Chuan saw the inn and complained, this place is very far from Lingbo Academy. Wu Fuzi coughed lightly. It's only 2 miles away. It's not far. We'll be there soon. The main reason was that the money given by the academy was only enough to book this inn. Recently, because of the archery competition, the prices of the nearby inns had all increased. This inn is so shabby, Mu Chuan said disdainfully. The young master of the Mu family, who lived in luxury, had never stayed in such a shabby inn even when his mother punished him to experience the hardships of the common people. Ahem. It looks shabby from the outside, but it's not bad inside, Wu Fuzi said as he stepped over the threshold. With a clang, the plaque in the lobby fell down. Wu Fuzi was speechless. Fourth brother, let's go home, Mu Chuan whispered to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao, who had already gone upstairs with her bag, and said indifferently, you can go back by yourself. After saying that, he also walked up the stairs. Hey! Fourth brother, Wu Fuzi booked the best rooms for them. Each of them had a room on the second floor. Even Wu Fuzi's room wasn't as good as theirs. Gu Jiao's room was between Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan's room. Mu Chuan came over with his bag. Xiao Lulang, I'll switch rooms with you. He wanted to be next to his fourth brother. Gu Jiao didn't have any objections. Mu Chuan got his wish and stayed next to Mu Qingchen. When Mu Qingchen came over to find Gu Jiao, he saw Mu Chuan's face that deserved a slap. Mu Chuan smiled brightly and opened his arms. Fourth brother. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Mu Qingchen was speechless. They had dinner in the main hall. In order to ensure everyone's safety, Wu Fuzi tasted every dish to make sure it wasn't poisonous and harmless before asking the waiter to bring it out. They had to enter early tomorrow, so everyone went back to their rooms to rest after dinner. Wu Fuzi guarded the corridor and didn't allow anyone to come out for a walk. It was a little stuffy in the room. Gu Jiao opened the window to get some fresh air. Her room was facing the street. Standing by the window, she could see half of the night view of the street. Chengdu's night view was more prosperous than the capital of the Zhao kingdom. She quietly looked at the endless stream of people. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. The night was very dark and he was very far away, but she was sure that she didn't see wrong. She stared at his portrait countless times and pictured his expression in her mind. It was him. Nangongli with a broken arm. Nangongli had just come out of a shop and stepped into the Nangong family's carriage. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes dangerously and jumped down from the second floor. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1077725115. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Right now, the night market was bustling. There were too many people and carriages on the street, so Nangong Li's carriage wasn't moving fast. This made it easier for Gu Jiao to follow him. Nangong Li had lost an arm and was seriously injured. It was said that he was about to die, but it looked like he was living well. Then, how did the rumor that he was about to die come about? What was the motive? Gu Jiao guessed that Nangong Li had failed his mission to assassinate Xiaoheng. In order to reduce his punishment, he pretended to be seriously injured. Who was the person who gave him this mission? Was it the head of the Nangong family or someone else? No matter what, Nangong Li wasn't innocent. Nangong Li's carriage first walked on the long street for a while, then turned right into a small alley. After passing through the alley, there was another relatively quiet street. This street mostly sold antiques and paintings. It wasn't as lively as the long street with the brothels and lanterns. But because there weren't many people, it increased the chances of Gu Jiao being exposed. Gu Jiao had no choice but to walk more lightly. Nangong Li's carriage stopped in front of an antique shop. The driver put down the footstool and helped Namgongli down. Gu Jiao was hiding behind a pillar diagonally across the street. Earlier, on the second floor, it was too far and she couldn't see clearly. Now that she was closer, the light from the lantern shone on Namgongli's face. Gu Jiao found that Namgongli's injury wasn't optimistic. His face was very pale, and his steps weren't as steady as they were in the country of Zhao. It seemed that Chongjing's sword didn't just cut off his arm, it also damaged his foundation. It was impossible for him to recover. After Namgongli entered the shop, Gu Jiao also arrived near the shop. She hesitated whether to go in directly or secretly climb up to the roof. She had seen Namgongli before. She had seen him in person and in pictures, but she wasn't sure if Namgongli had seen her before. She also wasn't sure if he had investigated her while investigating Xiao Lulang. If he hadn't, then it wouldn't matter if she went in openly. But what if? Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She had come out in a hurry and hadn't changed her clothes. She was wearing the Tianqiong Academy's uniform. Forget it, let's climb the wall. Gu Jiao walked into the alley and climbed up the wall to the roof. The darkness of the night perfectly concealed her figure. She followed Namgongli's voice and gently lifted a tile. Namgongli sat on the main seat. Opposite him stood a man in his 50s dressed like a merchant. He looked like the shopkeeper of this shop. Gu Jiao was now at the 10th level of Yen Kingdom, so there was naturally no situation where she could not understand their conversation. She heard Namgongli ask, "How's the situation over there?" The shopkeeper sighed. His Highness was very angry. He asked why he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Namgongli said, "This is no small matter. One of my arms is gone." The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "General, you have worked hard and made great contributions. His Highness also said that General should recuperate well." I'm afraid that if I wasn't so badly injured, His Highness would punish me, right?" His Highness was also angry. How could His Highness not understand your loyalty to His Highness? When Gu Jiao heard this, she more or less understood what was going on. The small matter that Namgongli was talking about should be the assassination of Xiaoheng. However, this matter didn't seem to be the Namgong family's idea. There was also a highness behind it. Only the Great Yen royal family could be called a highness. Why did the Great Yen royal family want Xiaoheng's life? Was Xiaoheng related to the Great Yen royal family? Namgongli said impatiently, "Okay, let's not talk about this. How's the investigation going?" At present, it seemed that this shopkeeper had 3 identities. The first was the shopkeeper of this shop. The second was the informant of that highness. The third was Namgongli's confidant. The shopkeeper said, "A few years ago, the young master of the Dark Knight sect left home in a fit of pique with the old master. After that, there was no news of him. Those elders of the Dark Knight sect who went to the Zhao country should have gone to look for the young master. Who would have thought that they didn't meet the young master but happened to save you?" Namgongli frowned and said, "I was unconscious at that time and couldn't tell them that the one who hurt me was the young master of the Dark Knight sect. When I woke up in the Namgong family, they had already left." "Wait, wasn't it Chongjing who hurt you? How did you become the young master of the Dark Knight sect? What was the Dark Knight sect?" Gu Jiao was confused. The shopkeeper hesitated and said, "Then, General, are you going to tell the Dark Knight sect about the young master?" Namgong Li snorted coldly, "So what if I tell them? Will they be able to kill their young sect master to avenge me? The young master hurt me, but their protector also saved me. According to the old master's nature of protecting his children, he will definitely say that the merits offset the faults. He won't put justice before family." The shopkeeper sighed and said, "The old master had a son at an old age. You don't know how much he cherishes this son. Naturally, he can't bear to punish him." Namgongli said coldly, "But I can't let it go." The shopkeeper's face changed slightly. "General, are you going to?" Namgongli didn't continue, "I have my own arrangements for this matter. Pay more attention to His Highness. Although I'm injured, I still have the military power in my hands. I'm still useful to His Highness." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "The Namgong family is now the most powerful family in the military power. His Highness thinks highly of you. When you recover, we'll send someone to kill that boy." "I know. Nan Gongli stood up lightly and accidentally pulled the wound on his broken arm. He gasped in pain and subconsciously raised his left hand to support himself. However, he accidentally knocked down a calligraphy and painting on the cabinet. The calligraphy and painting spread out on the ground. Gu Jiao took a closer look. It was a portrait of Xiaoheng. To be exact, it was a portrait of the #1 beauty of Tsanglan Academy. The beauty in the portrait was wearing plain silk and a translucent veil. She was indescribably beautiful. Nan Gongli had kidnapped Xiaoheng before and recognized Xiaoheng's face. Gu Jiao frowned slightly and clenched the silver needle in her hand. The shopkeeper bowed and rolled up the portrait. He said embarrassedly, "It's a portrait of the beauty of the 6 countries. She's the new beauty of Tsanglan Academy." Nan Gongli wasn't interested and left without looking back. Gu Jiao took back the silver needle. Through the conversation just now, Gu Jiao confirmed 2 things. First, the great Yan imperial family wanted Xiaoheng's life. Second, her sweetheart Changjing was the young master of the Dark Knight sect. Did Marquis Xianping know that he kidnapped the precious son of the Dark Knight sect's master? If the master of the Dark Knight sect knew, he would probably chop him with a knife. After Nan Gongli left, Gu Jiao slowly put the tile back and jumped down. Nan Gongli originally only brought a coachman who knew martial arts, so it wasn't too difficult for Gu Jiao to follow him. However, after they left the pawnshop, a group of people suddenly came to pick up Nan Gongli. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment and decided to stop here today. Since she knew that this pawnshop was Nan Gongli's stronghold, as long as she kept an eye on it, she would meet Nan Gongli again in the future. However, her plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong appeared nearby. Little Jing Kong was a little taller and his original clothes were too short. Xiaoheng brought him here to customize his clothes. Coincidentally, the embroidery building was right opposite the pawnshop. Nan Gongli and Xiaoheng's carriages stopped at the side of the road. Little Jing Kong stuck his little head out of the window and looked around curiously. When Gu Jiao saw him, she was basically sure that Xiaoheng was also in the carriage. At this time, Nan Gongli also came to the street. As long as Xiaoheng got off the carriage, Nan Gongli would be able to see him. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. A jade-like slender hand reached out from the carriage. As if there was some kind of invisible attraction, Nan Gongli subconsciously looked at the carriage opposite. Little Jing Kong jumped down first. He was so tan that he looked like a little black egg. He blended into the night and didn't show his appearance. However, Xiaoheng was too eye-catching. Just as Xiaoheng bowed and walked out of the carriage, Gu Jiao suddenly picked up a small stone beside her feet and threw it at Nan Gongli. With a bang, a big bump appeared on Nan Gongli's head. The guards around Nan Gongli and the carriage surrounded him. "Protect the general," one of the guards said. With this distraction, Xiaoheng successfully entered the embroidery building. Nan Gongli glanced at the carriage but didn't see anything. At this time, his attention was no longer on the carriage that made him feel uneasy. His whereabouts were exposed. He covered the bump on his head and shouted, "Chase after them." Yes. 8 guards rushed forward and chased in the direction where the stone was thrown. Gu Jiao was still wearing the clothes of Tianqiong Academy. It was really not a good time to fight. She quickly retreated. The other party chased after her relentlessly and divided into 3 groups to surround her. Just as she passed by a small alley, a bony hand suddenly reached over, covered her mouth, and pulled her over. Because the force was too strong, she bumped into the other party's arms. She shook one of her arms and a silver needle fell into her hand. "It's me." A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Gu Jiao pulled back her hand and turned to look at him. Mu Qingchen looked around and confirmed that Gu Jiao recognized him. He used his qing gong to take Gu Jiao to a carriage at the other end of the alley. Nan Gongli's 8 guards surrounded them from different directions and finally locked onto the carriage. The coachman wasn't there. The guards exchanged vigilant looks with each other. One of them asked, "Who's in the carriage? Come out." Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao beside him and signaled her to open the secret compartment under the seat. Gu Jiao did as she was told and found a set of brand new women's clothes inside. From the style, it seemed to be Su Shui's. "If you don't come out, we'll take action," the guard said coldly. Gu Jiao put on Su Shui's clothes. To be honest, it was a little small, but it was barely enough to cover Tianqiong Academy's uniform. Mu Qingchen's original intention was to let Gu Jiao put it on directly. He didn't know that the person beside him was a woman, so naturally, he didn't think it was inconvenient for her to change. However, seeing Gu Jiao so stubbornly put it on, he didn't suspect anything. He just thought that Gu Jiao misunderstood his intention. He lifted the curtain a little to cover Gu Jiao and only revealed himself. Not everyone had seen young Master Qingchen before, but his clothes were extraordinary and he had an aristocratic aura. The guards were all stunned. Mu Qingchen revealed his identity. I'm Mu Qingchen. Who are you? Oh, it's young Master Qingchen. The guard who had been clamoring before saluted. Excuse me. Young Master Qingchen was famous in Xingdu. Some people might not have seen him, but they would have heard of him. Mu Qingchen turned the tables. Answer me. Who are you? We. The guard hesitated. Nangong Li was traveling in secret, and none of the guards were wearing the Nangong family's uniform. Naturally, the guard didn't dare to take the initiative to reveal Nangong Li's identity. They're my men. Nangong Li's voice suddenly came from the other end of the alley. His carriage slowly drove over, and the guards made way for him. The carriage stopped 10 steps away, and the coachman opened the curtain for Nangong Li. Nangong Li sat in the carriage and looked at Mu Qingchen with dignity. That was if one ignored the big bump on his head. Young Master Mu, long time no see. Mu Qingchen politely greeted him. So it's General Nangong. I heard that General Nangong was seriously injured, but it seems that you've recovered well. It was a lie. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was enduring great pain all the time. Nangong Li didn't beat around the bush. He said bluntly, I'm chasing an assassin, but I lost track of him when I came here. Did young Master Qingchen see him? No. Mu Qingchen said without a change in expression. Nangong Li took a deep look at Mu Qingchen. There seems to be another person in young Master Mu's carriage? Nangong Li was an expert, so it wasn't difficult for him to hear another breath in the carriage. Mu Qingchen said, it's my third sister. She caught a cold and ran to the inn to see me. I was about to send her back home. Oh? Nangong Li was skeptical. Mu Qingchen lifted the curtain a little, revealing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao loosened her hair and used a hair band to tie it behind her head. She also wore a veil to cover the birthmark on her face, only revealing a pair of calm eyes. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, it's General Nangong. He was implying that Gu Jiao should bow to Nangong Li. But why would Gu Jiao bow to such a person? Gu Jiao looked at Nangong Li and asked in her female voice, what's the matter, General Nangong? Her tone was a bit arrogant. Mu Qingchen almost choked. Nangong Li had been observing Gu Jiao. So he didn't notice Mu Qingchen's surprise. The Su family's status was higher than the Nangong family's. Although Nangong Li was unhappy, he didn't suspect anything. In the end, he didn't see any flaws and left with his guards. After they left, Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao as if he had seen a ghost. You just, oh. Gu Jiao changed back to her teenage voice and said without any guilt, I like to listen to operas. I learned a little. Hearing the familiar teenage voice, Mu Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he almost thought that his classmate was a girl. Mu Qingchen looked at her bright eyes and realized that his heart was beating a little fast. He calmed down and said, You shouldn't dress like this in the future. It'll make people misunderstand. And don't use that voice again. Gu Jiao said, You asked me to change. Mu Qingchen choked. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and her long hair was loose. Her cold and beautiful eyes were infinitely enlarged in his eyes. Mu Qingchen didn't dare to look at her anymore. He quickly changed the topic and asked, Why did General Nangong say that you were an assassin? Did you really assassinate him? Gu Jiao said, No, I just threw a stone at him. Mu Qingchen was puzzled. Why? Gu Jiao said fiercely, Because his son bullied me. I'm angry. Mu Qingchen, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1077555562. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile version website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Mu Qingchen couldn't refute this reason. It wasn't harmful to cause a big bump, but it was very insulting. Mu Qingchen asked, "Since you know he is General Nangong, how dare you throw stones at him?" Gu Jiao said, "Is a general that great?" Mu Qingchen sighed. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. When the military power of the Xianyuan family was divided into four, the Nangong family occupied the majority. Although the Nangong family was not one of the top 10 families in Chengdu, it was only because of its foundation. In terms of military power, the Nangong family was already far ahead. Mu Qingchen thought of something and asked again, "By the way, how did you know he is General Nangong?" Gu Jiao said, "I didn't know at first, but I heard him talking to someone. He said that his son fell off the horse and was injured during the shooting competition, so I guessed it." Mu Qingchen no longer doubted anything. Gu Jiao felt it was a pity that she didn't bring any weapons or hidden weapons to the competition. If she had the black fire pearl, she would have blown Nangongli into a pig's head. Mu Qingchen turned his head and saw Gu Jiao frowning as if she didn't perform well. He suddenly didn't know what to say. The coachman who was sent away by Mu Qingchen came back with a stick of candied haws in his hand. "Young master, there are no delicious snacks nearby, so I only bought candied haws." The coachman handed the stick to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen didn't really want to eat candied haws. In his opinion, candied haws were something that only girls and children liked to eat. He was about to let the coachman take it away when he suddenly thought of something and handed the stick of candied haws to Gu Jiao. "Here." "Oh, thank you." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. On the way back to the inn, Gu Jiao ate the stick of candied haws without hesitation. In case Nangongli counterattacked, she didn't take off her woman's clothes, but only took off her veil. Mu Qingchen looked out of the window on the other side, occasionally glancing back at her. The way she chewed on candied haws was somewhat similar to Su Shui's. Mu Qingchen frowned. What was he thinking? Xiao Lulang was a man. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen both escaped through the window. At that time, the peddlers downstairs had not arrived yet. Now, there was a long queue, so they had to go back to the inn through the main entrance. Wu Fuzi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw the two people coming over from the staircase. "When did you two go out? I've been waiting here for a long time," Wu Fuzi exploded. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao said, "Yeah, I just walked around." Wu Fuzi clenched his fists and glared at Mu Qingchen. "What about you?" Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao and said, "I just accompanied him for a walk." Wu Fuzi was so angry that he fell backwards. No wonder he was a freshman who got 2 demerits in 10 days. He ran around as soon as he arrived and led an excellent student like Mu Qingchen astray. The competition was imminent, so it was impossible to punish him. Wu Fuzi secretly remembered this. "If you don't win tomorrow, I'll double the punishment when we return to the academy." The two went back to their respective rooms. Mu Qingchen wanted to rest, but he could not fall asleep when he thought of what happened just now. He had a feeling that Xiao Lulang was hiding something from him. It was a strange feeling, as if he was caught in a fog. The truth was behind the fog, but he could not get rid of it. Mu Qingchen decided to ask his classmate again. Wu Fuzi was guarding the door. Wu Fuzi would not stop him from visiting openly. However, for some reason, Mu Qingchen chose to sneak in through the window. He could not explain why. He hooked the window frame with one hand and jumped onto the roof. He walked past Mu Chuan's room and jumped into Gu Jiao's room through the window. However, Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Yes, Gu Jiao had gone out again. It was impossible for her to stay in her room, not in this lifetime. However, this time, Gu Jiao was more careful than the first time. Even Mu Qingchen, who was highly vigilant, was not alarmed. Mu Qingchen furrowed his brows. Why did he suddenly have a feeling of unhappiness? Gu Jiao used the same method. She climbed onto the roof from the window and jumped into the alley. She returned to the pawnshop. Nangong Li's guards had already left. The pawnshop was deserted as usual. Only a few pedestrians passed by occasionally, but not many people went in to inquire. However, Gu Jiao's attention was not on the pawnshop, but on the embroidery building opposite. The carriage was gone. Gu Jiao tilted her head slightly and continued to walk towards the other side. She took off the Tianqiong Academy uniform and put on a nocturnal suit that was easy to hide. Just as she arrived at the door of the embroidery building, a carriage suddenly drove over and stopped beside her. The person in the carriage did not speak, but a corner of the curtain was blown up by the night wind. A familiar aura drifted over faintly. Gu Jiao jumped into the carriage almost without thinking. There was an adult and a child in the carriage. There was no light. The child was so sleepy that he fell asleep in someone's arms. However, the adult was in high spirits, without a trace of tiredness. Gu Jiao sat down beside him. Why haven't you left yet? Xiaoheng faintly curled his lips. What about you? Why are you back? Waiting for you. Looking for you. One did not know that she would come back, the other did not know that he had not left. However, they still came here together. Nangong Li didn't see you, right? Gu Jiao asked. No. When Gu Jiao threw a stone at Nangong Li, Xiaoheng felt that something was wrong. He did not look back. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked quickly into the shop. In fact, he did not see Gu Jiao. He only saw Nangong Li. However, he knew that except for Gu Jiao, no one would divert Nangong Li's attention. Are you hurt? Xiaoheng asked. No. Gu Jiao said, they didn't catch me. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao up and down with the help of the thin moonlight and the candlelight on the street. He opened her palm and slid his fingertips gently to see if there were any hidden wounds. After confirming that there were no wounds, he said, then, he did not withdraw his hand. He just held Gu Jiao's small hand and rubbed her palm with his fingertips to comfort her. A girl's hand was always soft, small, and slender. He could completely cover it with his big palm. Gu Jiao looked at the hand he was holding and felt the intimacy he inadvertently revealed. She knew what had happened to her. This was a pair of hands stained with blood. They had dug through mountains of corpses and bones and taken people's heads. His hand was clean. It was so clean that Gu Jiao did not even want to let a speck of dust touch it. At this moment, this clean hand clasped hers tightly, as if he wanted to pull her out of the sea of corpses and blood. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's sleep-talking broke the temporary silence in the carriage. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand from Xiaoheng's grasp and touched little Jing Kong's back. She found that he was sweating. She took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said to Xiaoheng, 2 things. Xiaoheng looked at her retracted hand and frowned imperceptibly. Gu Jiao said, the people who want to kill you are the royal family of the Yan dynasty. The royal family of the Yan dynasty? Xiaoheng looked thoughtful. Also, Gu Jiao continued, Chong Jing is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. She is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. This news was shocking. Xiaoheng always thought that Chong Jing was just an ordinary secret guard. What is the Dark Knight sect? Gu Jiao wanted to ask for a long time. It's an assassin organization that doesn't belong to any country. Xiaoheng didn't know much about it. He paid more attention to the affairs of the imperial court and only heard about it occasionally in Jianghu. Soon, the carriage stopped at the door of the inn where Gu Jiao and the others lived. In fact, Gu Jiao did not say where she lived after getting on the carriage. However, if a person really wanted to know, he or she could find out about Tianqiong Academy by any means possible. Therefore, there was no such thing as being powerless in this world. It was just a matter of whether you put your heart into it or not. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who sent Xiaoheng. When they were in the countryside, she walked dozens of miles to send him to the town to study. After they came to the capital, she always sent him to the Imperial College and Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao was not used to being suddenly sent back by Xiaoheng. She pulled her little ears and said, "Then, I'm leaving." Xiaoheng gently tugged at her sleeve and said, "You're leaving just like that?" Gu Jiao, who could kill a cow with a hammer, was pulled by someone's slender fingers. She looked over in confusion and said, Xiaoheng raised his head. The moonlight fell on his handsome jade-like face. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Aren't there two things? What's the other thing?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "The mastermind behind this is the great Yan royal family. Chong Jing is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. These are two things." Xiaoheng looked at her with a faint smile and said, "These are all information. Telling them information can only be considered one thing." Could he be so serious about words? Xiaoheng's fingertips slid down her sleeve and grabbed her slightly cold fingers. He gently hooked them and stood up. The carriage was not very high, so he could only bend down. He held Gu Jiao's hand with one hand and supported himself with the other by Gu Jiao's side. He pressed down on Gu Jiao. His unique aura suddenly enveloped Gu Jiao. A ray of moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains and shone on his eyes. She used to think that Jing Kong was an eyelash demon. Now that she looked at it carefully, she realized that Xiaoheng was one too. Gu Jiao was stunned again. Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. He had mustered up so much courage to do such a shameless thing, but she only cared about admiring his face. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and stared at him without blinking. Xiaoheng raised the hand that was playing with her fingertips and gently pinched her chin. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you remember the other thing?" After his voice had completely changed, Xiaoheng's voice became more and more pleasant. It was young, clean, and had the attractive charm of a mature man. Gu Jiao's little soul was hooked away. Xiaoheng laughed softly and lowered his body. "Gu Jiao, remember, this is only the second thing." With that, he tilted his head slightly and kissed her lips in the carriage. The next day, the people from Tianqiong Academy rode their horses to Lingbo Academy after breakfast at the inn. The archery field was already surrounded by people who had come to watch the competition. The seats in the stands were basically all reserved. What was different was that Gu Jiao actually found a small area of blue and white among the colorful uniforms. Were the students from Tianqiong Academy coming? To watch the competition, there weren't many people, only a dozen or so. They seemed especially weak among the hundreds of people in the academy. Wu Fuzi was very excited. "It's our academy students. Our academy students are also here." After so many matches, this was the first time someone from his own team was watching. Wu Fuzi was so happy that tears almost came out of his eyes. Zhong Ding and Zhou Tong waved at them. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen had already urged their horses to go to the pavilion. Mu Chuan waved at them enthusiastically. Jiao Wei had a stomachache last time and didn't go on stage. This time, he was extra careful. His archery skills were better than Mu Chuan's. If he went on stage, Mu Chuan could only be a substitute. Fortunately, Mu Chuan didn't have any objections. After drawing lots, Wu Fuzi said, "We're in the third round again." Mu Chuan hurriedly said, "The third round is good. I didn't wake up in the first round, and the following rounds were too hot." Wu Fuzi agreed. "Yes, the third round is the best round in the morning. We were lucky twice in a row." Only Gu Jiao frowned. She seemed to be dissatisfied. "What's wrong?" Mu Qingchen asked. "Nothing." Before Xiaoheng left last night, he told her that he was going to investigate something this morning. Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao and his eyes fell on her neck. "Don't you turn off the mosquito net when you sleep?" "Yes." Gu Jiao pulled her collar without changing her expression. Mu Chuan continued to ask Wu Fuzi, "Which academy will we be fighting against?" Wu Fuzi said, "Pingyang Academy." The competition lasted for 2 days, and Pingyang Academy was on the second day. They didn't see Pingyang Academy's performance, but they were able to make it to the second round. Gu Jiao saw that Mu Qingchen pursed his thin lips and didn't say a word. She asked, "What's wrong? Is this academy difficult to fight against?" Mu Qingchen thought for a moment and said, "Pingyang Academy is one of the few academies that is good at both civil and martial arts. Their fencing teacher used to be the best fencer in the royal family. Su Ping was taught by him. After he was injured, he couldn't fence anymore, so he went to the academy to become a teacher. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before adding, their overall level is very high, and their coordination is excellent. No fencer in Pingyang Academy could be as good as Su Ping, but the basic strength of a team was often determined by the weakest one, not the strongest one. Su Ping was good, but Nam Gonglin and the other two couldn't keep up with his pace. He couldn't lead the three of them by himself. Mu Chuan said bitterly, "Fourth brother, I've never heard you praise anyone, but you just praised them twice. Do you mean we're going to lose?" Yuan Shao said, "Don't belittle yourself before you even fight." Zhao Wei said, "I agree." Mu Chuan muttered, "Is this a matter of agreement or not?" "It's a matter of losing miserably." Gu Jiao asked casually while wrapping the bandage around her wrist, "By the way, what's the reward for winning the fencer competition?" "You don't know?" Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. "I don't know." No one had told her. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked away. "I thought you were going for the reward. If you get third place, you can have a piece of inner city talisman, the second place will get 1,000 taels of gold." Gu Jiao's bandaged hand paused. Gu Chongqing fought desperately at the border, and the emperor of Zhao Kingdom only rewarded him with 1,000 taels of silver after he came back. Was the emperor of Yan Kingdom so generous? "What's the reward for the first place?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen said with some reverence, "The first place will have the opportunity to enter the palace to meet the emperor." Gu Jiao entered the battle mode in a second. "How many matches do we have to play until the last round?" Mu Qingchen was stunned by her sudden fighting spirit. He said, "Including today, if we don't lose a single match, there will be 3 matches left." But who could guarantee that they could play until the last match, fight? Gu Jiao grabbed the cue stick and walked out valiantly. Digression, fever, discomfort, please forgive little June. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428286/1077333908. HTML Genius memorized the website address www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. Tianqiong Academy had successfully defeated Qingyue Academy in the last round, which was quite impressive. They were looking forward to the duel between Tianqiong Academy and Pingyang Academy. They wondered what kind of tricks the freshmen would play this time. Mu Qingchen was the leader. Last time, Mu Chuan and Yuan Shao followed him, and Gu Jiao was his tail. Today, Mu Chuan was a substitute and replaced Zhao Wei. However, Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao both gave the second place to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It didn't make any difference to her whether she was second or fourth. As soon as Mu Qingchen entered the arena, all the girls in the stands became excited. They were in ancient times, where etiquette was very strict. If they were in modern times, Gu Jiao would probably hear a lot of girls calling him hubby. "Young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen." There was really a bold girl who shouted at Mu Qingchen. Anyway, she was wearing a veil, so no one could recognize her. Her shout was like an opening, and the people around her also waved their handkerchiefs and shouted. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "You have so many fangirls." In fact, there were already enough fangirls last time. After winning the archery competition, Mu Qingchen's popularity soared again, and many girls who didn't belong to him came through the back door to watch him perform archery. Amidst the cheers of young Master Qingchen, Gu Jiao actually heard someone call out "Young Master Shao." Obviously, Mu Qingchen heard it too. When he was called Young Master Qingchen, Mu Qingchen didn't even bat an eyelid. However, when Gu Jiao was called Young Master Shao, he couldn't help but turn his head to look in that direction. There was a sea of people, so how could he see who was calling? wherever his gaze swept across, the young ladies all clutched their chests. They were about to faint. Young Master Xianxia was looking in their direction. Did he hear them calling him? He didn't look anywhere but at them. Is young Master Xianxia looking at me? I think he's looking at me. It was me. Mu Xianxia's action was just a subconscious one. When he realized it, he frowned slightly and quickly looked away. Gu Jiao, on the other hand, glanced at the crowd a few more times. Oh, where are her fangirls? It was gone after a single cry. Its combat power was too weak. Xiaoheng had something to do in the morning, so he didn't come, but the grandstand he used last time was still reserved for him. The 3 students of the Azure Water Women's Academy were sitting in their respective seats with smiles on their faces. The seat closest to the front was reserved for the number 1 beauty. Thanks to the blessing of the number 1 beauty, they could once again comfortably watch bowls in the shady pavilion. The people next door were still from the public house. Second Master Jing sat upright on the cushion while Second Foreign sat beside him in a dignified and elegant manner. Second Madam smiled and poured a cup of fruit wine for Second Master Jing. She said gently, "Didn't my husband want to come and watch the bow? Why aren't you saying anything?" Second Master Jing was as still as a bell. "Don't you know why I'm not saying anything? I can't even watch the beauty," he muttered softly with hidden bitterness. "What did my husband say?" Second Madam didn't hear him clearly. Second Master Jing's eyelids drooped helplessly. "Nothing. I'm just worried about eldest brother." Second Madam turned her head to look at the Duke beside her. "With Miss Mu here, eldest brother will be fine." The Duke sat in a wheelchair with Muru Xian by his side. Originally, Second Madam didn't plan to bring the Duke to watch the bow competition. After all, he had just recovered from his cold and needed to rest. However, Muru Xian said that it would be good for the Duke's condition to move around. The Duke stared at the bow without blinking. Muru Xian wasn't sure if he was conscious, but she still smiled and asked, "Duke, do you like to watch the bow competition?" The Duke couldn't answer. Muru Xian continued, "I heard that Madame Jing is good at the bow competition." Madame Jing, Jing Yinyan's birth mother, was the eldest daughter of the Xianyuan family. The children of the Xianyuan family were all highly skilled in martial arts. Riding and shooting was nothing difficult for them. The Duke's face seemed to twitch slightly. When Muru Xian looked at the Duke again, he was gone. "Young miss, this is the spring water you wanted." The maid passed a porcelain bottle filled with spring water to Muru Xian in high spirits. It said that Lingbo Academy has a natural spring water that is drawn down from the mountain using a water wheel. "Young miss, quickly taste it." "Is it sweet?" Muru Xian glanced at her and took the porcelain bottle. "I know. I'll drink it later." The maid smiled and lowered her eyes before retreating to Muru Xian's side. "Aya. Mr. Xianxia is here." A female student from Sunlan Academy couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Muru Xian had seen Mu Xianxia up close in the Duke's residence before, but she wasn't as excited as them. She inadvertently glanced at the Duke and noticed that he seemed to be very excited. His fingers, which were placed on the armrest, trembled slightly. His empty eyes seemed to have regained their spirit. This was the 3rd round of the competition. The Duke hadn't been like this in the previous 2 rounds. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have asked about anything other than the treatment. However, it was different now. Her position in the Duke's heart was getting higher and higher, and it might even be higher in the future. Naturally, she was more confident than before. She turned her head and looked at Second Master Jing and his wife on the other side. She asked, "Second Master Jing, Second Madam, are Mr. Xianxia and the Duke old friends?" Of course, they were old friends. Otherwise, Mu Xianxia wouldn't have brought a doctor over to treat the Duke. The reason Muru Xian asked this question was because she wanted to know more about the 2 of them. There wasn't anything that couldn't be said. Second Master Jing said, "When Yinin was young, my eldest brother brought her to live in the Snow Cloud Manor for a period of time. Mu Xianxia happened to live in the manor next door. Mu Xianxia's handwriting was taught by my eldest brother." "I see." Muru Xian nodded. It was no wonder the Duke had such a reaction when he saw Mu Xianxia. He probably saw Mu Xianxia as his favorite student. Muru Xian couldn't help but look at Mu Xianxia again. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao rode her horse over from behind. Muru Xian immediately saw her face. Why is it him? Muru Xian looked at Second Master Jing in disbelief. Second Master Jing, didn't you tell me that you beat him so badly that he couldn't get out of bed? You even compensated him with 500 taels. Look at him now. Does he look like he was injured before? Second Master Jing instantly choked. F***ck, I forgot about this. Last time, Muru Xian's arm was dislocated by Gu Jiao. Muru Xian used the excuse of treating the duke's illness to force him to capture that brat. Who would have thought that not only would he not be captured, he would also lose 500 taels. He lost face and naturally wouldn't admit it. He could only say that he originally wanted to capture him, but that brat wouldn't comply no matter what. He didn't control his strength and ended up crippling him. Second Madam also looked at Second Master Jing. That's right. That's what you also told me. Second Master Jing coughed lightly and looked at Gu Jiao, who was practicing on the field. He said seriously, I did beat him up. Who told him to recover so quickly? In order to divert attention, he stood up and went behind his eldest brother's wheelchair. Eldest brother likes to watch Mu Qingchen hit the bow, right? Come. Let's go and watch. After saying that, he decisively pushed his wheelchair to the side of the railing. After the players from Xianxia Academy were in position, the players from Pingyang Academy entered the field from the other side of the track. All four of them were dressed in black and held golf clubs in their hands. Their eyes were piercingly cold as they rode on tall horses. The aura of the four people and four horses was too strong. It was as if a strong murderous aura had shrouded the entire field in an instant. Zhao Wei suddenly touched his arm. What's wrong? Yuan Shao, don't mention it. He also felt cold. Gu Jiao was still playing with her golf club. When she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar, she raised her head slightly. At this moment, the four students from Pingyang Academy had already arrived in front of them. She clearly felt that except for Mu Qingchen's horse, her, Zhao Wei, and Yuan Zhao's horses all shivered and retreated a few steps. The game hadn't even started and the horses were already scared. Gu Jiao frowned. The leader of the students from Pingyang Academy glanced at them. His eyes lingered on Gu Jiao's face for a while, but finally, he looked at Mu Qingchen and said with a confident smile, I watched the game last time. Indeed, you have some tricks up your sleeves. However, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky this time. Mu Qingchen said indifferently, you forced the Han family to send out the Black Wind Cavalry. It's enough to show how much you fear Tianqiong Academy. Gu Jiao caught two key words, the Han family and the Black Wind Cavalry. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. He tightened the reins and turned his horse around. Let's see who will win. The Han family? Gu Jiao turned to look at Mu Qingchen. To be able to become one of the four great families of Xingdu, every disciple of the family is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Back then. Mu Qingchen paused. There were some things that he didn't know whether he should say or not, but when he saw Gu Jiao's thirsty eyes, he sighed and said it. After the Xianyuan family's rebellion failed, the military power was divided into four families. The Nangong family had the most, followed by the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. It's worth mentioning that the Xianyuan family's cavalry was assigned to the Han family, which is the Black Wind Cavalry. In order to ensure the strength and purity of the bloodline, the breeding of the Black Wind Cavalry is very strict. Of course, the training is stricter. Gu Jiao grunted and looked at his mount. She asked, why isn't your horse afraid? Mu Qingchen stroked his horse's head to comfort it. It's not that my horse isn't afraid. It's just that I've stabilized it with my internal energy. Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen's horse and then looked at the three horses that were trembling. So when we go on the field later, Mu Qingchen took a deep breath and said, let's leave it to fate. In this world, there was no horse that was more valiant and good at fighting than the Black Wind Cavalry. Just like how there would be pressure between experts, it was the same for horses. Wherever the Black Wind Cavalry appeared, tens of thousands of horses would retreat. On the spectators' stand, many people who had seen the Black Wind Cavalry before felt sorry for the Tianqiong Academy. It's over, it's over. It's all over now. Second Master Jing looked at the small figure on the field whose aura was similar to his brother-in-law's and sighed helplessly. Why, is it over? Muru Xian walked over and asked in confusion. She was from the Chen kingdom and didn't understand the political affairs of the Yan kingdom. Second Master Jing pointed at the mounts of the Pingyang Academy and said, Do you see those horses? Those aren't ordinary horses. They are the Black Wind Cavalry. Hearing the Black Wind Cavalry, Muru Xian was shocked speechless. It was rumored that the Xianyuan cavalry was valiant and good at fighting. 10,000 of them could conquer a city and 100,000 could conquer a country. They relied on the invincible Black Wind Cavalry of the Xianyuan family. It was rumored that this kind of horse was more ferocious and domineering than ordinary war horses. They were known as the men of sacrifice among horses. Is it necessary to have a match? Second Master Jing muttered. He knew clearly whether it was necessary or not. The Han family and the Mu family didn't get along well with each other. The young master of the Han family probably wanted to trample Mu Qingchen under his feet. That was why he sent out the Black Wind Cavalry. Sigh. Second Master Jing grabbed his collar impatiently. Annoying. I don't want to watch anymore. Wait. What was he annoyed about? Wasn't it exactly what he wanted when that brat's academy lost? Second young Master Jing smirked and stared at the boxing field with his bright and spirited eyes. The gong sounded and the match officially started. The first ball was from the Tianqiong Academy. As the team leader, Mu Qingchen personally kicked the ball to stabilize the team's morale. He shot the ball in the direction of Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao had already understood his intention and was ready to receive the ball. However, before he could swing his club, the horse under him jumped in fright and almost threw him off the back of the horse. When he stabilized himself, the ball had already been snatched away by the students of the Pingyang Academy. The horses of the Tianqiong Academy couldn't outrun the Black Wind Cavalry. Once the people of the Pingyang Academy got the ball, there was basically no room to maneuver. This feeling was a bit like riding an electric scooter to chase a Lamborghini. Could she catch up with it? At the end of the first section, the Pingyang Academy got 3 flags and the Tianqiong Academy didn't. At the end of the second section, the Pingyang Academy got 3 more flags and the Tianqiong Academy got 1. Mu Qingchen attacked from afar. At the end of the third section, the Pingyang Academy got 4 flags and the Tianqiong Academy got 1. Gu Jiao attacked from afar. If this goes on, we'll definitely lose, right? Zhong Ding whispered in the stands of the Tianqiong Academy. Zhou Tong looked tense. I believe in Xiao Lulang. Another student said weakly, it's mainly because the horses of the Pingyang Academy are too fast and fierce. After the 4 sections, the first half ended. The score was 12-2 and the Tianqiong Academy got 2 flags. It was over. They had no chance at all. They had finally regained their confidence and came to watch a match, but they were about to lose completely. The students of the Tianqiong Academy hung listlessly on the railings like eggplants that had been hit by frost. In the waiting room, Wu Fuzi was so angry that his hair stood on end. Why did they use the Black Wind Cavalry? This is too much. Isn't it obvious that they are bullying us? They used ordinary horses in the last section. The horses of the aristocratic families were not ordinary, but it depended on who they were compared to. In front of the Black Wind Cavalry, 10,000 horses could kneel. Wu Fuzi could not take this lying down. He rolled up his sleeves and said, No, I'll go and reason with their dean. You're allowed to steal the skills on the spot, but we're not allowed to use the Black Wind Cavalry? A mocking voice sounded at the door. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. It was the Pingyang Academy's young master Han Che. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame. He smiled and said, Did our academy break the rules? Wu Fuzi was completely speechless with this sentence. Yes, there was no rule that forbade the use of the Black Wind Cavalry, but that was because the person who made the rule did not expect that one day, someone would ride the Black Wind Cavalry to attack the bow. You're using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Is this how you use the Black Wind Cavalry? Han Che smiled contemptuously and said, See you in the arena. Wu Fuzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. He turned to Gu Jiao and said, Xiao Lulang, your horse can't be used anymore. You have to change to another one. The academy's horses are all in the stables. Do you want to pick one, or should I? Gu Jiao's attack was the fiercest when she was blocking Pingyang Academy's path. Her horse was also the most frightened. On one hand, it was the pressure from the Black Wind Cavalry, and on the other hand, it was the threat from its master. Gu Jiao said, "I'll go." That's true. It's all the same. There was no horse in the stables that was not afraid of the Black Wind Cavalry. The stables of the various academies were separated. There were guards outside the stables, and each academy's members could only enter their own stables. Tianqiong Academy stables were the innermost. Gu Jiao walked forward. As she walked, she suddenly felt a small black shadow flash past her. She tilted her head and frowned slightly. In the next second, the small black shadow flashed past her again. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and walked a few steps forward. When the small black shadow flashed past her for the third time, she decisively reached out her hand and caught the small black shadow. The small black shadow was lifted and hung in the air. Gu Jiao took a closer look and was instantly stunned. Jing Kong? She always used a teenage voice when she spoke outside, but little Jing Kong was familiar with her teenage voice. Little Jing Kong raised his head and shouted, "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and hugged him. "Why are you here? Aren't you in class?" Xiao Heng said that he would send the little guy to Lingbo Academy before he went to do anything else. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes in a second. "I didn't skip class." Gu Jiao was speechless. Very well, it was a fact that he skipped class. Gu Jiao put the little guy on the ground and asked him to stand properly. Then, she bent down slightly and looked at him at eye level. She asked seriously, "Why did you skip class?" I. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and grabbed his little pocket. Gu Jiao pointed at the part of his pocket that his little hand was covering. "What's in your pocket? Take it out." Little Jing Kong took it out guiltily. It's little flour and little rope. I want to braid little Xi's hair." Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong mustered up his courage and raised his head. But I finished all my homework. I've also memorized the teacher's lessons. I really learned everything before I came out. Little Xi is here? Gu Jiao asked. The little guy nodded and said pitifully, "Yes, I miss little Xi so much. Last time, I told Brother Xiaoshan that if he and Brother Yen came again, he would secretly bring little Xi over for me to play with." Digression: why didn't they use the Horse King at the beginning? It was because the horses were afraid of it. Once it appeared, their own horses would kneel down first. Moreover, the Horse King had to work at home. It had to pull the cart and grind the mill. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826/1077133994. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. The break was about to end. All the archers mounted their horses and slowly returned to the field. Pingyang Academy's performance was too eye-catching. The moment they appeared, cheers rose and fell from all directions. Han Che rode at the very front. He was tall, handsome, and spirited. Between his brows, there was a carefree and confident feeling that victory was within his grasp. In Chengdu, he was not as famous as Mu Qingchen, but the best way to make a name for oneself was to step on the most famous person. Now that he had defeated Mu Qingchen, everyone would say that he was the same Han Che who defeated young Master Qingchen. Han Che led his team to meet Mu Qingchen and the other two. Pingyang Academy was arrogant. The two sides were just facing each other on their horses, but everyone felt that this place was about to become a terrible battlefield. Mu Chuan looked back and whispered, "Why aren't they here yet?" Wu Fuzi asked Zhao Wei to take a break and let Mu Chuan play a small part. The main reason was that Mu Chuan and Gu Jiao cooperated well in the previous round. Yuan Shao whispered, "I don't know. They're probably still choosing their horses." Mu Chuan was helpless. "It's about to start. We'll break the rules if they don't come soon." The two of them spoke very softly, but Mu Qingchen and Han Che, who had good hearing, almost missed a word. Han Che sneered, "Could it be that the people from your academy were scared of us and decided to run away?" "Haha." The other three people laughed. Mu Chuan snorted. "Who's running away? Do you think everyone is like the Han family, abandoning the city and running away when the enemy comes?" "You." Han Che's face turned cold. There was a story about the Han family abandoning the city and running away. When the Turks invaded and attacked the border of the Yan kingdom, they used a trick to trick the Han family into thinking that the Turks had an army of 10,000. Therefore, the Han family fled with the people that night. But it was not a city, it was a small village. Besides, they were not running away, they were evacuating the people. Mu Chuan knew what he was thinking. He snorted. "You're just a coward." Han Che's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the veins on his forehead bulged violently. His companion gave him a look, telling him not to get angry so easily. It was not good to go on the field with anger. It was easy to mess up the formation and cause a foul and a penalty kick. Han Che took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Mu Chuan with amusement and said, "Don't even think about provoking me. Today, your Heaven's Vault Academy will definitely lose. In the second half, I won't let you get a single goal." Mu Chuan was so angry that he almost slapped him with his golf club. What's so great about that? Wasn't it all because of the Black Wind Cavalry? If you have the ability, change to another horse and fight with us. Han Che did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. "It's my ability to have the Black Wind Cavalry. If you have the ability, go get some Black Wind Cavalry for the Mu clan too." Where did Mu Chuan get it, really? Why didn't the Mu family get the Black Wind Cavalry when they divided the military power of the Xianyuan family? No one knew if Han Che did it intentionally or not, but he gently pulled on the reins. The Black Wind horse under him suddenly took 2 steps towards Xianxia Academy. Mu Chuan's and Yuan Zhao's horses neighed in fear as they retreated and tried to escape. "Referee. He's breaking the rules," Mu Chuan said to the referee. The referee looked over. Han Che curled his lips and said with a smile, "My horses didn't touch them. They were the ones who were scared." Mu Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "You're shameless." "Mu Chuan." Mu Qingchen calmly called out to him. Mu Chuan unwillingly suppressed the anger in his heart. He was so angry, he wanted to beat this bastard to death. The conflict between the Han family and the Mu clan was not new. The Han family was a new aristocrat while the Mu clan was a century-old prosperous family. The Han family had always wanted to provoke the Mu clan and replace them. Han Che smiled. "The match has started. If you don't have any substitutes, then," before he could finish his sentence, a series of strange gasps came from the crowd behind him. He frowned and turned to look in the direction of the entrance. He immediately saw the students of Heaven's Vault Academy riding over on a black horse. Let's not talk about the students for now. What's up with that horse? His entire body was black and shiny. He wore a big red flower on his head and his horse's mane was tied with a red string braid. He walked with an arrogant and elegant gait. Han Che was stunned when he saw him. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. How could it be so enchanting? Why didn't you give it a flaming red lip? In fact, little Jing Kong did steal his bad brother-in-law's rouge. However, Gu Jiao caught him too quickly and didn't have time to apply it on little Shi. Han Che recognized the student on the horse. Then, he felt unwell. What was this kid's name again? Xiao Lulang, right? Are you here to bow or to act as a matchmaker? F***ck. Second Master Jing spat out a mouthful of tea. How could there be such an eye-catching horse? Did Heaven's Vault Academy change their strategy? Since they couldn't outrun you, they decided to blind you. Muru Xian covered her mouth with her handkerchief. She also felt that Gu Jiao was fooling around. Who was she trying to embarrass by riding such a horse? He made himself look like a clown. The Duke on the wheelchair suddenly felt strange. His hand gripped the armrest tightly. Because he used too much strength, his arm trembled slightly. Muru Xian noticed his strange behavior and hurriedly asked, "Duke, what's wrong? Don't you want to watch?" Second Master Jing looked at the horse and then looked at his elder brother. He said, "My elder brother really can't watch this. The red flower is on one side of the ponytail but not the other. My elder brother feels uncomfortable when he sees it." Muru Xian was speechless. Did the Duke have such a problem? Everyone was in position. The match started from Heaven's Vault Academy. The bowers from Heaven's Vault Academy urged their horses to move to the side. One of the bowers from Pingyang Academy smiled and said to Han Che, "Look, their horses are trembling even more than in the first half." Another bower looked and saw that it was true. He sneered, "They must be scared of us. Now, they're trembling in fear when they see us. Our horses also seem to be trembling a little. They're trembling because of excitement." The people from Heaven's Vault Academy were all silent. Even though it was different from before and looked more like a horse concubine than a horse king, it was still their academy's mount. They could still recognize it. Muchuan muttered softly, "Why did you ride it here? Can't you see that our own horses can't move?" Gu Jiao was a little confused. Oh, how could they still recognize it when it was already so well equipped? Did these horses have a special way of recognizing horses? Gu Jiao said, "But there's no horse more ferocious than it." Muchuan didn't dare to raise his voice for fear that the people from Pingyang Academy would eavesdrop. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then how are we going to play later?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Stay away from me later." Yuan Shao kicked off the ball. Gu Jiao and Muchuan switched positions. Muchuan was the assistant bower. Yuan Zhao's kick was excellent. It drew a beautiful and neat arc in the air. He directly swung his club in Mu Qingchen's direction. The people from Pingyang Academy seemed to have seen through his actions. Two of the bowers chased after Mu Qingchen. In terms of speed, their Black Wind cavalry was definitely not inferior to the horses from Heaven's Vault Academy. However, something was wrong as they ran. Whoosh, a black shadow dashed past him. The speed was unimaginably fast. It could only be described as scuttling. The two of them were stunned. "Wait, is it that ugly horse? Is it so good at running? Haha, we didn't use our full speed, okay? Hiya." The two of them tacitly increased the speed of their horses. However, no matter how fast they sped up, the distance between them and the ugly black horse grew bigger and bigger. The horse's king left them in the dust. At this moment, Mu Qingchen snatched the ball. The horse's king chased after Mu Qingchen's horse. Mu Qingchen's horse was so scared that it used all its strength to charge forward. "Fourth brother." Muchuan urged his horse and waved at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen saw Muchuan's speed and threw the ball in front of Muchuan. The ball was very close to Pingyang Academy's hole. As long as Muchuan caught the ball, the flag would be theirs. Han Che and another comrade attacked Muchuan from both sides. Muchuan turned around to take a look and shouted, "No way. Why are you all coming at me?" His horse was no match for the Black Wind cavalry. There was no way he could outrun them. Sure enough, Han Che leaped over Mu Qingchen and looked at the polo ball that was falling from the sky. He stretched out his cue stick and hit the polo ball. He didn't touch the ball. His horse suddenly went astray. His body swayed and he was almost thrown off by his horse. "What's going on? Who told you to run around?" The horses used for arching had been trained for a long time. They were familiar with their master's orders and wouldn't easily disobey them. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. On the other side, Muchuan still didn't get the ball even after Han Che was taken care of. The ball was snatched by another archer from Pingyang Academy. The archer tightened his grip on the reins and planned to turn around. He wanted to hit the ball into Tianqiong Academy's hole. But before he could move, his horse trembled all over, as if it had been greatly frightened. He was caught off guard and the ball slipped away. Muchuan hooked the ball over and hit a hole in the hole. The referee said, Xianxia Academy wins a flag. On the spectator stand, a student from Lingbo Academy clapped. Wow! They got a flag at the beginning of the game. That's too fast. His companion beside him said, even Pingyang Academy didn't score so smoothly, right? Zhong Ding raised his chin and said proudly, it's from our academy. A disdainful voice came from behind. So what? You're still behind Pingyang Academy by 11 flags. Can you catch up? Zhong Ding and Zhou Tong looked back. It was a student from Wuyue Academy. No wonder. Zhou Tong straightened his back and said, we won't lose. Just wait. And see. They were no longer weak scholars who could be bullied by others. The student from Wuyue Academy mocked, what if you lose? Zhou Tong rolled up his sleeves. If we lose, we'll kowtow to you and call you daddy. If we win, you'll kowtow to us and call us daddy. Heh, don't regret it. The game continued. Strictly speaking, the Black Wind Cavalry was also the descendant of the Wild Horse King. However, after being bred in captivity, their wildness was greatly reduced. Unlike the Wild Horse King, they emitted the aura of a Wild Horse King. The horses from Tianqiong Academy didn't dare to get close to them. Although the Black Wind Cavalry was braver, they weren't much better. Therefore, a strange scene appeared. Gu Jiao rode the Horse King like a big bad wolf that entered a flock of sheep. Wherever she went, the sheep would scatter. Gu Jiao didn't try to snatch the ball. She only did one thing, chase after the Black Wind Cavalry from Pingyang Academy. If one wasn't enough, she would chase two. If two wasn't enough, she would chase three. The Horse King was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. The main thing was that this was much more fun than grinding. It didn't even need to be tied into pigtails. Thinking of its ordinary and boring grinding life, the Horse King decided to cherish this short period of joy that was hard to come by. In the end, everyone saw Gu Jiao chasing 4 horses by herself. The Black Wind Cavalry was on the brink of tears. When they were fighting against Qingyue Academy, Gu Jiao was as serious as Gu Jiao was in this game. Pingyang Academy was in a complete mess because of her. Referee. He broke the rules. A student from Pingyang Academy complained. The referee walked over. Gu Jiao asked calmly, did I intercept you from the front? She had been chasing after them from behind. Did my horse touch your horses? There was at least half a horse's length between them. Is my cue interfering with you and your horses? Golf club. You didn't even wave your golf club after entering the arena, Gu Jiao smirked evilly. Your horses are timid. Don't blame me. Wasn't this what Han Che had said to Tianqiong Academy just now? My horses didn't touch them. They were the ones who couldn't take the fright. They didn't expect Han Che's words to turn into a slap to their faces so quickly. Painful, really painful. This kid is good. On the spectator's stand, Second Master Jing couldn't help but praise Gu Jiao. It's that horse that's powerful. Muru Xian said, anyone riding that horse would win. Second Master Jing frowned. He didn't agree with her words. Do you think anyone can ride that kind of wild horse? He was a martial artist. Years ago, when the Xianyuan family was on the decline, he had the opportunity to choose a Black Wind horse that belonged to him. His brother-in-law had asked him, do you want a horse that is easy to ride or a good horse? He didn't understand at that time but gradually understood later. It was a pity that he would never have the chance to tell his brother-in-law the real answer in his heart. Under Gu Jiao's and her horse's efforts, Pingyang Academy didn't score a single ball after 3 rounds. They finally managed to snatch a ball and Han Che had already brought it to Tianqiong Academy's hole. Gu Jiao rode her horse and stopped there. Han Che's horse immediately turned around and ran. Han Che. Are the 3 of you going to snatch the ball? Gu Jiao asked the 3 students from Pingyang Academy who were eyeing them covetously. The 3 students' mouths twitched. You might not believe it, but I want to go over, but my horse won't. Oh. Gu Jiao shrugged and sighed. Thank you for letting me win. The 2 of them raised their chins and valiantly snatched the ball away. When the game was nearing its end, there was a shocking reversal in the numbers of both sides. From 12-2 to 12-20, Tianqiong Academy had 20 points. Everyone's focus shifted from who scored the ball to who would be the next one to be chased down. The faces of the students from Pingyang Academy turned green. They thought that with the black-winged horse, there would be no mistakes. Who would have thought that the kid's horse would mess everything up? What kind of crazy beast was that horse? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1076951885. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. What did it mean to live long enough to see? They were definitely watching Xianxia Academy's bowler. They never knew that a bowler competition could be like this. In the first round, they had learned from Su Ping and used Su Ping to defeat Su Ping, which was already an eye-opener. They didn't expect to see something even more impressive today. Many of them came to watch the competition to see Chengdu's first young master, Mu Qingchen. However, they were all led astray by the freshman. In the last round, they were also led astray by him. Therefore, they were able to verify the saying, what kind of bowler will raise what kind of horse? The bowler was not normal, but this horse was not normal either. In the end, the people from Pingyang Academy were completely speechless. Their horses were scared away, but it was more terrifying if they were abducted by the kid's horse. Han Che tightened the reins. No. Stop. Stop. Nay was useless. The black-winged cavalry all ran after the horse king. The horse king grinned widely as it ran forward, panting loudly. Come on. I'll take you flying. The bowlers from Xianxia Academy could not bear to watch anymore. This horse was not their teammate. The people in the stands laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Those who didn't know horses would think that this horse was too powerful. Those who knew horses would understand that the person who could control it was even more eye-catching. In a pavilion with a beaded curtain on the east side of the stands, a man in a black robe sat upright and drank tea. A little to his right sat a man in an official's robe. The horse is running so fast, but it didn't fall off. Who is that kid? The man in the black robe asked. The man in the official's robe said respectfully, Your Highness, I've seen this person before. He's Mu Qingchen's classmate. I heard that he's from a lower country and has a glib tongue. He once pretended to be a doctor and went to the High Duke's public house to cheat people. The man in the black robe said, Is he the quack that Mu Qingchen brought to the High Duke's public house? The man in the official's robe said, Yes, it is. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize him as Lord Xiao, who was in charge of capturing the assassins from the Crown Prince's residence. She had a grudge with Mu Qingchen, so when she found out that she had taken Mu Qingchen's token to the brothel in the inner city, she decisively stepped on her to accuse Mu Qingchen. It was also because of him that Gu Jiao openly went to the public house. The black-robed man said thoughtfully, I think this person is quite capable. Don't beat him up just because you have a grudge with Mu Qingchen. Sir Xiao lowered his eyes. Your Highness is right. This lad's horsemanship is indeed impressive. In other words, Gu Jiao's medical skills were indeed fake, and she wasn't the one who slandered Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen when she went to the Duke's mansion to swindle people. The black-robed man seemed to be interested in that brat. Official Xiao was worried that he would ask for that brat's name. He didn't want anyone from Mu Qingchen's side to squeeze into His Highness' side. However, the black-robed man just picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea. He didn't ask anything else. The game ended with a score of 12-27. Xianxia Academy had set a new record for the number of flags in a bowler game. Han Che's words, in the second half, I won't let you get a single goal, had come true. However, it had come true on themselves. The dean of Pingyang Academy was sitting next to Dean Xian. He didn't look too good either. He sneered and said, Xianxia Academy is really capable. You specially got such a crazy horse for this game? Deanson smiled and said meaningfully, eh? You're wrong. Tianqiang Academy's horsemanship isn't even half of Pingyang Academy's. You got 4 black wind riders. We were forced to use an untrained horse because we had no other choice. The dean of Pingyang Academy almost vomited blood. The horse was already so fierce without any training. If it was trained again, would it become a god? Don't show off like this. The Han clan was one of the top 4 aristocratic clans in the capital. Gu Jiao's horse had crushed the Han clan's black wind riders. After this game, the Han clan became famous. Han Che wanted to use Mu Qingchen as a stepping stone, but he ended up being used by Gu Jiao. Needless to say, Han Che was going to vomit blood when he went back. There were 5 more games left. After the 4th game, they would rest for 2 hours and continue in the afternoon. Change your clothes and go watch the next game. Maybe one of them will be our opponent next time, Wu Fuzi said to everyone in the attic. Everyone nodded and took their bags to change their clothes. There was only one room. As usual, Gu Jiao asked others to change first. Everyone thought she was shy and didn't suspect anything. After all, Mu Qingchen never changed his clothes in the same room as others. You change first, Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao when only the 2 of them were left. Okay. Gu Jiao entered the room. Click. It was the sound of the door being bolted. Mu Qingchen was speechless. After changing their clothes, they went to the stands of Tianqiang Academy. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun sat next to Principal Xian. Their cheeks were red from the sun. Gu Jiao thought they looked cute. Her little brother was cute no matter how old he was. When Gu Jiao arrived, Gu Shaoshun automatically gave up the seat next to her. He had always been sensible and wouldn't fight with anyone for Gu Jiao's seat. Besides, sitting on the other side of Gu Jiao was pretty good. He had no intention of monopolizing her. Gu Yan was sitting in a wheelchair, while Gu Jiao was sitting on a cushion. She was slightly shorter than him. Everyone in Tianqiang Academy knew that Xiao Lulang was Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun's fiancé. Why was he not fiancé? It was mainly to distance himself from Xiao Heng and prevent others from linking their identities. As for why they didn't directly distance themselves from him, it was because they didn't know that Gu Jiao was also here. Gu Shaoshun had called him brother-in-law many times. Now, everyone present knew that Gu Jiao had a fiancé in Zhao country. This situation was normal. Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei both had fiancés. One was betrothed before he was born, while the other was betrothed 3 years ago. 4th brother. Su Shui suddenly appeared in a pink uniform with a veil over her face. Su Shui's eyes were bright and her figure was slim. Even the veil couldn't hide her beauty. Even Zhao Wei and Yuan Xiao, who already had fiancés, couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they were attracted by Xiao He who was following behind her. The little guy was a little tanned, but his little face was really cute. His facial features were also very delicate, especially his big blinking eyes. They seemed to be able to speak just by looking at them. His eyelashes were also very long. He looked like a little eyelash fairy. Deanson recognized the little guy and waved at him with a smile. Jing Kong is here? Hello, Uncle Dean. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. Deanson introduced him to Mu Qingchen and the others. You guys didn't come because you watched the last match in the attic. He's the little prodigy of Lingbo Academy. His name is Jing Kong. Hello, brothers. Little Jing Kong cupped his hands and bowed. Deanson liked this little guy. He pointed at Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun. Come, this is brother Gu Yan, and this is brother Shaoshun. You've met them before. Yes, we've met before. Hello, brother Yan. Hello, brother Shaoshun. Little Jing Kong had traveled a long way with his bad brother-in-law. His acting skills were impeccable. When Deanson was about to introduce Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong said cutely, I know him. Uncle Dean pointed him out to me last time. Hello, brother Lulang. Gu Jiao said coldly, yes. Don't you have classes at the academy? little Jing Kong said, our classes are over. The last class in the morning for the prodigy class was self-study. Little Jing Kong had many ways to get the teacher to let him out. Coincidentally, Su Shui happened to pass by their classroom, so he followed her here. This is... Mu Qingchen looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Su Shui said, he's the one I told you about. He's my roommate's younger brother. Although she didn't live in the dormitory, little Jing Kong sometimes went to their classroom to look for Xiaoheng. Therefore, she knew Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong came to Gu Jiao. Brother Lulang, can I sit with you? Su Shui frowned. Little guy, didn't you say you wanted to sit with me? Little Jing Kong shrugged and said with a sigh, but you already have a brother. I don't. Su Shui was speechless. Little Jing Kong sat between Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Jiao. He was small, so he could sit down easily. Mu Qingchen looked at Su Shui. His eyes were very serious. It was as if he was telling Su Shui that a girl like her shouldn't be here. Su Shui said confidently, I'm here to deliver Jing Kong. I have to bring him back later. She didn't come last time because she had something to do. This time, she wouldn't miss it. It's okay. Deanson smiled. Shepherd boy, prepare a seat for Miss Su. Yes. The shepherd boy placed a cushion beside Mu Qingchen for Su Shui. Su Shui sat beside Mu Qingchen with a smile. Fourth brother. Her brother was here. Who could say anything? Moreover, the female teacher from Pingyang Academy was here too. Under such circumstances, there was no need to be too concerned about gender. The fourth match began. The two teams were Mount Song Academy and Purple Forest Academy. These two academies were very good at bowling. They were evenly matched and played very skillfully. There were no jaw-dropping scenes. Everything was normal. Both sides had broken a few rules and were penalized a few times. Everyone was a little confused. It was exciting, but why did they feel that something was wrong? On the opposite side of the stands, the Duke looked as if he had just gone through a terrible torture and was relieved of a burden. Muru Xian felt that it was strange. He stopped looking at the horse because it made him uncomfortable, but he kept staring at it. Although that horse was very eye-catching, that was all. The Duke was still watching, but his eyes weren't looking at the field below. Instead, they were, on the opposite side of the stands, on the opposite side were the teachers and students from Pingyang Academy and Tianqiong Academy. Who was the Duke looking at? Mu Qingchen. There was a small accident in the 7th section of the 4th match. One of Mount Song Academy's bowler claimed that he was hit by the other team's cue stick. The other team denied it. In the end, the referee ruled that Black Bamboo Academy's bowler had broken the rules. Mount Song Academy's forfeit was a flag. The two teams were tied at 13. It was the last rest. Who do you think will win? Mu Chuan asked. Yuan Xiao said, Black Bamboo Academy. Their offense is more aggressive. Jiao Wei said, but they keep breaking the rules. This is the third forfeit. Gu Yan said, Mount Song Academy is lying. Yuan Xiao and Jiao Wei were stunned, is that so? As soon as they finished speaking, the shepherd boy who went to the attic to fetch water hurriedly came up. Oh no! Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy are fighting. Conflicts in the field were not rare since ancient times. The group of people sat down and decided to go to the attic to take a look. The shepherd boy happened to be there and brought the news. The rest of the people on the stands did not know about it yet. The teacher of Pingyang Academy was puzzled. Why did everyone leave? Dean Sin, Little Jing Kong, Gu Yan, Su Shui, and Mu Chuan were left there. Mu Chuan was responsible for watching Su Shui and Little Jing Kong. When the group of people arrived at the attic, the two sides were engaged in a fierce fight. The guards could not intervene. Archery was a sport that only the children of noble families could afford to play. The children of humble families could not even afford to buy a horse for archery. Moreover, these children of noble families had been practicing martial arts since they were young. How could ordinary bodyguards compare to them? Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen walked over and separated the wrestlers from each other. Yuan Xiao and Jiao Wei helped the guards to restrain the people they threw at them. The scene was extremely chaotic. After everyone was separated, there were still people who wanted to riot. Mu Qingchen shouted, "Stop it, all of you. I won't be polite to anyone who dares to attack again." The two sides finally stopped. Everyone thought that everything was over. Who would have thought that the two sides would use their inner force to hit the wall at the back of the hall? The wall finally could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a bang. On the other side of the collapsed wall, there were about 20 to 30 servants preparing tea for the attic and the entire grandstand. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists. "Look at what you've done." The wrestlers from Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy were stunned and ashamed. They were just fighting. They did not want to hurt innocent people. Gu Jiao glanced at the two sides and said, "Come and save them." Everyone began to save them. The wrestlers did not come to the stage, which naturally attracted the attention of the arena. Then the whole academy knew about the accident in the attic. Lingbo Academy had a doctor, but only one. The doctor came in time, but it was obvious that they did not have enough people. Gu Jiao said to Yuan Shao, "Go find Gu Shaoshan and ask him to bring me my first aid kit. Also, find someone to get a few stretchers." There were so many people. She did not know if the medicine in the first aid kit was enough. Okay. Yuan Shao answered and immediately went to do it. Gu Jiao said to Mu Qingchen, "There is not enough space in the hall. I need an open space." Okay. Mu Qingchen took Zhao Wei and asked several guards of Lingbo Academy to use ropes to make a large open space outside the hall. Gu Shaoshan came quickly. Gu Jiao's first aid kit was put in Gu Yan's basket one day in advance. In addition to the first aid kit, there were some medicine that Gu Yan needed. "Lu Lang. Here it is." Gu Shaoshan stepped over the rope and came to Gu Jiao's side. At this time, there were two injured people who were dug out from under the rubble lying on the ground. Both of them had injured their legs. It was not too serious, but they needed immediate treatment. Gu Jiao reached for the first aid kit, but found that it was a small medicine box. "Eh? You brought the medicine box?" Gu Shaoshan asked, "Didn't you put it on last night?" Gu Jiao shook her head, "I put it on the first aid kit." "Oh, I also brought the first aid kit." Gu Shaoshan handed over the first aid kit in his other hand. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it was Gu Yan who put it on?" Digression, temporarily changed the cover. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428626/1076766164. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. Patients were carried out one after another. Gu Jiao didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Gu Jiao and the doctor from Lingbo Academy had a simple discussion about the patient's triage. After all, they were busy with their own things, so it was difficult to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 + 2. The doctor from Lingbo Academy nodded in agreement. "Little brother, you're right. Most people would save the more important patients first. If they were of the same status, they would save the most seriously injured patients first. Actually, this wasn't the best choice for a doctor. However, there were too few people who understood this and dared to do it." After the triage, Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingchen to clear away the irrelevant people at the scene. Other than the doctor and a few people she asked to stay, no one else was allowed to come close. First, it would affect the treatment. Second, it would cause trampling and shoving. As for whether the medicine box was exposed or not, it was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't care less. However, after asking around for so long, other than the state preceptor himself, no one else knew about these modern machines. There was nothing to worry about. "Sister, I found a room inside. The light is good," Gu Shaoshan said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay, I'll send in the patients who need surgery after I'm done with the triage. Out of the 5 patients carried out, 3 had superficial wounds, 1 was seriously injured, and the other had a dislocated right arm. The seriously injured patient had internal bleeding and was in a critical condition. The doctor from Lingbo Academy shook his head. It's impossible to save him. If the people from the State Preceptor's Hall were here, there might be a chance, but the doctors among the people were afraid. The stretcher is here, Yuan Shao said. Mu Chuan and Wu Fuzi came over too. The academy didn't have a stretcher, so Wu Fuzi brought them to make it at the last minute. There were 6 stretchers in total. Gu Jiao pointed at the seriously injured patient. Carry him in. The doctor was stunned. Little brother, what are you doing? Gu Jiao said, I'll leave you the first aid kit for the surgery. You saw how I used the medicine just now. I think I saw it, but... The doctor looked at the patient who was being carried in disbelief. Can this person really be saved? Is this student a Bauer? It wasn't surprising that he knew some simple bandaging, but was he really confident in treating such a serious injury? Little brother. The doctor had good intentions. He didn't want the young man to be impulsive and kill the patient. He didn't want the young man to be responsible for it. Before he could speak, Gu Shaoshan arrived and said to Wu Fuzi and Zhao Wei, who were carrying the stretcher, this room. Wu Fuzi and Wu Fuzi carried the injured inside. To be honest, the 2 of them could see that there was something wrong with that person's injuries. Xiao Lulang was just an outsider who came to help. He didn't have to work so hard. To put it bluntly, they were also worried that Xiao Lulang would kill him. Bring the other stretchers over there. Gu Jiao pointed in the direction of the collapse. The collapsed area was on the right side of the attic. It wasn't far from the open space in front of them. What do I do? Mu Qingchen asked. Gu Jiao said, I need planks to fix the arms and legs. Mu Qingchen said, okay, I got it. Mu Chuan hurriedly said, 4th brother, I'll go too. Mu Qingchen said, I'll go alone. You stay here and don't let anyone in. Mu Chuan felt the trust and weight in his 4th brother's words. He said seriously, yes. 4th brother. The dean of Lingbo Academy also arrived at the scene. He thought it would be chaotic, but everything was in order. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Even Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy, who were originally fighting, put aside their previous grudges and worked together to dig a hole in the collapsed area to save the patient. As for the situation that he was most worried about, it didn't happen. Mu Qingchen led the academy and the Mu family's guards to surround the scene. Even a fly couldn't get in. It was under these circumstances that he saw Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had just connected a patient's dislocated arm when Mu Qingchen came over with planks of various sizes. Gu Jiao wrapped a plank around the patient's arm and wrapped it with gauze before hanging it around his neck to help him break. The dean of Lingbo Academy was confused. Wait, isn't this the Tianqiong Academy's Zhu Jusho who single-handedly led everyone astray, from secretly learning from Su Ping in the previous round to messing with the Black Wind Cavalry in this round? Every hair on his body was indecent. He couldn't recognize him when he suddenly became serious. After Gu Jiao finished breaking the patient, she handed him to the doctor of Lingbo Academy. Take care of the dislocation. His leg is still injured. The doctor of Lingbo Academy nodded. I know. I'll do it. You can go in for the operation. The dean of Lingbo Academy widened his eyes. This brat can operate on people? There weren't enough doctors. After knowing that the Duke's estate brought a godly doctor over, the dean of Lingbo Academy immediately asked for help from Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing looked at Muru Xian. Muru Xian said, a doctor has a benevolent heart. Saving lives and helping the injured is my duty. Dean, please lead the way. Thank you, godly Dr. Mu. The dean of Lingbo Academy was wild with joy and quickly brought Muru Xian to the scene. Muru Xian didn't let anyone take her medicine box from the carriage. It was full of precious medicines and she couldn't bear to use it on a group of servants. It just so happened that the others didn't know she brought it. Gu Jiao was halfway through the operation. The patient's internal bleeding was very serious. Blood splashed onto her goggles and she suddenly couldn't see anything. Both her hands were busy so she couldn't wipe the blood away. "Xiaoshan," she called out. Mu Qingchen and Wu Fuzi were fixing the deck for the patient with fractures. When they heard her call, they quickly got up and walked over. Just as he was about to ask Gu Jiao what she needed, he saw a tall figure enter the room before him. The owner of the figure extended a slender hand and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Gu Jiao's goggles. "Hemostatic forceps," she said. That person skillfully took the hemostatic forceps and handed it to her. She took it and clamped the blood vessel. "Needle holder," she said again. The man handed her the needle and forceps without any mistake. She was halfway through the suturing when she suddenly realized that Gu Xiaoshan didn't know about these things. Only Gu Yan knew because Gu Yan was the only one who asked her out of curiosity. She abruptly looked at the person beside her and was slightly stunned. Xiaoheng didn't speak. There were people watching outside so he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao caught a glimpse of Mu Qingchen at the door from the corner of her eyes. She pretended not to notice and continued to suture. "Thank you, Mississippi. Please pass me the third pair of scissors on your right. A life is at stake. If I offend you, please forgive me." Xiaoheng was wearing the uniform of Psanglan Academy and a veil. His side profile was as delicate as jade. "Qingchen, come and help." Wu Fuzi's voice sounded outside. Mu Qingchen looked at the two of them deeply. In the end, he didn't enter the room. He turned around and helped Wu Fuzi treat the wounded. Gu Jiao had already classified the wounded and left enough medicine for the doctors of Lingbo Academy. The treatment on the scene was busy but not in a panic. This was the situation Muru Xian saw. She came with the attitude of a savior, but here, there didn't seem to be much use for her. She had been to the scene of the accident with her master before. The accident wasn't so big, but it was still very messy. "Here, this is Miss Mu, Divine Dr. Luo's disciple," the dean of Lingbo Academy said to his doctor. When the doctor heard the words Divine Dr. Luo, he didn't have much of a reaction. He pointed at a patient with a thigh injury. "I'll have to trouble Miss to help treat his injury." The scene that Muru Xian expected to be the center of attention didn't appear. She frowned and looked at the other unconscious patient lying in a pool of blood. She said, "I'll treat him first. His injuries are more serious." Serious and urgent were two different things. His injury was more serious, but the bleeding had stopped. His injury wouldn't worsen for the time being. If the patient with the thigh injury wasn't treated in time, he might become the second critical patient due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, the doctor was about to finish treating the patient, so he didn't say anything. Muru Xian treated the unconscious patient while the doctor went to stop the bleeding for the patient with the thigh injury. Gu Jiao finished the first operation. After that, Gu Xiaoshan brought in a few more patients. Their injuries weren't too serious. When Mu Qingchen passed by the door, he paused and casually glanced inside. He happened to see Xiaoheng wiping the sweat from Gu Jiao's forehead. "Gauze," Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng casually picked up a piece of gauze and handed it to her. Outside the door, Muru Xian and the doctor from Lingbo Academy were also treating a patient's injury. The two didn't discriminate between men and women. They passed things and helped each other. However, for some reason, Mu Qingchen felt that the atmosphere at Gu Jiao's side was different from Muru Xian's side. It was an indescribable feeling. The news was tightly sealed, so it didn't affect the 4 matches in the afternoon. When the matches ended, all the treatment work was successfully completed. Song Mountain Academy and Black Bamboo Academy were disqualified for the following matches due to their violation of the rules. Most of the injured patients were from Lingbo Academy. There were also a few disciples from the academy who were injured in the fighting and in the process of saving people. The 3 deans expressed their gratitude to Gu Jiao and Muru Xian, especially Gu Jiao. Her performance was really amazing. Muru Xian felt that her limelight had been stolen. It was just a swindling quack. After a few days, when the patient's condition worsened, these people would understand who was the true descendant of the divine doctor. She said, "Dean, you're too polite. It's my duty. There's no need to mention it." Gu Jiao handed 3 lists to the 3 deans. The consultation fee will be paid on the spot. No credit. The three deans were speechless. The dean of Lingbo Academy coughed lightly and took the longest list. It's my duty. It's my duty. Muru Xian mocked, young Master Xiao, a doctor should be benevolent. You're only treating a few patients. Aren't you embarrassed to accept the consultation fee? You don't have to be so stingy. Gu Jiao directly handed the remaining 2 lists to her. If you're so generous, why don't you pay? Muru Xian choked. Gu Jiao only accepted her portion. As for whether Muru Xian and that doctor wanted to find someone else to settle the consultation fee, that was their business. Xiao Heng's appearance at the scene didn't arouse anyone's suspicion because Su Shui had also come later. However, the scene was too busy, so Su Shui was left outside. When she saw Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng coming out one after another, she then realized that the 2 of them were in the same room. But when she thought about how everyone was treating the patients, she didn't suspect anything. There were people inside and outside the loft. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng maintained the appearance of strangers from beginning to end. They didn't even make eye contact. The deans also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Heng, Su Shui, Mu Qingchen, and the others. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, "Let's go." He then said to Su Shui, "You should also go back." Su Shui pouted. "Oh." Gu Jiao paused and suddenly turned around. She cupped her hands and bowed to Xiao Heng. "Thank you for just now." Xiao Heng also bowed slightly to Gu Jiao in return. Yuan Xiao touched his chin and muttered, "You two are just thanking each other. Why do you make it seem like you're going through a wedding ceremony?" Mu Qingchen and Su Shui glared at him. Yuan Xiao turned around and touched the back of his head. "Aya, let's go." The 2 sides said their goodbyes. Xiao Heng went to the stands to pick up little Jing Kong, while Gu Jiao and the others went to the stables. When Gu Jiao went to the innermost stables and planned to lead the Horse King out, she saw a man standing outside. It was a man about 30 years old. He wasn't too tall, but he had a strong body and strong facial features. The man was originally observing the Horse King in the stables. When he saw Gu Jiao, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Little brother Xiao." He turned around and greeted. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao asked. He said politely, "My surname is Chu." "Little brother Xiao, you can call me Chu Nan." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked again. He turned his head and smiled at the Horse King in the stables. He then turned to Gu Jiao and said, "I like this horse very much." "It's not for sale," Gu Jiao said. He couldn't help but laugh. "That's not what I meant. Little brother Xiao, don't misunderstand." Gu Jiao opened the gate of the fence and went in to lead the Horse King out. The Horse King was as gentle as it was in front of Gu Jiao, but it was as fierce as it was when it passed by Chu Nan. Chu Nan took a step back and said with a smile, "Your horse is very interesting. Can I take a look at it? I want to see how old it is." Gu Jiao wanted to refuse, but when she heard the last sentence, she paused. "You know how to look at horses?" Chu Nan laughed. "You really don't know how old it is?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" Chu Nan looked at the Horse King and said, "If you knew how old it was, you wouldn't have ridden it so early. I couldn't see it clearly when it bowed, but I guess it's not even 3 years old. I'm a horse trainer," he added. Gu Jiao said to him, "Then take a look." "It's my honor." Chu Nan came in front of the Horse King. Maybe it was because Gu Jiao allowed it, but the Horse King didn't fiercely attack Chu Nan this time. Chu Nan guided the Horse King to open its mouth. He was probably worried that Gu Jiao or Gu Jiao's family would imitate it. He reminded, "This is very dangerous. Normal people shouldn't do this. Look at yours," Gu Jiao said. Chu Nan checked the Horse King's teeth and exclaimed, "It's younger than I thought. It's only 2.5 years old." Gu Jiao was shocked. It had such great strength, how could it be so young? Chu Nan admired it, "It's a Horse King, right? But, a 2.5-year-old Horse King is quite rare. Also, it doesn't look like a normal Horse King." Gu Jiao said, "So it's not fully grown yet and can't be ridden?" Chu Nan said, "You can ride it, but you have to be careful." This was because Gu Jiao's horse king was strong enough. Other horses could only be ridden when they were at least 3 years old. Chunan continued to ask, it shouldn't be ridden too often like today. You don't train it like this every day, right? No. Gu Jiao rarely rode it, and her family didn't ride it either. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again, can it work? The kind that pulls carriages and mills? Chunan smiled and nodded, it's not a problem at all. It's very strong. After saying that, Chunan felt that something was wrong. Why would a horse king need to pull a mill? Gu Jiao made a sound and looked at the horse king, so you're still a baby. I always thought you were very old. The horse king's face fell like an old man. Chunan laughed out loud. A 2.5-year-old horse king wasn't small. It was about the same size as an adult horse, equivalent to a teenager. It was the age when it was the most rebellious. So it couldn't be blamed for being so happy in the boxing ring. What Chunan didn't say was that this was a good horse that was hard to come by in 100 years. The only thing that could be compared to it was the mount of war god Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia and his mount had died in battle. After Gu Jiao led the horse king away, Chunan also left the stable and walked in the opposite direction. Han Che had been waiting for a long time. Young master. Chunan bowed. Han Che asked seriously, how is that horse? Chunan told him the truth. Han Che frowned, how is our Han family's Black Wind King compared to it? Chunan was slightly stunned and patted his head, I forgot about Black Wind King. Of course Black Wind King is better. Black Wind King is a rare horse. But Black Wind King belongs to Big Brother. Han Che looked at the horse king that was led away by Gu Jiao. If only it was mine. When Gu Jiao led the horse king out, Xiaoheng had already taken little Jing Kong away. Gu Yan and Dinsen were also gone. She walked toward the gate of the academy. When she passed by the stands on the other side, she found that most of the spectators had left. Only the students from Tianqiong Academy and Wuyue Academy were left. Both sides were ready to fight. Mu Qingchen stopped them. What's the matter? Gu Jiao walked over and asked. Without waiting for Mu Qingchen to speak, Zhou Tong pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve as if she had seen her savior. She pointed at the students from Wuyue Academy and said, they made a bet with us. If our academy won, they would call us father. But they didn't admit it and even wanted to beat us up. Gu Jiao asked Zhou Tong, did you beat them up? Zhou Tong pursed her lips. Almost. Young Master Qingchen arrived. A student from Wuyue Academy said, don't think that you're so great just because you won 2 matches. You just cheated with a horse. Zhou Tong said angrily, who cheated? You better watch your mouth. Gu Jiao sighed and said, forget it. Stop arguing. It's my fault. Everyone was stunned. Mu Qingchen frowned. Although the students from Wuyue Academy did not know why Gu Jiao admitted her mistake, they guessed that Gu Jiao was scared. They suddenly felt confident. The leading student sneered. You also know that you're wrong? Of course. Gu Jiao nodded seriously and looked at the people from Wuyue Academy. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You're shameless. It's my fault. Digression, K.O. Daddy Jiao is still your Daddy Jiao. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1076555896. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. On the way back, Gu Jiao rode the academy's horse. The horse king led the way happily. Gu Jiao rode her horse to the side of the carriage and asked Gu Yan, who was in the carriage, "Did you bring the medicine box?" Gu Yan looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. "I didn't bring it." "Why would I bring it?" Gu Jiao muttered, "Oh, then why is it in the basket?" Gu Yan said, "Xiaoshan put it there?" "It wasn't me." On the other side, Gu Xiaoshan said, "I took the basket and set off this morning. I didn't touch the things inside." Gu Yan thought for a moment and looked at Gu Jiao. "You put it there. Have you forgotten?" Gu Jiao hesitated. "Then, maybe. The medicine box couldn't have run into the basket by itself." When she found out that the first aid kit was not enough, she did think that it would be better if the medicine box was there. Now that it was really there, she was paranoid again. "Forget it. Forget it." Lu Lang. Mu Chuan rode over. Mu Qingchen was on the other side of Gu Jiao. When Mu Chuan came over, he didn't move aside. Mu Chuan was a little anxious. "Fourth brother, can't you see? Can't you see that I have something to say to Lu Lang?" If fourth brother didn't move aside, Mu Chuan couldn't do anything. After all, he couldn't beat fourth brother. Mu Chuan could only talk to Gu Jiao with Mu Qingchen between them. "Lu Lang, do you really know medicine?" Last time, after the competition, they met the duke who had fallen near the academy. At that time, Gu Xiaoshan said that Xiao Lu Lang knew medicine and asked Xiao Lu Lang if he wanted to take a look at the duke. They only thought that Xiao Lu Lang was at an ordinary level, but today, Xiao Lu Lang treated several seriously injured patients, which surprised them. Mu Qingchen was also waiting for Gu Jiao's answer. "Oh," Gu Jiao replied, "I've learned a little." "That's not a little, right?" Mu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Mu Qingchen seemed to have noticed Gu Jiao's reluctance to talk about this topic, so he said to Mu Chuan, "Is it hot to squeeze over there? Aren't you not going back to the academy?" Mu Chuan said, "I'll go. If you go back, I'll go back." Mu Qingchen did not say anything else. Mu Chuan chatted with Gu Jiao for a while, and then the road out of the city gate narrowed, so Mu Chuan had to walk away from them. Mu Qingchen had always been confused, but he did not know if he should say it. When they were about to part ways in the academy, he finally stopped Gu Jiao. "Do you know Su Shue's roommate?" "No, I don't." Gu Jiao denied it. He just learned about the incident in the attic from Jing Kong and Deanson when he went to pick up Jing Kong. He came to see if there was anything he could help with. "You don't talk so much usually," Mu Qingchen said with a complicated expression. Gu Jiao blinked and said confidently, "Isn't it because of his beauty?" "I'm a little tempted." Mu Qingchen was choked by her words. "Every time you thought that your classmate's skin was already thick enough, he would be thicker by an inch for you to see." Mu Qingchen frowned and said, "You have a fiancé." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said carelessly, "Everyone loves beauty. Even if I have a fiancé, it won't stop me from looking at beauties." "I think you're really..." Mu Qingchen could not reach a consensus with Gu Jiao on this topic, so he rode his horse to the front. Gu Jiao looked at his angry back and thought that men in ancient times had such a strong sixth sense. She and Xiaoheng were almost caught doing nothing. It seemed that she had to be more careful in the future. After arriving at the academy, Gu Jiao returned the horse to the stable and then took Deanson's carriage with Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan back home with the Horse King. "I guessed that you would win. The food is ready." Madame Nan brought the food with a smile. It was Master Lu who cooked. He cooked the children's favorite pork knuckle with rock sugar, braised crucian carp, dried bamboo shoots with vinegar and stewed lotus seed soup that Madame Nan liked. Of course, there was also the stinky mandarin fish that old Master Meng had been talking about for a long time. The whole family was smelled. The Horse King rolled its eyes and stuck its tongue out in the backyard. It swore that it would never walk away from this stinky old man again. Gu Yan was allowed to eat a piece of shiny pork knuckle skin today and was very satisfied. "Did you bring the pickled radish to Lu Lang and Jing Kong?" Madame Nan asked. "I gave it to Jing Kong," Gu Xiaoshan said. Madame Nan nodded, "I miss Jing Kong and Lu Lang." Gu Yan did not refute her. When Jing Kong was still around, he always complained that Jing Kong was too noisy. Now that Jing Kong was gone, he felt that his home was not lively enough. "Humph, little stinky monk." The night was falling. In a dormitory of the Kanglin Women's Academy, little Jing Kong sat on his chair. In front of him were the dishes that brother Xiaoshun brought him today. He was very picky. No matter how simple the dishes were, they had to be very delicate. It was because he had set up the plate that they were late for dinner. "Can we eat now?" Xiaoheng asked faintly. "Yes." Little Jing Kong shook his little head. He picked up his small chopsticks with satisfaction and picked up a piece of pickled radish that Madame Nan had pickled herself. The pickled radish was shaped into small flowers and looked very delicious. He couldn't wait to put it into his mouth. Just as he took a bite, it tasted so bad that he fell backwards and rolled off the chair. "Oh, why does it taste as bad as what my bad brother-in-law made? It's so salty." Because little Jing Kong had eaten 2 salty dishes, he drank 2 large cups of water, causing his stomach to be round when he went to bed. He climbed onto the bed with great difficulty and lay down on the mattress like a little salted fish without a soul. Not long after, the little salted fish started to snore. The weather was hot and there were more mosquitoes. Xiaoheng went over and clamped the curtains. He couldn't sleep. Little Nine stood on the tree outside the window to keep watch. He thought for a while and called Little Nine over. In the house, after the family had eaten dinner, they washed up and returned to their rooms. Gu Jiao went to check Gu Yan's pulse and listened to his heart and lungs as usual. Gu Yan was already asleep. Gu Jiao was very gentle and didn't wake him up. After returning to the room, Gu Jiao planned to rest. Suddenly, a small black shadow fell on the windowsill outside. "Ku!" Little Nine called. Gu Jiao went over and gently pushed the window lattice. Little Nine flapped his wings and flew up. After the window lattice was opened, he flew in and landed on the desk by the window. There was a small pouch tied to Little Nine's right leg. Gu Jiao took down the pouch and opened it. There was a stack of banknotes, a note and a brand new hairband. The hairband was made of blue ice silk. It was very soft to the touch and the color was very good. It complemented the blue and white uniform of Tianqiong Academy. The banknotes were worth 1,000 taels. There were only 2 simple words written on the note: household use. Gu Jiao supported her chin with one hand and played with the ice blue hairband with the other. She looked at the word household use over and over again. In other words, this was a love letter. Gu Jiao smiled. She opened the drawer and took out a piece of paper. She knew how to write a love poem too. Xiaoheng sat in the room and waited. He wasn't sure if she had rested. But when facing Gu Jiao, he wouldn't hesitate so much. Luckily, Little Nine flew back after a short while. Little Nine was holding the pouch in her mouth. He opened the pouch and took out a paper crane from it. The paper crane was made from the water-patterned paper he gave her. He still remembered her indescribable expression when she received the paper. He didn't expect that she would bring the paper to Yan country's capital. There was something else in the pouch. He took it out and saw that it was a note written on the water-patterned paper. The first one read, "The mountain has no edges, the heaven and earth are united, only then I dare to break up with you." Xiaoheng's handsome face turned red. Was this lass confessing her feelings to him? Did she have to be so explicit? The second one read, "I won't be lovesick in my life. Only then will I be lovesick, and I will be lovesick." Xiaoheng's face turned even hotter. So she missed him so much. The third one read, "The bottom of the lovesick tree is endless. I hate myself for not knowing." Xiaoheng's heart seemed to be filled with something. It was swollen and scalding. He didn't know that this lass had such literary talent. Also, her feelings for him were actually so deep. Gu Jiao wrote more than 10 notes. Every one of them made Xiaoheng's face turn red and his heart beat wildly. But it wasn't just from one note that the love poem on the note gradually became a little strange. "The world is long, and the world is long, but sometimes it ends. This hatred is endless." The corner of Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. This love can become a memory, but at that time, it was already lost. Xiaoheng's face stiffened. "Returning your bowl of heartless tears, I hate that we didn't meet before." At the end, she even drew half of a little person beating her chest and stamping her feet. Xiaoheng. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1076377707. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Gu Jiao had a problem. She would feel sleepy after reciting poems. She could grit her teeth and persevere at the beginning, but at the end, she was so sleepy that she didn't even know what she had written. Even the purse was taken away by Xiaojiao. Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time when he read the last part. He had thought that those poems were written from the bottom of her heart. Now, it seemed that she had copied them from somewhere. Looking at the last few notes, the words were crooked. She must have been so sleepy that she didn't even know where she had copied them. Xiaoheng gritted his teeth in anger. What a waste of my excitement. I won't fall for your tricks again, little liar. She must have fallen asleep. Xiaoheng didn't reply. Xiaojiao saw that there was nothing else for him to do and flew back to the tree branch. Xiaoheng still couldn't sleep. If it wasn't for the love poems, he wouldn't be so petty as to care about this. It was the information he had found during the day that made him need to calm down and carefully sort it out. After Gu Jiao told him that the people behind Nangongli were the royal family, he went to the busiest tea house in Xingdu to find a few storytellers to understand the royal family's background. He didn't find out much, but he did know a thing or two about the Nangong family. The Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence were close. This was a tacit secret in Xingdu. The Crown Prince of Zhao country lived in the East Palace, while the Crown Prince of Yan country left the palace to build a residence. The Crown Prince of Yan country was the king's second son. His birth mother was imperial concubine Han. The young master who had prepared the viewing platform for him that day was the Crown Prince's eldest son, Ming Junwang. Ming Junwang was cousins with Han Che, who had struck the bow at Pingyang Academy today. Even though there was no evidence that the Crown Prince's residence had instigated the Nangong family, the Crown Prince's residence was still the most suspicious. So the question was, who was the Crown Prince's residence? Why did they want to deal with him? Tonight, Xingdu was particularly stuffy, and there wasn't the slightest bit of coolness at night. The Duke's residence that had been busy for the whole day gradually quieted down. Muru Xian sat in her room. Bring some more ice over, she said with a frown. Miss, what's wrong with you? The maidservant asked, puzzled. There were already 2 basins of ice in the room, and if there were any more, she would catch a cold. I'm not happy, Muru Xian said gloomily. Thinking of what had happened in the academy, she increasingly felt that Xiao Lulang was getting in her way. She said angrily, he saw that this was a great opportunity to make friends with the 3 deans, so he purposely took away the heavily injured ones and only left me with a few lightly injured ones. The maidservant didn't know how to respond. Forget it. Let's sleep. Muru Xian put down her fan and went to bed. A maidservant came over to put down the curtain for her and comforted her. Miss, he's just a student from another country. You'll soon become the High Duke's adopted daughter. When the time comes, let's see how he can compete with you. Speaking of this, Muru Xian sighed. Say, we've already spread the news for so long and the whole manor knows about it. Why haven't Second Master and Second Madam made a move yet? Could it be that I have misunderstood Second Madam's intentions? The maidservant said, how could it be? Second Madam asked Miss like that to sound out Miss's intentions. I'm guessing it'll be soon. Muru Xian lay down and said longingly, I don't have parents. It was my master who raised me. If I really become the High Duke's adopted daughter, I'll definitely be filial to him. To make up for his regret of losing his daughter. In the High Duke's courtyard. The High Duke had already rested, but Lian Xiao was careless and accidentally spilled the entire cup of tea on the bed. Xianxia had no choice but to help the High Duke into the wheelchair and find a new mattress. The High Duke opened his eyes and placed both his hands on the armrests of the wheelchair. On his right was the bedside table. On the table was the rouge that Xianxia had just bought and planned to bring back to her room. She was playing with the rouge just now, so she absent-mindedly knocked over the basin that was supposed to be used to wipe the High Duke's hands. She was so frightened that she didn't even have time to close the lid of the rouge. The High Duke's right hand was only about 2 inches away from the rouge. If he moved slightly, he would be able to touch it. However, for the High Duke, who couldn't even control himself to blink, moving his fingers accurately was an extremely difficult task. The High Duke stared fixedly at the box of rouge. It took him a Herculean effort to touch the rouge with trembling hands. He dipped his fingers into the rouge and once again spent a Herculean effort to write a crooked character with trembling hands. The next day, Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun went to class at Tianqiong Academy. The moment Gu Jiao entered the academy, she felt a few inexplicable gazes directed at her. Lu Ling. A student greeted her with a smile. She didn't know him. Lu Ling. Another student greeted her with a face full of smiles. She didn't know him. What was going on? She hadn't seen him for a night and everyone was so enthusiastic. Lu Ling. After being greeted by countless unfamiliar students, she finally saw someone she knew. Zhou Tong. Shaoshun. Zhou Tong stopped in front of Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun with a smile. Gu Jiao asked, "Is something going to happen today? Why is everyone like that?" Zhou Tong asked, "Like what?" Lu Ling. About 17 unfamiliar students greeted Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao signaled with her eyes. Like just now. Zhou Tong looked at the back of the student who was walking away and suddenly smiled. You're talking about everyone knowing you. What's so strange about that? Don't you remember that you won the competition yesterday? Gu Jiao said, that doesn't mean they all know me. It wasn't like they all went to watch the competition. Zhou Tong chuckled and grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. Come with me and you'll know. Gu Shaoshun bared her teeth. Hey, let go of my sister. Zhou Tong brought Gu Jiao to the academy's bulletin board. It was already surrounded by the academy students. Lu Ling is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. The people who had been gathered in front of the bulletin board suddenly dispersed and made way for Gu Jiao. This treatment caught Gu Jiao a little off guard. Zhou Tong didn't stand on ceremony with them. He happily pulled Gu Jiao to the front and pointed at the bulletin board. Look. Gu Jiao looked at it. On the left side of the bulletin board was yesterday's competition and the great commendation for them. On the right side were portraits of them, but only Gu Jiao was riding on a horse. She held the reins in one hand and the cue stick in the other. Half of her back was shown. She turned her head and revealed half of her face. What was revealed was the right side of her face that didn't have a birthmark. Her clothes fluttered in the wind and her hair ribbons flew across her face. She looked indescribably valiant. Even next to the handsome Mu Qingchen, she didn't pale in comparison. Gu Jiao looked at the young man in bright clothes and almost didn't recognize herself. Was this how she looked in the eyes of others? Zhou Tong said, we worked together to draw it. We drew it all night. Only then did Gu Jiao notice that Zhou Tong's eyes were dark. She then looked at Zhong Ding and the others who were putting up the portraits. They all had heavy dark circles under their eyes. This was something that Gu Jiao had never experienced in her previous life. In her previous life, she was always first in the exams and won many prizes. However, no one could get close to her. Or rather, she didn't want to get close to anyone. Her identity meant that she couldn't have any friends. How did we draw? Zhou Tong asked expectantly. Gu Jiao's gaze swept across Zhou Tong, Zhong Ding, and everyone who went to the competition yesterday. Everyone looked at her with anticipation and anxiety in their eyes. Not bad, Gu Jiao said. Everyone smiled as if relieved of a burden. They were students of the literature department and were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, they didn't know why they had to wait until Gu Jiao personally acknowledged their drawings. Don't you all have classes? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. Zhou Tong smiled. Yes, we have classes. Gu Jiao turned around and walked away coolly. After taking a few steps, she said casually, draw a few more. The walls at home are a little empty. Xianxia Academy hadn't been so popular for a long time. Although they were called the Royal Academy, in fact, that was many years ago. The last time they had a top scholar was 17 years ago. After that, they didn't even have a second or third place, let alone a top scholar. They weren't good at literature or martial arts and were often laughed at. Now that they had won 2 consecutive competitions and defeated 2 powerful academies, they were elated. Deanson was also very happy. He called Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen, and the others to his duty room and praised them. You did well in these 2 competitions and showed Xianxia Academy standard. However, don't be arrogant. Train well and strive to win glory for the academy in the next competition. Mu Qingchen and the others cupped their hands. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. That's it? Deanson was stunned. Gu Jiao said, aren't you going to give me something more practical? For example, the prize money? Deanson was speechless. Ahem. Deanson coughed and said seriously, the academy is short on funds recently. If you win next time, we'll give you everything. Gu Jiao caught the main point. Then you won't give us anything if we lose? Deanson coughed. You little brat, can you not talk about money every 3 sentences? How can people who read books stink of money? Gu Jiao asked, so are we giving or not? Deanson was speechless. Was it too late for him to say no? On the way back to Bright Heart Hall, Mu Qingchen asked Gu Jiao, are you short on money? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You can say that. Do you have a way to earn money? Mu Qingchen said, I can lend you as much as you want. There's no need. Gu Jiao waved her hand. She wasn't short on money now. She was just preparing for a rainy day. Gu Yan's surgery would take place next month. It might cost a lot of money. Gu Jiao said seriously, if you have a way to earn money, call me. I won't treat you badly. I'll let you be the middleman and earn some money. Mu Qingchen was speechless. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/10763756. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. After the last class in the morning, Gu Jiao went to have lunch with Gu Xiaoshen. Mu Qingchen thought for a while and stopped her. Are you really short of money? Gu Jiao looked at him. He opened his mouth and said, there is a job that is a little hard. If you want it, I can take you there after school. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at her. Why don't you ask what the job is? Gu Jiao said. Without hesitation, what kind of inhumane job can a young master like you get? Mu Qingchen was speechless. After school, Gu Jiao told Gu Xiaoshen to go home first. She had something to do. Sister, do you want me to go with you? Gu Xiaoshen asked in a low voice. No need. Gu Jiao said. She could work alone. Gu Xiaoshen always listened to her. Hearing this, he scratched his head and said, oh, then I'll go first. Come back early. After seeing Gu Xiaoshen off, Gu Jiao turned right and walked a dozen steps to get into Mu Qingchen's carriage. She sat down on the side seat. Mu Qingchen must have told the driver, so the coachman started the carriage without saying anything. It was still early and the carriage was stuffy. Gu Jiao opened the window slightly. The bright sky shone in, and everything in the carriage was clearly visible. Mu Qingchen turned his eyes and caught a glimpse of the ice blue hairband on her head. This kind of ice blue silk material was very precious and couldn't be bought in the outer city. Of course, it could be bought in the inner city, but Gu Jiao didn't have the habit of dressing luxuriously. Why are you looking at me? Gu Jiao noticed that he was looking at her. The hairband is good. Mu Qingchen looked away. Gu Jiao touched the hairband Xiaoheng gave her and shook her head in her heart. Well, I think it's good too. Mu Qingchen couldn't help but look at her again. She couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. He didn't know whether it was because of the hairband that she obviously didn't buy herself or because she was going to make money. Now that you've become famous, there will be a lot of people who want to know you. Don't get too close to everyone. Gu Jiao, Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao originally thought that he would bring her into the inner city to do something. Unexpectedly, the carriage turned and headed in the other direction of the outer city. After traveling for about 10 miles to the east, the carriage arrived at a majestic mansion. There were a few guards standing guard at the entrance of the mansion. The coachman flashed his token and the guards walked over. Mu Qingchen lifted the curtain and said to the guard, "It's me." The guards hurriedly cupped their hands and allowed the carriage to pass. Mu Qingchen's carriage drove into the mansion. "Young master, we're here." Mu Qingchen got out of the carriage. Gu Jiao jumped out of the carriage as well. Wow. Gu Jiao couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the scenery in front of her. Was he really in the mansion? What a bigs, Mu Qingchen thought. There was an orchard to the east of a forest to the south, and a long path to the west. There was a long and winding path to the west, and there was a lotus pond to the north. The lotus leaves in the pond were as green as jade, and there were white and pink lotus flowers. The scenery was so beautiful. Where are we? Gu Jiao Mu asked. Yan Shanjuan's mansion. Mu Qingchen said. Yan Shanjun? Gu Jiao Mu had never heard of it. Mu Qingchen didn't explain too much. At this moment, a pretty maid walked over and greeted Mu Qingchen with a smile. "Young Master Qingchen." Mu Qingchen nodded slightly. "Is your young master here?" "Yes," the maid said with a smile. "I'll take you there." "This is," she looked at Gu Jiao Mu. Gu Jiao Mu Qingchen was wearing the Tianqiong Academy uniform. She looked a little young, and the birthmark on the left side of her face was hard to miss. Mu Qingchen introduced her calmly. "She's my classmate. Her surname is Xiao." "Young Master Xiao." The maid greeted him politely. Gu Jiao Mu nodded. "This way, please." The maid didn't ask why Mu Qingchen brought his classmate here. She led them to the orchard on the other side of the field. They met many servants along the way, and all of them knew Mu Qingchen. After entering the orchard, Gu Jiao Mu heard a few anxious girls' voices. "Princess! You can't climb the tree. Princess, come down. Princess! We won't be able to explain to our young master if you do this." Gu Jiao Mu was wondering who the princess they were talking about was. She wondered if it was a girl about the same age as Su Shui. Then, she saw a little girl on a peach tree. The little girl climbed up a tall branch. The servants didn't dare to climb up because the branch was very thin. They would break the branch if they climbed up. "Princess," Mu Qingchen said softly. The little girl looked over and her big eyes lit up. Mu Qingchen. Oh, she actually called him by his name. Mu Qingchen walked over. The little girl opened her arms and jumped down without hesitation. The maid screamed in fear. Mu Qingchen caught her easily and put her on the ground. The little princess raised her head and asked seriously, "Why didn't you come to see me for so long? Are you lazy and not teaching me?" Her voice was sweet. Mu Qingchen smiled and said, "I've been too busy these days. I came here as soon as I finished my work." The little princess nodded. "Well, I heard that you participated in the archery competition. Did you win?" Mu Qingchen replied seriously, "Thanks to the princess, I won 2 matches." "Then you're good," the little princess said. Then she turned her head and saw Gu Jiao walking over. "Eh? Who are you?" Mu Qingchen introduced. "He's the teacher I chose for you. He's good at writing." The little princess tilted her head and looked at Gu Jiao. Then, she turned to Mu Qingchen and asked, "Is he better than you?" Mu Qingchen nodded with a smile. "Yes, he's better than me. He even tamed the wild horse king of our academy. He also participated in the archery competition." Mu Qingchen was a gentleman who didn't smile much. When he smiled, he looked so gentle that it made people feel warm. The maids couldn't help staring at him. Master Xianxia only showed such a gentle side to the little princess. He was so charming. The little princess folded her arms and said mischievously, "Actually, you don't want to teach me, so you found someone to teach me, right?" Xianxia calmly took off a leaf from her head and said, "Why don't you try it?" The little princess looked at Gu Jiao again and looked up and down at Gu Jiao. She was probably curious about the thing on her face, so she asked, "Why is there a flower on your face?" She was younger than little Jing Kong, but she didn't say the word fold. "Did you draw it?" Gu Jiao asked. The young commandery princess said in a very dignified manner, "Draw one for me as well." The maids chuckled. Xianxia introduced Gu Jiao to the job of teaching the little princess to ride. Xianxia was not good at teaching children. Yesterday, he saw that Gu Jiao got along well with Su Shui's roommate's younger brother. He thought that Gu Jiao had a talent for communicating with children. "That's it?" Gu Jiao asked. Xianxia said, "The little princess has asthma. You know medicine, so there's no one more suitable than you." "Oh." Gu Jiao understood. "Do you come every day or?" Xianxia shook his head. "No, you can come every 3 to 5 days. You can decide how long you want to practice according to the little princess's physical condition. 50 taels a month." Gu Jiao was very satisfied with the work intensity and the pay. Because it was the first day, Xianxia was worried about whether Gu Jiao was qualified for the job, so he stayed with Gu Jiao. The two went to the stable to accompany the little princess to choose a horse. The little princess had her own stable. The stable was full of docile foals. The little princess asked Gu Jiao to choose one. Gu Jiao picked a white one. "You're wearing a white fairy dress today. It matches well." It was unknown if the word fairy had pleased the young princess, but she raised her chin and said, "That's right, I think so too." The servant in the stable brought the little princess's special saddle. Gu Jiao fastened the saddle and carried the little princess up. Before the little princess sat down, she threw herself at Gu Jiao. "Wait, wait, wait. I'm scared." Gu Jiao hummed and said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's very docile. You won't fall down as long as you hold on to the reins." The little princess clung to Gu Jiao's neck with her two small arms. She did not dare to look back. I'm scared." She refused to get on the horse. Xianxia was not surprised. He had taught the little princess several times, but she failed every time. Gu Jiao paused and asked the little princess who was trembling in her arms, "Since you're scared, why do you still want to learn? Children don't need to ride horses." The little princess pretended to be fierce and said, "I just want to learn." Gu Jiao looked at Xianxia. Xianxia raised his eyebrows helplessly, indicating that he could do nothing. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Then, can you watch me ride first?" "Okay." The little princess got down from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao asked the servant in the stable for a mature horse. She rode the horse around the grassland at a moderate speed so that it would not scare children. Sure enough, her valiant appearance on horseback made the young royal princess restless. Xianxia winked at the servant. The servant brought the white pony over. Xianxia carried the little princess up. "Little princess, try it." "No, no, no." The little princess plunged into Xianxia's arms. Gu Jiao rode the horse over and directly grabbed the little princess onto the horse. Ouch! The little princess lay on the saddle and struggled. The strong wind blew, causing her cheeks to puff up. All the children in the family were tired, including Gu Xiaobao, who was only a few months old. Gu Jiao lacked experience with delicate little girls. In the end, she succeeded in making the little princess cry. After coming out of the grassland, Gu Jiao got into Xianxia's carriage. The little princess cried until she was out of breath. Xianxia went to comfort her. About 15 minutes later, Xianxia returned to the carriage. Gu Jiao wondered if she had failed the interview. She did not expect the little princess to cry so easily. "What a waste of your kindness." "Next time," the little princess asked, "when you will come next time." Gu Jiao was stunned. Xianxia glanced at her. "You don't want to come?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I just find it strange. She is crying so hard. Why does she still want me to come?" Mu Qingchen smiled faintly. The little princess said that you are the only one who dares to put her on the horse. No one else dares to. She will never learn how to ride a horse with anyone else. Maybe she can do it with you. Well, she was still a stubborn little crybaby. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen was puzzled by Gu Jiao's look. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked, who is the little princess to you? Mu Qingchen said, her father, Yan Shanjun, is a close friend of Dukan. He lived in Dukan's manor when he was young. He taught me how to play chess. He also taught Yining how to play chess. Yining? Gu Jiao was stunned. Your childhood playmate? Yes. Mu Qingchen nodded. This was the first time Mu Qingchen mentioned the name of his childhood playmate. Gu Jiao felt that the name was a little familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere. Yan Shanjun is not in the mansion these days. He has gone on a long journey, Mu Qingchen said as if he was explaining why he didn't take her to visit Yan Shanjun. Gu Jiao said, oh. She didn't care about that. She was thinking about that name. Yining. She couldn't get the name out of her mind. The carriage went out of the mansion. Young master, where are we going now? Back to the academy? The coachman asked. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, let's go back to the academy. She still refused to tell him the address. Mu Qingchen didn't say anything. The carriage went all the way back to the Tianqiong Academy. They came from the southern gate of the city, so they had to pass by there on their way back. It was hot, so Gu Jiao kept the window open. As they approached the city gate, a group of soldiers and horses suddenly appeared on the official road. Leading the group were several officials riding on fine horses. Behind them were a group of able-bodied men in ragged clothes, their hands tied with ropes. Gu Jiao had never been curious about the affairs of the government. She just glanced at them casually, but she didn't expect to see a familiar figure. She pushed the half-open window to the maximum. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated more quickly. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1076374778. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. Gu Jiao suspected that she was mistaken. How could she see Gu Qingfeng here? Mu Qingchen, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. However, the group of people had turned a corner and went in the opposite direction. Mu Qingchen asked, what are you looking at? Gu Jiao sat back in her seat. I seem to see someone I know. Mu Qingchen looked at the group of people outside the window and looked at Gu Jiao deeply. Do you know the Han family or those slaves? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Slaves? Mu Qingchen looked at her and said, are you mistaken? Gu Jiao closed the window. Maybe I'm mistaken. Gu Qingfeng couldn't have come to the Yan kingdom, let alone become a slave. There was a mineral vein at the foot of the Dongshan Ridge outside the city of Xingdu, and the Han family was responsible for mining it. Some days ago, there was an accident in the mine and a group of slaves died. The Han family bought a new group of slaves without stopping. Most of these slaves were servants who had been marked as slaves. Some of them were poor people in the Yan kingdom, some were prisoners who had been severely punished, and some were strong men from the black market. The team stopped at the checkpoint of the mine. The guard looked at the corvée laborers tied up with ropes and clicked his tongue in disdain. These corvée laborers don't look very useful. There aren't many of them who are strong. An officer riding on a horse said, the market is not good now. It's good to have them. Let's make do with them. The guard said, okay, go to work. We're waiting. The officer smiled, it's so late. Aren't you afraid that something will happen again? The guard smiled helplessly. What can I do? It's my superior's order. His mouth said that there was nothing he could do, but his expression was clearly indifferent. Well, they were just a group of lowly slaves. Who would care about their lives? The group of people entered the mine. Several officials found an open space for them to rest. It wasn't that he sympathized with them, but they were already very tired after such a long journey. They needed to rest and eat something to recover their strength. Everyone sat down on the ground. Gu Qingfeng sat at the back, looking inconspicuous. He had been eating and sleeping in the open all this time. He was no longer the young master of an aristocratic family in Zhao country. Not long after, some people brought over the porridge and steamed buns. The corvée laborers all stood up. Stand properly. Stand properly. Don't move. The official in charge of distributing food lashed out with a whip, and everyone became obedient. Each person had a bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns. When it was Gu Qingfeng's turn, there was only half a bun left. Gu Qingfeng didn't say anything. He took the bowl of porridge and the hard steamed buns and ate them in big bites. After being hungry a few times, he understood that if he didn't eat fast enough, he would be hungry until the next meal. Sure enough, as soon as he wolfed down half of the steamed bun in his hand, the officer urged them to enter the mine. Sir, can you give me some more food? I don't have enough to eat. I don't have the strength to work. A corvée laborer over 50 years old cupped his hands and begged the officer. The officer whipped him, causing him to roll on the ground. Now you have strength. He fell in front of Gu Qingfeng. If it was in the past, Gu Qingfeng would have helped him up. But now, Gu Qingfeng didn't do anything. He just silently walked around him and followed the group. The group entered the mine. Some ores were on the surface and could be directly mined. Some ores were underground and needed to be dug into blind shafts. They had been sent to dig a well. There were already a few old corvée laborers digging. Go get a shovel yourselves. The officer shouted. Everyone hurriedly walked over and picked up a shovel from the ground. They copied the old corvée laborers and started digging. Gu Qingfeng also picked up a shovel and started digging like a professional. They dug until the middle of the night. When everyone was exhausted and had no strength left, they were brought back to a large shared room to rest. Dozens of people were squeezed into one room. The smell was so bad that it was suffocating. Gu Qingfeng lay on a wooden board in the corner. On one side was a corvée laborer and on the other side was a grey mud wall. Perhaps they were tired. Almost everyone fell asleep as soon as they lay down. After the officer finished checking the room, he locked the door and then turned to leave. In the darkness, Gu Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. He wasn't here to be a corvée laborer. Since he had already arrived at Xingdu, he didn't need to continue mingling with a group of slaves. He had to think of a way to leave. As he thought about it, he turned over and inadvertently pressed down on the wound on the outside of his right leg. He gasped in shock. Fuck. The mark of a slave was really painful. He couldn't help but swear. After returning to the house, Gu Jiao told her that she was the young princess's writing teacher. After all, she would be visiting often in the future. It was better to tell her family clearly. Madame Nan gave Gu Jiao a bowl of corn rib soup. Which young princess? Is there a princess in the outer city? She knew that a princess was someone with status. Usually, she lived in the inner city. Yan Shanjuan's daughter. Gu Jiao said. Yan Shanjun. Madame Nan felt that this title was familiar. But she had left Yan Kingdom for too many years. She couldn't remember it. The emperor's younger brother. Old Mr. Meng said casually. Madame Nan was enlightened. She smiled and said, "Ah, yes, the emperor's younger brother." No wonder it sounded familiar. Gu Jiao was surprised. The emperor's younger brother has such a young child? She remembered that Commandery Prince Ming was the crown prince's legitimate son. He was the emperor's grandson. Commandery Prince Ming looked about the same age as Xiaoheng. The emperor was at least the same age as the old duke. Madame Nan said thoughtfully, "I don't know." She didn't deliberately inquire about the royal family. Her understanding of the royal family was limited. Old Mr. Meng drank a mouthful of soup and said calmly, Yan Shanjun is the Empress Dowager's posthumous son. He is almost 30 years younger than the emperor. Now Gu Jiao understood. Yan Shanjun was the king's youngest brother. His daughter was of the same generation as the crown prince. Didn't that mean that even Commandery Prince Ming had to greet the young Commandery Princess politely when he saw her? Gu Jiao suddenly smiled. This little guy's seniority is quite high. Everyone looked at her with a strange expression. After saying so much, your focus was only on seniority. That was Yan Shanjuan's daughter, the young princess of the royal family. It was said that being with the emperor was like being with a tiger, not to mention the Yan kingdom's royal family. Madame Nan was somewhat worried. Old Mr. Meng seemed to be knowledgeable. She asked old Mr. Meng, is this Yan Shanjun easy to get along with? If his temper was bad, he would rather give up this job. Yan Shanjun is fine. Old Mr. Meng said and glanced at Gu Jiao. You didn't make the young princess cry, did you? Gu Jiao said seriously, no, how could I make her cry? Old Mr. Meng nodded. That's good. The emperor dotes on this young princess very much. Those who made her cry were all killed by the emperor. Gu Jiao was speechless. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao practiced the red-tasseled spear as usual. She didn't know if it was because she saw Gu Qingfeng, but Gu Jiao thought of the whip that she had neglected for many days. She also took it out and practiced for a while. After that, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan went to the academy. When Gu Jiao arrived at the gate of the academy, she was stopped by a luxurious carriage. A young man in luxurious clothes came out of the carriage. It was Han Che. Han Che looked at Gu Jiao with a faint smile. He turned and opened the curtain to let another man in luxurious clothes come out of the carriage. Gu Jiao had seen him before. He was Prince Ming, who had come to the academy to look for Mu Qingchen. This Prince Ming was very active. He was very close to the young masters of the aristocratic families. He didn't care if these young masters had disagreements with each other. Gu Jiao thought that he was here to look for Mu Qingchen again. She turned around and planned to go around the carriage to enter the academy. Unexpectedly, Han Che stopped her. Hey, Xiao Lulang. Stop right there. Gu Jiao didn't stop. Han Che sucked in a cold breath. Prince Ming's bodyguards quickly stepped forward and blocked Gu Jiao's way. Gu Jiao frowned impatiently. You go in first. She said to Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan wanted to stay, but she thought of something and her eyes flashed. Okay, I'll go in first. The bodyguards didn't stop Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at the two of them. What's the matter? Her unruly and arrogant attitude made Prince Ming frown slightly. However, Han Che was very satisfied with this result. What he wanted was for Xiao Lu to anger Commandery Prince Ming. Prince Ming didn't seem to want to reveal his identity. He quickly hid his displeasure and said to Gu Jiao in a pleasant manner, I'm a friend of Mu Qingchen. I came to the academy last time. So? Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. She was just short of saying that it was none of her business. Prince Ming was a direct descendant of the royal family. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and had never been disrespected by anyone. However, when he thought that Gu Jiao didn't know his identity, he felt relieved. He didn't want to give Han Che face, but he didn't want to give himself face. Thinking of this, Prince Ming smiled gently again. I don't mean anything else. You are Qingchen's classmate, and I am Qingchen's friend. I just want to get to know you. Han Che pursed his lips. Didn't he tell Prince Ming that Xiao Lulang was just a commoner? Why was he being so polite to him? Prince Ming wasn't being polite to Xiao Lulang, but to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen occupied 3 of the top 10 families in Xingdu. If he could win over Mu Qingchen, it would be equivalent to winning over the Su family, the Mu family, and the Wang family. I'm not interested. Gu Jiao said. Han Che said coldly, Hey. Do you know who you are talking to? Don't be ungrateful. You want to do this the hard way. Hey, young Master Han, please don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. Since Han Che was playing the good cop, he might as well play the bad cop. He smiled and said to Gu Jiao, I was caught up with something at the last minute during the archery competition, so I couldn't see it with my own eyes. I heard that you have a very powerful horse. Can I have a look? No. Gu Jiao refused immediately. Prince Ming almost choked on his own blood. Did she think that it wouldn't work if she didn't reveal her identity? Han Che added oil to the fire and mocked. Xiao Lulang, this young master beside me just wants to see your horse. Even if he wants your horse, you have to give it to him. Do you understand? Gu Jiao looked at the two indifferently. So, you are here to steal my horse? Prince Ming frowned. He was just here to take a look, but he really wanted to steal it. Since he was young, no one had dared to disobey him. This person was too ignorant. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, his royal aura was enough to intimidate him. Inside the gate of the book, the students of the academy who had caught a glimpse of this scene exclaimed that they were doomed. That person was the crown prince's legitimate son. Ever since the crown princess was dethroned, he had become the crown prince's eldest grandson. He wanted to steal Liu Long's horse. Even if Gu Shaoshan called young master Qingchen, there was nothing he could do. What's going on? Why are you all crowding here? Don't you need to go to class? President Sun walked over and asked. The students turned around. One of them whispered, President, Prince Ming is here. He wants to steal Liu Long's horse. What? President Sun's expression changed. He looked outside and saw Prince Ming and Han Che opposite Gu Jiao. Prince Ming didn't even come to watch the competition yesterday. How did he know about Liu Long's horse? It was most likely that Han Che wanted Liu Long's horse but couldn't do it himself. After all, he couldn't defeat Mu Qingchen, so he lured Prince Ming here. There was nothing Prince Ming couldn't get if he wanted it. It was over. Liu Long's horse couldn't be saved. How is this stealing? Prince Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that he wouldn't steal it, the brocade guard beside him had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Just as Prince Ming was about to order his men to draw their swords, a horse carriage sped over and stopped beside Gu Jiao. The curtains of the horse carriage were lifted and a delicate little girl jumped out. What are you doing? She asked in a childish voice. Commandery Prince Ming was shocked. The little princess, who was not even 5 years old, jumped out of the horse carriage and walked up to Prince Ming. She raised her tender face and asked sternly, why aren't you greeting us? How embarrassing. They were all humans. Prince Ming frowned and clasped his hands together. He braced himself and bowed. Little aunt. The little princess looked at him and then at Gu Jiao. What were you doing just now? Prince Ming thought about how the little girl loved to complain in front of the monarch. He gave the guard a look and the guard put down his sword. Prince Ming smiled. Nothing. I just came here to make a friend. Is that so? The little princess asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. No. He wanted to steal my horse. Prince Ming was speechless. The little princess's face fell. Carry me. Her personal maid immediately carried the expressionless young commandery princess up. The little princess stretched out her chubby hand and slapped Prince Ming on the head. She said fiercely, you brat. How dare you bully my teacher? Digression, it was time for the 4th watch of the night. Thank you for your concern. I feel much better now. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. You can find all the novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1076333810. HTML Genius memorized the website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that you can't find online are all available here. The slap was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. With so many people watching, Commandery Prince Ming lost all his dignity. Not to mention that he didn't reveal his identity, other than Xiao Lulang, that poor countryman with poor eyesight, who couldn't recognize the Crown Prince Mansion's brocade guard. He was puzzled. How did this young fellow become his little fellow's teacher? What was going on? Wait. The angry Prince Ming suddenly thought of an important point. He looked angrily at the young princess in front of him and pointed at Gu Jiao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you believe me when I said I was here to make friends? Why did you believe her when she said I was here to steal your horse? What you did was unfair." The young princess choked. She suddenly felt a little guilty. She did seem to be unfair just now. However, the young princess also wanted to save her face. She would never admit her mistake. She rolled her eyes and said sternly, "Isn't that because you're always lying? You have a bad record and your words are not trustworthy. You are not trustworthy. You." Prince Ming was so angry that he almost died of anger. Not only did she hit him in front of everyone, she even exposed his shortcomings. The young princess found reasonable evidence to support herself and suddenly became bold and confident. "Are you still not going to admit it? Last year, you secretly went cockfighting and were caught by the Crown Prince's cousin. This year, you cheated and asked someone to write an essay for you. Last month, you even lied to the emperor. Humph. Do you think I'm a child and don't remember?" He was finished. He was completely finished. He was exposed by the little fellow. Actually, it was a small matter. Cockfighting was just for fun. He cheated because he was too lazy to do his homework. It was not that he did not know how to do it. As for lying, how could it be called lying? He said he missed the emperor day and night. Was there anything wrong with that? How could there be such an infuriating child in this world? Prince Ming could not be calculative with the young princess. Not only could he not be calculative, but he also had to coax her and give in to her. Otherwise, she would go to the emperor and complain about him. After all, she loved to complain. Could he go and complain about it? Of course, it was possible, but wouldn't it be embarrassing? How old was the young princess? How old was he? Little royal princess did not know that royal Prince Ming was giving in to her because she was young. She always thought that it was because of her seniority and that he could not be unfilial. Because of the sudden appearance of the young princess, Commander Prince Ming had no choice but to leave. Before he left, the young princess even bowed to him. Dean Sin and all the students who were secretly watching the show heaved a sigh of relief. The young princess came at the right time. Otherwise, who would be able to deal with Commander Prince Ming? Speaking of which, the young princess had said that she would not allow royal Prince Ming to bully her teacher. Which teacher was she talking about? Xiao Lulang. At this moment, Mu Qingchen was called over by Gu Shaoshan in a hurry. However, he found that Commander Prince Ming and Han Che had already left. All his plans were in vain. "Princess, why are you here?" Mu Qingchen greeted the young princess. "Put me down," the young princess said. The servant girl put the young princess down. In fact, the young princess was not often carried by others. That would make her seem very small. She always remembered that she was an elder. The young princess pointed at Gu Jiao and said to Mu Qingchen, "I'm here to look for her." Gu Jiao asked curiously, "Why are you looking for me?" "To ride a horse." The young princess said, "Yesterday, when I asked you what time you would be coming over, you did not give me a definite answer." Oh, so she still had to reply. She thought that she could just go over after school. Gu Jiao reflected seriously, "It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time." She did not have the burden of an adult in front of a child. The young princess was very satisfied with her attitude. She hated it when people talked nonsense and made up all kinds of excuses to fool her like she was a child. For example, her unfilial nephew, Royal Prince Ming. The young princess looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Then you can tell me now." Gu Jiao said, "After school today, I'll go over to look for you. After school ends at 5 p.m., I'll be there for half an hour." The young princess nodded, "Okay, it's a deal." Then she bid farewell to Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen and went back in the carriage. Gu Jiao was a little confused. She came all the way here just to ask about the time of school. She did not understand the world of the royal little boy. On the other hand, in the mine surrounded by mountains, Gu Chungfeng and the others dug the well for the whole day. The weather was hot and some of the corvée laborers collapsed on the ground from heatstroke. Gu Qingfeng also suffered from heatstroke. He felt nauseous and weak, but he was not paralyzed. His sleeves were rolled up high, revealing his tanned skin. Every time he chiseled, the firm but not overly exaggerated muscles on his arms could be seen. Finally, it was dusk. The corvée laborers were almost paralyzed with exhaustion. Gu Qingfeng was so tired that he sat on a rock and panted with sweat all over his back. Such days had started since he entered the Yin kingdom. If he was not in the mine, he was in other places. In short, he did not have a single day of peace. During the war, he had experienced the pain of life and death, but he had never experienced the pain of trampling on his dignity. His hands had long been rubbed with thick calluses. Today, even the calluses were broken and painful blood blisters grew on his hands. He did not even frown. He untied an old water bag from his waist and drank a mouthful of water mixed with sand. "It's time to eat," an officer shouted. Although they were tired, they still had to eat. Everyone dragged their tired bodies and staggered to the shelter where they received their meals. Gu Qingfeng was not the last one this time. He took the first place and got a bowl of thick porridge and 2 big cornmeal steamed buns. Then he found an empty space and sat down, wolfing down the food. Judging from the weather, it was going to rain tonight. Because of this, they did not need to continue digging the well tonight. They were afraid that they would be buried in the well. After the meal, everyone was escorted back to the shared bunk and was not allowed to enter or leave without permission. The weather was extremely hot. The shared bunk was full of 20 to 30 people. It was like a steamer and the unpleasant smell kept fermenting in the room. Gu Qingfeng laid on the innermost wooden board. His expression did not change at all. It was as if he was used to this smell. About an hour later, dark clouds covered the sky, and the sky darkened all of a sudden. Not long after, the sky began to flash with lightning and thunder. Gu Qingfeng understood that the opportunity to escape had come. After the last person in the shared bunk fell asleep, Gu Qingfeng got off the bed and quietly walked to the door. The door was locked from the outside. It was impossible to pry it open. He did not have any tools and could only use his internal force to open it. But he could not alert the patrolling guards. He could only wait for the next thunder. A white flash of lightning flashed and the ants on the ground were clearly illuminated. Now was the time. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng broke the bronze lock with a caw-caw sound. He opened the door and walked out. He wrapped the broken lock with his hair and pretended to lock it back. The thunder gradually stopped and heavy rain poured down. Gu Qingfeng ran into the heavy rain without looking back. The heavy rain could cover his tracks and also hide the presence of the guards. He needed to be more careful than usual. He did not want to bump into them and be caught on the spot. "Aya, why is it raining so suddenly? My clothes are all wet. I don't know if we can start work tomorrow." "What about the officials? They don't want us to dig a well anyway." Gu Qingfeng hid behind a large tree and allowed the 2 patrolling guards to pass by him in a hurry not far away. When the 2 walked far away, he continued to run towards the checkpoint. There were also guards at the checkpoint. He had observed that this was the only exit. The other places were filled with poisonous grass and traps. He waited in the rain for a while. The guard seemed to be tired and started to nap. Gu Qingfeng silently flashed in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. His heart was in his throat. Fortunately, he was not discovered and he successfully left the mine. Then, he ran in the direction he came from. His clothes were soaked in the heavy rain. He did not dare to stop for a moment. He was afraid that the group of people would catch up. He did not know how long he ran. He ran until his legs almost did not belong to him. He came to a secluded official road. He held onto a tree by the side of the road and gasped for breath. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. "There is only one official road here. He must have gone this way." It was the officials of the mine. They found out that he had escaped so quickly. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and looked up at the branches above his head. He jumped onto the branches. Fortunately, there was no thunder now. Otherwise, even if he was not caught and beaten to death, he would have been struck to death by lightning. "Go!" The group of people ran under the big tree. Hearing the sound of horse hooves getting farther and farther away, Gu Chengfeng leaned against the tree trunk and panted. Only after he sat down did he feel the pain in his leg. The place where the slave mark was branded with a soldering iron had not healed. Now that it was in the rain, it hurt like a drill. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1076191141. HTML genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. More novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. In Xianxia Academy, the weather was not good when school was about to end. The classroom was stuffy and sticky, and everyone felt out of breath. The doors and windows were wide open, but it was still difficult for a cool breeze to blow in. The students who came here to study were not from poor families. Everyone was quite fastidious and didn't smell too bad. Gu Jiao sat in the last row. Mu Qingchen was on her left, and the back door was on her right. She could breathe enough fresh air from her seat. Zhou Tong, who was in the front row, was sleepy. First, the weather was stuffy. Second, he stayed up late to paint again. In the lecture, Teacher Gao was explaining the Pythagorean theorem, which was the Pythagorean theorem that Gu Jiao had learned in her previous life. Zhou Tong. Teacher Gao suddenly called out his name. Zhou Tong trembled and stood up with a confused expression. Teacher Gao said. Lightly, you can answer this question. What's the answer? Zhou Tong swallowed. What kind of question was this? What did he mean by the answer? 80, Gu Jiao whispered expressionlessly. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Zhou Tong straightened his back and said loudly, 80. Teacher Gao looked at Zhou Tong suspiciously and then looked behind Zhou Tong. There were only 2 people behind Zhou Tong, Mu Qingchen and Xiao Lulang. Mu Qingchen would not tell the answer, and Xiao Lulang never listened in class. He always copied his homework. Okay, Teacher Gao answered and asked Zhou Tong to sit down. Zhou Tong was relieved and raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. After class, Mu Qingchen picked up the questions left by Teacher Gao and pointed to one question. He asked Gu Jiao, what's the answer? I don't know, Gu Jiao said without hesitation. What about this question? Mu Qingchen changed the question. I don't know, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at her. Why do you know when Zhou Tong asks you? Zhou Tong doesn't know how to do it, and you don't know how to do it either, Gu Jiao said casually. I don't know how to do it. I just guessed it. Not long after, Gu Xiaoshun ran over to Gu Jiao. Lulang, let's go back. Gu Jiao began to pack her bag. She looked indifferent, as if she had no interest in studying. Mu Qingchen looked at her deeply and asked, have you ever thought about taking the imperial examinations? I'm not from the Yan Kingdom, Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen said, any student of the academy can take part in the imperial examination. The Yan Kingdom was a superior country that paid great attention to talents. This could be seen from the fact that they had opened underground martial arts arenas in various countries to select martial arts geniuses. Although the imperial examinations mostly prioritized the examinees from their own country, if the examinees were truly outstanding, they would still be accepted as exceptions. There was no lack of such precedents over the years. If he passed the examination, a mere inner-city talisman would be nothing. It was not impossible for him to become a permanent resident of the Yan Kingdom. Don't you want to stay in the Yan Kingdom? Mu Qingchen asked. Is there even 1 out of 1,000 examinees who can stay? Gu Jiao asked in reply. It was difficult. The imperial examination of the Yan Kingdom was the most difficult one among the 6 countries. It not only covered a wide range of subjects, but also had the largest number of examinees. 80% of the examinees were from their own country, and the remaining 20% were excellent students from the other 5 countries. The examinees from their own country had extra points, and so did the examinees from the Liang Kingdom and the Jin State. Only the examinees from the lower country had the cruelest screening system. Therefore, it was not difficult for Gu Jiao to stand out from the other examinees. Mu Qingchen said, "I think you can give it a try." Gu Jiao waved her hand and said, "Forget it. She would have to kneel if she had to write the 8-legged essay. It would be better if Xiaoheng did it." "How about the military examination?" Mu Qingchen saw that she was not interested in the literary examination, so he changed the topic. Gu Jiao was confused. "Why are you suddenly so interested in my examination?" Mu Qingchen emphasized again, "If you pass the examination, you can stay in the Yan Kingdom." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Why should I stay in the Yan Kingdom? Or do you want me to stay in the Yan Kingdom?" "Mu Qingchen, you don't like me, do you?" Mu Qingchen was speechless. He turned his face coldly and said, "You are a man. How can I like you?" "Good." Gu Jiao put the last book in and picked up the bag. "Let's go. It's going to rain." Mu Qingchen looked at her back and reminded her. Gu Jiao didn't look back. She just waved her hand to show that she knew. "Sister, it seems that it's going to rain. It's getting dark." On the path out of the academy, Gu Xiaoshan looked at the dark clouds overhead and said, "Are you still going to teach that little princess?" "Yes." Gu Jiao said. The little guy was too serious. He came to the academy just by asking her a question. She was afraid that if she didn't go, the little guy would come to her house in the rain. Although she couldn't attend the class even if she went, she had to show up so that the little guy wouldn't be disappointed. "Then I'll drive you there," Gu Xiaoshan said. Since the Horse King was only 2.5 years old, the family seldom let the Horse King pull the carriage. They usually only let it pull the mill. Fortunately, there was a horse at home. Gu Xiaoshan took the horse out and put it on the shaft of the carriage. Then he went into the house to get a cloak and a straw raincoat. When he came out, the Horse King was the one pulling the carriage. The horse stood far away in the alley. Gu Xiaoshan was stunned and scratched his head. "What's going on? Who changed it? Why is it you?" He took the shaft of the carriage from the Horse King and pulled it in. Then he took the horse over and put it on. "Xiaoshan, eat something before you go." Madame Nan called him in the house. "I'll bring 2 steamed buns." Gu Xiaoshan hurried into the house. When he came out with the steamed buns, the horse pulling the carriage became the Horse King again. "No, Gu Xiaoshan was confused. "Sister." Gu Jiao came out and looked at the Horse King. Then she looked at the horse that was frightened by the Horse King and said, "Come out." The Horse King didn't move. It meant that it had to go out. Gu Xiaoshan said, "Sister." Gu Jiao said, "Forget it. You go in the house. I'll go by myself." "Oh." Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and turned to go into the house. "Actually, I'm not heavy." Gu Jiao sat in the carriage. The Horse King whizzed and the carriage went away. The Horse King was very fast. Gu Jiao didn't get wet on the way. It didn't start to rain until they entered the mansion. The rain didn't stop and showed no signs of letting up. Gu Qingfeng hid in a big tree for a while. In the end, he was still found. He didn't know how they found him. He clearly didn't reveal any flaws. There were a total of 4 officials. Their martial arts weren't weak. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be difficult for Gu Qingfeng to deal with them. However, the wound on his leg was too painful. He escaped with minor injuries. The 4 people were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They wouldn't be able to catch up for a while. He was afraid that there would be a second wave of officials chasing after him. It was just a slave. In Gu Qingfeng's view, there was no need to make such a big fuss. However, he also understood that they weren't catching a slave. It was the rules. If everyone followed his example and left, then who would be so dead set on working in the mines? They wanted to catch him and kill him as an example. Gu Qingfeng walked along the official road. He didn't know how long he walked, but he finally came to a bustling street. Xingdu was more prosperous than Zhaodu. Even though it was raining heavily, there were still many vendors on both sides of the street. The pedestrians on the road were hurried and the shops were full. Gu Qingfeng braved the heavy rain and walked on the wet street with one foot in the other. His head hurt and his body was a little cold. Suddenly, he was bumped into by a man walking towards him. The man scolded, "Don't you look where you're going?" Gu Qingfeng ignored him. He didn't understand anyway. On the way to Xingdu, he was locked up with a group of slaves from a lower country. There weren't many opportunities to learn the language of the Yan kingdom. After walking for a while, he had a splitting headache and his mind was dizzy. According to his previous experience of being sick, he should have a high fever. He found an open space under the eaves and sat down against the cold wall. "Hey! Go away!" The beggar on the side scolded, "This is my territory." Gu Qingfeng glanced at him and was too lazy to move. The beggar pointed at the brand on the outside of his right calf with a stick, "So you're a slave? Then you dare to fight with me for territory?" In the Yan kingdom, the status of slaves was lower than that of beggars. They were not people, but goods, cats and dogs. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand what he was saying. He was too tired and just wanted to rest for a while. He didn't want to cause trouble. But this person was too noisy and even hit him with a stick. Gu Qingfeng could pinch him to death with his fingers, but he was just an old beggar with a lame leg. Why bother with this kind of person? In the past, Gu Qingfeng would bother. But now he wouldn't. After experiencing more injustice and abuse, this kind of unfriendliness was not worth mentioning at all. Gu Qingfeng couldn't stand the noise and dragged his tired body away. He fell in an alley full of water. People came and went in the alley. No one noticed that a person had fainted here. Finally, a carriage stopped nearby, and a gorgeously dressed middle-aged woman walked into the rouge shop with a young maid in a flirtatious manner. When the two came out of the rouge shop, the little maid inadvertently glanced and saw the figure on the ground. "Mother, there's someone over there." In the Yan kingdom, only the brothel madam could be called mother. The middle-aged woman stared at her and said, "How many times have I said, we're not a brothel? It's changed to a theater. Call me madam." "Madam." "Yes, madam." The maid hurriedly changed her words, thinking that a theater was similar to a brothel. "Alive or dead?" The middle-aged woman looked at the person in the alley. Gu Qingfeng was lying on the ground. His body was tall, and the bones of his hands were delicate and slender. "Oh, you're quite pretty." The middle-aged woman and the maid walked over with an umbrella. The maid squatted down and touched his neck. "He's still breathing." "Eh? He seems to be talking." The maid put her ear close to his neck. "What did he say?" the middle-aged woman asked. "He doesn't seem to be from Xingdu. The language of the Yan kingdom is so strange." The maid listened carefully for a while and finally understood a few words. He said, "Tianqiong Academy." "Madam, is he a student of Tianqiong Academy?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the ragged Gu Qingfeng. "Have you seen a student of Tianqiong Academy dressed like this?" The maid said, "That's true." The middle-aged woman was experienced. She directly lifted Gu Qingfeng's trousers with her foot and saw the brand on it. She smiled coldly, "So he's a slave. Okay, take him back." Gu Qingfeng was carried into the carriage by the maid and the coachman and thrown on the cold floor. The maid lifted the curtain and looked at the approaching carriage. She said curiously, "Madam, look, that carriage doesn't have a coachman." The middle-aged woman wiped the water droplets on her body with a handkerchief. "His horse is obedient." "What's so strange about that?" "It's just that the horse is jumping around happily like a fool." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg com/896428964286/1076133323. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, MZHHBQG. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. This was the first time the young maid had seen a horse pulling a carriage by itself. The horse was quite interesting and was jumping around happily. She couldn't help but lift the curtain and watch. The Horse King was a crazy person. The more people looked at it, the more it jumped around. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage with her eyes closed to rest. In the end, the carriage swayed and swayed, causing her to faint. She lifted the curtain and said to the Horse King, "Pull your carriage properly." The Horse King immediately withered and obediently walked a few steps. As if it was testing Gu Jiao's bottom line, it jumped around again. "Gu Jiao," the young maidservant chuckled. Gu Jiao subconsciously glanced at her. The young maid probably realized that she had lost her composure and bowed to Gu Jiao to express her apology. Then, she lowered the curtain. Gu Jiao looked away. The two carriages passed by each other. For some reason, Gu Jiao felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling. She knitted her brows and lifted the curtain to look to the side. The carriage had already moved in front of her and her carriage had turned into the alley. That's right, the alley where Gu Qingfeng had fainted was the road they had taken to come here. Naturally, they had to pass through here on their way back. If the middle-aged woman hadn't taken Gu Qingfeng away, Gu Jiao would have met him by now. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao didn't know. However, when they passed through the alley, the strange feeling in her heart was magnified. There were more puddles in the alley than on the street. The Horse King couldn't help but want to step into the puddles. It started to jump around again, repeatedly testing the waters at the edge of where Gu Jiao would beat it to death. However, this time it didn't jump for long before it suddenly stopped. The disadvantage of letting the Horse King drive on autopilot was that sometimes it would run off to play with itself. However, when it had enough, it would always pull the carriage back. As long as it didn't take too long, Gu Jiao wouldn't scold it. Gu Jiao waited quietly. However, the situation this time was different. The Horse King was very quiet. The Horse King sniffed and bit on something. Then, it shook off the shaft of the carriage, turned around, and stuck its head into the carriage. What happened? Gu Jiao looked at the Horse King that suddenly appeared in front of her and saw a mask in its mouth. The mask had been soaked in water and was stained with a little mud, but it did not prevent Gu Jiao from recognizing it. It was Gu Jiao's mask. Or to be more precise, it was Gu Jiao's mask. Gu Qingfeng had stolen it from Gu Qingfeng. Later on, when Gu Qingfeng had a new one, she had stolen the new one and returned the old one to Gu Qingfeng. The reason why the Horse King picked up the mask was probably because it smelled Gu Jiao's scent on it and thought that Gu Jiao had dropped it. Gu Jiao took the mask. She looked at it over and over again and confirmed that it was the first mask she had stolen from Gu Qingfeng. In fact, if it was just a mask, Gu Jiao might not recognize it. However, the Horse King would not pick up an unfamiliar item. Then, she thought of the figure she had seen near the inner city gate that day. Could it be that Gu Qingfeng had really come? Then where was he? Where did he go? The heavy rain poured down and the carriage struggled to move through the gradually deserted streets. The horses were tired and had arrived at their destination. The carriage stopped in front of a richly ornamented opera house. "Madam, we're here," the coachman said loudly. The middle-aged lady's snoring stopped abruptly. She sat up and used her sleeve to wipe her saliva. She coughed lightly and frowned. "We're here. What are you shouting for?" She got off the carriage and found two servants to carry the person in the carriage down. The servants were used to this kind of thing and quickly carried the person into the opera house. It was reasonable to say that this kind of newcomer should be placed in the firewood room. However, after the middle-aged lady lifted the hair on Gu Qingfeng's face and looked at his face, she immediately had someone clean up a room for him. "Mother. Madam." The servant girl called her wrongly again and hurriedly changed her words. "Why did you give him a room?" The middle-aged lady snorted and said, "There aren't many men with this kind of appearance. Ever since those foxes came to Spring Wind Pavilion, all the business on the street has been stolen by them. Your mother, I. Cough. Your madam, I have to take good care of him and let him bring back more business for me. The servant girl curled her lips. What if he doesn't want to? The middle-aged lady sneered. Oh, do you think he can do as he pleases? After the servant put Gu Qingfeng in the room, the middle-aged lady asked someone to change him into dry clothes. Gu Qingfeng was lying on the soft bed. His clothes were half open, revealing half of his strong chest. He had been whipped and there were deep whip marks on his chest. Tisk, tsk, who did this? The middle-aged lady sat down on the bed and happily untied Gu Qingfeng's clothes. She looked up and down with satisfaction. Oh, look at this body. Mother, I have picked up a treasure today. Ginkgo. Madam. The servant girl came over. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, Go get the best bottle of golden sore medicine and jade snow ointment from my room. I want him to be clean and not leave a single whip mark. The servant girl hesitated for a moment and said, But he seems to be sick. He didn't wake up the whole way. Will he die soon? The middle-aged lady fiercely glared at her. You are the one who is dying. How can you curse me like this? The servant girl whispered, I wasn't talking about you. The middle-aged lady snorted, He is a money tree that I picked up. If you curse him to die, you are cursing me to have no money to earn. The servant girl was speechless. The middle-aged lady closed Gu Qingfeng's clothes. Don't just stand here. Go and invite Dr. Liu. Do you really want to see him die? Dr. Liu was a doctor nearby and happened to be at home. The servant girl quickly invited him over. Dr. Liu gave a prescription and the middle-aged lady asked the servant girl to get the medicine. Gu Qingfeng woke up in the middle of decocting the medicine. His head was groggy and his consciousness was not as good as before. However, he could recognize that this was not the alley where he fell. There were some strange people in the room. Why were they strange? First, because their clothes were too luxurious. Second, because they were doing something at the moment. Is it not done yet? The middle-aged lady asked. Soon. The servant girl took a pestle and stirred the medicine in the bowl. She took 2 leaves from the basket and threw them in. She poured the medicine into the bowl and took out a small jar to pour the medicine in. Not long after, a black light seemed to flash out of the small jar. The servant girl quickly caught it with a porcelain bottle. It's out, madam, she said. Use it on him. The middle-aged lady said. Oh. The servant girl turned and walked towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's intuition told him that this was not something good. He calmed down and used his remaining strength to lift the quilt. Ah. You're awake? The servant girl exclaimed. Gu Qingfeng suddenly stood up. He did not know if it was because he stood up too quickly or because he was too weak. He only felt a wave of dizziness and fell back down. Hurry and use it on him, the middle-aged lady said. The servant girl reached out to grab Gu Qingfeng but was pushed away by Gu Qingfeng. The servant girl cried out and bumped into the pillar behind her. Seeing this, the middle-aged lady frowned. He was so sick but he could still push people away. Was he that strong? She coldly said, Someone come. Hold him down. 2 manservants pushed the door open and entered, quickly walking towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's fever was muddled and his body was weak. He could not use his usual skills. After struggling a few times, he was pressed onto the bed by the servants who knew martial arts. The middle-aged lady sighed and looked down at him. Be obedient and I will not treat you unfairly. Let me go, Gu Qingfeng weakly said. The middle-aged lady did not understand Xiaoguo language. She smiled and said, I'm not going to poison you. Why are you running? You are just a lowly servant. It is your good fortune to be chosen by me. Why are you resisting? The servant girl suddenly held the bowl in her hand and said, Madam, the goo worm is about to die. Hurry and feed it to him. Give it to me. The middle-aged lady reached out her hand. The servant girl handed the bowl to the middle-aged lady. This kind of worm was their brothel. No, now it should be the theater. It was a method used to control people. No one could resist its medicinal properties. If they did not take the antidote every month, it would be like being bitten by thousands of ants. pry open his mouth," the middle-aged lady coldly said. The servants pried open Gu Qingfeng's mouth. The middle-aged lady took the goo worm and poured it into Gu Qingfeng's mouth. Gu Qingfeng suddenly had strength from who knows where and kicked her away. He broke free from the two servants' evil clutches and ran to the door. He opened the door and ran out. The middle-aged lady held her painful stomach and gritted her teeth. "This is my territory. Do you think you can run away?" Xianxia. With her order, a black-clothed expert descended from the sky and sent Gu Qingfeng flying to the ground with one palm. Gu Qingfeng's chest hurt and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia grabbed Gu Qingfeng's clothes and pulled him up from the ground. He raised his other hand and viciously threw it at Gu Qingfeng's face. With this punch, even if Gu Qingfeng did not die, he would be crippled. At the moment of life and death, the door to the hall on the first floor was kicked down by someone. The huge commotion shocked everyone. Xiaoxi's fist stopped and he coldly looked towards the first floor. He saw a youth wearing the uniform of a certain school appear at the door with a cold expression. Lightning flashed behind him, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like an Azura that had walked out of purgatory. "Let him go," the youth said coldly. Xiaoxi's brows furrowed. He admitted that he had been shocked by the youth's aura for a moment. But when the other spoke, he was sure this was a living person. How could this be an Azura from hell? He once again threw a punch at Gu Qingfeng. The youth's palm was facing down. His arm shook and a dagger fell. The youth spun in his hand and the youth threw it out. Xiaoxia did not see the dagger's trajectory clearly. He only saw a silver light flash by. The next second, his right hand was viciously stabbed. The dagger had a terrifying force that nailed his hand to the wall. His body was also sent flying towards the wall. He could not help but let go of his other hand. Gu Qingfeng fell to the ground. Xiaoxia endured the pain to pull out the dagger. He could not pull it out. It was also at this time that he realized how strong the youth was. He used a tremendous amount of strength to finally pull out the dagger. He turned around to attack the youth, but before he could stand up, he was kicked in the jaw by the youth who had appeared in front of him. This was a roundhouse kick that sent him flying from the second floor. He landed heavily on the table in the hall on the first floor. The table was smashed to pieces and he fainted from the fall. When the middle-aged madam came out and saw this scene, she was completely stunned. Who was this boy? How did he beat Xiaoxia to this state? It had to be known that Xiaoxia was a death warrior that she had spent a lot of money to buy. He had never suffered at the hands of an expert before. Where did this stinking brat come from, daring to cause trouble in my brothel? Do you know who I am? Ah! Before she could finish her sentence, the young man had already walked over and grabbed her by the neck, pushing her against the wall unceremoniously. She felt a sharp pain in her back and wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. The youth looked up and coldly stared at her. Who told you to touch him? Him? Which him? Was it that slave? Madam, are you still going to give this goo worm? Ah! The servant girl held the bowl and froze in fear. Bring it over, the youth said to her. The servant girl trembled as she walked over with the bowl. The youth looked at the middle-aged madam who could not breathe and had a purple face. Feed it to her. The servant girl was so scared that she was about to cry. To feed or not to feed? Would she die if she didn't feed her? The youth expressionlessly said, if I don't feed you, then eat it yourself. The servant girl steeled her heart, reached out, and pointed the bowl at her madam's mouth. The middle-aged madam hurriedly turned her face away. Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know he was your slave. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to pick him up, madam. The officers are here. They're searching the tavern next door. It seems like a slave escaped from the Han family's mine. The middle-aged madam looked at Gu Qingfeng on the ground. Gu Qingfeng's body stiffened. The middle-aged madam suddenly realized, he's an escaped slave from the Han family? The youth's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The middle-aged madam's head went cold. That's right, for a moment, she did think that it would be great if the officers came and arrested them. Then, she would be saved. But now it seemed that was not the case. The middle-aged madam panicked. Don't kill me. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. The youth clearly did not believe her. The youth tiptoed and picked up the dagger on the ground, grabbed it with his hand, and placed it on her neck. The middle-aged madam's expression changed. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have a way to help you hide from the officers. If you kill me, you'll be exposed. It's not worth it. Spare my life. I promise that no one will find him. Half an hour later, the officers finished searching the next door and came over. The lobby was cleaned up briefly, and Xianxia was taken away. However, the door that the youth kicked down did not have time to be fixed. There were a total of 6 officers. It was not the one who fought with Gu Chimfeng, but another one. Because they found out that Gu Chimfeng knew martial arts, the Han family's mind sent a few powerful dragon shadow guards over. 3 of the 6 were dragon shadow guards. The middle-aged madam's surname was Su, and her name was Feng Xian. She walked down the stairs in a flirtatious manner and said with a smile, "Oh, what wind has blown the officials here? Our heavenly fragrance pavilion is honored by your presence tonight." The leading officer took out a portrait and asked the middle-aged madam, "Have you seen this person before?" Su Fengxian glanced at the portrait and said with a smile, "Oh, such a handsome young man. It's a pity that I haven't seen him before." The leading officer said coldly, "You really haven't seen him before?" Su Fengxian said with a smile, "My heavenly fragrance pavilion can't find someone like him. If I had seen him before, I would definitely remember him." The leader of the officers ordered, "Search the place." Su Fengxian's face turned pale. "Hey! What are you doing? Don't you know that third young master Nangong is our heavenly fragrance pavilion's guest?" "Humph." The leading officer snorted in disdain. How could someone from the Nangong family be compared to the Han family? The few of them went in and searched inside and out. Luckily, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business was not good and there were not many customers. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss tonight. "Boss, we didn't find him." The officers returned to the lobby to report. The leading officer took out the portrait and said to Su Fengxian, "If you see this person in the future, remember to report to the Han family." "Do you have money?" Su Fengxian asked. The leading officer looked over with a cold gaze. Su Fengxian shrunk her neck and said in a low voice, "Yes, this servant will remember." The group turned and left. Su Fengxian watched them enter the gambling house next door before going to the firewood room in the backyard. She moved the firewood away and opened the secret door on the ground. She said to the 2 people in the cellar, "They're gone." Gu Jiao carried Gu Chingfeng on his back. Su Fengxian actually had a chance to tell on him just now. The reason why she didn't was because Gu Jiao said to her, "If you betray me, I will escape and come back to kill you. You can bet on whether or not I can escape." When the young man said this, his bloodthirsty eyes didn't seem like a living person. Su Fengxian didn't dare to gamble with her life. Su Fengxian placed Gu Chingfeng in her room. This was definitely not because she wanted to take advantage of Gu Chingfeng. It was because her room had an escape route and was the safest room in Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Jiao placed Gu Chingfeng on the bed and planned to go to the carriage to get a first aid kit to treat his injuries. Just as she turned around, a scalding hot hand grabbed her hand. There were some things that he wouldn't do normally and some words that he wouldn't say normally. But his fever was too high and his brain was mush. How could he distinguish between his face and dignity? He held her tightly and struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry as he looked at her and said in a hoarse and weak voice, "Did I find you?" Gu Jiao looked at him and nodded, "I found you." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1075984993. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao used her own voice. He couldn't see now, but at least he could hear. Su Fengxian, who was pouring tea for Gu Jiao, heard the young girl's voice and was shocked. She looked at the youth in disbelief. "Prepare the hot water," Gu Jiao said, returning to her youthful voice. Su Fengxian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Was she scared silly? She could even mishear the voice. This was clearly a boy, how could he turn into a girl? A girl wasn't that scary. Gu Qingfeng's injuries were very serious. There were light abrasions from falling and knife wounds from fighting. The wounds were soaked in water and were full of sand. During the cleaning process, the flesh had to be turned over. Gu Jiao did everything calmly. Su Fengxian, who was watching from the side, almost jumped out of her throat. "Oh my God, isn't this washing a little too cruel? She didn't even torture those disobedient boys. Where did this boy come from? Was this really saving someone? He was trying to kill him. Don't clean it," Gu Qingfeng said weakly, "It's ugly." Gu Jiao said calmly, "I've seen wounds that are even uglier than this." Besides the new wounds today, Gu Qingfeng also had many old wounds. They were big and small, almost all over his body. It wasn't hard to see that he had suffered along the way. "The Han family did this?" Gu Jiao asked. Her voice was still calm, without any fluctuations, but the room was inexplicably shrouded in an extremely cold murderous aura. Su Fengxian, who was carrying the hot water into the room, couldn't help but shiver. She had been in this line of work for many years and had seen all kinds of people, but this was the first time she had seen such a young boy with such a strong murderous aura. She put the hot water on the stool beside the bed and asked, "Does the young master have any other orders?" "Go make some vegetable porridge," Gu Jiao said. "Oh, okay." Su Fengxian agreed and quickly ordered ginkgo to do it. After the huge stone in one's heart was lifted, one could relax and easily fell asleep. Gu Qingfeng was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt someone pulling at his pants. He was dazed and subconsciously grabbed his belt. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao looked at the blood on his pants and said, "You have an injury on your leg." Gu Qingfeng used his last bit of consciousness to resist. Don't look, Gu. I'm not laughing at you for being small." Gu Qingfeng. "I'm not small, I'm Gu. Savage Gu. And what's this girl? Was this something a girl should say?" Gu Qingfeng's head tilted and he lost consciousness. Su Fengxian, did he fall asleep or did he faint from anger? Gu Jiao had checked him. Gu Qingfeng's thigh was cut near his crotch. The cut was so deep that the bone could be seen. It required 7 stitches. It was already an hour later when all the injuries were treated. The vegetable porridge in the kitchen was ready, but Gu Qingfeng had already fallen asleep. Gu Jiao did not wake him up and ate a little herself. She wasn't hungry. She just didn't like to waste food. After experiencing such a thrilling night, Su Fengxian felt that she should eat some porridge to calm herself down. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room," she said embarrassedly. Gu Jiao sat at the table and put down the bowl in her hand. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Su Fengxian quickly turned back and smiled flatteringly. "Hey, young master, please ask." Gu Jiao asked. The officers today were from the Han family. "Is it the same Han family as Han Che?" Han Che. Su Fengxian was stunned for a moment before she realized that the second young master of the Han family was indeed called Han Che. She nodded. "Yes, it's that Han family." Gu Jiao asked again, "Why would the Han family chase after a slave?" "There's something you don't know. He's not an ordinary slave." Su Fengxian realized the relationship between the two halfway through her sentence. She hurriedly coughed and changed her words, "Judging from the clothes of those officers, they should be from the Han family's mine. The mine has extremely strict control over corvée laborers. Those who escape will all be caught and executed. This is the rule of the mine. It's also the Han family's way of intimidating people. Young master's friend is lucky to have escaped. The Han family's mine is not a place for humans. Only prisoners on death row are sent there. Otherwise, they're bought slaves. The people there are not human. They work from dawn to dusk. If they're sick or injured, no one will treat them. They'll just throw them into the mountains because the money for treatment is enough to buy a new slave. Gu Jiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Fengxian advised, young master, I advise you not to act rashly. The Han family is not to be trifled with. How not to be trifled with? Gu Jiao asked. Su Fengxian said, the Han family is the crown prince's mother's family. They're very powerful. Although they're not ranked first among the aristocratic families, sometimes the ranking is fake. The military power in their hands is real. The Han family got the Black Wind cavalry from the Xianyuan family. They have the strongest cavalry in the Yan kingdom. Young master, you're still young and don't know how to fight. You don't know how strong the cavalry is. The Han family's Black Wind king is rumored to be a magical horse that only appears once in 1,000 years. It can command wolves and fight tigers. There's only one in the 6 countries. It's invincible. Ah, the maid, Ginkgo, screamed from the backyard. The horse was jumping on the water in the backyard. The water splashed on Ginkgo's face. Speaking of slaves, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the brand on the outside of Gu Qingfeng's right leg. It was branded with a red-hot iron brand. His skin and flesh were burned and his pride was crushed. The brand was very eye-catching. It was more eye-catching than all the injuries on his body combined. Gu Jiao asked, how long will it take for the officers to find him before they give up? These words were so awkward that Su Fengxian almost did not understand. She said, we won't give up. None of the people who escaped from the Han family's mine have not been found. Otherwise, why would no one dare to escape now? Your friend is probably the first to escape this year. You have to be careful when you take him away. Gu Jiao glanced at her. Who said I'm taking him away? Su Fengxian was stunned. What? Gu Jiao looked at Su Fengxian and said threateningly, you'll live as long as he can hide. Su Fengxian. No, was this guy blackmailing her? Was she going to have to help him deal with the Han family soldiers? Su Fengxian stuttered. I'm warning you. Gu Jiao said indifferently, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Guess which one I am? Su Fengxian's blood was stuck in her throat. Gu Qingfeng had a high fever for the entire night, and Gu Jiao stayed by his bed for the entire night. Before dawn, Gu Jiao took a carriage to Tianqiong Academy. At the entrance of the academy, she ran into Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan walked over with a bag of books. Sister. Did you sleep in the young princess residence last night? No. This wasn't the place to talk. Gu Jiao looked around and said, I'll tell you later. Gu Xiaoshan replied, oh. Gu Jiao planned to put the Horse King in the academy first and bring it back at night. She had only taken a few steps when someone called out to her. Are you Xiao Lulang? My master wants to see you. I'm not going. Gu Jiao said without thinking. That person said word by word, my master's surname is Han. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and handed the carriage to Gu Xiaoshan. You go in first. My bag of books is in the carriage. Don't forget to bring it to Ming Xian Hall later. Okay. Gu Xiaoshan took the reins obediently. Lead the way. Gu Jiao turned around and said to the young guard. The guard led Gu Jiao to a nearby alley. Han Che had been waiting in the alley for a long time. There were many guards of the Han family standing beside him. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. In fact, the matter was quite simple. It was just a horse. They thought that Prince Ming would definitely be able to snatch Xiao Liulang's horse away. Who would have thought that a young princess would appear out of nowhere? Since Commandery Prince Ming was humiliated, he could only vent his anger on him. He blamed him for not understanding the situation and bullying the young Commandery princess. Was this his fault? Wasn't it because Prince Ming couldn't defeat the young princess? Han Che didn't dare to say this. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep the entire night. He decided that no matter what, he had to get his hands on the horse. He couldn't bear this humiliation for nothing. Of course, he wasn't an unreasonable person. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. Xiao Lulang, to tell you the truth, I want your horse. Name a price. Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. Why are you looking at me? It's your fortune that I want your horse. If not for this, do you think you have the right to talk to the Han family's legitimate son? Gu Jiao continued to look at him coldly. Han Che inexplicably felt that he was being stared at by a ferocious wolf. He felt a chill run down his spine and said angrily, Xiao Lulang. Don't think that you have someone backing you up. The young princess is just a child. If Lord Yan Shan and the monarch find out that you used her, you will suffer a fate worse than death. If you sell the horse to me now and beg me, I might be able to let the Han family protect it on account of you kneeling down and licking my boots. Before he could finish his last word, Gu Jiao raised her leg and kicked him heavily onto the ground. The young man was like a demon. He stepped on Han Che's chest and said arrogantly, Do you think the Han family is so great? Digression. My monthly votes are for second brother and Jiao Jiao. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1075944745. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Han Che brought a total of 6 guards from the Han family. Although they weren't as strong as the men of sacrifice, they were still top experts. However, from the moment Gu Jiao attacked until now, not a single one of them had reacted. They didn't know if it was because Gu Jiao's movements were too fast or because Gu Jiao's aura was too strong. Han Che's mouth let out a painful whimper. Only then did they regain their senses. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and charged at Gu Jiao. If it was 6 dragon shadow guards, Gu Jiao would hesitate. However, it was impossible for these guards to gain any advantage from Gu Jiao's hands. Gu Jiao used each of her hands as a hammer to smash them. In a few moves, they were smashed until they spat out blood. Han Che could only watch helplessly as the guards he had brought along fell to the ground. His pupils constricted, but thinking about it carefully, this result wasn't too surprising. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young. Although he wasn't one of the top young masters in the aristocratic families, he was definitely not bad. However, when Xiao Lulang attacked him, he couldn't resist at all. What the hell is going on? How could a scholar from a lower country have such strong martial arts skills? In all fairness, it was true that Gu Jiao could fight. However, it was more because Han Che and his guards lacked experience. Han Che was only a young master of an aristocratic family. He wouldn't go to places that were too dangerous. The guards his father gave him naturally weren't vicious people. If it was Han and his guards here, Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to deal with them so easily. Gu Jiao kicked Han Che again. Han Che was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He didn't understand. This brat was so young. How could he be so ruthless? Don't what? Gu Jiao hated people being noisy. Han Che was beaten to the point of doubting his life. He could feel from the bottom of his heart that Gu Jiao was not lying. She really did not put the Han family in her eyes. He really could not understand where a person from a lower country got the courage to go against an aristocratic family from a higher country. It was too late for others to kneel and lick his boots. In the clear heart hall of the Tianqiong Academy, Mu Qingchen had been waiting for a while. He always came late and was always the last in class. He belonged to the category of students who came in late. Gu Jiao was the complete opposite. Except for not studying hard, she always gave the teacher face in other aspects. She was never late, never skipped classes for no reason, and never missed homework. She had always arrived earlier than Mu Qingchen, but she was nowhere to be seen today. Her school bag had been brought over by Gu Xiaoshen, and now it was sitting alone on her desk. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at the back door. At this time, Teacher Jiang came over with the Analects of Confucius. Today, let's go." Before Mr. Zhang's voice had died away, a dashing little figure flashed in from the back door and sat beside Mu Qingchen. She took the book that Mu Qingchen had opened. Mr. Jiang looked over and saw that Mu Qingchen's desk was empty. Mr. Jiang frowned and asked, "Mu Qingchen, where's your book?" Mu Qingchen's mouth twitched. Gu Jiao pretended to return the book to him and said, "I'll lend it to you. Fortunately, I brought 2 books with me." Then, she took out a copy of the Analects of Confucius from her school bag without changing her expression. Mu Qingchen, Mr. Jiang gave Mu Qingchen a warning look and started the class. Although Mu Qingchen had already experienced his deskmate's shamelessness, he did not expect her to be this shameless. He was at a loss for words. Everyone in the classroom read along. Mr. Jiang read one sentence, and everyone followed suit. After reading, Mr. Jiang began to explain one by one. Mu Qingchen suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked Gu Jiao in a low voice, "What did you do?" Gu Jiao opened her book and said softly, "I met an acquaintance and greeted him in a friendly manner." Mu Qingchen frowned. Greetings were just greetings, but how could they be friendly? Why did it sound so strange when it came from Xiao Liulang's mouth? Did you cause any trouble? No. Something had provoked her. On the other hand, Han Che, who had been greeted by Gu Jiao, was escorted back to the Han residence by the servants. Han Che was covered with bruises all over his body. When he entered the residence, no one recognized him. The servants immediately called for a doctor and went to the main courtyard to report to Master Han. Master Han was receiving guests with his eldest son in the parlor. It was inconvenient for him to leave when the guests were present, so he asked his eldest son to come over first. Han Che was lying on his bed. The servant had just helped him change into a clean set of clothes. It was such a simple thing, but it was so painful that he almost died again. This was the scene that Crown Prince Han saw when he entered the room. His younger brother was lying on the bed in great pain, and all the servants in the room were helpless to do anything. "Crown Prince." A servant saw him and hurriedly bowed. The rest of the servants followed suit. Crown Prince Han walked to the bedside without a smile. What happened? When Han Che saw his elder brother, he suddenly felt wronged. He reached out his bruised hand and grabbed his elder brother's sleeve. "Elder brother, someone bullied me," Crown Prince Han said, "tell him properly." With snot and tears, Han Che told the story of how he was beaten up. "I saw that Commandery Prince Ming was unhappy, so I wanted to persuade him not to go against Commandery Prince Ming. Who knew that he would vent his anger on me? He even said that the Han family was so great. Elder brother. He didn't care about the Han family at all. A commoner wouldn't dare to do this. It must be Mu Qingchen's doing." The enmity between the Han family and the Mu family had been going on for a long time. After some thought, Han Che felt that Mu Qingchen was most likely behind all of this. Crown Prince Han looked at his younger brother seriously and said, "Don't blame everything on Mu Qingchen. He didn't have to go through so much trouble to deal with you." Han Che said angrily, "Did he deal with me? It's the Han family." He slapped the Han family's face. Crown Prince Han glanced at him and said, "I think you're quite strong. You didn't hit him hard." "How was it not hard? I was about to die. I was just angry." Han Che felt wronged. He was really about to be beaten to death. Xiao Lulang didn't seem like he didn't want to sell the horse. It was more like he had done something to offend Xiao Lulang. "He's taking it out on me." Han Che choked. Crown Prince Han put his hands behind his back and looked at Han Che. "I've told you to stay away from your bad friends and stop causing trouble outside. You always turn a deaf ear to my words. This will teach you a lesson. Let's see if you dare to mess around in the future." Han Che couldn't believe it. "Elder brother, what do you mean? Aren't you going to avenge me? Are you just going to watch your only twin brother be humiliated? Like this?" There were many sons in the Han family. There were only 2 of them, Crown Prince Han and Han Che. Both brothers had high hopes and were raised strictly since they were young. However, Crown Prince Han was more outstanding in all aspects and had a calmer and colder personality. Crown Prince Han heard his brother's words and his eyes turned cold. "You went out to bully a subordinate and got bullied instead. You still have the face to ask me to avenge you? Han Che choked. Crown Prince Han continued coldly, you couldn't even win against a subordinate. If I were you, I would find a hole to hide in. Han Che didn't dare to utter a word. It had been like this since he was young. Other people's elder brothers would stand up for their younger brothers. Only his elder brother would always ask him to fight back. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them looked so similar, he would have doubted if he was his own brother. Han Che lowered his head and clenched his fists. Crown Prince Han looked at him coldly, turned around, and walked out. Crown Prince. After leaving the yard, Crown Prince Han's confidant walked over. Crown Prince Han asked, did you find out? The confidant cupped his hands and said, I've asked second young master's guards. It was indeed the student from Xianxia Academy who started the fight. The reason was that the second young master had taken a fancy to a student's horse during the archery competition and wanted to take it for himself. However, he was worried that Mu Qingchen would protect the horse and he would not be able to get it. Thus, he mentioned it to Commandery Prince Ming. Commandery Prince Ming's horse was so good that he almost stole your Black Wind King. When Commandery Prince Ming heard that there was a horse as good as the Black Wind King, he was tempted and went to Xianxia Academy to ask for the horse. However, the young princess suddenly appeared and ruined everything. She seemed to have reprimanded Commandery Prince Ming in public. Commandery Prince Ming felt humiliated and then vented his anger on second young master. Today, second young master. I'm afraid that other than asking for the horse, he also went to get back at second young master. Crown Prince Han finished what the confidant didn't dare to say. He went to vent his anger on Commandery Prince Ming. Can you blame him for beating him? The confidant didn't dare to talk about Han Che. Crown Prince Han continued, however, that student was too arrogant. No matter what, Che is the legitimate son of the Han family. How could he humiliate the Han family like this? Moreover, he was too heavy-handed. Crown Prince Han frowned when he thought of the injuries on Han Che's body. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/10757969. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. After the heavy rain, the grass field would take a few days to dry. Gu Jiao and the young princess agreed to teach her in 3 days. After school, Gu Jiao asked Gu Shaoshan to bring Horse King back first while she went to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion used to be a brothel, but because the girls had either redeemed themselves or left, only a few middle-aged women remained. As a result, the business couldn't continue, so they changed it to an opera house. However, it wasn't easy to run an opera house. They couldn't find suitable actors, so they had to rely on a group of old musicians. Not many rich young masters were willing to spend money to support them. The main door had been repaired, but it was a pity that it was cold and cheerless inside. Su Fengxian sat in the main hall and sighed. If this continued, her Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would have to close down. Madam, that young master is here. Ginkgo whispered in Su Fengxian's ear. Which young master? Does he have money? Su Fengxian asked casually. Ginkgo replied, the young master from yesterday, the one who tore down the door. Upon hearing the door being opened, Su Fengxian shuddered and sat up straight. She looked towards the door and saw Gu Jiao striding in. Su Fengxian quickly stood up and looked at Gu Jiao with lingering fear. You're here to find that young brother, right? He's upstairs, he's awake. Gu Qingfeng was really good at taking beatings. After a day and a night of recuperation, he was able to wake up from his serious injuries. His fever had also subsided. When Gu Jiao entered the room, he was sitting on the bed, refusing to drink the medicine. The medicine was prescribed by Gu Jiao. The servants of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had fetched the medicine and decocted it for him. Chinese medicine treated the root of the problem and could also regulate the body's constitution. Gu Jiao had instructed them to watch him drink it. "What, are you afraid of bitterness?" Gu Jiao's voice came from the door at a moderate pace. Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned. He grabbed the bowl and gulped down the medicine. The maidservant was dumbfounded. She had been trying to persuade him for a long time, but he didn't drink a single mouthful. That young master really had a way. Thinking about it, the little young master was so fierce. If he didn't drink the medicine obediently, the little young master might beat him up. Gu Qingfeng was not worried that Gu Jiao would beat him up. Gu Qingfeng was so bitter that he wanted to stick out his tongue, but he held it in. He leaned against the cushion behind him and said indifferently, "Why are you here? Don't you have class?" He had been to the Pushui alley. Of course, he knew the identity of Gu Jiao when she came to the Yan Kingdom. "School is over." Gu Jiao came to the bedside and opened the first aid kit. "Change the bandage." "I'll change it myself," Gu Qingfeng said without looking sideways. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently and put down the first aid kit unhurriedly. She pressed him against the head of the bed and changed the medicine inside and out. Unable to struggle at all, Gu Qingfeng, after changing the dressing, Gu Qingfeng turned into a young chick whose face was flushed red with anger. Gu Jiao started to tidy up the medical supplies on the table. She didn't ask why Gu Qingfeng came to the Yan Kingdom. Some things had to be done, but some things didn't have to be said. However, just because she didn't ask, it didn't mean that Gu Qingfeng thought that she wouldn't ask. As if to seize the opportunity, Gu Qingfeng sat on the bed and coughed lightly. He said seriously, "I'm not here for you. I'm here for my big brother. My big brother also came to the Yan Kingdom. I'm worried that he'll be in danger." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng didn't remember what he said to Gu Jiao when he was confused by the fever. He even thought that he covered it up perfectly. "You're not my sister." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng felt that he had punched cotton. However, as the number one thief in Jiaodu, Fei Shuang had matured and practiced the ability to not be embarrassed by others. "How's Gu Yan?" He pretended to ask casually. "Gu Jiao, he's out of danger for now. If there's no accident, the operation will be scheduled next month." Gu Qingfeng frowned. "What do you mean by if there's no accident?" Gu Jiao put the last used cotton swab into a porcelain bottle. "The operation room is in the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor can only enter when he comes back. He's expected to come back next month." "I see." Gu Qingfeng nodded. Then, Gu Qingfeng asked about Xiao Heng, little Jingkong, and the others. Gu Jiao answered them one by one. Some people said that they didn't care, but they didn't let go of any details. "This is for you." Gu Qingfeng suddenly took out an oiled paper bag sealed with wax and handed it to Gu Jiao. "What is it?" Gu Jiao took it. "Princess Xianxia asked me to bring it to you," Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao opened it and saw that it was a brand new safety charm. "Why did you give me another one?" she asked, puzzled. Gu Qingfeng snorted. "It's made of medicine. If you wear it for too long, the medicine will lose its effect. You have to change it regularly." Gu Jiao touched the safety charm around her neck. "I don't feel it." Gu Qingfeng said, "Wouldn't it be too late to change it when you feel it lose its effect?" "That's true." Gu Jiao put on the new safety charm. She didn't feel anything when she didn't compare it, but after wearing it, she felt a cool feeling in her heart. It seemed that the old safety charm really needed to be changed. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. If Princess Xianxia hadn't told him about it, he wouldn't have known that this girl had such a secret. He finally understood why his elder brother wanted to sneak into the Yan Kingdom. At that time, Gu Yan hadn't had a relapse. His elder brother didn't seek treatment for Gu Yan, but for her. His elder brother wanted to cure her so that she wouldn't lose control. But usually, he couldn't tell. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen it before, so it was hard to imagine. By the way, my elder brother also came to the Yan kingdom. Have you seen him? No. Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Qingfeng said thoughtfully, my elder brother came with the people from the underground martial arts arena. I don't know where they took him. My elder brother didn't know that you and Gu Yan were here. If he knew, he would definitely try to contact you. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, he might not have come to Xingdu. Gu Qingfeng agreed. That's true. His elder brother came to the Yan kingdom to treat this girl's illness. The Yan kingdom was so big, and there were many capable people, but the most powerful one was the State Preceptor Hall. His elder brother would definitely come to the State Preceptor Hall. However, a master selected from the underground martial arts arena of a lower country might not be qualified to enter Xingdu. His elder brother had to fight his way up and defeat all the masters in front of him before he could enter the martial arts arena of Xingdu. This was his guess. If there was a martial arts arena in Xingdu, Tianxiang Pavilion was indeed a relatively safe place. Gu Qingfeng continued to rest. Gu Jiao came out of the Tianxiang Pavilion. After walking a few steps, she felt that someone was watching her. This was a kind of intuition that had been trained for a long time. The other party didn't reveal anything. She walked into a clothing store without saying a word. The shop's business was very good. The lady boss and the shop assistants were very busy. Gu Jiao took a set of ready-made women's clothes, put a piece of silver on the counter, and took off a veiled bamboo hat. Gu Jiao came out of the shop, and had become a slender and elegant girl wearing a veil. The line of sight was still there, but it wasn't staring at her. She expressionlessly walked towards the two people who were staring at her, and seemingly inadvertently bumped into one of them on the shoulder. You. That person was furious. Seeing that it was a pretty little girl, his face turned red, and he cupped his hands and said, Miss, I'm sorry. It's okay. Gu Jiao curved her lips and said gently, can you let me pass? The girl's voice was cold and clean, with the tenderness that belonged to her age. Hearing it, the two men's faces turned red. The two hurriedly moved to the side. Actually, the road was very wide, but who would refuse such a polite request from a girl? After Gu Jiao walked away, the two experts continued to stare at the shop for a long time. Why hasn't he come out yet? The expert who had been bumped into muttered. His companion was also puzzled. Did he leave? The expert said, that's impossible. This shop doesn't have a back door. We even watched the windows. I didn't see him come out. His companion asked, could it be that he changed his clothes? The expert said, a total of 13 people went in just now, and 5 came out. 1 was a pregnant woman, 2 were children, 1 was a gray-haired old woman, and 1 was the little girl just now. Which one do you think is him in disguise? The pregnant woman, the child, and the old woman were all a family. The characteristics were too obvious, and it was impossible to disguise them. As for the little girl, her voice was so pleasant. Their heir had asked them to watch a boy. His companion frowned. Forget it, let's go in and look. The two of them entered the clothing store and searched every corner, but there was no sign of that kid. His companion was dumbfounded. Did he grow wings and fly away? The expert suddenly touched his waist. My pouch. On the quiet street, Gu Jiao turned right into a quiet alley. As she walked, she took off her veil and outer garment. She weighed the pouch in her hand and opened it. Then, she took out a token with her fair fingers. Han family? She faintly curved her lips, walked out of the alley, and threw the token into the pond by the side of the road. She poured out the gold ingots and silver fragments inside, and then threw the pouch away. Digression, regarding the update, in the past, she didn't separate because she would stay up until 3 or 4 in the morning to write. Sometimes, she would stay up all night. Now that she didn't want to stay up all night, she would write the second update during the day. In the future, she would update as much as she could at night, and try not to update during the day. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1075755613. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. On the martial arts field in the back mountain of the Han family, Crown Prince Han swung his red tasseled spear downwards, forcing his opponent to take a few steps back. After the opponent steadied himself, he saluted Crown Prince Han. "Crown Prince, I've lost." Crown Prince Han was sweating profusely and panting slightly. He threw the red tasseled spear in his hand to the guard beside him and said, "Leave, remember to heal your injuries." "Yes." The man of sacrifice who had fought with Crown Prince Han left the martial arts field with the help of 2 guards. A servant came forward with a clean towel. Crown Prince Han took the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. He turned to the middle-aged man who had been watching the battle and said, "Second uncle, how was it?" The man who was called Second Uncle by Crown Prince Han was the second master of the Han family, Han Yong. Han Yong walked over with his hands behind his back. "You've improved compared to last month." Crown Prince Han quickly calmed his breathing. He was obviously not very satisfied with this result and continued to ask, "How is it compared to Shan Yuanqing?" Shan Yuanqing, the eldest son of the Shan Yuan family, was a martial arts prodigy famous in the 6 nations. He had received the teachings of Shan Yuanli and was known as the only person who could catch up to the Shan Yuan war god. Han Yong had once been under Shan Yuanqing's command. Han Yong pondered for a moment and said, "You're still young. If you practice martial arts diligently, you may be able to reach Shan Yuanqing's level. So I still can't surpass him." Crown Prince Han stretched out his hand to the guard holding the red tasseled spear. The guard understood and passed the spear to him with both hands. Crown Prince Han practiced another round of spear techniques. Every move was full of murderous intent. After practicing, he was not satisfied. He frowned and said, "It's still not as good as Shan Yuanli's divine weapon." Han Yong smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. Shan Yuanqing may not be as powerful as you when he was your age. He went to the battlefield early and killed his way through piles of corpses. What you lack is just some opportunities to gain experience." Crown Prince Han threw the red tasseled spear to his guard again. The red tasseled spear was too heavy. The guard staggered a few steps and almost couldn't catch it. Han said, "Are there any new masters in Xingdu recently?" Han Yong said, "Are you talking about the underground martial arts field?" "Not yet, but when I do, I'll inform you so that you can compete." Actually, the Han family's men of sacrifice aren't bad either. It's just that their methods are different and they aren't the most suitable opponents. Regardless of the martial arts level of the men of sacrifice, they were not the most suitable sparring partners. Fighting with them only stimulated the instinct to kill, not the progress of martial arts. Han Yong continued. "It's already hard to find a worthy opponent in Xingdu. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Ah, right, I almost forgot to tell you something." Crown Prince Han said, "Second uncle, please speak." Han Yong said, "The emperor's birthday is coming. The imperial concubine has sent a message from the palace, asking you 2 brothers to enter the palace for the banquet." Crown Prince Han paused and said, "With Chaeyor's injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to go." Han Yong smiled. "You can go too." Crown Prince Han did not say whether he would go or not. Instead, he asked, "Isn't the monarch's birthday approaching? Why is there a birthday banquet all of a sudden?" The emperor and the crown princess had the same birthday. Ever since the crown princess colluded with the Shan Yuan family to rebel, the emperor's birthday banquet had never been organized. Han Yong smiled and shook his head. "Who knows? Our emperor is temperamental and his mind is strange. No one can guess what he's thinking." "Crown Prince." While they were talking, the 2 masters who were sent to spy on them returned. They were Crown Prince Han's personal bodyguards. One was called Sun Feng, and the other was called Xianxia. The one who stole the purse was Sun Feng. The two of them bowed to Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince Han looked at the two of them who were covered in dirt and asked lightly, "Why are you back so early? Where's the person I asked you to follow?" The two of them looked at each other. Sun Feng braced himself and said, We lost him." "Lost him?" Crown Prince Han was slightly surprised. "How can the two of you lose him?" The two of them blushed with shame. They were Crown Prince Han's trusted bodyguards. Their abilities were not small. They had helped Crown Prince Han many times and rarely failed. Today, they were careless. Sun Feng's purse was also stolen. Xianxia said. Sun Feng glared at Xianxia. "Didn't I tell you not to mention this? The dignified bodyguards of the Han family actually let a thief steal his purse? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out?" Sun Feng already understood that the purse was stolen by the little girl. But even so, he and Xianxia did not associate her with the boy they were supposed to follow. After all, one was a woman and the other was a man. Crown Prince Han looked at the two of them coldly. "Go and receive your punishment." "Yes." The two of them bowed and left. Han Yong asked, "Who is so powerful that he actually threw off your men?" Crown Prince Han said lightly, "A student from a lower country. He has some skills and even defeated Che. I want to see if there's anyone behind him." "Oh? So Che was injured by a person from a lower country." Han Yong was angry and amused. Bullying the Han family's legitimate son. Isn't this provoking the Almighty? There are not many people in Xingdu who have the guts to do this. It's either the Mu family or the Nangong family. The Mu family had old grievances and the Nangong family was fighting for military power. Crown Prince Han looked at the flowers in the garden and said, "He is indeed Mu Qingchen's classmate, but Mu Qingchen would not do this. Mu Qingchen will only come for me and not Che." Han Yong touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Then only the Nangong family is left." Crown Prince Han frowned slightly. "The Nangong family?" Han Yong nodded and said bluntly, "Yes, the Nangong family has always wanted our Black Wind cavalry and we have always coveted their military power. It's only a matter of time before we face them." Crown Prince Han pondered for a moment and said, "Why do I feel that it's not the Nangong family?" Han Yong said, "Other than the Nangong family, who else would come to deal with the Han family? The Wang family? The Wang family has no intention of doing this." As he said this, he saw that his nephew was still deep in thought. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think he has the guts to provoke the Han family? Not to mention that he is just a country person, even a young master of a Shangguan family can't compete with the entire Han family by himself. As long as he is not crazy, he will not do this. Moreover, don't you think it's strange that a few students suddenly came from the Zhao kingdom? There have never been any students from the Zhao kingdom in the Yan kingdom." Crown Prince Han frowned. "Do you mean that they were sent by the Nangong family?" Han Yong said again, "Do you remember that one of General Nangong's arms was cut off by bandits?" Crown Prince Han said, "Yes." Han Yong sneered. General Nangong did not return to his hometown to worship his ancestors. He secretly went to the Zhao kingdom. His arm was not injured by bandits. I don't know what happened exactly. However, not long after he returned to Xingdu, these people from the Zhao kingdom came. Do you think it's a coincidence? After Gu Jiao returned to the house, she told her family about Gu Qingfeng's visit to Xingdu. Everyone in the family was surprised. He doesn't have a travel permit. How did he come? Madame Nan asked. Could it be? Gu Jiao nodded. He was marked as a slave. Madame Nan sucked in a breath of cold air. The servant of the Gu family was too cruel. In order to come to Xingdu, he did not hesitate to mark him as a slave. This mark would stay with him for a lifetime. Is he okay? Madame Nan asked. Gu Jiao said, he found a suitable hiding place. He is fine for now. This child. Madame Nan did not know what to say. The children of the Gu family were really stubborn. Once they decided on something, they would do it at all costs. For example, Gu Jiao wanted to cure Gu Chongqing. For example, Gu Jiao wanted to cure Gu Yan. Now there was Gu Chengfeng. However, this was not a bad thing for Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. The two of them had no relatives in Chengdu. It was always good to have more helpers. 2 days later, Gu Jiao went to Yan Shanjuan's residence. The young commandery princess still got on the horse fearfully. Gu Jiao did not hesitate to grab her onto the horse. She finished the riding lesson while crying. In the next few days. You don't have to. The young commandery princess cried until she hiccuped. She stopped crying after getting off the horse, but the hiccups did not stop. Tell me slowly. Gu Jiao said. I am slowly. The young commandery princess hiccuped again. She felt that it was better to keep it short. I can't go to class. Uncle Jun is going to. Birthday. My father is not here. I am going to. Go to the banquet for him. In fact, there was still some time before Uncle His Majesty's birthday banquet, but she had to move into the palace in advance, so she could not go to class for the time being. This was exactly what Gu Jiao wanted. Because Gu Jiao was about to prepare for the next boxing competition, there was a high probability that she would not have time to teach her. Then when the young commandery prince is not busy, we will learn how to ride a horse. Tudo. The young commandery princess immediately covered her mouth. She was famous for being eloquent, but she was still too young. There were some words that she could not pronounce very well. Gu Jiao curved her lips and stretched out her finger. She did not mention her pronunciation. The young commandery princess also stretched out her small finger and hooked it with Gu Jiao's. The night before the boxing competition, Wu Fuzi, as usual, took Gu Jiao and the others to the same inn as last time. When Mu Chuan entered the inn, he couldn't help but grumble, "Didn't we win last time? Why are we still staying in such a shabby inn?" Wasn't this because of the lack of funds? To be honest, the academy did allocate a little more money, but this year's boxing competition was particularly popular, causing the price of the inn to rise again and again. Wu Fuzi patted his chest and said, "I promise you, as long as you win this round, I will pay for a better inn out of my own pocket for the finals." Mu Chuan pursed his lips, obviously not believing him. Wu Fuzi looked at the other students, who also had a look of doubt. Wu Fuzi tried to salvage the situation. "What's wrong with this inn? There's a lantern festival tonight. It's nearby. I specially picked this inn. I'll allow you to go and look at the lanterns tonight. Come back before 9 p.m. This was the biggest concession Wu Fuzi could make. Mu Chuan suddenly became interested. He moved closer to Gu Jiao and went upstairs with Gu Jiao. "Hey, Lu Lang, you haven't been to the Lantern Festival in Chengdu yet, right?" "Yes." Gu Jiao stepped upstairs. Mu Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go and have a look later?" "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Mu Chuan turned around and looked at Mu Qingchen behind him. "Fourth brother, are you going?" "Forget it, you definitely won't go." His fourth brother was not interested in the lanterns. They went up to the second floor. Mu Qingchen pushed open the door of his room and looked in Gu Jiao's direction. "See you at the door." Mu Chuan was stunned. Fourth brother was going to go. He had lived for a long time, but there was a day when his fourth brother would go to the Lantern Festival. Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao also had nothing to do, so they gathered at the door. Wu Fuzi was also there. Mu Chuan's smile froze. "Wu Fuzi, what are you doing here?" Wu Fuzi said seriously, "I thought about it and decided to go with you guys. Otherwise, I'll be worried." Mu Chuan was speechless. Wu Fuzi did not lie about the lanterns. They were indeed near the inn. They just had to walk 100 steps and turn a corner. The entire street was filled with colorful lanterns. On both sides of the street were stalls with colorful lanterns hanging on them. The peddlers were selling the lanterns while yelling with all their might. Pedestrians had already rushed over, and the crowd was moving shoulder to shoulder. However, the street was busy but not chaotic. It was noisy but not noisy. There were many pedestrians but not crowded. It was orderly. Not all of the lanterns here were bought with silver. There were also lanterns that were given for guessing riddles or reciting poems. Gu Jiao liked crowds. She felt a sense of novelty, just like a child seeing a new toy. Even though she was a very quiet person by nature. "Young master, buy a lantern." On the side, an old woman said kindly to Gu Jiao, who was passing by. Gu Jiao stopped and looked at the lantern the old woman handed to her. She blinked curiously. It was beautiful. The old woman saw that she liked it, so she picked up another one. "This is a new lotus lantern made by my wife. Buy it together. It's 10 copper coins cheaper." The lotus lantern was beautiful too. Gu Jiao looked at it. Oh, there was also the peach blossom lantern. The peach blossom lantern was beautiful too. Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. "You're not going to buy a lantern, are you?" Why would a man buy a lantern? It was enough to walk around. Even if he bought one, it would be a gift from a scholar. How could a man not let go? Sigh. Gu Jiao sighed and touched the peach blossom lantern in front of her. She could not ruin her image. She could not buy a lantern, especially a pink one. She reluctantly put the lantern back. Suddenly, a slender, jade-like hand reached over. The jade-like fingertips picked up a silver coin and placed it on the stall. Then, a clean and low voice slowly sounded beside Gu Jiao. "I want this peach blossom lantern." Gu Jiao turned her head. The other party was wearing a silver mask that covered half of his face. Only his soft lips and delicate chin were exposed, as well as his deep eyes. The night wind blew gently from his side. The familiar aura on his body faintly enveloped Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was stunned. Mu Qingchen saw Gu Jiao's reaction and frowned unconsciously. He looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and was about to ask Gu Jiao to leave. At this moment, the old man who was selling the lanterns was hanging up the newly made lanterns. However, he lost his balance and fell onto the stall. The lantern in his hand flew out. Seeing that the lantern was about to hit Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen hurriedly reached out to block it. Almost at the same time he made his move, the young man also raised his hand to block the lantern. The difference was that his other hand pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace to protect her. However, Gu Jiao did not resist and just threw herself into his arms. Was it an illusion or something else? Her little head even rubbed against the other party's chest. "Are you okay?" Mu Qingchen heard the other party ask softly. "I'm fine." He heard Gu Jiao answer softly. It was not her usual cold and unruly tone. Instead, it was a feeling that he could not describe. In just a moment, the two of them separated. "Thank you for your help, young master," Gu Jiao said politely. Xiaoheng picked up the peach blossom lantern in his hand and said gently, "It's nothing. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. This lantern is for you." "It's my pleasure." Gu Jiao took the lantern. "I'll give you one too." Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. "Okay." Gu Jiao bought a pink lotus flower lantern. This was also her favorite. "Here." Mu Qingchen would not accept the lantern that only women like, and he felt that the other party would not either. However, Xiaoheng accepted it without hesitation and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for the lantern. Since we feel like old friends at first sight and even exchanged gifts, why don't we go together?" Mu Qingchen, "No." "Okay." Gu Jiao said straightforwardly. There were jugglers in front of them, and Mu Chuan and the others had already run over to watch the fun. Mu Qingchen and the other two walked on the long street unhurriedly. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng each carried a lantern, and they looked very compatible. But they are obviously men, Mu Qingchen thought. "Where's Jing Kong?" Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng with her eyes. Xiaoheng whispered, "He was called by the teacher to make up lessons." Mu Qingchen asked, "Are you from Xingdu?" Xiaoheng was very talented in languages, and his accent was even better than the locals. "Yes." Xiaoheng said. Mu Qingchen asked again, "May I know your name?" Xiaoheng said, "Long Yi." Mu Qingchen, "What's this name?" Xiaoheng ignored Mu Qingchen's strange behavior and turned to Gu Jiao. "Are you hungry? The dumplings over there are very good." "Yes." Gu Jiao said. The three of them went to the stall selling bean curd and found an empty table to sit down. Mu Qingchen and Xiaoheng faced each other. "I'm not hungry." "You guys eat." Mu Qingchen said. The son of the first wife of the Mu family couldn't eat roadside stalls. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng each ordered a bowl of cabbage and meat dumplings. Then, something strange happened again. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng reached for the seasonings on the table at the same time. Gu Jiao took vinegar, and Xiaoheng took spicy oil. Gu Jiao put the vinegar in front of Xiaoheng, and Xiaoheng put the spicy oil in front of Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1075597939. HTML Genius memorized the address of this website, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. What are you two doing? One gives each other vinegar, the other gives each other chili oil. Isn't it enough that they gave each other lanterns? Mu Qingchen felt that this scene was very annoying. At the same time, he felt a little full. He hadn't eaten dinner. He can't eat spicy food. Mu Qingchen took the chili oil from Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was about to say something when Mu Qingchen glanced at her. Do you want your hemorrhoids to act up again? Gu Jiao was speechless. Can't you get over this? Yes, just a spoonful. Gu Jiao quickly poured half of it into the bowl. Mu Qingchen couldn't stop her in time. The dumplings tasted really good, especially after the chili oil was poured on them. Gu Jiao ate with satisfaction. Both of them were eating, and only Mu Qingchen sat there. Mu Qingchen didn't want to stare at them, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on them. Gu Jiao was stuttering as she ate. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she looked inexplicably cute. Mu Qingchen frowned. Why would he think that a man was cute? He must be crazy. He again looked at that uninvited guest, Long Yi. The way Long Yi ate, however, didn't need to be described as cute. He was refined and elegant, and his every movement revealed a noble aura. Mu Qingchen didn't believe that this was not an etiquette that was cultivated since childhood. However, no matter how hard Mu Qingchen racked his brains, he couldn't associate the man in front of him with any aristocratic family in Xingdu. Was he not from Xingdu? No, his accent was from Xingdu, and he admitted it himself. While Mu Qingchen was puzzled, Mu Chuan and the other two came over. Fourth brother. Lu Lang. Gu Jiao didn't look up when she heard Lu Lang. Instead, Xiaoheng glanced at Mu Chuan. Mu Qingchen frowned. I didn't call you. Lu Lang, why are you ignoring me when I'm calling you? Mu Chuan came to the table and said bitterly. Gu Jiao sucked on a dumpling and said without changing her expression, I'm busy. He would never admit that he didn't react in time. Are you full? Xiaoheng asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, you can eat a little more. Xingdu was good at everything, but the portions of the dishes were always exquisite. Xiaoheng chuckled softly and said, leave some for those who suffer. Okay. Gu Jiao readily agreed. Mu Qingchen's frown deepened. He had known Gu Jiao for so long, but he had never seen Gu Jiao so easygoing. Mu Chuan looked at Xiaoheng strangely and asked, Lu Lang, who is this? Gu Jiao introduced, he's a friend I just met. His name is Long Yi. So you're Lu Lang. Xiaoheng covered up the loophole that they didn't finish introducing each other. Gu Jiao said in all seriousness, yes, my surname is Xiao, and my name is Lu Lang. They're my classmates. I'm Mu Chuan. Yuan Xiao. Zhao Wei. The three of them introduced themselves one by one. Mu Qingchen didn't show any intention of getting acquainted with Long Yi from beginning to end, so he didn't introduce himself. However, just because he didn't say anything didn't mean that Mu Chuan wouldn't say anything. Mu Chuan smiled and said, the three of us are Liu Long's classmates. My fourth brother is also Liu Long's roommate. Xiaoheng's face sank as soon as he said that. Gu Jiao, who was drinking dumpling soup, inexplicably felt a chill down her spine. What was with the illusion that the backyard was on fire again? Gu Jiao quickly put down the bowl and said, "I've never lived in a dormitory before." Xiaoheng's expression relaxed. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. Gu Jiao coughed softly and stood up. "Okay, I'm full. Let's go." "Oh right, where's Wu Fuzi?" "She had the ability to change the topic," Mu Chuan said. "He went to watch the juggling show. We secretly came here." What was the point of going to the lantern show with Wu Fuzi? Of course, they had to sneak away. "There's a poetry gathering over there. Let's go take a look," Jiao Wei suggested. They were students of the Institute of Literature, so they were quite interested in poetry gatherings. Gu Jiao just wanted to put out the fire in the backyard as soon as possible, so she naturally wouldn't disagree. The group gladly went. Xiaoheng walked on Gu Jiao's left, and Mu Qingchen walked on Gu Jiao's right. Her left and right were occupied, so Mu Chuan and the other two could only follow behind them. Jiao Wei suddenly whispered, "Hey, don't you think the three of them are a little strange?" "What's strange?" Mu Chuan asked. "Yeah, what's strange?" Yuan Shao also asked. Jiao Wei looked at the backs of the three men and frowned. "I don't know. It's just, the three of them. It's quite crowded." Yuan Shao looked at the three of them and said, "The three of us are quite crowded too. The street is only so wide, and there are so many people. It'll be strange if it's not crowded, right?" Jiao Wei said, "It's different between us and them." Yuan Shao asked stupidly, "How is it different?" Jiao Wei scratched his head. "It's... Sigh, why would I ask you if I could tell?" "Forget it." Jiao Wei sighed. Jiao Wei was more meticulous, but he couldn't compare to Mu Chuan and Yuan Zhao's carelessness. Compared to observing whether the three men were crowded or not, the two of them were more interested in the lanterns on the street. The folkways of the Yan Kingdom were relatively open among the 6 countries. There was no lack of women on the street who strolled around with lanterns. The men rarely carried lanterns because it always felt a little out of place. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were exceptions. The way the two of them carried lanterns together was as beautiful as a painting. The group arrived at the poetry gathering. This was probably the largest poetry gathering on the street. It was hosted by a restaurant. Not only were there poems, but there were also lantern riddles, couplets, and 8-legged essays. The lantern riddles were the simplest, and the lanterns rewarded were also the most ordinary. The lantern for the first place was a gourd made of gold leaf. The gourd had to be made of real gold thread. It was expensive and exquisite. This lantern was not for sale. Only the most outstanding 8-legged essay was qualified to take it away. Gu Jiao looked at the gourd lantern, and her eyes lit up. It was golden and shiny. Jing Kong would definitely like it. "Do you want it?" Xiaoheng whispered in her ear. His warm breath made her earlobe slightly itchy. She pulled her little ear and nodded her head, Xiaoheng walked over. The lobby of the first floor was full of scholars who were writing 8-legged essays. Xiaoheng found a table in the corner and sat down. "Eh? Why did Long Yi go in?" Mu Chuan asked. Guessing lantern riddles, composing poems, and couplets could be done outside. In any case, Mu Chuan only wanted to guess a few lantern riddles. Soon, Mu Qingchen also walked in. "Fourth brother?" Mu Chuan was dumbfounded. He looked at that golden gourd lantern hanging at the entrance and thought, "Is this lantern so beautiful? Fourth brother also wants it?" Mu Qingchen didn't sit together with Xiaoheng. He specially chose a table that was 3 or 4 seats away from Xiaoheng. The two of them calmly started writing. Not long after, they attracted the attention of everyone. A scholar who was writing 8-legged essay at a table beside the window patted his companion at the front table and asked, "Look, isn't that person young Master Qingchen?" As soon as he said that, not only did his 2 companions at the front table stop writing, but the rest of the people also looked in the direction he was pointing. Another person recognized Mu Qingchen and whispered, "It really seems to be him." "No way, right? Why is young Master Qingchen also here? Is he the one who sent lanterns? Is he here to cause trouble?" "Yeah, he's the head of the 4 great young masters. If he's here to write 8-legged essays, what can we do? At least half of the people who were still writing at a high speed put down their pens. Just the title of young Master Qianxia was enough to extinguish their fighting spirit. Okay, Gu Jiao and the others guessed many lantern riddles while waiting outside. They won a lot of lanterns and gave them to the girls who passed by. The news of Mu Qianxia's presence gradually spread, and more people came to watch. Finally, after a gong sounded, the restaurant's manager walked out with a smile and personally took down the golden gourd lantern. Someone won first place. Who is it? Who is it? I don't know. It must be young Master Qianxia. The manager glanced around the crowd and walked toward Gu Jiao with the lantern. He said politely, "Are you Xiao Lulang, young Master Xiao?" "I am," Gu Jiao said. The manager handed the lantern to Xiao Lulang with both hands. "Congratulations on winning the lantern, young Master Xiao." Someone in the crowd said unhappily, "He didn't go in to write essays." The manager looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. The essay written by young Master Zhao's friend was praised by Grand Secretary Yang. He deserves to be the winner tonight. Young Master Zhao's friend asked me to give this lantern to young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, please accept it. Gu Jiao took the lantern. Only then did the crowd realize that the manager had just mentioned Grand Secretary Yang. Oh my God! Grand Secretary Yang is here. If I knew Grand Secretary Yang was here, I would have gone in to write essays too. If I could get some advice from him, my life would be worth it. Grand Secretary Yang was a leading figure in the literary circle of the Yan Kingdom. Everyone who came to Chengdu to study was eager to be his student. Unfortunately, Grand Secretary Yang rarely accepted students in private. Soon, Xiaoheng and Mu Qianxia came out. The two of them walked toward Gu Jiao. Seeing that Gu Jiao and Mu Qianxia knew each other and that they were both wearing the uniform of the Tianqiong Academy, the crowd was surprised. A scholar said, "I told you it was young Master Qianxia. Only his works are worthy of Grand Secretary Yang's attention." In the wing room on the second floor, Grand Secretary Yang was sitting on a cushion. On the desk in front of him were several pieces of 8-part essay that had just been collected from the hall. Opposite Grand Secretary Yang sat an elegant middle-aged man. "Grand Secretary, you have read it several times." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Is it really so amazing?" Elder Yang stroked his beard and said, "Ever since Prince Jing, I haven't seen such a brilliant literary talent. Now it's Duke and Crown Prince Jing was the title many years ago." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Isn't it too high to be mentioned in the same breath as Dukan?" "Who is it?" Grand Secretary Yang looked at the name under the essay and said with a strange expression, "Long Yi." Gu Jiao and the others walked on the busy street. Now she had 2 lanterns, a pink peach blossom lantern and a golden gourd lantern, which attracted many people's attention. "Lulang, your lantern is so beautiful." Yuan Shao pointed at the gourd lantern in Gu Jiao's right hand and said. Of course, it was a gift from her husband. Mu Qianxia looked at Xiaoheng suspiciously. "Who is this person?" "Dried meat. Fresh and delicious dried meat." A hawker's shout came from not far away. Xiaoheng said to Gu Jiao, "You go first. I'll buy some dried meat." After he left, Mu Qianxia blurted out, "Do you like dried meat?" It was a strange question. Even Mu Qianxia was surprised. Why did he subconsciously think that Long Yi did everything for Xiao Lulang? Gu Jiao inexplicably felt that she had to answer this question carefully. At this moment, Mu Chuan found a new lantern riddle guessing stall. He waved at them, "Fourth brother, Lulang, come here. Lulang, let's go and have a look." Yuan Shao urged. Gu Jiao was successfully taken away by the two. Mu Qianxia asked Long Yi. The place selling dried meat was not far away. It was in front of a ready-made clothing store diagonally across the street. The business was good. There were many people waiting in line. Xiaoheng stood at the end of the line. Xiaoheng waited patiently. He was not used to wearing a mask. He pushed it with his hand, but the mask accidentally fell off. He bent down and picked up the mask on the ground with his slender fingers. He gently patted the dust off the mask. At the same time, a woman walked out of the ready-made clothing store with an embroidered basket. The woman's clothes were not too luxurious, but her bearing and temperament were not comparable to ordinary women. She walked past the stall selling meat and got into a carriage on the side of the road. Perhaps the fragrance of the dried meat was too alluring. The woman could not help but look at the stall. With just one glance, she froze. The carriage started to move. The woman lost her balance and fell backward. The curtain in her hand fell with a bang. "Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage!" she shouted. The coachman stopped the carriage. The little girl in the carriage asked, "Aunt, what's wrong? Did you leave something in the store? Should I go and get it?" The woman did not answer her. Instead, she lifted her skirt and hurriedly got out of the carriage. She came to the stall selling dried meat and pushed away the men in the line one by one. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Everyone cursed. The woman muttered in a daze, "Where is he? Where is he?" The little girl came over and asked, "Aunt, who are you looking for?" The woman said with disappointment, "His Highness Xianxia." "I saw His Highness Xianxia." The little girl looked around and said in a low voice, "Aunt, are you seeing things? His Highness Xianxia is no longer in Chengdu. He went with the crown princess to guard the imperial mausoleum." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/10754095. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found online can be found here. Xiaoheng bought 2 flavors of dried meat. One was spicy, and the other was honey sesame. In addition, he also bought a bag of vegetarian dried meat made of tofu for little Jing Kong. He found Gu Jiao in front of the lantern riddle stall and handed the 2 boxes of dried meat to her. Gu Jiao tried a piece of spicy dried meat first. It was sweet and spicy with a slight numbness, and the texture was very rich. "You try one too." Gu Jiao handed the box to Xiaoheng. In order to make it easier for Gu Jiao to eat, Xiaoheng took all the lanterns in Gu Jiao's hand. Xiaoheng raised the lanterns in his hand, indicating to Gu Jiao that he had no hands. In the end, Gu Jiao took a piece of dried meat and fed it directly to him. Xiaoheng ate it with a smile. "Is it good?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's good," he said as he looked at her deeply. Mu Qingchen's eyes hurt, and he was extremely irritated. There seemed to be a strange atmosphere between the two of them, as if no one could get in between them. Xiaoheng bought a lot of dried meat, and Mu Chuan and the others also tried the dried meat. The 3 of them had a good impression of Xiaoheng. He was good at writing, talented, generous, had a sense of propriety, and had a good conversation style. He was a person they could make friends with. Mu Chuan held a box of dried meat and asked while eating, "Mr. Long, which academy are you studying in? Is your academy participating in the boxing competition?" Although Xiaoheng was wearing a mask, his eyes and voice were very young. Coupled with his talent, Mu Chuan could tell that he was a student. Xiaoheng said, "I'm not studying in the academy." Mu Chuan sighed. "What a pity. I wanted to invite you to watch the boxing competition." Yuan Xiao said, "Even if you're not a student of the academy, you can still watch it. Mr. Long, if you're free tomorrow, please come over." Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. "Okay." Mu Qingchen glanced at them coldly and said, "So you know that there's a boxing competition. It's getting late, so we should go back." Mu Chuan begged, "Don't, 4th brother. Let's play a little longer. I haven't won enough lanterns yet." Mu Qingchen said coldly, "You've already given away the lanterns you won. What's the point of winning more?" Mu Chuan pursed his lips. He wanted to struggle a little more, but Wu Fuzi came looking for him. This time, the few of them were completely hopeless and could only obediently be brought back to the inn by Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi stared at them with his fiery eyes. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not have a loving farewell. They separated as if nothing had happened. After returning to the inn, Gu Jiao pushed open the door to her room. Mu Qingchen suddenly asked, "Is this really the first day you two met?" Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "Yes." Mu Qingchen wanted to say something but hesitated. On second thought, even if the two of them were old friends, it was not his business. "Go back to sleep," he said indifferently and stepped into the room. Gu Jiao put the 2 lanterns on the bedside, washed up, and went to sleep. The next day, the group went to Lingbo Academy under Wu Fuzi's lead after breakfast. Wu Fuzi drew lots in the attic as usual. He went to Tianqiong Academy's room with a serious expression. Mu Chuan asked, "Wu Fuzi, which academy are we fighting against? Lingbo Academy or Canaan Academy?" At this point, only 3 academies were left. Who would have thought that Wu Fuzi would shake his head and say, "Neither"? Everyone was shocked. Mu Chuan was flabbergasted, "And no? How?" Wu Fuzi said with a serious expression, "It's Shaolin Academy." Gu Jiao understood that Shaolin Academy did not participate in the previous matches. It was because Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy fought and caused trouble. Both of them were kicked out of the competition, so there was an extra place for them to advance. As for why they did not choose from the eliminated teams, they had to ask the organizer. Gu Jiao asked, "Do the other academies have any objections?" Wu Fuzi said, "The eliminated academies have no objections. Maybe it's because they were defeated by Shaolin Academy before. Shaolin Academy was last year's champion." Wu Fuzi was relieved when he learned that they did not participate this year. Who knew that what he feared would happen? How did we end up fighting against them? It's the first match. Wu Fuzi's morale dropped. Are the students of Shaolin Academy all monks? Yuan Shao asked curiously. Wu Fuzi shook his head. No, there are monks, lay disciples, and ordinary people. Yuan Shao asked again, are there ordinary people among the people who bowed? Wu Fuzi shook his head again. No, they are all first-class monks. Yuan Shao was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Tianqiong Academy was the first match. After the lots were drawn, they began to prepare for the match. On the other side, the spectators entered the arena one after another. Xiaoheng sat on his personal viewing platform. Beside him were his 3 schoolmates. Commandery Prince Ming's maidservant was attentively attending to them. Prince Ming was also here today. However, just like the first time, he did not appear on the grandstand. Instead, he was in a wing room on the highest floor of the attic. The view here was broad and they could see the entire arena. However, the people in the arena could not see them. There was another person sitting beside Prince Ming. "Cousin, please have some tea," Prince Ming said politely. Crown Prince Han picked up the teacup and took a sip. Crown Prince Han was the most outstanding descendant of the Han family. Prince Ming did not dare to treat him like how he treated Han Che. Prince Ming was very polite. There was even a hint of respect in his voice. "Cousin, why did you come to watch the match today?" "I just wanted to take a look," Crown Prince Han said. Although he said so, he had been looking for Tianqiong Academy since the beginning. He did not know how the lots were drawn in the attic, so he could not tell which match Tianqiong Academy was in. However, he saw Dean Sin and a few students of Tianqiong Academy on the grandstand. One of them was even in a wheelchair. Speaking of wheelchairs, he glanced around and saw a group of people from the Duke's mansion entering the arena. He looked at a man in luxurious clothes who walked out from behind the crowd. That is Second Master Jing. Commandery Prince Ming followed his gaze and said, "That's right." Second Master Jing took a few steps forward. Crown Prince Han did not see clearly because someone was blocking his path. When he was far away from the crowd, he saw that Second Master Jing was pushing a wheelchair. He asked suspiciously, "Is the person in the wheelchair Dukan?" "Yes, it is him," Prince Ming replied. "He is really awake." Crown Prince Han had heard some rumors. However, he did not believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Prince Ming sneered and said, "He has been awake for a few days." I heard that the disciple of Dr. Luo of the Qin Kingdom woke him up. However, he is still unable to speak or write. In my opinion, he is no different from a zombie. Crown Prince Han's target was not Dukan, so he quickly looked away. The people from Tianqiong Academy entered the arena. Mu Qingchen was still the center of attention. Everywhere he went, there were cheers and screams. However, Crown Prince Han did not look at him. His gaze fell on the young man behind Mu Qingchen. Crown Prince Han was so far away that he could not see the iconic birthmark clearly. However, when he saw the young man, Crown Prince Han was sure that he was the arrogant guy from the lower kingdom that Han Che had mentioned. The young man was riding on a horse. He looked valiant and valiant. He exuded an arrogant and unruly aura. Prince Ming said, "Cousin, why do you think His Majesty suddenly held a birthday banquet? Isn't this a taboo for him?" This was not only the birthday of the emperor, but also the birthday of the crown princess. At the same time, it was also the day that the crown princess was demoted to a commoner. He felt unlucky just thinking about it. Crown Prince Han stared at Gu Jiao without blinking and said casually, "Then it's no longer a taboo." No longer a taboo could mean forgiveness, but it could also mean forgetting. While Commandery Prince Ming was thinking about Crown Prince Han's words, the people from the Shaolin Academy entered the arena. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Obviously, they were also very surprised and expressed deep sympathy for the Tianqiong Academy. Tianqiong Academy is going against Shaolin Academy. Isn't it hopeless? Shaolin Academy was last year's champion. They even defeated the Imperial family's team. Tianqiong Academy is no match for them. What a pity. I didn't want Tianqiong Academy to lose. I wanted to watch a few more matches, but now it's impossible for them not to lose. What bad luck. Why is Tianqiong Academy against Shaolin Academy out of the 3 academies? The people from Tianqiong Academy were Mu Qingchen, Gu Jiao, Mu Chuan, and Zhao Wei. Yuan Shao was the second to enter the arena. They rode their horses all the way here, so they naturally heard the discussions. Mu Chuan whispered to Gu Jiao, "Don't listen to their nonsense. We will definitely win." The monks from Shaolin Academy rode their horses over and lined up in front of Tianqiong Academy. They wore monk robes and were tall and sturdy. They looked dignified and ferocious, which reminded people of the Vajra Buddha statues in temples. They were not easy to deal with. Mu Qingchen had never looked so serious in any of his previous matches, but this time, even he was not optimistic about the outcome. Shaolin Academy had never been defeated. No one could defeat them. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that you can't find on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1075404553. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Wow, they're going up against the Shaolin martial monks. In the attic, Prince Ming looked at the group of people on the field with great interest. This is going to be a good show. Prince Ming didn't pay much attention to any of the academies. However, he had been humiliated in front of Tianqiong Academy. Nothing could make him happier than to humiliate that kid. Prince Ming decided not to discuss the emperor's thoughts for the time being. He waved his hand at the servants and asked them to bring up the fruits and snacks. He wanted to see the Shaolin martial monks beat that kid up. The 4 Shaolin martial monks on the field were each more furious than the other. Each of them had a scar on their head. From right to left, there was 1 scar, 2 scars, and 3 scars. It seemed that the strongest martial monk had 6 scars. Don't you think these martial monks are a little scary? Mu Chuan whispered to Gu Jiao. Aren't you not afraid? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Chuan immediately straightened his back and said stubbornly, I'm not afraid. Who says I'm afraid? Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, talk when your legs stop shaking. Mu Chuan was speechless. The Shaolin martial monks didn't talk to them. They just exchanged glances. In fact, it was more of a show of force and provocation than an exchange. To be honest, Mu Chuan was a little scared. He was even more scared than when he was fighting against the Han family's Black Wind cavalry. Zhao Wei was the same as him. He was also scared. However, he was more experienced than Mu Chuan, so he didn't show too much fear. The kickoff of the first section was decided by drawing lots. After that, the opponent would kick off for every goal. Tianqiong Academy was the one kicking off. Mu Qingchen, as the main attacker of the team, rarely participated in the kickoff. However, because the opponent was too strong, they decided to let him kick off after discussing it with Wu Fuzi. It had only been a few seconds since they went on the field and waited for the gong to sound, but everyone felt like a long time had passed. The people in the stands were so nervous that they held their breaths. How could this be? Second Master Jing sat in front of the railing and stared at the Shaolin martial monks on the field. Do we have to be so unlucky? Today, the second madam had some matters to attend to and couldn't leave, so she couldn't come over. On his left was the wheelchair-bound Dukan. Behind Dukan stood Muru Xian, who was dressed in a white dress and green gauze. When Muru Xian heard that, she looked at Second Master Jing in confusion. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Second Master Jing sighed deeply. That group of Shaolin martial monks is very powerful. Tianqiong Academy isn't their match. Muru Xian's eyes moved as she asked, Second Master, do you really hope that Tianqiong Academy will win? Second Master Jing stammered, I didn't. It's just that those Shaolin martial monks didn't know how to control their strength. It wasn't easy for the students either. As soon as he said this, the High Duke's hand on the armrest slowly clenched into a fist and began to tremble slightly. The gong sounded. Facing the scorching sun, Mu Qingchen's expression turned serious as he steadily swung his club to open the ball. Second sister, hurry up. Outside the archery field, Su Shui pulled her second sister and squeezed into the crowd. She took out her token and asked the guards to let them pass. Slow down. Second Miss Su's hand hurt from being pulled by her. Su Shui said, the gong sounded just now. The archery competition has begun. Second Miss Su frowned slightly. It's already begun. Why are you in such a hurry? I want to watch watch fourth brother, Su Shui said. Seriously. I haven't seen fourth brother for a long time after he moved into the academy. Second Miss Su sighed. If father finds out that we skipped Master Fu's chess class and came here to watch some archery competition, he'll definitely punish us. Su Shui grabbed her wrist and walked toward Tianqiong Academy's grandstand. He won't. Let's go. Mu Qingchen's ball was extremely good. There were no problems with its speed and accuracy. The person who caught the ball was Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei had been learning archery since he was a child, so his technique was excellent. He successfully caught the ball that Mu Qingchen swung at him. He looked at Mu Chuan in front of him. Mu Chuan nodded at him. Zhao Wei passed the ball to Mu Chuan, and Mu Chuan passed it to Gu Jiao. At this time, Mu Qingchen had already arrived at the opponent's hole. Gu Jiao passed the ball to him, and Mu Qingchen took it and hit the ball into the hole with his pole. The four of them cooperated seamlessly and smoothly. The spectators finally got to see the Tianqiong Academy seriously play polo for the first time. However, the moment the ball was about to enter the hole, something unexpected happened. A Shaolin monk jumped on his horse and came to the hole. He hit the ball out of Mu Qingchen's way with his pole. The pole hit so far that it almost crossed half of the archery field. Zhao Wei and Mu Chuan had already rushed back. They rushed to grab the ball, but before they could even see the ball, they heard the gong on the referee's stand. Did they score? The two of them were stunned. Shaolin Academy took the lead and got the first flag at the beginning of the game. No, how did they score? What's going on? Mu Chuan was confused. He and Zhao Wei were chasing the polo ball. Did the ball escape into the hole by itself? Of course, it was not because the ball could escape, but because the Shaolin monk was so fast that they did not see it. Zhao Wei frowned and looked at the arrogant Shaolin monk. He recalled, it's not just fast. They have a strategy. Just now, the monk with the scar blocked our view with his horse. He swung his pole to grab the ball. We thought the ball was with him, but in fact, the ball was in front of him. It had already been in the monk's hand. After listening to Zhao Wei's analysis, Mu Chuan felt that his belief had been subverted. Is it so sneaky? Since the opponent had scored, it was still their turn to kick off. This time, it was Zhao Wei who kicked off. Zhao Wei passed the ball to Mu Chuan, but before Mu Chuan could swing his pole, a Shaolin monk rushed past him. The Shaolin monk took the ball away. Mu Qingchen was attacked from two sides and could not break through. Gu Jiao intercepted the ball with the skills she learned from Su Ping. She passed the ball to Mu Qingchen, and Mu Qingchen passed it to Zhao Wei. Then, the ball was lost again. The gong sounded again. Shaolin Academy had scored again. The speed of the Shaolin Academy's goal was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It was even faster than the record set by the Horse King. Mu Chuan and Zhao Wei were so tired that they were panting. Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao also had sweat on their faces. They rode on their horses and waited for the referee to bring the ball over. Mu Chuan panted and said, "What kind of monks are these? Aren't they too fierce? Lu Ling, why don't you ride your horse over?" Gu Jiao said, "It's still young. It can't be ridden." Mu Chuan muttered, "Didn't we ride it last time?" Mu Qingchen said lightly, "Stop talking." Mu Chuan shut up. This was not a game about the horses, but the people. These monks were too powerful. They all had strong internal energy and were extremely strong. No one could catch the ball they threw. "How's your arm?" Mu Qingchen asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao intercepted most of the balls just now. Gu Jiao touched her almost numb right arm and said, "It's okay. I'll be fine after some rest." The game began again. Mu Qingchen kicked off. The use of internal energy was prohibited in the bowler game. Otherwise, it would be considered a foul. These young monks had been tempering their bodies all year round and had developed an indestructible body. Every swing they threw seemed to be imbued with internal energy. As expected, Mu Qingchen's ball was snatched away again. Mu Chuan was the closest. He swung his club to snatch it back. Zhao Wei assisted him from the side. The two of them blocked the Shaolin monks' formation. "They were going to get the ball." The Shaolin monks glared at them and swung their clubs. "I'll do it." Mu Chuan stepped forward and caught the ball. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The monk had obviously expected that the ball would be intercepted, so he used a terrifying amount of strength. Mu Chuan's whole body was knocked out. Zhao Wei's expression changed. Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan fell from the horse and fell heavily to the ground. The grassland fell into silence all of a sudden. Another person fell off the horse. Everyone couldn't help but think of Nan Gonglin, who fell off the horse and was trampled. The referee stopped the game. Zhao Wei got off the horse. "Mu Chuan. Are you okay?" Mu Chuan clutched his right arm, his face contorted in pain. "Is my arm broken?" Gu Jiao jumped off the horse, squatted down, and held his arm. "It's dislocated. Bear with it." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and connected Mu Chuan's arm with a crack. Mu Chuan cried out in pain. Wu Fuzi came over and took Mu Chuan away. Yuan Shao came on. After careful consideration, the referee finally judged that it was an accident. Shaolin Academy did not violate the rules. "Isn't this a violation?" Yuan Shao said unhappily. "They did it on purpose." He had been watching just now. The monk with 3 scars on his head was aiming at Mu Chuan. He wanted to use the force of the ball to hurt Mu Chuan. Were they like this before? Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Mu Qingchen was the only one who could answer this question. After all, other than him, no one else had seen Shaolin Academy play. Mu Qingchen frowned. They used to be very domineering, but they were not as cruel as today. If not for his better martial arts skills, he would have been knocked off the horse. The reason why he asked Gu Jiao if her arm was alright was because his arm was also injured. This group of Shaolin monks seemed to be deliberately targeting them. Was someone secretly controlling them? In the attic, Prince Ming clapped his hands and cheered. Beautiful. That's how it should be played. Who brought the Shaolin Academy here? This prince really likes that person. Erhan sipped his tea unhurriedly. The game started again. Gu Jiao led the horse and walked in front of the referee. Suddenly, she stopped and tilted her head to look at the referee. Are you sure it's not a violation? The referee said, of course it's not. Oh. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. So, as long as it's hit by the ball, it's not a violation. The referee frowned. He felt that this statement was not right, so he corrected her. You can't deliberately attack the opponent with the ball. Mu Chuan was sent flying when he tried to grab the ball. The opponent did not aim at him. Oh. Gu Jiao said, if it's not intentional, it's not a violation, right? That's right, but it sounded a little strange when it came from your mouth. The referee looked at Gu Jiao strangely. In the end, he could not tell what was wrong. He nodded. Let's start. Gu Jiao got on the horse. Yuan Shao kicked off. As soon as Zhao Wei got the ball, it was snatched away by the Shaolin warrior monk. Gu Jiao galloped to catch up. The Shaolin warrior monk was about to swing the club when Gu Jiao suddenly said, ba. The Shaolin warrior monk was stunned. He almost reflexively took back the club and bowed. Ba. Bang, Gu Jiao hit the ball out with her pole. The Shaolin warrior monk was speechless. Yuan Shao got the ball and passed it to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei passed it to Gu Jiao. At this time, they were very close to the opponent's hole. Mu Qingchen was already in position. The Shaolin warrior monk caught up. Gu Jiao was attacked from two sides. Lu Ling. Yuan Shao shouted not far away. Give the ball to him, and he will pass it to Mu Qingchen. Gu Jiao did not do that. She took a risk and passed the ball to Mu Qingchen. As expected, it was intercepted. Yuan Shao sighed. Oh. It was the warrior monk with the 6-ring scar who intercepted the ball. He wanted to pass the ball to another warrior monk. Gu Jiao stared at the latter. The warrior monk with the 6-ring scar had a fierce look in his eyes. He hit the ball out. He had used almost all of his strength in this stroke. Mu Qingchen knew that things were not going well. This was not the ball he really wanted to pass to his companion. He planned to use the trick he used on Mu Chuan on Gu Jiao. She could not take it head-on, Mu Qingchen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Gu Jiao stretched out the club. Ah! With a scream, the warrior monk on the right behind Gu Jiao was hit by the polo ball and fell from the horse's back. It turned out that Gu Jiao did reach out the club just now, but not to catch the ball. She touched it gently and changed the direction of the ball. The warrior monk fell hard. His companion shouted, "You broke the rules." Gu Jiao spread her hands. How did I break the rules? You were the one who hit the ball. You were so strong that you couldn't get it. How can you blame me? The warrior monks were speechless. The referee ruled that it was an accident and there was no foul. The game continued. The power of the 6-ring scar warrior monk could not be underestimated. This warrior monk fell heavily and temporarily left the stage. Another warrior monk took his place. This warrior monk was slightly weaker, but he opened up a gap for Tianqiong Academy. Before the second section ended, Tianqiong Academy scored a goal. The Shaolin warrior monk seemed to be angry. As soon as the third section began, Yuan Zhao's arm was injured. Are you okay? Mu Qingchen asked. Yuan Shao gritted his teeth and held the club. I'm fine. I can still continue. They had to continue. They only had 5 people. Mu Chuan couldn't play anymore. If he also went down, they wouldn't have enough people to play. They could only forfeit. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Zhao's right hand, which was trembling in pain, and her eyes turned cold. She switched the club to her left hand and wrapped the reins around her right hand. Then, she snatched the ball at lightning speed. The monk whose ball was stolen was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he did not expect the opponent to suddenly become so fast, After Gu Jiao snatched the ball, she didn't pass it to anyone. Instead, she took the ball to the opponent's hole. The warrior monk with the 6-ring scar had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jiao was full of murderous intent. She hit the ball toward the hole. A trace of contempt flashed in the warrior monk's eyes. He raised his club to block it. At this moment, something incredible happened. The moment the club hit the ball, he was sent flying. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He was sent flying out of the field and hit a pillar below the stands. Then, he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone was stunned. Many people in the stands even stood up. What just happened? Was the Shaolin warrior monk sent flying? How could this be? Sixth senior brother. The warrior monks rushed to the edge of the field, dismounted, and rushed toward him. Was that Lu Lang? Yuan Shao was stunned. Even though he knew Xiao Lulang was capable, he didn't expect him to be so capable. Even Mu Qingchen couldn't use the power of that blow. Did he use his internal force? Jiao Wei asked. Mu Qingchen said with a complicated expression, no. He didn't feel any internal force. Xiao Lulang used his own strength. Jiao Wei's eyes lit up. Then, didn't this group of warrior monks kick an iron plate? Mu Qingchen said, yes, they kicked an iron plate. The reason why the Shaolin warrior monks were so powerful was not because of how good their shooting skills were. There was still a certain gap between them and Su Ping. They were superior in speed and strength. Without using their internal force, no one was a match for a tempered body warrior monk. No one could catch the ball they hit, but they couldn't stop the ball they hit. Yuan Shao scratched his head. Was Lu Lang this powerful before? Mu Qingchen paused and said, no. When Xiao Lulang tamed the Horse King, he didn't show such strength. It was more like his potential was stimulated by the Shaolin warrior monks. Gu Jiao's move was so beautiful that Prince Ming, who was in the attic, even closed his mouth. What kind of monster is this guy? Those are Shaolin warrior monks. Prince Han looked at the arrogant young man on the horse. A figure he saw when he was young flashed through his mind. It was the eldest son of the Shenyuan family. A young man who could kill a tiger with one punch without using his internal force. Gu Jiao looked at his hands. Well, these monks were useful. Their strength seemed to have recovered a little. They hadn't shown any signs of strength for months. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at the Shaolin warrior monks who were about to return to the field. His eyes flashed with a green light. The Shaolin warrior monk's heart skipped a beat. Why did they have an inexplicable ominous feeling? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg com/8964289642826/107521007. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how strong a tempered body warrior monk's physique was. Even after being sent flying by that kind of force and landing on the ground, he didn't suffer any internal injuries and was still able to return to the field. The sound of the gong rang. The monks were still the same, but for some reason, the audience felt as if something had changed. A Wutong Academy student raised his head and scratched his head in confusion. Why do I feel like the weather is changing? I don't think so. The sun is quite bright. His companion looked at the sky and then rubbed his hairs. It does seem a bit strange. On Tianqiong Academy's stand, Su Shui raised her chin and said to her second sister with pride, I told you Lu Lang is very strong. Second young Miss Su glanced at her sister. Are you here to see fourth brother or that Xiao Lu Lang? I only heard you mention Lu Lang before and after Lu Lang, but I didn't hear you mention fourth brother. I am looking at both. Su Shui blushed and looked at the valiant youth on the field. Didn't he beat the Shaolin martial monk off his horse? Second young Miss Su said, why didn't you say anything when fourth brother scored? Su Shui pouted. I said it. You didn't hear it. Second young Miss Su, yeah, I'm deaf. Second young Miss Su had been dragged over. She didn't have much interest in the tournament itself, but after watching for a while, she felt that it wasn't bad. That guy called Xiao Lulang didn't have a good appearance, but he had a heroic spirit that made people's blood boil. She couldn't blame her sister for always staring at him. On the opposite side of Tianqiong Academy's stand, Second Master Jing laughed out loud. Yes, yes, yes. Let's fight like that. The Duke's fingertips tapped on the armrest in an irregular pattern. He also seemed very happy. Only Mu Ruxin looked unhappy. She didn't like Xiao Lulang, so she hoped he would lose. Didn't they say that the Shaolin martial monk is very strong? Did he cheat? Second Master Jing didn't like to hear these words. How could he not be able to tell if Xiao Lulang was cheating? Moreover, the referee was also an inner force expert. If Xiao Lulang really dared to break the rules, he would have been sent off by the referee. What is wrong with this Muru Xian? Why would Big Brother want to take this girl as his goddaughter? Thinking of the words his eldest brother wrote on the bedside table, for the first time, Second Master Jing felt that his eldest brother's brain was really damaged. Of all people, why did he have to think about Muru Xian? Second Master Jing didn't know that he had misunderstood his eldest brother's intentions. So when he said that they weren't from the same mother's womb, they really didn't have any tacit understanding. On the field, Gu Jiao snatched the ball again. The Shaolin monk rode his horse over to snatch the ball. Gu Jiao smiled and hit the ball hard again. The Shaolin martial arts monk snorted contemptuously, as if he had expected her to do this. He actually put away the cue stick with a whoosh. Mu Chuan, who was watching the match from the sidelines, grabbed his arm and shouted, F***ck. What kind of sneaky monk is this? He actually tricked Lulang into attacking them. Oh no, they dodged. Liulang's ball was going to go out of bounds. In a while, it would be their turn to kick off the ball. Seeing that the ball was about to go out of bounds, Mu Qingchen suddenly sped up. He stretched out his cue stick and gently hit the ball. The ball flew back into the field. Mu Qingchen's forearm was slightly numb. This guy's strength was too great. He didn't take it directly just now. If he did, he was afraid that he would be sent flying out like the monk with the scar on his face. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Oh, a scheming monk. The green light in her eyes became brighter. The Shaolin martial arts monk who had snatched the ball rushed toward the whole of Tianqiong Academy. He sped up to the extreme. However, as he was running, he suddenly felt a dark shadow coming over. He turned his head and saw Gu Jiao smiling. His eyebrows twitched. It's fine, it's fine. The ball is on my right, and this girl is on my left. She can't snatch it. The next second, Gu Jiao disappeared, the Shaolin martial arts monk. Gu Jiao hooked one foot on the saddle and hung upside down. She hit the Shaolin martial arts monk's horse with the cue stick and sent the ball flying. The Shaolin martial arts monk was stunned. So fast, are you a ghost? The ball was caught by Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei passed it to Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao passed it to Mu Qingchen. The main attacker of Tianqiong Academy was Mu Qingchen. Usually, he was the one who scored the ball. However, Gu Jiao was looking at him while riding the horse. Mu Qingchen was stunned for a moment and passed the ball to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao drove the ball all the way to the hole of the opponent. This was the only time when the two sides could face each other. The Shaolin martial arts monk stood in front of Gu Jiao defensively. Gu Jiao's flexible waist was full of strength. She raised the cue stick in her hand and hit the ball toward the hole. It was a spinning ball, and it made a humming sound as it spun. The Shaolin martial arts monk shouted and swung his cue stick to block it. Bam! The Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying. Hiss, Mu Chuan gasped. Gu Jiao looked at the row of Shaolin martial arts monks in front of her. Who's next? They looked at each other in unison. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up as she hit another ball. Bam! Another Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying. This was not like when they were fighting for the ball in the middle of the game. They could think of ways to attract Gu Jiao to foul. Here, as long as they dared to dodge, Gu Jiao would score the ball. Every time a martial arts monk fell off the horse, the referee would call for a pause and wait for the martial arts monk to get back on the horse before continuing. It was worth mentioning that as long as the bowler did not foul, the game would continue from where it was paused. In other words, Gu Jiao did not even need to move. She could take turns playing with the sandbags, bowls. The Shaolin martial arts monks were sent flying one after another. Mu Chuan was so relieved that he laughed loudly. Who told you to set me up? Now the tables have turned. The Shaolin martial arts monks were beaten up and finally thought of a way. When they were sent flying, they used the cue stick to hook the ball out. This way, it would be judged as out of bounds. Although the opponent would be the one to kick the ball out of bounds, at least they would not be pressed to the hole and be beaten up. But every time the ball was about to fly out, Mu Qingchen would hook it back and look at them coldly. It was as if he was saying, continue to be beaten up. The Shaolin martial arts monks were speechless. No more, no more. A Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying again. He sat on the ground and cried. The scarred martial arts monk was furious. A strong murderous aura erupted from his body. He shook his arms and said fiercely, "Kid. You're courting death." In the stands, Second Master Jing's hand trembled and tea splashed all over his eldest brother's head. Oh no, it's the Shaolin martial arts. Qi enters the body and is invulnerable. Gu Jiao hit the ball into the air. She slapped the saddle and jumped into the air. Then, she flipped and hit the falling ball with the cue stick. The scarred martial arts monk said, "Indestructible body." Bang! The scarred martial arts monk's nose was crooked and his tongue was stuck out. Gu Jiao carried the cue stick on her shoulder. I don't care if you're indestructible or not. Hey! Mu Qingchen stopped Gu Jiao and signaled the number of flags near the referee's stand with his eyes. Are you done playing? It was the last part. There were still 9 flags left. Gu Jiao licked the corner of her lips, wishing for more. She had to play. The monks couldn't hold on any longer. Gu Jiao exhausted the arrogance and physical strength of the Shaolin martial arts monks. Then, Tianqiong Academy began to use all their strength. The Shaolin martial arts monks' hands were shaking and they almost couldn't swing the cue stick. At the end of the game, Tianqiong Academy won the game with a score of 13-10. In the side room of the attic, Gu Jiao treated the injuries of Mu Qingchen and the others. After so many games, this was the most serious one. Almost everyone's arms were numb and their palms were bruised. Mu Chuan's arm was hanging from his neck with gauze. From time to time, he helped Gu Jiao pass the wound medicine. These Shaolin martial arts monks are too ruthless. The Shaolin martial arts monks who were just passing by the door staggered. Who was the ruthless one? You're still alive and kicking. We don't even have the strength to walk. The Shaolin martial arts monks were miserable. They were dragged into the side room by the guards. There were a total of 5 martial arts monks. All of them were bruised and swollen. They sat on the chairs to rest, depressed. They couldn't even move their fingers. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. A demon-like young man appeared at the door with a cold expression. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's here. He's here with a cue stick. Gu Jiao patted her palm gently with the cue stick. She glanced at them and asked, "Who sent you?" They were shocked and looked at each other. Gu Jiao said, "What? You don't want to tell me?" Master Qingchen. The voice of the Lingbo Academy's guard came from outside the door. The doctor is here. Mu Qingchen said calmly, "No need. I've invited the doctor. He has already gone in to treat the eminent monks of Shaolin Academy. You can go back. The doctor will take good care of them." The martial arts monks widened their eyes in unison. Don't go. Don't go. Then we'll have to trouble you. The guard left with the doctor. The martial arts monks looked at Gu Jiao in despair. Gu Jiao tilted her head and smiled. Gu Jiao came out of the room and scratched his little back with the cue stick. Phew, Mu Qingchen had been attracted by his little tricks recently and found him adorable for some reason. There was something wrong with this idea. Mu Qingchen decisively cleared his mind and said seriously, "Are you done?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "They are not real martial arts monks of Shaolin. They are just a group of masters who have been lurking in Shaolin. They secretly learned the skills of Shaolin and secretly used them for the aristocratic families." Mu Qingchen was a little surprised. "Which aristocratic family?" Gu Jiao said, "The Han family." Mu Qingchen frowned. "It's the Han family. It seems that they are targeting the Mu family this time. No wonder they injured Mu Chuan so badly in the beginning." Gu Jiao blinked. "If you insist, I can't help it." Mu Qingchen said, "The Han family and the Mu family have been feuding for a long time, but I really didn't expect that they would dare to attack Mu Chuan and me." Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. Looking at this situation, it seemed that she should ask what kind of feud they had. "Okay, since you are the scapegoat, I will ask. What is the feud between the Han family and the Mu family?" At first, it was because of military achievements. Mu Qingchen was more cautious when it came to the Xianyuan family. However, after hesitating for a while, he decided to tell Gu Jiao. Back then, the Xianyuan family rebelled. After they were defeated, their military power was divided into four. The Han family and the Mu family both wanted the Xianyuan family's Black Wind cavalry. The Crown Prince's mansion wanted to win over the Mu family and used the name of Imperial Concubine Han to unite the Han family and the Mu family by marriage. However, the day before the wedding, the Han family's legitimate son eloped with his cousin. The Mu family was furious and broke off the engagement. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? However, it is said that there is another reason. What is it? Crown Prince Han's father, and my uncle, both wanted to be the Crown Princess's husband. Husband? Gu Jiao heard this name for the first time. The Crown Princess's harem? Mu Qingchen was stunned. "Ah, I guess so. The Crown Prince had a Crown Princess, and the Crown Princess had a husband. Before the Xianyuan family's incident, the Crown Princess was the noble Crown Princess. She was also beautiful. Who didn't want to be her husband? Of course, this was all hearsay. His uncle didn't admit it personally." Gu Jiao asked, "Who became the Crown Princess's husband in the end?" Mu Qingchen shook his head. "The Crown Princess didn't have a husband." Gu Jiao asked subconsciously, "She didn't have a child?" Mu Qingchen said, "She did have a child. The Crown Princess went missing for a few years. When she came back, she had a son. The child was 1 month older than Commandery Prince Ming. No one knew who the father was, but as long as he was the Crown Princess's child, he was of royal blood." How old was Commandery Prince Ming? Gu Jiao was confused. Why did she care about Commandery Prince Ming's age? He was a few months younger than me. He was also 19. Mu Qingchen said. 19. Xiaoheng was also 19. What happened later? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen looked at the bonsai in the yard and said slowly, "Later, something happened to the Xianyuan family. The Crown Princess seemed to be involved. She was demoted to a commoner and sent to guard the imperial mausoleum. The Crown Princess went with her. The Crown Princess had always been in poor health. It was said that he was poisoned when he was in his mother's womb. The State Master spent a lot of effort to save his life, but his foundation was damaged. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that the Crown Princess didn't have long to live. Have you seen the Crown Princess?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen shook his head again. The Crown Princess followed the Crown Princess to guard the imperial mausoleum when he was very young. Except for returning to the Master Hall every 2 years to treat his illness, he almost never stayed in Xingdu. I didn't have the chance to see him. Gu Jiao looked thoughtful. Mu Qingchen thought of something. He hesitated for a moment and said, "There was a rumor about the Crown Princess a few years ago." Gu Jiao asked, "What rumor?" Mu Qingchen frowned and said, "It said that the Crown Princess wasn't the Crown Princess's son. Fourth brother. Lu Ling. Why are you still here? The competition is about to start." Mu Chuan walked over with his arm in a sling. Whether it was the Xianyuan family or the Crown Princess, they were all taboos in Xingdu. Mu Qingchen obviously didn't want Mu Chuan to join the conversation. He glanced at Gu Jiao and said, let's go and watch the competition. Gu Jiao said, okay. Next was the competition between the Lingbo Academy and the Canaan Academy. Both academies were very good at archery. Compared to Gu Jiao's various tricks, the second round of archery was obviously more normal. Gu Jiao and the others sat next to Dean Si and Su Shui, and the second miss of the Su family were also there. He he he. Su Shui glanced at the boy next to her fourth brother and giggled. The second miss of the Su family looked at the silly boy next to her speechlessly and quietly moved to the other side. She had to sit further away to avoid being infected by her sister. As the saying went, the layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. The atmosphere of the Tianqiong Academy was always high, but the Lingbo Academy and the Canaan Academy definitely contributed the best skills so far. Mu Qingchen explained to Gu Jiao, the Lingbo Academy is a century-old academy in Xingdu, and the Canaan Academy is an academy run by the State Preceptor Hall. I heard that the State Preceptor named them. Gu Jiao touched her chin. No wonder they named them like that. Mu Qingchen was puzzled. What's wrong with the name? Nothing. Gu Jiao couldn't explain to him the tacit understanding of time-traveling people. Mu Qingchen's attention returned to the archery field. They were holding back before, but today they went all out. This is their true strength. Both sides fought very cleanly, without any underhanded tricks that could not be brought to the table. The archery skills of the Tianqiong Academy were far inferior to theirs. It was not something that could be made up for by practicing at the last minute. In fact, it was a miracle that they could go all the way to the last round. Of course, it was all thanks to someone's various tricks. Mu Qingchen said solemnly, we don't have a good chance of winning the next round. We have to train harder these days. Gu Jiao said calmly, we didn't want to win anyway. Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and said without changing her expression, let's not put too much pressure on ourselves. Our homework is already so heavy, so let's not make ourselves anxious. Second place is not bad either. What a joke. The reward for second place was 1,000 taels of gold. Who would want to see the emperor in first place? She wanted them to win without doing anything. Mu Qingchen, what kind of person was this? At the end of the round, the Lingbo Academy lost by 2 flags. The Lingbo Academy was the academy of little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao felt sorry for them. 2 seconds, no more than that. When the competition ended, the people of the Tianqiong Academy and the Canaan Academy met. As expected of the students of the Grand Preceptor Hall, each of them had an imposing appearance and a heroic spirit. The people of the Canaan Academy had the arrogance of the Grand Preceptor Hall and did not intend to get acquainted with the people of the Tianqiong Academy. They just glanced at them indifferently and walked away. Gu Jiao suddenly said to them, I have high hopes for you guys. Do your best in the next round and don't show any mercy. First place is yours. Everyone from the Canaan Academy. Everyone from the Tianqiong Academy, fourth brother. Su Shui ran over while lifting her dress. She quickly glanced at Gu Jiao and pretended to say to Mu Qingchen, fourth brother, are you guys going back so soon? Mu Qingchen looked at her. Su Shui's eyes flashed and said, I mean, it's rare for you to come back to the inner city. I haven't seen you for a few days. It's almost lunchtime. Why don't we have a meal together? There's a new restaurant nearby. Second sister, and I haven't eaten there yet. Am I right, second sister? The second young lady of the Su family was stunned by Su Shui's question. What? Mu Qingchen sighed and turned to his companions. You guys go back first. Su Shui glared at him. No, fourth brother. Mu Qingchen could not bring his 2 sisters to eat at the same table with several men. However, he could not refuse his sister's request and could only stay. Su Shui watched as Gu Jiao and Mu Chuan got on their horses. She felt so wrong that she pursed her lips. Mu Qingchen looked at his sister who was about to cry in confusion and asked, didn't you want to eat? She did not want to eat with you. Su Shui stomped her feet and left in a huff. Gu Jiao did not leave the Lingbo Academy. I'm going to buy something. You guys go back first. I'll catch up with you later. Mu Chuan asked, should we wait for you? Gu Jiao said, no, I can catch up with you. Mu Chuan agreed. Okay, we'll go first. What's wrong? President Sun asked. Mu Chuan rode beside the carriage and said, Lu Ling said he's going to buy something and told us to go first. He'll catch up with us later. President Sun said, he doesn't have the inner city talisman. If he can't catch up with us, we won't be able to leave the city. Forget it, we'll just wait for him at the city gate. Gu Jiao rode towards the Kanglin Women's Academy. When she passed by a small alley, she saw a carriage parked there. Gu Jiao walked over and got off the horse. She handed the horse's reins to the coachman. The coachman understood and led the horse away. Gu Jiao got on the carriage. You're pretty fast, Xiaoheng said with a slight smile. Gu Jiao said, I'm going to meet my husband. I have to be fast. Xiaoheng raised his slender fingers and brushed the hair on her temples. I thought you didn't understand. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, I can still understand a beauty's gaze. Xiaoheng smiled gently. His fingers slid down and held her hand. Are you hurt? Even if he didn't know how to bow, he could tell that something was wrong today. Gu Jiao shook her head. I'm not hurt. What happened? Xiaoheng asked worriedly. Gu Jiao told him about how Han Che came to ask her for a horse and was beaten up by her. Those martial monks are from the Han family. Xiaoheng thought for a while. No wonder the heir of the Han family came today. Gu Jiao asked, the heir of the Han family came? Yes, he came with Prince Ming. Xiaoheng said, I asked Prince Ming's maid. That person is the heir of the Han family, Han Che's older brother. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, he actually dared to come. It's getting late. Classes in Jingkong should be over. I have to go pick him up. Xiaoheng said. He saw Gu Jiao narrowing her eyes and looking like she was going to cause trouble. He said, You're not going to cause trouble for him, are you? Of course not. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and blinked. She was very obedient. Xiao Heng watched as she grabbed the sack behind her. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1075022528. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Xiaoheng held his forehead helplessly. This girl, he couldn't stop her from going. She agreed very well and slipped away immediately. Gu Jiao was the easiest person to talk to at home because she was very tolerant of her family. She had a different standard for outsiders. The Shaolin monks invited by Heir Han injured all the fighters of Tianqiong Academy. She wouldn't be Gu Jiao if she just let it go. She was a young wolf facing an adult tiger. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she had to bite off a piece of meat. This was her courage that was engraved in her bones. She didn't want to go against the Han family to avoid their revenge. The moment Han Che coveted the Horse King, the enmity between the two sides had been set. People from a lower country had no status in a higher country. If the Han family wanted something, they could just take it away. However, Gu Jiao was definitely not a lamb that could be slaughtered by others. No one could take it away from her. She wouldn't allow it, and neither would Xiaoheng. That's all for the morning class. In the gifted class of Lingbo Academy, Teacher Lu finished the last poem and dismissed the class. Because they were all children, most of them were picked up by adults. Little Jingkong was the youngest in the class, but he was also the one who looked the most like a little adult. The other children all rushed out of the classroom, but he was still sitting in his seat, calmly packing his school bag. In fact, what he meant by packing was that he stuffed the textbook into his bag without any order. When he went back, Xiaoheng had to rearrange it for him. But even so, the little clear sky was still very slow. It was even slower than a tortoise. The gifted class of the academy had a rule that the students could only leave after the teacher finished. After all, they were all children. They were afraid that something would happen. Teacher Lu sat in the lecture hall and watched the little guy slowly packing his bag. The dignified scholar was so anxious that his feet trembled. He wasn't hungry, nor was he in a hurry. It was just that the child's slow movements made him anxious. Couldn't it be faster? After waiting for a while, Master Lu seriously suspected that the time it took to brew a cup of tea had passed, but the child had not even received half of it. Master Lu couldn't hold it in any longer. He said to little Jing Kong, I'll take it for you. Little Jing Kong said seriously, no, I have to do my own things. I'm not a kid anymore. Master Lu was going crazy. If you're not a child, who is? You're the youngest in class, okay? I've been a teacher for 20 years and this is the first time I've accepted such a young student. Master Lu stretched his legs and changed his sitting position. Little Jing Kong continued to tidy up slowly. Master Lu changed his sitting position again. Little Jing Kong was still being cleaned up. Master Lu's blood pressure was about to rise. Finally, little Jing Kong was cleaned up. Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the heavens. Crash, little Jing Kong poured out the books from the bag again. I can't find something. Looking at the small mountain of books on the table, Master Lu's eyes finally rolled back and he fell backwards. Little Jing Kong was taken away by Master Ching. Master Ching held little Jing Kong's hand and walked out of the classroom. He said to little Jing Kong in a pleasant manner, I'll take you out for lunch today. Master Ching was a teacher at Lingbo Academy. He was very accomplished in calligraphy. Xiaoheng had asked him to teach little Jing Kong how to write. Little Jing Kong was the top student in every subject except for his calligraphy. He had learned a lot from Gu Jiao. Oh. Little Jing Kong's reaction was very calm. Master Chin was speechless. Why did he feel that this child was a little soulless today? The boxing competition was over. He had left without seeing Jiao Jiao. His little soul also left with Jiao Jiao. He was now a soulless little Jing Kong. Crown Prince Han and Prince Ming went to the entrance of the academy after coming out of the attic. Prince Ming's carriage and Crown Prince Han's horse were already waiting outside. I'll send you back first, said Crown Prince Han. Thank you, cousin, said Prince Ming with a smile. Crown Prince Han mounted the horse and escorted Prince Ming back to the Crown Prince's residence. Prince Ming lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to Crown Prince Han, cousin. Crown Prince Han looked at the road ahead and turned to look at him. What's the matter? Prince Ming said, I haven't finished what I was reading just now. What do you mean by His Majesty doesn't care about his birthday anymore? Crown Prince Han looked ahead with deep eyes and said, either he has forgiven the Crown Princess, or he has completely cut off his father-daughter relationship with the Crown Princess. From the current situation, the latter is more likely. Prince Ming muttered, then why didn't Imperial Grandfather abolish his title? When the Emperor abolished the Crown Princess and sent her to the Imperial Mausoleum, he didn't punish the Crown Princess. However, the Crown Princess insisted on following his mother. Hence, the Emperor said, if you dare to leave, I'll take it that I don't have a grandson like you. The Crown Princess left. Theoretically, this meant that the Crown Princess had cut off all ties with the Emperor. Since that day, the Emperor never mentioned the Crown Princess again. Hence, many people thought that the Emperor didn't recognize the Crown Princess anymore. However, the Emperor didn't issue an imperial edict to abolish the Crown Princess's title. So, was he still the Crown Princess? No one dared to question the monarch, and no one dared to guess his thoughts. After all, being called the Emperor's eldest grandson was an unlucky title. The Crown Prince ordered his subordinates to keep their mouths shut and not let them address Commander Prince Ming as His Highness' eldest grandson. Prince Ming snorted. I was born the Crown Princess's grandson. However, the Crown Princess brought back a child who was half a month older than me. He took away my identity as the Crown Princess's grandson. Even in his dreams, he wanted to be openly addressed as His Highness Xiang's son. Crown Prince Han said seriously, you don't have to think about him anymore. A verbal edict is also an imperial edict. If His Majesty said that he doesn't recognize him, then he won't recognize him. You are the crown princess of the Yan kingdom. The entire Han family is your backing. That's right. The entire Han family was his backing. How could a bastard with an unknown father compete with him? Thinking of something, Commandery Prince Ming asked mysteriously, "Cousin, do you think that the rumor is true?" Crown Prince Han glanced at him and asked, "What rumor?" Prince Ming gestured to the brocade guards accompanying him. The brocade guards surrounded the carriage and didn't allow anyone to get close. Prince Ming then said softly, "He is a child that the crown princess brought back from outside. He is not the crown princess's flesh and blood." If this was true, then this fellow would have no chance of being the crown princess's grandson. Crown Prince Han frowned and said seriously, "Prince Ming, you better not say these things. This concerns the reputation of the royal family. If His Majesty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Prince Ming's scalp went numb when he thought of the temperamental and cruel His Majesty. Crown Prince Han pursed his thin lips. This cousin of his was good at everything. He was also talented in learning. However, he was spoiled and had a bad temper. "Prince Ming, how are your studies going?" he asked. Prince Ming said, "It's going well. The Grand Tutor just praised me and said that I wrote a good essay. However, I don't understand why Father doesn't allow me to show off my talents in front of Grandfather." This was the Emperor's quirk. He didn't like people who were too smart. Crown Prince Han could only say, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince has given this order, he must have his reasons. Prince Ming, just follow his orders." In fact, Prince Ming wasn't the only son of the Crown Prince. However, he was the legitimate son. In addition, the Crown Princess was also from the Han family. Therefore, the Han family valued Prince Ming and didn't want him to make any mistakes. Prince Ming sighed. Crown Prince Han's words were always watertight. He couldn't get any information out of him even if he wanted to. Prince Ming didn't want to talk anymore. He was about to put down the curtain when suddenly, a familiar figure of a woman appeared on the street. He recognized her at a glance. It was the maid he sent to serve Miss Gu. The maid looked at him as if she had something to report. He couldn't let his cousin know that he was pursuing a female student from Kanglin Academy. His cousin would definitely report it to Father. If that happened, he would be in trouble. He coughed softly and said to Crown Prince Han, "Cousin, I want to go to the washroom." Crown Prince Han nodded. Prince Ming asked someone to stop the carriage. He walked towards the tea house that the maid had just entered. After making sure that Crown Prince Han couldn't see him, he called the maid to him. "Why did Miss Gu suddenly come to see me? What's the matter?" The maid said respectfully, "Miss Gu said that she wants to see you." Prince Ming's eyes lit up. "Is that true?" The maidservant smiled and said, "It's absolutely true." Originally, the event had already ended and Miss Gu had also left. However, she suddenly returned and said that she wanted to thank the county king for booking the arena for her. She had made a painting and wanted to personally give it to the county king. Royal Prince Ming laughed excitedly. "She's finally willing to see me. She even wants to give me a gift. It seems that I was right to reveal my identity." The maid said, "You are the Crown Prince's legitimate son and the eldest grandson of Dayan's emperor. She is just a commoner. How would she dare to reject your pursuit?" Prince Ming's eyes darkened. "You are not allowed to disrespect her." The maid quickly lowered her head. It was a slip of the tongue. Prince Ming put his hands behind his back and looked at the endless stream of people. He smiled wantonly. "As long as she obeys me, I will give her an identity from Xianxia. Yubin Pavilion, right?" The maid hesitated for a moment and advised, "Prince Han, Crown Prince Han is outside. Isn't it inappropriate for you to meet Miss Gu like this?" There was indeed some trouble with his cousin. However, Prince Ming had been pursuing the beauty for a long time. The beauty didn't even look at him. He was worried that if he missed today, the beauty would ignore him the next time. After a moment of hesitation, he finally forced himself to lie to Crown Prince Han. "Cousin, I met a friend in the tea house. You don't have to send me off. I will go back to the residence later." After saying this, he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and tried to make himself look magnanimous and calm. Crown Prince Han didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He nodded. Then be careful. Prince Ming smiled. I will. There are so many brocade guards. After Crown Prince Han left, Prince Ming couldn't wait to go to the Yubin pavilion nearby. Xiaoheng was waiting in a room on the second floor near the street. Prince Ming entered the room in high spirits. 6 brocade guards guarded the door vigilantly. These 6 guards were not to be underestimated. They were all top experts in the Crown Prince's residence. Otherwise, Xiaoheng wouldn't have thought of a way to lure them away from Crown Prince Han. However, even if Crown Prince Han was alone, he was still not easy to deal with. His martial arts were so high that even the Shadow Dragon guards were no match for him. Therefore, they had to use some auxiliary methods to weaken his strength. Crown Prince Han rode into the alley on his horse. He wasn't riding on the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King was too powerful. It would scare the other horses away on the street, causing unnecessary accidents and panic. He took a few steps and suddenly pulled on the reins. He tilted his head slightly and glanced behind him. Who's there? Come out. On the roof, Gu Jiao moved her fingertips and 3 Tanghua needles flew out. Crown Prince Han jumped up from his horse and flipped in the air. The 3 Tanghua needles were nailed to the wall beside him. What a powerful qinggong. What an agile speed. Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. Crown Prince Han didn't get back on his horse after dodging the Tanghua needles. Instead, he stood steadily on the ground. He looked in the direction where the Tanghua needles came from. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to see her clearly. She shot another Tanghua needle. This time, there were 10 needles. Crown Prince Han pulled out the sword at his waist and activated his internal energy. The sword flashed and blocked all the Tanghua needles. Gu Jiao didn't shoot Tanghua needles anymore. She changed to darts. The darts were made by Mistress Nan. They were more powerful than the Tanghua needles. However, they were all blocked by Crown Prince Han effortlessly. Mistress Nan was very fond of him. One could tell by looking at the hidden weapons. Gu Jiao shot more than 10 kinds of hidden weapons. Some were not poisonous, and some were poisonous. However, none of the hidden weapons successfully hurt Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince Han had more or less figured out his opponent's strength. He snorted disdainfully. He tapped his toes and swung his sword toward the roof. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. She moved her hands at the same time and shot out another round of hidden weapons. Crown Prince Han was fearless. He swung his sword and slashed. Bang! 6 black fire pearls exploded mercilessly. Crown Prince Han was stunned by the explosion. His body stopped in midair. He had already flown to the roof and saw the masked young man who had attacked him. The young man was only inches away from him. Now was the time. Gu Jiao raised her leg coldly and kicked him down. With a loud bang, Crown Prince Han fell to the ground like a small mountain. The hard bluestone floor cracked. His sword flew out of his hand and hit the corner of the street. It was stuck in a crack in the wall. Crown Prince Han was in great pain. He covered his chest and stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. So many black fire pearls and double the effect of the knockout drug. You can still get up, then I'll give you 6 more black fire pearls. What a waste of black fire pearls. Gu Jiao threw 6 more black fire pearls at him. After that, she used half a vial of neurotoxin to make him collapse. However, a tuft of his hair was still stubbornly sticking up. It was as if he had an unyielding will. Haha. Gu Jiao flattened his hair with a slap and put him into a gunny sack. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhhbqg.com/8964289642826/1074850882. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. More novels are updated faster. More than 1 million novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. In a room of a tea house, 3 scholars were drinking tea and reciting poems. One of them suddenly put down the brush in his hand and said with a strange expression, "Did you hear a strange sound?" His companion opposite him said, "No." His companion beside him listened carefully and frowned. "Seems like there is." He hurriedly said, "Right? Did you hear it too?" The scholar who didn't hear it just now also opened his eyes wide. I heard it too." Soon, the 3 of them not only heard it, but also felt it thoroughly. The 3 of them sat on the cushion together. The floor shook, and the 4 treasures of the study on the table shook. Is someone hitting the ground with a hammer? Or is the earth dragon turning over? With a loud duong sound, the calligraphy on the table fell to the ground. The 3 of them hugged each other in fear. This punch was for Mu Chuan's arm, this punch was for Mu Qingchen's internal injury. This punch was for Zhao Wei and Yuan Zhao's hand injury. Han was actually conscious. It had to be said that his physique and skills were really strong. If she hadn't used some tricks, she wouldn't have been able to take him down. Gu Jiao really wanted to kill him. However, before she could draw her sword, the masters of the Han family came. Gu Jiao felt the breath of the men of sacrifice. There was more than one of them, and they were all stronger than Tian Lang. Well, she couldn't beat them. It was never too late for a gentleman to fight. Gu Jiao decisively put away the sack and ran away. Xiaoheng came out of the Yubin restaurant. His carriage was parked in the alley diagonally across the street. The coachman was a servant he bought after he came to Xingdu. He was loyal to him and could be trusted. As soon as he got into the carriage, Gu Jiao rushed in, panting. Phew! It was obvious how fast she ran just now. What's wrong? Xiaoheng asked. Did something happen? Or did someone find out? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I didn't find anything. Did an expert from the Han clan come? Xiaoheng speculated. Gu Jiao twiddled her fingers and said seriously, it doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. The main thing is that we don't have enough sacks. Xiaoheng, I'll send you to the southern city gate, Xiaoheng said. No, I'll go by myself. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Han would suspect her, and she didn't want Xiaoheng to be exposed. Xiaoheng understood her thoughts and said, don't worry. They won't suspect you. Although Gu Jiao and Han Che had a grudge against each other, it was impossible for Han Shixi to guess that it was Gu Jiao who did this. Gu Jiao was bold, but Han Shixi would never have expected her to be so bold. Gu Jiao was good at fighting, but Han Shixi would never have expected her to be so good. There were also 2 very important points, the Black Fire Pearl and her identity as a citizen. The Black Fire Pearl was something that only the royal family of the Yan Kingdom and the top aristocratic families had. Everyone knew that it would never appear in the hands of a citizen. The identity of a citizen was a double-edged sword. There were too many unfairness, but it was also a natural camouflage. How's Prince Ming? Gu Jiao asked. He's drunk and resting in the restaurant, Xiaoheng said. Prince Ming thought that he could take advantage of the beauty, but Xiaoheng poured him a cup of strong wine and made him drunk. He was the one who got drunk, so the brocade guards couldn't blame Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng casually left behind a small piece of useless graffiti and left in a dignified manner. Gu Jiao took off the mask on her face and took off the black clothes on her body. She changed back into Tianqiong Academy's uniform. Xiaoheng very gentlemanly turned his face away and looked elsewhere. After changing, Gu Jiao stared at him for 2 seconds and said, "Why is your face red again?" "I'm just changing my outer clothes." Xiaoheng cleared his throat and said seriously, "The weather is hot." Xiaoheng sent Gu Jiao all the way to the vicinity of the southern city gate. Gu Jiao didn't have a talisman for the inner city. Xiaoheng wanted to give her his talisman, but he didn't expect to see people from Tianqiong Academy. They were all waiting for her. It seemed that she had made a few true friends in the academy. Xiaoheng patted her head and said, "Go." "Okay." Gu Jiao got off the carriage and rode her horse to the tea stall near the city gate. Dinsun and the others were there. Seeing Gu Jiao come over, Dinsun's heart settled down. Earlier, his eyelids had been twitching. He was afraid that this brat had gone out and caused trouble again. He couldn't be blamed for being so worried. In the history of Xianxia Academy, this brat was the only one who had gotten 2 demerits in the first 10 days of school. Are you done? Deanson didn't ask what Gu Jiao had done. Students could have their own privacy as long as they didn't break the law. Gu Jiao, who had just returned from breaking the law, said calmly, I'm done. Let's eat something before going back. Deanson wanted to eat back at the academy. The cafeteria was cheaper than outside, so he could save some money. However, everyone seemed to be starving. Forget it, let's eat first. The group found a nearby noodle restaurant and had lunch. No one came to seal the city. It seemed that the Han family hadn't guessed that it was her. Gu Jiao happily got on her horse. Yuan Shao glanced at her and said, Lu Lang, I feel that you are particularly refreshed. Did you just do that? Gu Jiao didn't understand. What? Yuan Shao looked around and said in a low voice, that. What? Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Zhao Wei said bluntly, going to the brothel to look for girls. Men are like that after having fun. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Oh, it was quite fun. Yuan Shao was just casually asking. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to admit it. His body trembled. So you really went to the brothel? How could you do that? You didn't even bring us along to look for girls. You're too disloyal. Aren't we all good brothers? Yuan Shao clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, bring me along next time. Zhao Wei coughed. Bring me along too. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan didn't go to watch the game today. It wasn't because they didn't want to go, nor was it because Gu Yan's body didn't allow it. It was because Mistress Nan poisoned herself again. Master Lu went to fight with the Horse King and successfully crippled herself again. It was a bit serious. The 2 brothers stayed to take care of him. Gu Shaoshan mainly took care of him. Gu Yan was responsible for basking in the sun and drinking tea with Meng Lao. Of course, he occasionally played a game of chess with Meng Lao. Gu Yan liked to play chess. But his chess skills were far worse than Gu Jiao's. Meng Lao was badly battered. But Gu Jiao said that if Meng Lao played a game of chess with Gu Yan, Gu Jiao would play a game with Meng Lao when she came back. In order to play chess with Gu Jiao, Meng Lao was really going all out. Gu Yan's chess skills were terrible from head to toe. Meng Lao finally couldn't take it anymore. He broke down and said, why did you play here again? Didn't they teach you a few times that you should play 16th out of 7ths? Your chess skills are so terrible. It's almost on par with that Shan Yuanqing. Gu Yan had heard this name many times. Every time the old man disliked his chess skills, he would drag this person out and torture him. Who is Shan Yuanqing? He asked. Meng Lao waved his hand. Someone who shouldn't be mentioned. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. Then why do you keep mentioning it? Meng Lao choked. Didn't I make you angry and confused? Gu Yan was at the rebellious age. The more he wasn't allowed to mention it, the more curious he became. He asked, does that Shan Yuan guy know how to play chess like me? Kid, do you have some misunderstanding about the 3 words know how to play chess? Sigh. Meng Lao actually had a lot to say in his heart. In Chengdu, he couldn't mention it to anyone else. The funny thing was that this place where he met by chance became the only place where he could speak freely. He said, I taught that kid for a few days. I almost died of anger. He's even more stupid than you. Gu Yan's face darkened. I'll tell my sister. You said I'm stupid. Meng Lao, don't tell her, that girl will deduct the chess pieces. Meng Lao endured the humiliation and said, he's stupid. You're smart. Gu Yan was satisfied. He asked again, which one is he? The rest or the blooming Sheng? Neither. Meng Lao dipped his fingertip in water and wrote on the stone table. It's this Sheng. Gu Yan, oh. Meng Lao said, it wasn't this name in the early years. It was Shan Yuan Hao. He fell into the water several times when he was young. He went to the Grand Master Hall for divination. The Grand Master Hall said that he was incompatible with the water and asked him to change his name to Xing. So he was called Xianxia. Meng Lao's eyes were a little more melancholy as he recalled the past. But it didn't take long for the Horse King to come over with the reins in its mouth. The Horse King threw the reins to Meng Lao in disdain. It's time for the old man to leave again. Digression, it's almost the end of the month again. Don't forget to vote. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1074842799. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more interesting content. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found online are available here. In a room in the guest house, Prince Ming suddenly woke up from his drunken dream. He opened his eyes and moved his body. He realized that he was lying on the table. Had he fallen asleep just like that? It was already dark outside and the beauty in the room was gone. He stood up. But his legs were numb and he fell to the ground with a thud. The embroidered uniform guards outside heard the commotion in the room and quickly rushed in. "Your Highness." They bowed in unison. The leader of the group walked forward and helped Commandery Prince Ming up. Prince Ming was in great pain from the fall and his head felt like it was about to explode. "What's wrong with me?" He held his forehead and asked angrily. The embroidered uniform guards helped him back to the stool. No, my butt hurts." He had been sitting on a wooden stool for an entire afternoon. Even an iron butt would not be able to withstand the pain. There was no bed for him to lie on. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards had no choice but to ask his companions to help him sit on each side. Although this was not comfortable, at least his butt would not suffer. Where is Miss Gu?" Prince Ming asked as he held his head that was about to explode. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards replied, "After you got drunk, Miss Gu left." "What? You let her leave just like that?" "Your Highness, you did not ask us to keep her." "Wasn't it because I thought she would leave?" "Are your brains made of wood?" Prince Ming choked. Seriously, he had gotten drunk at such a good time. Prince Ming wanted to blame the beauty, but when he thought of her cold personality, he felt that he had left her in a fit of anger because he was drunk. "Didn't you say you would give me a painting?" "Your Highness, is this it?" One of the embroidered uniform guards picked up a piece of paper on the table. Normally, a painting given to someone of Commandery Prince Ming's status would be framed in a scroll. However, this was only a piece of paper and it was slightly wrinkled. She did not know what had happened. Prince Ming asked someone to bring the painting over. He took a closer look and his mouth could not close. What's all this nonsense about? Was this the standard of a beauty's painting? How did he manage to do that? This was forget it, he didn't like her because she could draw. Her beauty was what truly moved him. If she didn't know how to draw, then so be it. At most, he would teach her in the future. Yes, that's right, he could use the opportunity of teaching the beauty to invite her again. He believed that she wouldn't refuse. As this thought flashed through his mind, the haze in Prince Ming's heart was swept away and he instantly felt refreshed. Just as Royal Prince Ming was happily putting away the beauty's painting, the coachman suddenly came up and reported at the door, "Royal Prince, something has happened to Heir Han." In a quiet courtyard of the Han family, servant girls came out of the main room with basins of bloody water. Han Shixi's injuries were too horrible to look at. The doctor spent almost an hour just cleaning his wounds. Fortunately, his internal energy was profound and his foundation was not damaged. However, it was still very humiliating. He sat on the chair with a cold expression, while Han Yong sighed and stood by his side. "I want you to lie on the bed for a while," Han Yong said. "No need." Han Shixi was bare-chested. He covered his chest and gritted his teeth. Han Yong sighed, why are you so stubborn? If you're injured, you have to lie down. Han Shixi's eyes were cold, I said no need. Second uncle didn't argue with him on this topic. Instead, he asked, who did this? How could they injure you like this? Han Shixi's martial arts were absolutely unbeatable among his peers in Xingdu. Those who were older than him wouldn't easily attack a junior. Han Shixi recalled the masked teenager he saw on the roof. He also felt that he was unfamiliar. If there was such a young master in Xingdu, it was impossible for him not to have heard of him. However, the opponent didn't rely on martial arts to defeat him. It was a scheme in gunpowder. First, he used countless hidden weapons to make Han Shixi think that Han Shixi was carrying hidden weapons. This caused him to choose not to dodge when the opponent threw the gunpowder. Han Shixi recalled, he used gunpowder. Han Yong suddenly understood, so it was gunpowder. No wonder it could hurt you. Wait, gunpowder? Isn't gunpowder something that only the State Preceptor Hall has? Han Shixi shook his head, it's true that gunpowder was invented by the State Preceptor Hall, but it's already used in the military. The aristocratic families can also get their hands on it. Han Yong pondered for a moment and said, the control of gunpowder is very strict. It's not easy to get it. Han Shixi didn't deny this point, the gunpowder was mixed with knockout drugs. Also, he used something on me in the end. It wasn't knockout drugs, but it made me unable to move. Han Yong pondered, gunpowder, unknown poison. Was it really done by the State Preceptor Hall? Han Shixi said, I have no enmity with the State Preceptor Hall. Why would they do this to me? Han Yong nodded, that's true. The State Preceptor Hall didn't collude with any forces, nor did they have conflicts with any forces. To be exact, no aristocratic family dared to have conflicts with the State Preceptor Hall. Naturally, the State Preceptor Hall didn't bother to make things difficult for any aristocratic family. Han Shixi asked the servant at the door, where's the Commandery Prince? Hasn't he arrived yet? Just as he finished speaking, Commandery Prince Ming arrived. Han Yong saluted Commandery Prince Ming. Han Yong was the son of a concubine in the Han family. In terms of status, he couldn't be compared to the direct descendants. Commandery Prince Ming nodded slightly. His attitude towards Han Yong was naturally different from his attitude towards Han Shixi. All of you may leave. Second uncle, you stay. The servants left one by one and closed the door. Only the three of them were left in the room. Commandery Prince Ming looked at Han Shixi, who was covered in wounds. Although he had heard that Han Shixi was injured on the way here, he was still shocked when he saw him in person. Cousin, who injured you like this? Han Shixi didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, let me ask you, who did you meet today? Huh? Commandery Prince Ming was stunned. Han Shixi said sternly, are you going to tell me honestly, or do you want me to capture your maidservant? Commandery Prince Ming's pupils contracted, cousin actually saw that maidservant, Han Shixi snorted coldly, or, I can report this to the Crown Prince and let him ask you personally. Commandery Prince Ming pleaded, cousin. Please don't tell my father. If my father finds out, he will kill me. The Crown Prince was very strict with Commandery Prince Ming. He didn't allow him to do anything that would disgrace his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his identity from the beauty for so long. Han Shixi said, if you don't want me to find the Crown Prince, tell me honestly. Who did you meet today? What did you do? Commandery Prince Ming had no choice but to tell Han Shixi everything that happened. Cousin, you promised me that you can't let my father find out. Han Shixi said indifferently, men, send Commandery Prince Ming back to his residence. Yes. After Commandery Prince Ming left, Han Shixi closed his eyes in frustration and asked, second uncle, what do you think? Han Yong said, that student from the Kanglan Women's Academy must have something to do with this. She purposely lured Commandery Prince Ming and the 6 embroidered uniform guards away. Han Shixi's eyes were deep as he said, since second uncle thinks so, then we have to investigate this person. It was a dark and windy night. Little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep on the soft bed in one of the bedrooms of the Kanglan Women's Academy's Linglong Pavilion. He opened his little mouth and snored evenly. Xiaoheng called Little Nine and asked it to guard Little Jing Kong. Then, he went to the gatehouse and gave the gatekeeper one tael of silver to let her sit in his room. Little Jing Kong usually didn't wake up. However, if he woke up halfway, it was always good to have someone around. Whether something happened to him or not was one thing, but whether he was scared or not was another. After doing all this, Xiaoheng put on his cloak, hat, and veil. Then, he sneaked out of the academy. On a big tree, a man in black gave his companion a look and said, "Let's go. Follow me." Xiaoheng's carriage stopped in front of a pawnshop on Huayang Street. Xiaoheng got out of the carriage. The clerk of the pawnshop was closing the door and said, "We are closing now. Come back tomorrow." Xiaoheng took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The clerk was slightly stunned when he saw this sentence. Then, he looked at him carefully. Xiaoheng was wearing a veil, but it didn't affect his unique beauty. Some people could charm everyone with just a pair of eyes. The clerk swallowed his saliva. Then, he saw that Xiaoheng's black cloak revealed a bit of the Kanglin Women's Academy's uniform. He said in a daze, "Please, wait a moment." The clerk rushed in. He could hear the conversation between him and the shopkeeper. "Who is it? It's so late." A girl. "She wants to see you. She seems to be very powerful. Her aura is very strong." The clerk ran out with a smile and said to Xiaoheng, "Please." Han had his own intelligence network. Naturally, the people he sent wouldn't be bad. Except for the time when they followed Gu Jiao, they all completed their tasks perfectly. Sun Feng and Xinghai are back. The guard outside the door reported. "Let them in." Han said. Han Yong took a sip of tea. The two of them entered. Sun Feng reported, "This subordinate has inquired. That student surnamed Gu is from Zhao Kingdom." Han Yong was surprised. He laughed and said, "Zhao Kingdom again. That Xiao Lulang is also from Zhao Kingdom, right? Do they have any relationship?" "It's hard to say." Han continued to ask Sun Feng and Xinghai, "What else?" Sun Feng replied, "Also, we followed her and found that she went to a pawnshop in Flower Sunday." Han asked, "There are several pawnshops in Flower Sun Street. Which one did she go to?" Sun Feng hurriedly said, "Guiran Hall." Han Yong weakly inhaled a breath of cold air. He touched his chin and asked, "The one that used to be a pharmacy and later became a pawnshop?" Han's eyes narrowed. "That's right." Han Yong didn't understand and said, "Wait, we investigated that shop before. What was the shopkeeper's name again?" "Wang Fugue." "Yes, that's the name. Isn't he the Crown Prince's spy?" Han said, "He's also the Nangong family's spy. Guiran Hall is a contact point for the Nangong family to collect information." Han Yong laughed sarcastically. "This Wang Fugue wants to eat from both sides. He's both the Crown Prince's man and the Nangong family's man. Isn't he afraid of being overthrown?" Although the Nangong family was on the Crown Prince's side, the Crown Prince probably wouldn't like it if the Nangong family bribed his men to be spies. "Since you knew, why didn't you tell the Crown Prince?" Han Yong asked his nephew. Han said, "So what if I told him? Instead of letting the Nangong family bribe someone else, it's better to use this Wang Fugue. At least I have my eyes on him." Han Yong laughed. "That's reasonable." Han looked at Sun Feng. "Did she go to the pawnshop to find Wang Fugue?" Sun Feng respectfully replied, "Yes, she waited until the pawnshop was about to close before going to see Wang Fugue directly. I didn't hear what they talked about." "She's mute. She wrote it all in words." They had followed so many people, and this was the first time they couldn't hear anything. As for Wang Fugue, he also wrote it in words. Han Yong said, "It's suspicious that she chose to go when the pawnshop was closed. It seems that the Nangong family is involved in this matter." Although the Nangong family and the Han family both belonged to the Crown Prince's side, the aristocratic families were never harmonious. Everyone wanted to be the Crown Prince's most outstanding subordinate. The Han family had the advantage of blood relations, while the Nangong family had the advantage of military power. Both sides had been fighting openly and covertly for a long time. Han Yong said, not only did they humiliate you, but they also set their sights on Commandery Prince Ming. If Commandery Prince Ming was really bewitched by that woman from a lower country, they would have a chance to surpass the Han family. Han frowned. Second uncle's words make sense, but I still feel that something is wrong. Han Yong said, don't think too much. Believe me. Other than the Nangong family, there's no one else. When Xiaoheng came out of the pawnshop, it was drizzling. The coachman handed him an umbrella. Xiaoheng didn't get into the carriage immediately. Instead, he went to a shop diagonally across the street to buy candied hawthorns. He held an oil-paper umbrella and walked in the quiet rain. From time to time, people passed by him in a hurry. His veil was gently blown up by the night wind, revealing a heaven-shaking face. In a tea house by the street, two people sat near the window. One was a young man in white with a folding fan, and the other was a guard in gray with a sword. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize them as the people who bought Little Jing Kong's golden abacus. Little Jing Kong sold his favorite golden abacus to buy Gu Jiao a wedding dress. The guard in gray was surprised. Young master, isn't he the top scholar of the Zhao kingdom? Look at his face. Young master Ming Yu waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, so what if he is and so what if he isn't? The guard in gray thought for a while and said, he deliberately let those two people follow him. What does he want to do? Young master Ming Yu smiled and said, what he wants to do has nothing to do with us. We just need to keep an eye on the little monk beside him. The guard in gray was puzzled. We have been watching for half a year, but we haven't seen that person appear. Does he not want his disciple anymore? He doesn't want his disciple anymore? Young master Ming Yu looked at Xiaoheng who was holding an umbrella in the rain. He sneered and said, then who do you think gave them the admission papers? The guard in gray scratched his head. Who? Do you mean, it was that person who gave them? Young master Ming Yu smiled and said, I'm really curious now. What does he want to do by bringing this group of people to the Yan kingdom? After a few hot days, it finally rained. Royal Prince Ming braved the pitter-patter of rain to return to his manor. As usual, he went to pay his respects to his father. Although it was getting late, he had come from the Han family. As long as he said that he had been with his cousin the entire time, Imperial Father would not blame him. He was stopped by the guard when he arrived at the door of the Crown Prince's study. Prince Ming Yu, the Crown Prince is discussing something important with someone. Please come back tomorrow. Then remember to tell my father that I have come to pay my respects to him. I will. Prince Ming Yu did not dare to eavesdrop on his father and left with an umbrella. In the study, the Crown Prince sat on a chair with an official's hat behind the desk. In front of him was a high-ranking embroidered uniform guard. The embroidered uniform guard had just reported the news he had gathered. The Crown Prince clenched his hand on the armrest and said in a low voice, what did you say? The Crown Princess is coming back? The embroidered uniform guard said, yes, the Emperor's verbal order has been sent to the Imperial Mausoleum. The Crown Prince said thoughtfully, has he finally decided to execute her or pardon her? The embroidered uniform guard said, I don't know. The verbal order did not mention this. The Crown Prince loosened his fist and rubbed the armrest of the chair. We can't let the Crown Princess come back. The embroidered uniform guard looked at the Crown Prince hesitantly. Your Highness, you mean, the Crown Prince said coldly, kill the Crown Princess. Xiaoheng bought the last stick of candied haws in the shop. His luck was not bad. It seemed that after using Gu Jiao's identity, his bad luck had decreased a lot. He could pick up money on the streets and avoid bad things when he encountered them. But why did his mood suddenly become strange? Xiaoheng held the umbrella and looked up at the sky full of rain. Was it because of the rain? He suddenly felt a little melancholy. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1074614448 HTML genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Gu Jiao went to Tianxiang Pavilion in the afternoon after returning to the outer city. She changed Gu Qingfeng's dressing and got home late. She saw the Horse King and Old Master Meng as soon as she walked to the intersection of the alley. The Horse King was different from the other horse in the house. It had to come out for a walk every day, otherwise it would bully the other horse in the backyard. The Horse King saw Gu Jiao and decided not to run away. It bit the reins and ran to Gu Jiao. Then it handed the reins to Gu Jiao. It wanted to run away from Gu Jiao. The rain in the outer city came earlier and was heavier than in the inner city. Gu Jiao and Old Master Meng found a restaurant with a stable to take shelter from the rain. They stayed there for more than 2 hours. It was already dark. The rain stopped, Gu Jiao said as she looked out of the window. Old Master Meng stood up. Let's go back. It won't rain again. Gu Jiao said, I'll get the horse. The stable was next to the backyard of the restaurant. Gu Jiao led the Horse King out. The sound of horse hooves came from the street. Gu Jiao didn't care. The road was wide and she didn't need to give way to anyone. But when Gu Jiao led the Horse King to the entrance of the restaurant, a child suddenly ran out. Seeing that he was about to run under the horse's hooves, Gu Jiao jumped and rolled to the other side of the street with the child in her arms. The horse's hooves fell heavily on the place where Gu Jiao took the child. Water splashed everywhere. The man obviously saw the child running out. He pulled the reins as hard as he could, but he ran too fast. If Gu Jiao didn't jump, the child would have died under the horse's hooves. He looked coldly at the drenched youth and child and said fiercely, Don't court death next time. His companions caught up, and one of them said, All right, let's go quickly. Don't delay things. Humph. He grabbed the reins and whipped the horse, causing it to gallop away. Son. Son. A middle-aged woman from the restaurant stumbled as she ran over. Gu Jiao handed the child to her. Gu Jiao used her body to protect him when he was rolling in the water. Other than his clothes being a little wet, he was fine. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The woman held the child and thanked him repeatedly. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She walked across the street and stopped in front of Mr. Meng. Let's go. Old Master Meng looked strangely at the figures disappearing at the end of the street. Strange. It's so late. What are the people from the Crown Prince's mansion doing? Isn't that the south gate of the outer city? Are they leaving Xingdu? Gu Jiao said, Are those people from the Crown Prince's mansion? Old Master Meng nodded. They are the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's mansion. Although they weren't wearing the uniform of the brocade guards, he had seen one of them in the Crown Prince's mansion. Gu Jiao paused and said, There is a murderous look in their eyes. They are going to kill someone. She was an assassin in her previous life, so she was familiar with this kind of situation. Kill someone? Old Master Meng frowned and looked in the direction they left. They were so fast that they had already disappeared from the street. That direction seems to be the Imperial Mausoleum. The next day, the sky was clear. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan went to the academy for class. After winning another game, Gu Jiao deeply felt the enthusiasm of the students of the academy. From the moment she entered the academy, she felt like she was walking on a flower path. Lulang. Lulang. Lulang, Lulang. You are so handsome. Gu Jiao looked at the people who were lining the streets to welcome them. That was not necessary. Wu Fuzi sympathized with them for their hard work in the competition, so he didn't let them stay for training today. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan went home early. As soon as they arrived at the door, a squishy little ball rushed over. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao caught him with one hand. Jing Kong. Hey, you are faster. Little Jing Kong looked up and said cutely, That's because I have been practicing hard every day. Then he greeted Gu Shaoshan. Brother Shaoshan. Gu Xiaoshan pinched his face. Gu Jiao held his little hand and walked inside, looking at the central room as they walked. Don't look. Xiaoheng is not here. Along with a familiar voice, Gu Qingfeng swaggered out from inside. He looked at little Jing Kong, who was being led by Gu Jiao, and said, I went to the inner city to pick him up. Little Jing Kong immediately said solemnly, Jiao Jiao, I don't have class today. I am not playing truant. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. With Xiaoheng around, he won't let you skip school. Have you recovered? Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng. Jiao Jiao, I am going to find little Shi. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Go ahead. Little Jing Kong waved his little hands and ran over. Little Shi. I am coming. Horse King, who was eating grass in the backyard, felt its mane stand up and its body tremble. It immediately went to the millstone and put on a condom. It wanted to grind. The two continued their conversation. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, My injury has healed a long time ago. Didn't you see it yesterday? Indeed, when Gu Jiao went to change Gu Qingfeng's dressing yesterday, she found that he had almost recovered. Gu Jiao said, You came at the right time. Remove the stitches on the wound later. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng was pushed into the house and was removed by Gu Jiao without any resistance. This year, his martial arts had improved a lot, but compared to this girl's speed of improvement, it was not enough. What was wrong with this girl? Her skills were improving day by day. Gu Jiao put down the scissors and started to pack up. Gu Qingfeng tried to regain his dignity and said, Aren't you going to ask me how I got into the inner city? Quick, praise me for being capable, praise me, Gu Jiao said, Oh, the number one thief in the capital, Fei Shuang. Stealing a child is not a problem. Gu Qingfeng, what do you mean by stealing a child? Was he that kind of person? But to be honest, entering the Yan Kingdom was the most difficult. It was almost impossible to sneak in. The checkpoints in the outer city of Chengdu were also strict, but it seemed that once you entered, you would not be questioned all the time. After all, everything that should be blocked was blocked outside. Gu Qingfeng felt that using words with Gu Jiao did not give him any sense of accomplishment. Because Gu Jiao would never accept a joke. She was the king of awkward silence, the terminator of conversations. Su Fengxian gave me a new identity and an inner city talisman, Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao was confused. Even Gu Qingfeng had an inner city talisman? I want one too, she said. Do you know how to sing? Nope. Do you know how to tell stories? Nope. Or do you know how to play music? She knew this. Facing a group of perverted stinky men, you are not allowed to beat them up. Gu Jiao was speechless. She wanted to beat them up. Gu Qingfeng knew it would be like this. He waved his hand and said, Okay, I have something important to talk to you about today. Speak. Gu Jiao put the used cotton swabs into a special basket. Gu Qingfeng said casually, In the past few days in Tianxiang Pavilion, I accidentally found out some information. Saying that he accidentally was being modest. He was clearly racking his brains, using all his skills and risking his life to find out information. I'm listening. Gu Jiao put the used gauze into the same basket. These things would be burned later. Gu Qingfeng said, Last time, the people who went to Zhao country to assassinate Xiaoheng were from the Nangong family, right? Yes, didn't you know? Gu Jiao did not hide this matter from him. Gu Qingfeng continued, But did you know that the Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence are very close? Nangong Li is the Crown Prince's confidant? Gu Jiao's mind flashed back to the conversation between Nangong Li and the shopkeeper at the pawnshop that day. His Highness was very angry and asked why he couldn't even handle such a small matter. This is not a small matter. One of my arms is gone. So, the Highness that the shopkeeper was talking about was the Crown Prince of the Yan Kingdom. The Crown Prince of the Yan Kingdom wanted Xiaoheng's life. Why did the Crown Prince of the Yan Kingdom do this? What was the relationship between Xiaoheng and the royal family of the Yan Kingdom? Gu Qingfeng said, The Nangong family and the Han family are both on the Crown Prince's side, but the two families don't seem to have a good relationship. He suffered a lot at the hands of the Han family, so when he asked for information, he inevitably asked about the Han family as well. He continued, I heard that the two sons of the Han family were beaten up one after another. Could it be the Nangong family? Gu Jiao said. No. Gu Qingfeng asked strangely, how can you be sure that it wasn't the Nangong family? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said honestly, because I did it. The corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. As expected, this girl's courage was still so big. Is there any other news? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. There doesn't seem to be any useful news for now. He had heard a lot of news at Tianxiang Pavilion, but most of it was the gossip of the aristocratic families. It was enough to be a topic of conversation before and after tea, but it wasn't of much value. Oh, wait. He suddenly thought of something and said thoughtfully, there is another big matter. The crown princess is coming back. It is said that the monarch allowed her to come back. The monarch, the crown princess. Gu Jiao's hand that was tidying up the medicine box paused. Gu Qingfeng saw her pause and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Gu Jiao said, the crown princess might not come back so easily. Gu Qingfeng asked, why? Gu Jiao looked at the medicine in the medicine box and said, last night, I met the assassins from the crown prince's residence. If the crown princess is coming back, then, it should be to kill her. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1074597111. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Gu Qingfeng was furious. Are you serious? Who is this crown prince? How can he kill his own sister? Sister? Gu Jiao was just confused. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment. Oh, no, I think it's an older sister. The crown princess is the third princess of the king. There are 2 concubine princesses above her. Before she was born, there were no princes. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his chin. This was Gu Jiao's usual little action, but after being together for a long time, they would be influenced by each other's habits. Even he didn't notice it. He said suspiciously, the crown prince wants to kill Xiaoheng and the crown princess. What's the relationship between the 3 of them? I don't know. Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng asked curiously, did they send many killers? Gu Jiao said, 6. Regardless of what kind of person the crown princess was, the crown prince wanted to kill Xiaoheng. So in all fairness, Gu Qingfeng didn't want the crown prince to succeed. Can we report it to the officials, and let them get him back? As soon as he said this, Gu Qingfeng was shocked. Was it because he had been with this girl for a long time that he became bold? The Yan kingdom was a superior country. How could small people like them get involved in the internal strife of a superior country's royal family? One mistake and they would be doomed eternally. They wouldn't even know how they died. Moreover, the crown princess was not related to them. Just because they didn't like the crown prince, they risked their lives to save the crown princess. Wasn't the price too high? Gu Jiao closed the small medicine box with a click. Gu Qingfeng was startled by the sudden sound. Gu Jiao picked up the small basket and started to pack the hidden weapons. Send Jing Kong back later. Of course I will send him back. Gu Qingfeng said without hesitation. I brought him here. If I don't send him back, who will? As he spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, why did you tell me? What do you want to do? Gu Jiao put her hand on her belt. Hey! Gu Qingfeng covered his eyes and turned around. Even if I'm your biological brother, you can't do this. You should be more careful between men and women. Oh. Gu Jiao said, I forgot that you're a man. Gu Qingfeng. What a heart-wrenching sister. Gu Qingfeng ran out of the house. Gu Jiao changed into a set of night clothes, put on a mask, and carried the red-tasseled spear to the backyard to get the horse. Old Master Meng and Gu Yan were playing chess in the backyard. Seeing her dressed like this, Mr. Meng looked puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? Madame Nan's body was fine now. She went to the kitchen to start the fire, intending to make some food for little Jing Kong. She saw Gu Jiao when she came out to fetch some water. She was slightly stunned. You're going out? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, I'm going out. Madame Nan, please take care of Yan for the time being. It was her duty to take care of Gu Yan. After all, he was her husband's disciple. But how long would she be out for? She even asked for his help. Gu Yan looked down and squeezed the chess piece in his hand. Gu Xiaoshan accompanied little Jing Kong to play with little Shi. Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan to tell Gu Xiaoshan to take a few days off for her. Okay. Gu Yan responded in a low voice. Gu Jiao led the horse to the door. Gu Qingfeng chased after her. Hey! Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? What does the internal strife of the Yan Kingdom's royal family have to do with us? Gu Jiao straightened the saddle and fastened the buckle. The crown prince wants to kill Xiaoheng. Gu Qingfeng asked, so? Gu Jiao muttered, there's something I need to verify personally. Gu Qingfeng was anxious. What's the matter? Gu Jiao got on the horse. I'll tell you when I'm back. Gu Qingfeng looked at the departing figure. He was so angry that he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Hey! You brat! Stop right there. Come back here. They've been walking for a day and a night. You can't catch up with them. Gu Jiao went far away. Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill someone. How did this brat grow up? Did she eat bear's heart and leopard's guts? They were from the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince's residence. Run if you can't beat them. You're not allowed to take off the protective talisman. The imperial mausoleum of the Zhao Kingdom was built near the capital. The Yan Kingdom's imperial mausoleum was 100 miles away on Mount Guan. It was said that Emperor Taizu had asked someone to check the feng shui. The mountain range of Mount Guan was shaped like a dragon. It was beautiful and could be called another dragon's vein. Building the imperial mausoleum here could ensure the inheritance of the Yan Kingdom's imperial aura and prosperity of the country. If it was only 100 miles, one day and a night would be enough to cover it if the horses didn't stop. However, it rained in Chengdu last night. It was hard to guarantee that the other places on the road didn't experience heavy rain, which would slow down their speed. As for how much, it would depend on the specific situation at the time. Moreover, they couldn't not rest at all. It would easily affect their fighting ability. Gu Jiao felt that she still had hope of catching up with them, even if the hope was very slim. But even if it was slim, she had to try. She wanted to know the answer. The sun was setting. In a post station near Mount Guan, 6 men in cloaks led the horses in and gave them to the workers of the post station to feed the horses. They also ordered a table full of dishes. We'll enter Mount Guan soon, the leader said. Don't make any mistakes in this operation. The man beside him said, don't worry, big brother. Don't you know our strength? The Crown Princess's martial arts have been destroyed. How can the guards in the Imperial Mausoleum be our match? The leader said, do it cleanly. Don't let people find out that it's Her Highness. Of course. Besides, we only want to kill the Crown Princess. The guards in the Imperial Mausoleum should avoid them if possible. If they can't, we'll kill them to avoid new problems. Got it, big brother. They finished the dishes on the table. The leader left a silver coin on the table and led a few people to the stable to lead the horses out of the post station. The sky was gloomy and the mountain was stuffy. A man in black said, big brother, it's going to rain again. The leader looked at the Imperial Mausoleum not far away and said with cold eyes, the heavy rain will cover the breath. It's a good time to kill. As he spoke, he covered his face with the black cloth around his neck. The others also covered their faces with cloth. He ordered, let's go. They gripped the reins and pulled out the swords at their waists. With murderous intent, they galloped toward the imperial mausoleum in the night. To reach the imperial mausoleum, they had to cross a cable bridge. Just as they were about to step onto the bridge, an arrow suddenly flew from behind them. It carried a biting cold murderous intent and an extremely sharp sound as it tore through the air. It seemed to tear a hole in the dark night. The leader instantly became alert and cut the arrow in half with his sword. "Who goes there?" He pulled on the reins and stopped at the entrance of the cable bridge. When he stopped, the 5 men in black behind him also stopped. They all lined up. The leader turned his horse around and stood at the front of the group. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the youth who was riding toward them in the dark night. Moonlight chased after the youth. He held the bow in one hand and the reins in the other. His entire body exuded the powerful aura of a purgatory azura. Everyone was shocked. The leader looked deeply at the youth who had suddenly appeared. He narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Who are you?" Gu Jiao pulled out 3 arrows from behind her and placed them on the bowstring. She aimed at the other party, "The person who wants your lives." After she said this, she let go of the bowstring and the arrows left the bowstring. It was clearly 3 arrows, but she was still skillful. The 3 arrows were not aimed at anyone, but they shot under the hooves of their horses. The horses were frightened. They raised their front hooves and almost stood up straight. They let out a frightened neigh. The several people quickly dismounted and with a few nimble rolls, they steadied themselves in front of the cable bridge. The leader coldly said, "Little brat, good archery. Which archery camp are you from?" Archery camp? When the other 5 people heard this, they couldn't help being stunned. There were many people who knew archery, but the archers of the military camp were different from the experts of the common people. This little brat was actually an archer from the military camp. No wonder he was able to force the 6 of them off their horses. Gu Jiao still didn't talk nonsense with them. She once again pulled the bowstring. The leader disdainfully snorted, "Little brat, do you really think you can hurt us like this? You guys cross the bridge first, I will deal with him." They were forced off their horses not because their martial arts were not good, but because their horses were not good enough. In fact, they were the real experts after they got off their horses. Gu Jiao fired 3 arrows at the same time again, only 1 arrow was aimed at the leader's heart. The other 2 arrows were off target. The leader almost laughed, "I thought you had some skills, but it turns out you are only SOSO. He raised his sword and effortlessly slashed apart the arrow that was flying towards him. "Big brother!" Behind him, a black-clothed man shouted. He turned his head to take a look and saw that the 2 arrows that he thought had missed were actually nailed accurately to the rope at the other end of the suspension bridge. The strength and accuracy of the arrows were so great that they actually broke the rope. Such a long distance, such a thin rope, how did he do it? When did such a young and promising archer appear in Xingdu? The leader shouted, "Little brat! Where did you learn your archery skills?" Unfortunately, Gu Jiao still didn't intend to pay attention to him. The bridge fell with a bang. "Big brother! The bridge is broken." The leader's eyes were completely cold. "Little brat! You are courting death." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1074411146. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. End of chapter 679. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.